My name is Jungyu. Today is the most important day of my life, the day of my profession awakening. I am Jungyu, a student at an ordinary high school for awakeners. In this world, the job you choose is yours forever. It decides your future, your status, and even how long you might survive against the monsters of the abyss. My teacher spent the entire morning giving us the same lecture he gives every year. He told us to be realistic. Unless you are incredibly rich or naturally gifted, you should choose to be a warrior or a support class. He warned us away from fancy roles like druids or assassins because they are too hard to level up. Since my family isn't wealthy, I plan to follow his advice and become a warrior. It's a safe, steady trade that guarantees a job by level 10. My classmates think it's a waste because my intelligence rating is quite high, but I used to be an overworked office worker in a past life. I know that being able to earn a living is more important than chasing dreams. I even told my friend Tao Qian that only a fool would choose to be a summoner. In our world, summoners are considered the worst class. They are weak, expensive to maintain, and nobody wants them on a team. However, everything changed when I looked at my potential report. The temple recommended I become a summoner. Even though I laughed it off and called the profession trash, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my head. A system had activated. It offered me a divine talent called Hex Reinforcement, which would give my summoned creatures massive upgrades every 5 levels. The catch was terrifying. The talent only works for the summoner class, and if I don't choose it, the system will self-destruct. It seems I have no choice now. I just finished insulting the very path I must take to survive. It looks like I am about to become the fool I was just making fun of, but with a divine system on my side, perhaps being a summoner won't be so bad after all. I just scolded myself for calling summoners foolish, but now I have no choice. My new system is short-tempered and threatened to self-destruct if I didn't pick the summoner class. While I was worried at first, the system promised me a divine level talent, which is even better than the world's highest known SSS grade. This talent is called Hextech. It gives me 2 enhancement runes every 5 levels to make my summon team stronger. Even the strongest person in the world, Nan Muyun, is only level 71. If I reach that level, I will have at least 30 different group power-ups. It is like having 30 talents at once. I realized that even if the summoner class is usually weak, this divine power will make me unstoppable. That afternoon, I went to the Holy Temple with my class for our ceremony. The temple is where humanity gets the power to fight the monsters from the abyss. I watched my classmates choose safe paths like becoming warriors. When it was my turn, the holy light tested me. The staff was shocked because the temple recommended I become a summoner and nothing else, even though my scores were high enough for better jobs like mages or knights. The staff member tried to stop me because nobody chooses summoners anymore, but I didn't listen. I told him I trusted the temple's choice. In reality, I was just thinking about my system. As soon as I clicked Summoner, the system activated. I successfully changed my job and received 2 amazing runes, a prismatic rune called Demon Contract and a silver rune called Steward's Heart. I am now a summoner, and I am ready to see how strong these divine powers can really be. I was thrilled to see that my first talent was a prismatic rune called Demon Contract. This is the strongest early-stage power I could have hoped for. It allows me to trade a portion of my maximum health for talent points to make my summons incredibly strong. Even though this health reduction is permanent, it is a risk I am willing to take because my health will grow as I level up. I also received a silver rune called Steward's Heart, which gives my team special bonuses. When I finished the awakening, my teacher and the temple staff were very disappointed. They think I ruined my future by choosing the summoner class, which they see as weak and useless. To them, a summoner is someone who can't even level up properly or find a team. To change their minds, I showed them my attribute panel. When they saw my S-level talent, they were completely shocked. Being the only person this year with such a high rank, I am now eligible for all the best resources and money from the government. I told my teacher that I trusted my intuition, and having an S-level talent as a summoner is much better than being an average warrior. The news of my S-level talent spread through my class like wildfire. It was funny to watch how quickly everyone's attitude changed. At first, they were making fun of me behind my back, saying I was a waste or that I would be the first S-level failure in history. They were jealous and bitter, claiming they would rather have a low-level warrior job than be a top-tier summoner. However, as soon as I walked back into the room, those same people rushed to me with big smiles. They started acting like my best friends, offering to buy me dinner and asking me to help them in the future. My friend Tao Qian watched this and realized how fake people can be when someone becomes successful. I don't mind their behavior. I know that with my resources and my demon contract, I am going to become stronger than any of them can imagine. After my friend Tao Qian became a monk, I went home to my small, quiet apartment. Since summoners have no guilds and no mentors, I knew I had to figure everything out on my own. I looked at my status and saw I was still level 1 with basic stats. To get started, I opened a dusty old textbook for beginners. It was incredibly discouraging. The author basically told readers to give up on being a summoner immediately because the class is so weak. Ignoring the warning, I went online to buy a skill book. Since summoners are so unpopular, their skills are very cheap. I bought a level 0 skill to summon a goblin for only 500 yuan. When I summoned him, he looked tiny and weak with only 400 health. I knew that no one would want to team up with such a weak creature, so I turned to my demon contract for help. I decided to take a big risk and sacrificed 610 points of my own maximum health to get talent points. I used these points to evolve my goblin. First, he became a goblin warrior, growing taller and stronger. Then, I upgraded him again into an elite goblin warrior. Finally, I spent my last points to turn him into a tier 3 goblin wolf rider. He is now a massive beast with 3,000 health and a powerful charging attack that deals huge damage. Even though I am only level 1, my summon is now strong enough to handle most monsters on his own. I spent some money on a basic staff for myself and a cheap piece of equipment for my wolf rider. To finish my preparations, I used my Heart of the Steward rune. This gave me a special butler bond. Because of this, I was able to promote my goblin wolf rider into a VIP butler. This boosted his health and attack even more and gave him special skill enhancements. I went from having a pathetic little goblin to a high-powered VIP bodyguard in just one afternoon. I'm now ready to enter the abyss and show the world what a summoner can really do. Your goblin wolf rider has equipped the butler emblem. 2 butler bonds activated. You can evolve goblin wolf rider into a VIP butler. Proceed. Yes. Refuse? Impossible. Ding. Your goblin wolf rider has evolved into VIP butler level goblin wolf rider. Skill 4. Wolf Rider Charge. Enhanced Wolf Rider Charge. A bright light shone on the goblin wolf rider. The elite goblin warrior riding the wolf suddenly changed in demeanor. It looked like an upper-class noble. Goblin. Well, it had the air of a noble, but it was still a goblin. Ugly, yet its fur was neatly groomed. Its green face and sharp teeth remained, but its eyes looked polite and refined. Overall, it was strangely out of place. A goblin noble? Hard to imagine, yet it stood right before Zhengyu. He even noticed that the giant wolf now had smooth, shiny fur, like a well-groomed pet from a luxury salon. Zhengyu couldn't bear to look directly. Well, as long as it's stronger, that's what matters. The noble goblin couldn't bear to look directly, but the evolved data made Zhengyu's eyes light up. Summon Beast, VIP Butler Class Goblin Wolf Rider, Level 1, increases with the summoner's level. Health, 3,900, 3,000 base, 620% Butler Bond bonus, 300 Fong Attribute bonus, Attack Power, 120, 23 Summoner's Intelligence, times 5. 0 Coefficient, 5 Fong Attribute, 23 by 0.2 20% Butler Bond bonus. Talent, Tier 3, 100 points away from the next upgrade. Skill I. Jumping Hammer Strike LV.1 leaps high into the air and strikes the enemy with a hammer, dealing 600, 5 by 120 Goblin Attack Power, damage, with a 15% chance to stun the target. Skill 2. Archery Mastery LV.1 shoots an arrow with great accuracy, dealing 600, 5 by 120 Goblin Attack Power, damage. Skill 3. Warrior's Heavy Strike LV.1 The Goblin Warrior charges up an attack, increasing damage with charge time, dealing between 840 to 1,440, 7 by 120 to 12 by 120 Goblin Attack Power, damage. Skill 4. Enhanced Wolf Rider Charge LV.1 The Goblin Wolf Rider charges forward, striking up to 3 targets, dealing 3,120 Goblin attack power, times 25 coefficient, damage. Summoned beast equipment. Sharp Fong, this is what a real summoned beast should be. Zheng Yu couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the stats. A health of 3,900, far higher than even the tank-type paladins. The most terrifying part was the VIP Butler Enhanced skill. 3 targets hit for 3,000 damage each. Before sacrificing his own health, Zheng Yu only had 1,100 HP himself. Who could possibly withstand that kind of charge? He also noticed that the old stone-throwing skill had been replaced with archery mastery. That made sense. After all, as a VIP Butler-class warrior, throwing stones would seem beneath his status. An elite Goblin warrior skilled in archery was much more fitting. No wonder it's a god-level talent. No wonder it's a demon contract. Even though his maximum health had dropped to 490 and could never recover, it was worth it for such a powerful summoned beast. It's time to take a trip to the Abyss. South District, Jiangshui City. Decades ago, this used to be a busy street. Now, it was heavily guarded by the military and turned into an abyss dungeon for beginner adventurers to level up. Even though it was midnight, the place was still brightly lit and crowded with people. Cold Street Abyss. Level 1 Abyss. The Abyss level matched the Adventurer's level. Although it was called a Level 1 Abyss, it actually covered levels 1 to 10. Anyone below level 10 could enter. Once someone exceeded level 10, entering the Cold Street Abyss would trigger a backlash, and the wandering manager butcher of the Abyss would hunt them down. No one really knew which powerful race controlled the Abyss behind the scenes. But as long as they could level up, the low-level adventurers didn't care. Or rather, they had no reason to care. Conspiracies, grand schemes, wars between races, none of that mattered to anyone below level 50. They had only one goal: to level up. Looking for a team. Level 1 Warrior comes with a beginner shield and full set of 5 starter items: armor, shoulder guards, pants, boots, gloves, offering help to clear the easy Cold Spring Abyss. I'm a level 7 Blood Warrior with 4 successful runs in the easy Cold Street Abyss. 2 spots available, 15,000 per run, no bargaining. Fast run through Cold Street Abyss. Need one more warrior, level 3 or higher. Hurry up. Self-organized team. Easy Abyss. Current lineup: 3 level 1 warriors, 1 level 1 priest. Need one more warrior or paladin. New ranger here, looking for help. Level 10 Berserker Warrior, leading a normal Cold Street Abyss run. 100,000 per run, don't miss the chance. As soon as he entered the Abyss Hall, he heard people shouting to form teams, find teammates, or offer paid carries. The big screen in the hall kept scrolling with team-up messages. Posting on the screen cost 100 yuan each time. Not too expensive, but not cheap either. Because you only get one chance to roll. If you see it, it's fate. If not, you have to pay again. Zheng Yu looked around. He found that everyone was looking for warriors. Some teams even had 5 warriors together. No support, no tank, no mage. It was basically a gathering of warriors. Zheng Yu. He heard someone call his name. Turning around, he saw Tao Qian waving at him from the crowd. Several familiar faces stood beside Tao Qian, classmates, about a dozen of them. Why are you so late? We've been here for a long time. Tao Qian and the others had come straight to the Cold Street Abyss right after leaving the temple, wasting almost no time. Did you clear it? Zheng Yu asked. Tao Qian rolled his eyes. Clear it? No way. No one wants to team up. Zheng Yu frowned. You've been here for hours and still no team? Guofeng and Xu Xiaozhan managed to join teams. They're both warriors with B-level talents. Very popular. Xu Xiaozhan even bought a beginner warrior set for 100,000 yuan and got picked up right away. The beginner warrior set had 7 pieces: a sword, shield, armor, shoulder guards, pants, boots, and gloves. Normally, these items were cheap, but since there were too many warriors, demand was high and prices skyrocketed. Why don't you try forming your own team and going in? Zheng Yu asked curiously. He felt that just standing around was a waste of time. Tao Qian sighed helplessly. We don't dare. You didn't see it earlier. A team of total beginners went in, and when they came out, it was a mess. Scared everyone half to death. He still looked shaken as he spoke. Even though there are guides for the Cold Street dungeon, guides are one thing, reality is another. You still need someone experienced to lead. But I just saw a group of level 1 warriors on the big screen looking for teammates. They're just being reckless. If they're not afraid of danger, fine. But I changed classes to live better, not to risk my life in the abyss. I'll wait. I don't believe that a B-level monk like me can't find a team. Jingyu asked, how about? I take you with me? Tao Qian grinned. I was waiting for you to say that. With your S-level talent, we won't have any trouble finding teammates. Tao Qian could have found a team on his own. Monks were more useful in the early stages than mages or rangers, and with his B-level talent, he could easily join a team without paying. But he had been waiting for Zhengyu. With Zhengyu around, the team would definitely be strong, and success would be guaranteed. Tao Qian quickly said, then let's post a message and find 2 strong teammates. Let's clear it fast. Zhengyu interrupted him. I want to compete for the ranking. Tao Qian froze for a moment. Then he looked at Zhengyu seriously. Although he had always supported him, this was no small matter. Are you confident? Zhengyu didn't waste words. Absolutely. All right then. Tao Qian gritted his teeth and decided to trust him this time. Competing for the ranking meant fighting for a place on the level leaderboard. Every year, on the day new players changed classes, the sanctuary opened a special ranking list. It lasted for 1 month, tracking how much new players could level up. After a month, the list would close, and the sanctuary would give out rewards. There would also be extra prizes at the city and provincial levels. Zhengyu needed money, and since he had already revealed his S-level talent, he needed to be as high profile as possible to attract attention. His goal was simple, to earn more money. Zhengyu had done his research in advance, learning about the competition rules, timing, and dungeon rewards. To gain more experience quickly, he needed to enter the abyss. Up to 5 people could go in at once. The more people there were, the stronger the monsters became, and the more experience they gave. When people said solo run, it didn't mean going in completely alone. It meant taking 4 teammates who mostly watched and cheered while the leader did the fighting. The leader got most of the experience points. The teammates didn't take any share of the experience. Instead, their presence made the dungeon harder, giving Zhengyu even more experience. That was how he could maximize his gains. Of course, that only worked if he was strong enough. Tao Qian chose to believe in Zhengyu. After Zhengyu made his decision, Tao Qian immediately shouted to the crowd, S-level talent player competing for the ranking. Need 3 support teammates. First-class players preferred. Join fast. Someone's going for the leaderboard? Who is it? They say it's someone with an S-level talent. So strong? Does our Jianshui city even have an S-level professional? You don't know? It's already on social media. Zhengyu from number 1 high school, an S-level summoner. What? You heard right, a summoner. Huh. And he wants to compete for the leaderboard? I thought it was some big shot. Turns out he's just showing off. A summoner? People still choose that class these days. Come on. Even if he's a summoner, he's still S-level. Why are you all only focusing on his class? Let me put it this way. If Zhengyu wants to form a team, I'd join right away. Even as a summoner, an S-level talent can't be weak. But he's aiming for the leaderboard. You know what that means? He'll take 4 low-level players, keep most of the experience for himself, and solo a level 1 dungeon. If he were a warrior, I'd be all in. But since he's a summoner, I doubt he has that kind of strength. To be honest, he probably doesn't have what it takes to compete. His overconfidence might even get himself and his teammates in trouble. You've got a point. Sigh, I thought I could catch a free ride. Many people were watching, but no one joined. Everyone was waiting to see what would happen. Most didn't believe in Zhengyu. These people are blind, Tao Qian muttered. Seeing no response, he turned to his classmates. They quietly took a step back. Zhengyu and Tao Qian, who knew that half a step back could hurt so much. Tao Qian said angrily, forget it. I won't count on these cowards. I'll post a message and see if any brave ones show up. Zhengyu didn't argue. Since Tao Qian used the word brave, it was clear that before Zhengyu showed his strength, joining him in the dungeon really did take courage. He sent out a public message. S-level professional going for the leaderboard, looking for 3 teammates. Number 1 high school players get priority. Join quickly, and just like before, the result was immediate. A flood of private messages came in, asking about the details and the price. But when they saw what kind of profession Zhengyu, the team leader, had, everyone immediately went quiet. An assassin sent Zhengyu a private message. Kuing, assassin, are you really an S-level talent? Zhengyu, summoner, yes. Kuing, assassin, then could you lower the price a bit? I really don't have much money. Would 5,000 be okay? Zheng Yu turned to ask Tao Qian, what's the market price for a level 1 abyss run with a carry? 15,000. Even if the person just tags along, they still get a lot of experience, so the price stays the same. Zheng Yu nodded and sent a message back to the assassin. Zheng Yu, summoner sure. Just send the request. The price didn't matter much to him. After all, no one else dared to team up with him. Once you entered the abyss, you couldn't leave until you cleared it. If something went wrong, it meant death. Zheng Yu didn't want to waste any more time waiting. Kuing, assassin, thank you so much. Soon, an assassin joined the team. Kuing, assassin master, I see there's still space. I have a friend, can she join too? Zheng Yu, summoner sure. Kuing, assassin smiling emoji. Thanks. I'll invite her right now. Zheng Yu, summoner okay. Even though Zheng Yu's replies were short and cold, Kuing didn't mind. She was just happy to find such an affordable team. Watching the chat, Wenrin Qingyu muttered, this guy, trying to act all mysterious. Huh? Wait, Xiaoying, are you really joining this team? Isn't it too dangerous? A lot of people are afraid to go with them. Kuing didn't answer. She simply opened her mobile banking app and showed her tiny balance. This is all I have left. Unless you have a better idea? The two of them had been trying to find a team all day. No one wanted to team up with assassins unless they paid. And since they were both assassins, a simple dungeon run cost 15,000 for one person. For two, that was 30,000. Seeing Wenrin Qingyu's worry, Kuing comforted her. Trust me, I don't think anything will go wrong. Think about it. This Zheng Yu has S-level talent. Geniuses are the least likely to take reckless risks. It's the desperate ones who do that. The more talented someone is, the more they value their life. Besides, where else can we find such a cheap team? Wenrin Qingyu thought what Kuing said made some sense, but she still replied, I hope so. Let's just hope this won't be our last trip into the abyss. Kuing wasn't as pessimistic as Wenrin Qingyu. Smiling, she said, there's always danger. Going in as a team can be even riskier, since you never know if your teammates are reliable, unless it's a group that's already worked well together. Hiring someone to lead us is risky too. What if they make a mistake? At least Zheng Yu has an S-level talent. That's a good guarantee. I think he's more trustworthy than most. The reason it's hard for professionals to level up is that abyss dungeons can't be exited quickly. When danger appears, you must leave combat before you can escape the abyss. To leave combat, you either have to disappear from the monster's sight or defeat them. Both are difficult. Usually, if you make a mistake, the abyss monsters will cling to you, making it impossible to escape, and that means death. Of course, there are revival and teleportation items, but they cost a fortune. Even high-level professionals can't always afford them, let alone beginners. So, there are only 3 kinds of people who can level up quickly: those who don't fear death, those who are truly strong, and those who are rich. The rest, like Zheng Yu, are afraid of dying in the abyss, so they need a good team. But good teams don't want them, so they just wait awkwardly, wasting a whole day. Their first day was probably just to test their luck. After a few days, they'd likely pay someone to guide them. After all, 15,000 isn't too expensive. Most families could manage it if they really tried. After Kuing and Wenrin Qingyu entered, Tao Qian called over a friend. A tall, well-built young man who looked a few years older than Tao Qian and Zheng Yu. Tao Qian introduced him to Zheng Yu first. This is my coach, Wu Zong. He's 3 years older than me and also graduated from our school. Like me, he's a monk. He stayed at level 1 because his family couldn't afford to support him. Then he introduced Zheng Yu to Wu Zong. This is our captain. He has an S-level talent. Zheng Yu nodded politely in greeting. Wu Zong, however, looked a little hesitant, especially when he saw the team setup. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. A summoner, a monk, and 2 assassins. All of them were level 1. If there had been a warrior or a priest, it would have seemed normal. But this lineup was far from normal. Still, walking the path of a professional had always been his dream. He just needed a chance, so he gritted his teeth and decided to take the risk. Even if Zheng Yu failed, after years of training, he was confident he could retreat safely from the abyss. The most important thing was, it was cheap. It only cost 5,000 yuan. His monthly salary after tax was just over 3,000. At the original price of 15,000 per run, he would have had to save for half a year. Becoming a professional would cost even more later on, and since he wasn't in a money-making class like a warrior, he had to spend his savings carefully. So, the team was formed. The leader was an S-rank summoner, his trusted friend, Tao Qian, and 3 broke strangers who cared more about earning money than safety. Together, they made a team. "I'm going in," Zheng Yu said through the team voice chat. Tao Qian, Monk LV.1 Gagogo. Kuing, Assassin LV.1 Good Luck. Wenrin Qingyu, Assassin LV.11 Wu Zong. Monk LV.1 I'm ready, we can enter. Following the system prompt, Zheng Yu selected the Cold Street Abyss. 5 beams of light fell, and Zheng Yu, Tao Qian, Kuing, Wenrin Qingyu, and Wu Zong disappeared from sight. Their classmates, watching Zheng Yu vanish, began to talk. Zheng Yu really found for randoms? Is he seriously going for the ranking? I thought he was joking. Let's wait and see if he comes out lying flat or proves us all wrong. We'll have to wait until tomorrow. The fastest record for the Cold Street dungeon is 4 hours and 41 minutes. Since Zheng Yu's a summoner, it'll probably take longer. My guess is 8 hours. Just clearing it would already be impressive. I bet he won't make it. Huh, that would be something. The first S-rank talent dying in a level 1 Abyss dungeon. That'd be big news. Can't you hope for something better? Zheng Yu is the only S-rank talent in Jianshui City. That's something to be proud of. It's not my honor, so why should I care about him? If I had an S-level talent, I'd be stronger than he is. Exactly. He's just a summoner. How far can he really go? They would never dare say such things in front of Zheng Yu. But since he wasn't around, they spoke freely. While they were busy talking out of jealousy, Zheng Yu and his team had already entered the Cold Street Abyss. Whoosh, a cold wind blew past. So cold. I'm freezing. Tao Qian shouted, quickly pulling a coat from his inventory and putting it on. Zheng Yu also took out his prepared military coat, gloves, and thick hat, wrapping himself tightly. He then noticed the 2 female assassins who had just joined the team. Kuing was small and looked very young. If not for the rule that one could only change classes after becoming an adult, he might have thought she was still a teenager. Wenrin Qingyu looked like a typical recent high school graduate, full of youthful energy. With 2 girls of such different styles in the team, the gloomy dungeon didn't feel quite so dull. Zheng Yu turned to Wu Zong, Kuing, and Wenrin Qingyu. You all know the rules, right? Wu Zong nodded. Kuing, who was more talkative, said, Yes, we just watch. You handle the monsters and clear the dungeon. We won't pick up loot, wander off, bother you, or steal kills. Wenrin Qingyu asked curiously, We understand the rules, but I'm really curious. How can a summoner clear an abyss dungeon alone? Zheng Yu smiled. How else? Of course, with summoned beasts. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a glowing summoning circle appeared. A deep wolf's howl echoed from within the circle. When the light faded, a huge wolf stood before them. A goblin warrior sat proudly on its back. He bowed politely to Zheng Yu, his movements refined and precise, like a noble gentleman. After greeting his master, he nodded politely to Tao Qian and Wenrin Qingyu as well. Tao Qian exclaimed, Wow, I think this goblin actually has more class than I do. Wu Zong replied flatly, No need to think about it, it really does. He looks like a noble gentleman. Such a strange feeling, a polite goblin. Kuing looked up and down at the goblin wolf rider. His gaze was a bit bold, and the giant wolf glared at him. The goblin gently stroked the wolf's head to calm it down. It felt like they were saying, Don't be rude to the lady. This feeling was very strange and out of place. Most importantly, this goblin and giant wolf didn't just seem like gentlemen. They also had a powerful aura that made it hard for anyone to fight back. Wow, 3,900 health points. 120 attack power. At this moment, Tao Qian finally saw the goblin's stats. 3,900 health points were acceptable. Even a level 1 holy knight with a bull profession had over 3,000 health. But the problem was the attack power, 120. Tao Qian looked at his own strength, which was only 13. A single powerful strike could deal about 200 damage, but this goblin alone had an attack power of 120. Tao Qian then said, You go. So you really weren't bragging. Just seeing the goblin wolf rider's stats, he already knew this dungeon was probably going to be easy. Zheng Yu asked confusedly, You thought I was bragging all along? Then why did you come in with me? Tao Qian chuckled, I think bragging is one thing, but trusting a friend is another. At this moment, the sound of ice shards breaking echoed around the cold street. Some frozen corpses appeared from both sides of the street. Abyss monster, cold corpse, level, LV1, health, 500, attack, 20, skill I, biting, skill 2, slow aura. With the appearance of the cold corpses, the temperature dropped a few more degrees. Tao Qian and the others instinctively moved back behind Zhengyu, both to avoid competing for experience and to protect themselves. Even though the cold corpses had 500 health and 20 attack power, there were many of them. Suddenly, nearly 7 or 8 cold corpses appeared from both sides of the street. They retreated to watch the battle. The elite goblin warrior took out a longbow from his back, sat on the giant wolf without moving, aimed, and shot. Whoosh! The arrow accurately hit the closest cold zombie. Snap! The arrow sounded like it shattered a block of ice, directly hitting the head and causing an instant kill. A damage number floated above the cold zombie's head. -693. Kill cold zombie, LV.1. Gain 7 experience points. Wow! Wu Zong, who had been silent, couldn't help but be surprised by the damage number that appeared. It was really too high. To them, the arrow shot by the goblin seemed like a normal attack, but it was actually caused by a skill in archery mastery. Dealing nearly 700 damage in one hit and instantly killing the zombie was quite unbelievable. Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing Yu exchanged a glance. They understood each other perfectly. They guessed right. This summoner is a real asset. And with the speed of killing zombies instantly, breaking records wouldn't be an exaggeration. They had watched videos of other players clearing the abyss of cold zombies, but none had been so easy to kill so quickly. The cold zombies had a slowing aura that limited the warrior's speed. With 500 health, a warrior's attack couldn't kill them in one hit. The first wave of 12 zombies would have to be fought carefully. Even half an hour for the first wave was considered fast. But here, the goblin warrior had shot 4 arrows in just a few seconds, killing 4 zombies in a row. They had cleared 12 zombies in less than 3 minutes. This is too crazy. Is the summoner really that strong? When Ren Qingyu finally let go of her prejudice against summoners and instead looked deeply curious. Why do people say summoners are weak if they're so powerful? Next to her, Tao Qian said proudly, "It's not that summoners are weak, it's that my buddy is strong." At this moment, Zhengyu was also thinking about the damage. Based on the numbers and skill coefficients, mastery in archery could shoot out 600 damage per arrow, and 600 was just the theoretical damage. Actual damage would also depend on the opponent's armor and level. The cold zombies were also level 1, so their level didn't suppress damage. Their armor would reduce some damage. But the damage dealt was actually as high as 700 points. Could it be because of a headshot? Zhengyu guessed. Theoretical damage and actual damage are definitely different. A headshot might be the reason for the increased damage. Because the cold zombie moves very slowly, the goblin warrior can almost shoot it in the head with each arrow, taking down one small cold zombie at a time. -666. You have defeated a level 1 cold zombie, gaining 8 experience points. -711. You have defeated a level 1 cold zombie, gaining 9 experience points. -705. You have defeated a level 1 cold zombie, gaining 8 experience points. -619. You have defeated a level 1 cold zombie, gaining 7 experience points. -659. You have defeated. None of the cold zombies managed to get close to the goblin before being shot down by continuous arrows. -782. The last arrow hit right in the forehead. You have defeated a level 1 cold zombie, gaining 8 experience points. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level, LV1, LV2, 200 experience points needed to level up. Health, 410, 510. Magic power, 161, 70. Intelligence, 23, 26. Strength, 13, 14. Level up. Zhengyu felt happy inside. Leveling up means his health maximum increases. As long as he gathers a bit more, he can continue to improve his summoning beast talents. The deep area of the Cold Street Abyss is very large. You need to cross the frozen streets, then go deeper into the alley to find the boss. They are currently at the entrance of Cold Street. After killing 8 cold zombies, Zhengyu waited at the first intersection according to the Abyss strategy for a few minutes. According to the guide, There is a level 4 cold zombie in the shop here. If we don't wait for it to come out and just pass by, we'll be ambushed by abyss monsters ahead and the level 4 cold zombie here. The cold street strategy is a required lesson for every Jiangshui City student. For Zhengyu, the cold street strategy is almost as deeply ingrained in his mind as the classic poem Shu Dao Nan. Sure enough, after 2 minutes, the ground began to freeze. A huge cold zombie emerged from a shop. Deep Abyss Monster, Cold Corpse Level, LV4 Health, 2000 Attack Power, 80 Skill I, Biting Skill 2, Slow Aura Skill 3, Ice Axe Throw, Roar. The Level 4 Cold Corpse growled softly, warning the Goblin Wolf Cavalry that entered its territory. Clatter. Other nearby shops also made strange noises as nearly a dozen cold corpses emerged from dark corners. Wow, so many, Tao Qian exclaimed. Next to him, Wu Zong said, no wonder many teams didn't want to team up with me before. Turns out I really don't have much use. Both Tao Qian and Wu Zong, who is 3 years older than them, were entering the deep abyss for the first time. They had only learned about the abyss from videos and online pictures before. They thought that the teams that didn't want to team up with them were just being overly cautious. They believed that the adventurers who died in the abyss were just too clumsy. But after experiencing it firsthand, they finally understood how difficult the abyss really was. In other words, without Zhengyu, they probably couldn't even handle the first wave of cold corpses, let alone this level 4 cold corpse with 2000 health. Tao Qian, Wu Zong, Ku Ying, and Wen Rinxinyu quickly retreated from the battlefield, staying far away from the level 4 cold corpse. I finally understand why Zhengyu wants to compete for the top spot. Those people don't believe anymore. Just this level 4 cold corpse alone is more than we, level 1 players, can handle. Tao Qian looked at the huge, chilling cold corpse and said with lingering fear, good thing we retreated quickly. Wu Zong nodded and said, that's why I trust you. If I had known you weren't confident, I wouldn't have come in. He then chuckled. Luckily, I came in with you. Who would have thought a summoner could be so strong? Wu Zong looked like he had gained something. Although the level 4 cold corpse was powerful, it faced a Goblin Wolf Cavalry that could deal over 700 damage with a single hit. The Goblin Wolf Cavalry had hardly moved since the fight started, just standing in place and shooting arrows, killing many cold corpses. That's impressive, when Rin Xinyu, who had always looked down on Summoner Zhengyu, also praised. She looked at the level 4 cold zombie's stats and asked curiously, now I really doubt whether those soldiers outside with people can actually beat this cold zombie. The person answering her was Zhengyu, sitting nearby. That's a bit awkward to say, but although this zombie looks fierce, its attack power is only 80, so even with one skill, it can only deal about 400 or 500 damage. Those soldiers outside, charging extra for new players, are usually not alone. There are at least 2 soldiers, plus a paladin or a priest to help. While they can't kill the zombie instantly, they are not very agile, and pulling it around isn't hard. Hearing Zhengyu's detailed explanation, Wen Rinxinyu only wanted to know one thing. Why are you here too? Zhengyu shrugged. Can I be here? Wen Rinxinyu said. You can, but it's strange. It feels like the person leading us is that Goblin Wolf rider, not you. They were far from the battle area, just quietly watching as bystanders. Unexpectedly, the person responsible for leading them was also here, and even more comfortably resting than they were. He was really lying down. No idea where he got that lounge chair from. Zhengyu lay on the chair, smiling, and said, you're right. The one leading you is this Goblin Wolf rider. I'm a summoner. Maybe because he's never interacted with a summoner before. The feeling of being carried by a summoned beast along with a teammate was quite new. Tao Qian stared at Zhengyu's lounge chair and asked, where did you get that chair? Brought it from home. My inventory has plenty of space. Just one? Just one, but I have another at home. I'll bring it next time. Okay, that chair looks pretty comfortable. It's okay. Next time, I plan to bring my lazy sofa too. By the way, do you want some coffee? Do you have hot water? I filled a pot earlier. Since the deep abyss in Cold Street is pretty cold, I think hot water is necessary. Or maybe you just enjoy it. Watching Tao Qian and Zhengyu talk casually, the other 3 people looked at them with strange expressions. Is this the deep abyss? Why do they feel like you two are on vacation? Bringing tea too? Zhengyu looked up and asked, do you want some hot tea? Wu Zong, Ku Ying, and Wen Rinxinyu said, Give me some. Then, a strange scene appeared in the cold street abyss. Ahead, goblin wolf riders were shooting arrows at cold corpses, fighting fiercely. Behind them, a group of young men and women were holding teapots, chatting and laughing. This was more out of place than the polite goblins. Zhengyu sat drinking tea, gaining experience points quickly. Minus 694. Killed a level 1 cold corpse, gained 9 experience points. Minus 777. Killed a level 1 cold corpse, gained 8 experience points. Minus 782. Killed a level 1 cold corpse, gained 9 experience points. After leveling up, the goblin's precise arrow attacks also became stronger. He killed all the nearby cold corpses. The level 4 cold corpse finally couldn't stay still. It threw a spinning ice axe at the goblin. Whoosh! The ice axe missed. It turned out the goblin had already gathered his bow and arrow, leaping suddenly to dodge the ice axe, then jumping directly in front of the level 4 cold corpse. He swung his hammer forcefully at the corpse's head. Bang! Minus 890. A powerful hammer strike cut down more than half of the corpse's health. The leap attack's damage was similar to the arrow shot, but this time it was more accurate, hitting the head. Close-range damage was indeed higher than long-range damage. Stun. Hitting the head precisely triggered a stun. The cold corpse was slow anyway, and this hit made it stand still. The goblin warrior held a heavy hammer, his right arm bulging with muscle. Taking advantage of the stun time, he charged up. Heavy hammer strike. Bang. Minus 1,750. A fatal. The damage overflowed. The level 4 cold corpse was smashed into 2 pieces. Killed a level 4 cold corpse. Gained 72 experience points. His experience points increased a lot. With another wave of abyssal cold monsters, he could reach level 3. Leveling up early was very fast. Usually, completing a simple dungeon could get you to level 4. Zhengyu's way of leveling up with a side character was even faster. 1750 damage. Tao Xuan's hot tea spilled half of it. Isn't this goblin a new summon? So strong. Tao Xian could still stay calm before, but when he saw the goblin wolf rider hit with a hammer, dealing nearly 3,000 damage in total, he couldn't hold back anymore. This probably can instantly kill a level 1 knight. Kuing also looked surprised. No need to guess. Level 1 knights have about 3,000 health, but I think they haven't even gotten close enough to attack before being shot by my brother Yu's goblin. Seeing their surprise, Zhengyu felt it was okay. After all, this was a full-powered strike. If the damage wasn't high, it would be a shame about the 15% chance of stunning. The skill, Warrior's Strike, combined with the stun effect of Jumping Hammer, allowed him to charge up power perfectly. A hit with a 12x multiplier, plus various bonuses, caused this damage, which was within Zheng Yu's expectations. Then, the Goblin Wolf Rider finished off the remaining cold corpses. A total of 14 level 1 cold corpses, earning 112 experience points. One level 4 cold corpse gave 72 experience points. Almost enough to level up. The only regret was that the level 4 cold corpse didn't drop any equipment. Minus 778. Killed cold corpse, LV1, gained 8 experience points. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level, LV2 LV3, 349 experience points needed to level up. Health, 510 640. Magic, 170 180. Intelligence, 2631. Strength, 1415. After re-entering Cold Street, they encountered another wave of level 1 cold corpses and easily defeated them, leveling up. The Goblin Wolf Rider's level also increased to 3, with health rising to 4,500 and attack power increased to 160, thanks to Zheng Yu's intelligence boost. Now, the Goblin Wolf Rider can shoot out damage of 900 with one arrow. Thanks to precise shooting, cold corpses are almost instantly killed as soon as they appear. They moved quickly, crushing everything in their path. The only downside was that the experience gained was a bit low. Each cold corpse only gave 7 to 8 experience points. Occasionally, I encounter level 3 or 4 cold zombies, but these are very rare cases. Level 3 cold zombies give 30 to 40 experience points. Level 4 cold zombies give 70 to 80 experience points. After a few waves of cold zombies, we reached deep into the cold street, right at the place where the final boss appears. If it weren't for the large map of the cold street, which wastes time running around, and the slow movement of the zombies that need to be waited for to respawn, we could have finished even faster. Along the way, Zheng Yu and the others walked and stopped. A goblin cavalry with wolves led the way, shooting small cold zombies with each arrow. No matter how many zombies appeared, they couldn't reach them. After all, the zombie's speed is only a little faster than walking. This is the final spot, Tao Qian said, looking at the park in the middle of the cold street. Zheng Yu nodded seriously and said, "Let's start the action." Got it. Wu Zong took out a grill from his inventory, skillfully opened it, and Tao Qian set up the fire to burn charcoal. He asked nervously, "Old Wu, are you really good at making barbecue?" "Don't worry. Before I became a coach, I worked as a barbecue chef for 3 months. All right, I'll leave it to you." Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing, you weren't idle either. They started setting up small tables. Wen Rinqing Yu was in charge of making tea, and Ku Ying prepared snacks and arranged plates. As for Zheng Yu, he took out a lounge chair and lay down comfortably. Although the cold wind in the cold street was chilly, the heater next to Zheng Yu kept him warm enough to avoid the cold. Tao Qian, while burning charcoal, said, "I've checked here. No zombies will respawn. It's definitely safe." They were on the roof of a small house near the Central Park. Zheng Yu brought not only tea but also instant noodles, a grill, snacks, and even meat skewers. The abyss would take at least 3 hours to clear. Summoners don't need to fight themselves, so why freeze here? So Zheng Yu almost emptied his fridge and even took the barbecue grill and heater from the downstairs old man's place. He aimed for the best comfort. Wen Rinqing Yu, while making tea, whispered to Ku Ying, "Is this really okay?" Ku Ying rolled her eyes and replied, "Who does it hurt? Do you think we're disrespecting the zombies? Or do you think the barbecue tastes bad?" Wen Rinqing Yu was silent for a long time before saying, "It just feels very unrealistic." Ku Ying agreed, saying, "Not just unrealistic. I never thought I would clear the abyss in this way, even in my dreams." Wu Zong also chimed in, "From now on, if anyone says summoners are weak, I will be the first to oppose. I already told you, right? The strong one is Zheng Yu, not the summoner." Tao Qian joined the conversation. Wu Zong shook his head. "No, I mean even if the warrior is strong, he can't be eating barbecue while passing through the abyss. Why don't you let a warrior try passing through while lying down?" Even if the martial god Nan Muyun came, seeing this scene, he'd probably say, "What the heck?" Tao Qian nodded. "That's a good point." Ku Ying said, "Exactly." Wen Rinqing Yu added, "Wu Gu, after you finish grilling, take a photo for me. I'll post it on social media after we finish the dungeon." Zheng Yu, nearby, overheard their chat and turned to Wen Rinqing Yu. "Send me a copy too once you've taken it. I want to post it as well." "Sure. Come on, great one. Look here." Wen Rinqing Yu took a photo of Zheng Yu first. In the picture, Zheng Yu is lying on a lounge chair, drinking hot coffee, looking very relaxed. Below, Wen Rinqing Yu added a caption: "Abyss, coffee, barbecue, cold corpse, and the great Zheng Yu." Tao Qian's charcoal fire hadn't fully ignited yet, but the noise from downstairs was already starting to stir. Continuous sounds of ice forming came from deep within the park's forest. A layer of shiny ice crystals was clearly visible on the ground. This is the first wave. Zheng Yu sipped his hot coffee and watched the scene below the park. Summoners don't need to operate constantly, just simple actions. They only need to do 2 things. First, give commands to their summoned creatures. Second, find a safe place to hide and protect themselves. The rest is left to the summoned creatures. It's an incredibly simple profession to operate. Bang! The first to emerge was a level 5 cold corpse. A level 5 cold corpse has 2,500 health points. It's large in size, with a wide slowdown aura. Even goblin wolf riders more than 100 meters away can be slowed down. You see, the elite goblin warrior draws his bow and shoots an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow hits the cold corpse right in the forehead. It's a headshot, but the enemy isn't dead yet. Minus 928. A nearly 1,000-point high damage appears, reducing the cold corpse's health by more than a third. Whoosh! The precise arrow shot has no skill cooldown, so as long as he has stamina, he can keep shooting. The shooting speed depends on the goblin's agility. A second arrow follows immediately. Minus 901. With level 3 arrow skills, the minimum damage is about 848, plus the headshot bonus, minus the cold corpse's ice armor resistance. Each hit can deal over 900 damage. Whoosh. Another arrow. Minus 910. 3 arrows are enough to kill a level 5 cold corpse. Defeated a level 5 cold corpse. Gained 105 experience points. Wow, so strong. Wu Zong, who is in charge of roasting meat nearby, can't help but admire what he sees. Wu Zong has studied the Cold Street Abyss longer than Zheng Yu and Tao Qian, since the entire Jiangshui city only has one level 1 abyss, the Cold Street Abyss. He has looked at many strategies for the Cold Street Abyss over the past 3 years. He remembers clearly that after entering the Central Park, you will encounter a level 5 cold corpse. You must not let it get close. Instead, use the surrounding buildings to fight it around. Otherwise, if you get slowed down by its aura, and with 2,500 health and 100 attack power, the cold corpse could wipe out the entire team. That's the first big challenge of the Cold Street Abyss. How to quickly kill a level 5 cold corpse. But seeing the 3 arrows instantly kill it, the level 5 cold corpse that had barely moved. No strategy or team formation can compare to the straightforwardness of the Goblin's 3 arrows. Is the S-rank talent really that powerful? He remembers that several S-rank talented players have come out of Jiangshui City, but none seem as overpowered as this. At this moment, the level 5 cold corpse has already died. The first wave of cold corpses, which should have appeared along with it, has just started to show itself. Roar! The cold corpse that just came out of the forest in the park hadn't even roared yet when it was headshot by an arrow. Whoosh. Minus 941. Whoosh. Minus 909. Whoosh. Minus 932. It was almost a crushing victory. Goblin Wolf Cavalry must not let the cold corpses appear for more than 3 seconds. If they show themselves, they get shot with an arrow. It's clean, quick, and decisive. The first wave is defeated. My level immediately increases to level 4. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level LV3 LV4. 600 experience points needed to level up. Health 64810. Magic 18190. Intelligence 3137. Strength 1516. Zheng Yu realizes that leveling up is very important for him. Not only does his health increase, but his skill damage also gets stronger. As his intelligence rises, his basic damage increases, and his skill multiplier improves. Now, with precise archery, he can theoretically deal 1,000 damage, and the actual damage is even higher. This surpasses the standard for his level. Most importantly, as long as Zheng Yu hides well, abyss monsters won't attack him. If I want to challenge difficult or nightmare-level abyss dungeons, goblins need to become even stronger. Maybe I should go all in. Zheng Yu didn't dare to go all in before. He was worried his health was too low, and if an abyss monster touched him, he would die instantly. Another reason was that upgrading his 3rd-tier goblin talent to the 4th tier costs 100 talent points. His health limit isn't high enough yet. Once I level up one more time, it should be enough. Zheng Yu decides to go all in, preparing for the challenge of the difficult level Cold Street Abyss. Delicious. Tao Qian makes a pig-like squeal. Ugh, with a glass of white liquor, it's so satisfying. You know, even though the meat is just okay and the wine isn't great, eating a meal like this in the abyss feels better than outside. Tao Qian brought the wine, saying it was to boost his courage because he's pretty afraid of dying. Wu Zong grilled the meat, but neither of them argued about the average meat and poor quality wine comment. Because it was Zheng Yu who said that. Who dares to argue? Downstairs, a goblin with a gentlemanly look is dealing with the fallen, undead cold corpses around the Central Park. Upstairs, a group of young boys and girls are happily having a barbecue and eating meat. No one would think this place is a deep abyss. After the second wave ends, we need to wait 20 minutes. The third wave of cold zombies and the boss will all come out of the forest. Once we finish the third wave, it will be over, Wu Zong said while roasting skewers. Rin when Qinjiu asked, why don't we just go into the forest directly? You can tell you didn't read the guide carefully, Ku Ying, who was eating eagerly, replied. This is a simple level of the Cold Street Abyss. You just need to wait at the Central Park. Going into the forest wastes more time. Ku Ying is right. There must be something in Central Park that attracts these cold zombies, making them gather here on their own. So waiting here is the fastest way to clear the simple cold street abyss. I see. When Kinju nodded as if she understood, then stuffed a skewer into her mouth. Clearly, she wasn't very concerned. Tao Qian asked curiously, "You don't look at the guide at all, and you still want to become a professional?" When Kinju glanced indifferently at Kuing beside her. With Kuing, the top student, here, why should I look at the guide? Anyway, I can't understand it, and I won't remember it even if I do. Better not to look. Her lazy attitude drew admiring looks from everyone. So let's speed up. After 20 minutes, the fight ends, and we go out. Zheng Yu interrupted. Okay, everyone agreed. Since Zheng Yu said it would end in 20 minutes, it definitely would. No mistakes. For Zheng Yu, the simple difficulty of the Cold Street Abyss was no challenge at all. At this moment, Wu Zong asked, "You won't challenge the simple level next time, right?" It was an obvious question. Zheng Yu shook his head. I think I'll increase the difficulty. If it weren't for the fact that beginners must challenge the simple level once, Zheng Yu would probably choose normal or hard right away. According to market prices, 100,000 for a normal dungeon. I've saved some money over the years. Can I afford the next one? Can I join you then? Wu Zong asked seriously. He had to cling to Zheng Yu. Although anyone would be willing to take him along with the money in his pocket, Zheng Yu is capable of breaking speedrun records. The Holy Palace rewards the teams that finish the fastest and set new records. This reward is very helpful for professionals. If you think the price is too low, you can raise it. I can also lend some money, Wu Zong asked nervously. He knew that once they escaped from the abyss, Zheng Yu, who set the record, would definitely embarrass everyone. And if he entered the abyss again, the price would go up. Many people, including some wealthy and influential professionals, would team up with Zheng Yu. So what if he got embarrassed? For a record, what does face matter? But Zheng Yu just smiled and shook his head. This made Wu Zong feel cold inside. Sure enough, you can only get lucky once. Just when Wu Zong was feeling down, he heard Zheng Yu say, 10,000 is not enough. Let's make it 300,000. This left Wu Zong speechless. Even Tao Qian couldn't help but say, "Brother, that's a bit too expensive." Kuing smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, it's not too much. Based on Zheng Yu's speed in the abyss, I think he can set a record in normal level dungeons too. Many people are willing to pay 300,000 for a record." Ren Wenqingyu just looked at Zheng Yu without speaking, seeming to sense something. Zheng Yu looked innocent and said, "Clearing a nightmare-level dungeon, 300,000 isn't expensive, right?" That's true. The reward for a normal-level record is quite generous. Wait a minute. Wu Zong finally realized what was happening. You mean a nightmare? Zheng Yu nodded. Yes, I plan to challenge the nightmare level next. I heard that so far, no one has cleared the nightmare abyss in Han Street. I want to try. If I succeed, not only will I be the first, but I can also break the record. The first clear reward, Nightmare Dungeon Reward, Record-Breaking Reward. 3 rewards in total. 300,000. Is that expensive? Wu Zong immediately shook his head and said quickly, "Not expensive. Not at all. But, are you really going to take me along?" Wu Zong was a bit skeptical, since Nightmare Level Abyss was very difficult. Not to mention the abyss in Jiangshui City. Even in the central area where talented people gather, many Nightmare Abyss levels haven't been cleared yet. Zheng Yu smiled and said, "As long as you're not afraid, I will take you." Wu Zong quickly expressed his willingness, afraid of missing out. Are you really not afraid? This is a nightmare-level abyss. Zheng Yu looked at Wu Zong. Wu Zong chuckled and said, "What's there to be afraid of? You're not afraid, so I won't be either." This was no longer just a gamble, but a rare opportunity. Wu Zong wasn't afraid that Zheng Yu couldn't handle the nightmare-level abyss. He was afraid of regret. Once this chance was missed, it might never come again. After Zheng Yu finished speaking, he looked up and asked Kuing and Wenren Qingyu, "What are your plans?" Wenren Qingyu immediately said, "We're willing. Not afraid. 30,000. No, 60,000 for both of us. I'll transfer it to you soon." Beside them, Kuing whispered, "But we don't have any money." Wenren Qingyu glanced at Kuing. "Are you really that naive? Just take a loan. When we didn't know Zheng Yu's strength before, you dared to gamble. Now you're afraid." Kuing nodded but still asked Zheng Yu a question. "Why are you still willing to take us along?" Actually, this was also what Wu Zong and Wenren Qingyu wanted to know. They all looked at Zheng Yu. Even Tao Qian wanted to know. After all, for a nightmare-level dungeon, Even if Zhengyu asked for 1 million, some people could pay. Zhengyu explained, "It's simple. I just don't want others to get this benefit easily." Zhengyu was actually quite stingy. When he first recruited teammates, those people looked on coldly, refused, watched the show, and even made comments that were almost insulting. Zhengyu remembered all of it. Why should they get a bargain? What I want is for them to regret not teaming up with me. I want them to never have a choice again. I'm a very stingy person. If they didn't treat me well before, then they shouldn't get involved with me in the future. Setting the record for clearing the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss first? Not their turn. Even the historical record? Not theirs either. Zhengyu looked at Kuing, Wu Zong, and the others, smiling as he said, "Besides, you all have special skills. You can make tea, grill meat, understand manners, and look good. Why should I bother myself by adding more unruly, ugly, and cowardly teammates?" Zhengyu was very straightforward. Finding new teammates might not be as obedient as these three. Kung nodded and said, "That's right. Let them not team up with Lord Zhengyu." Roar. Suddenly, a loud roar came from deep within the forest. Everyone looked toward the forest. The last wave of cold corpses is coming. Deep Abyss Monster, Boss Cold Corpse, level, LV7, health, 11,000, attack power, 150, skill, level 3 Slow Aura, skill 2, Ice Shockwave, skill 3, Reinforced Ice Armor, skill 4, Summon Swarm of Corpses. Finally, the boss Cold Corpse appears in the deep abyss of Cold Street, accompanied by 2 level 5 Cold Corpses, 2 level 4 Cold Corpses, and nearly 20 level 1 Cold Corpses. The boss Cold Corpse is huge, about 2.5 meters tall. Its body is covered with a thick layer of ice armor. Roar. It looks at the Goblin Wolf Rider and roars angrily. With this roar, a cold aura spreads around. The ground, trees, and even the air start to freeze. This cold aura even affects Zhengyu and others upstairs watching the fight. The warm stove loses its effect, and the temperature drops sharply. Each Abyss boss has high health, and this Cold Corpse is no exception. Over 11,000 health points. It's dizzying to look at. First break the ice armor, then charge. Zhengyu reminds the Goblin Wolf Rider. He worries that the Goblin Wolf Rider might waste energy and skills by attacking the ice armor with all skills. Whoosh. The elite Goblin Warrior still uses ranged attacks first. The advantage of the Goblin Wolf Rider is that it can fight both close and at a distance, with high health, and the Giant Wolf is very mobile. It is a versatile summoned beast. Even its slightly awkward appearance is improved by the VIP Steward Bond effect. -0. An arrow hits the level 7 boss Cold Corpse's ice armor. A appears in the ice armor, but no damage is dealt. This is expected by Zhengyu. In the strategy, the ice armor can block any attack 3 times and refreshes every 30 seconds. This is the main challenge that blocks many players. It also causes the deep dungeon runs to take longer. Because the Cold Corpse has over 10,000 health points, and beginner players have low attack power, they can only slowly chip away at its health, killing it little by little. Adding the protection of ice armor makes it even harder. A well-organized team without high-level players can only buy time. It takes about 5 hours to kill 1 Cold Corpse, which is considered fast. So, generally, new players can clear the easy Cold Street dungeon in about 8 hours, which is already impressive. Only strong players can clear it solo in 8 hours. After all, it's a solo run. All the record times on the leaderboards are held by level 10 players. Whoosh. -0. Whoosh. -0. The Goblin Warrior fires 2 more arrows, piercing through the ice armor. Roar. The angry boss, the Cold Corpse, roars at the Goblin Warrior. The Cold Corpses around it suddenly speed up and rush toward the Goblin Warrior. Whoosh. -1,167. Whoosh. -1,098. Whoosh. -1,200. Faced with many Cold Corpses, the Goblin Warrior remains calm, like a seasoned veteran, shooting arrows steadily and quickly. The giant wolf beneath him carries the Goblin Warrior, skillfully dodging the ice axes thrown by the Cold Corpses. Don't be fooled by the wolf's 3-meter length. When it moves, it feels light and agile. The ice axes flying from different directions can't hit them, and they even help keep the Goblin Warrior steady, allowing him to continue aiming and shooting accurately. Watching Goblin Wolf cavalry fight is a real treat. Yeah, If summoner control is this easy, why choose a martial monk? Woo-goo. Isn't it because you can only switch to a martial monk? With your 0.1 intelligence score, you can't become a summoner. Hey, don't worry about those details. During the conversation, the Goblin Wolf cavalry leaps high and charges at a level 4 cold corpse. Bang! Aloud as the head shatters. The level 4 cold corpse dies instantly. Without hesitation, the Goblin warrior raises his hand and fires 3 more arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Minus 1,099. Minus 1,122. Minus 1,097. The boss's cold corpse instantly lost 3,000 health points. Roar. The angry cold corpse roared and released cold air. Buzz. The ground trembled. The cold air spread out like a shockwave. This is the boss's ice-type shock skill. It covers a large area. Minus 817. A damage number appeared above the Goblin Wolf Rider's head. The giant wolf's fur was covered with ice crystals. Since the summoned beast has no defensive gear, it takes more damage. Luckily, the level 4 Goblin Wolf Rider has high health, with 4,900 points. Taking a hit doesn't matter much. Howl. A wolf's howl was heard. Charge. After releasing its skill, the cold corpse becomes briefly stunned. Using this stun, the Goblin Wolf Rider unleashes its strongest skill, Wolf Rider Charge. With the added bonus from the VIP Steward Bond, the Wolf Rider's charge evolves into a VIP skill. It not only increases damage, but can also hit 3 targets at once. The Wolf Rider's charge is very fierce. 2 giant wolf shadows appear on each side. The giant wolves run with loud rumbling sounds. Boom. A loud explosion. The Goblin Wolf Rider crashes into the boss's cold corpse. The other 2 shadows hit the level 5 cold corpse. Minus 5,762. Minus 5,542. 2 huge damage numbers, smashing the level 5 cold corpse to pieces. Defeated cold corpse, LV.5, gained 110 experience points. Defeated cold corpse, LV.5, gained 104 experience points. The level 5 cold corpse was instantly killed. Minus 4,819. A high damage number also appeared on the boss's cold corpse. Due to level suppression, the damage didn't exceed 5,000, but it still reduced half of the boss's health. But it wasn't over yet. The Goblin Wolf Rider didn't give the boss any time to react. At the moment the charge finished, it turned around and shot 3 more arrows. Minus 0. Minus 0. Minus 0. Stuck in time, I directly shattered the ice armor just created by the cold corpse. At the moment the ice armor broke, the Goblin Wolf Rider immediately switched to a giant hammer, leapt up, and struck the cold corpse's head with a powerful minus 1,200 damage. The upgraded level 4 skill, Leap Hammer, now has a 19% chance to cause stun. I don't know if it's luck for the Goblin Warrior or if the cold corpse is weak against stun effects, but almost every leap hammer triggers a stun. The Goblin Wolf Rider turned his waist, swinging the hammer as far back as possible. Charging. Then, using all his strength, he smashed the cold corpse's head just as the stun effect wore off. As long as he hits the head, the Goblin Warrior never targets the body. Pooh! The hammer swung with a sharp sound. Bang! The warrior, fully charged, struck the cold corpse's head with great force. It was like smashing a frozen watermelon, shattered into pieces. The cold corpse's head broke into several parts. Minus 3,005 damage. This full-force strike caused over 3,000 damage. Previously, the cold corpse had already taken some damage from an arrow. The Wolf Rider's charge, Leap Hammer, and the warrior's full power strike formed a perfect combo, dealing exactly 10,000 damage and instantly killing the boss cold corpse. Watching this scene, Tao Qian and others didn't speak. Although they were somewhat used to it, they were still stunned by such high damage. 5,000 damage. Is this something a level 4 little summoner can deal? Even the most damaging hidden profession, the swordsman, couldn't possibly do this much. This unbelievable damage gave Wu Zong, Ku Ying, Wenren Xingyu, and others more confidence in facing the upcoming nightmare level abyss. With enough damage and health to withstand hits, this simple abyss dungeon was a walk in the park for Zhengyu. If they were more careful, more focused, and fought a bit longer, even the nightmare level abyss wouldn't be too difficult. Wu Zong and the others felt incredibly happy thinking about how they would soon become the top team in Jiangshui City to clear the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss. After all, before this, no one wanted their profession. Defeated Boss Cold Corpse, LV.7, gained 521 experience points. Congratulations! You have obtained Frost Armor, Level 1. Congratulations! You have received Beginner Mage Boots, Level 1. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level 4, Level 5, 1,000 experience points needed, 446 points remaining to level up. Health, 810 1,010 mana, 190 200 intelligence, 3745 strength, 1617 agility, 1213 remaining free attribute points, 15 skills, contract magic circle, summon beast frenzy, summon beast space. VIP Steward level Goblin Wolf Rider, currently able to contract 2. Talents. Demon Contract, Steward's Heart. 2 remaining chances to draw Hexa Enhancement Runes. Equipment. None. You have cleared the Deep Street Abyss, easy level, and received rewards. Deep Street Treasure Chest, easy level. Experience 300, Health Recovery Potion, 200, 5. In 1 minute, you will be teleported outside the abyss. Prepare yourself. Is it really cleared? When Rinkinjiu said, still a bit stunned. Because it was too easy, too quick. Less than 3 hours in total. Eating barbecue, drinking wine, and wandering with Zheng Yu's summoned beast. And it was done? Tao Qian smugly said, Abyss? Is that all? Haha. Trash. Zheng Yu. It's as if you're the one who cleared it. Before leaving the dungeon, Zheng Yu said, after we go out, I won't disband the team. Ku Ying and Wen Rinkinjiu, you two should quickly handle your loans. I'll wait for you. But hurry up. I want to climb the leaderboard, so I need to reduce rest time. Ku Ying and Wen Rinkinjiu nodded. Okay. One thing at a time. Zheng Yu won't bring others, but he won't leave them behind for nothing. Spending 300,000 to buy a record of clearing a nightmare-level abyss is already very cheap. Normally, clearing an abyss consumes a lot of a professional's energy and stamina. After hours of continuous fighting and running through maps, no one can last long. Most would rest for a day, recover, and then continue fighting. But Zheng Yu is different. Energy consumption? Who has ever seen someone burn energy from eating barbecue? Wasting physical strength? It's not like he's fighting. As long as the summoned beast has plenty of stamina, there's no need to worry about energy. If you want to climb the ranks, you have to race against time. Buzz, 1 minute is up. The 5 people were teleported outside the abyss. It was around 1 a.m. now. In the Cold Streets Abyss Hall, it was still crowded. Most people were waiting to form teams, and some professionals even set up tents inside the hall to stay overnight. Luck isn't something you stumble upon. It's something you wait for. They decided to stay here, hoping to be the first to catch a good opportunity. Another team just finished the challenge. Jealous. The newbies who finish at this time probably just transferred to this game and are in the first group of players. Wait. Isn't that Zheng Yu? Stop talking nonsense. Zheng Yu entered the abyss 3 hours ago. He won't come out until tomorrow morning. Whether Zheng Yu can come out or not, that's another story. Exactly. No, you guys are blind. Can't you see? That's our class monitor Zheng Yu from class 3 next door. Or am I the only one seeing this? You know, he really looks a lot like Zheng Yu. But the problem is, he can't be Zheng Yu. I timed him. He entered the abyss less than 3 hours ago. How is that possible? Could there be a possibility? No way, absolutely not. He's a summoner. The idea that summoners are weak and can't clear the abyss deeply rooted in their minds. Just as some people started recognizing Zheng Yu, but couldn't believe he cleared the abyss so quickly, an announcement from the Holy Temple for all professions made the entire hall fall silent. Notice, congratulations to the Summoner team for breaking the record for the fastest clear time in the Cold Street Abyss, basic level. The completion time was 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 23 seconds. Captain, Zheng Yu, Summoner, Team Members, Tao Qian, Martial Monk, Wu Zong, Martial Monk, Ku Ying, Assassin, Wenrin Xinyu, Assassin. Rewards, 500 experience points for professionals, a simple level record package for the Abyss of Cold Streets, and the title of Record Keeper, simple level version of the Abyss of Cold Streets. 1. Silence filled the hall. The temple had given all professionals in Jiangshui City this information. Not just beginners, but everyone received it directly in their faces, so no one missed the message. Such record-breaking news often appears. As professionals develop better skills, the treatment for beginners also improves, and records are frequently broken. But this time, something was different. The team composition was very unusual. The captain was a summoner. The team included 2 martial monks and 2 assassins. Before level 15, assassins are considered useless. They are stronger than mages, but not by much. Martial monks have some fighting ability, but not much. Compared to mainstream warrior or knight classes, they are hard to form teams with. Wait, did he really clear it? And broke the record? Is this real? He's just a summoner. How could he do that? Some questioned. But others started private messages to Zheng Yu, only to find he had turned off private chat and refused all messages. Still, this didn't stop their determination to latch onto him, especially Zheng Yu's former classmates. Brother Yu, congratulations, Zheng Yu. Oh, congratulations on what? Congratulations on breaking the record solo. Zheng Yu, breaking the record has nothing to do with you. Who are you to congratulate me? Brother Yu, drink some water. Zheng Yu, no, I'm not thirsty. Brother Yu, have you eaten? Or rest a bit. I'll treat you to a meal. Zheng Yu, no, I'm not hungry. All their attempts to flatter him were rejected. You used to ignore me. Now I make you feel out of reach. Zheng Yu is not a generous person. In fact, he is very particular and quick to retaliate if wronged. Brother Yu, I am a warrior. I have already cleared the abyss of cold streets once. How about we team up to challenge the normal abyss together? Zheng Yu, not interested. You're too weak. No, I am a warrior. Zheng Yu, what makes a warrior special? You think warriors are weak? Zheng Yu asked back. Can you solo the abyss? I can help you take damage and heal you. You cleared the easy level abyss, but the normal level is much harder. Zheng Yu, you can't handle it. I'm a level 4 warrior with the Iron Wall skill. Do you think I can't handle it? Zheng Yu nodded. You really can't handle it, huh? You're really full of yourself. You think clearing the easy abyss makes you strong? Without a warrior to absorb damage, you won't get through the normal level. Without teammates, you still want to compete for the top? I've never seen a genius who relies on easy abyss to compete. Faced with his sarcasm, Zheng Yu looked at him seriously and said, Do you know the difference between you and Neza? What? Neza has 3 heads and 6 arms. You only have 2 arms. After saying that, Zheng Yu went into the tent that Tao Yuan had just set up, seeking some peace. Inside the tent, Tao Yuan asked curiously, Why is it different from what I imagined? Zheng Yu asked, How is it different? Tao Yuan said, I thought they would regret not teaming up with you and be upset about it. Tao Yuan looked disappointed, not seeing the scene he wanted. Zheng Yu smiled and said, It's still early. This is just the easy level. Besides, this is quite normal. When they start to regret, they'll try to make up for it, act tough, and say you only cleared the easy level, so they can't get through the normal level. Those who truly regret not coming to me will hold it in. Even if they feel bad inside, they won't show it. Just watch. Even if we clear the nightmare level abyss, some will still insist that summoners are weak in the late game and worry about their future. Having seen many online giants, Zheng Yu clearly understands these things. So, he decided not to bring any other professionals besides Tao Qian and the 3 others. This is annoying, Tao Qian said unhappily. But Zheng Yu just smiled and said, You're wrong. Their stubbornness is just their disguise. After they go home and it's late at night, they'll lie in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. They'll turn on the internet and start feeling down. They'll begin to regret, blame themselves, and reflect. This kind of emotion will be amplified infinitely after we clear the nightmare level abyss. Zheng Yu smiled and said, Especially that warrior just now. He thought he was pretty capable, and being my teammate was his honor. But in a little while, he'll regret not speaking to me more humbly and not teaming up with me right away. But you can't see him pounding his chest in frustration. If it were you, you wouldn't either. Tao Qian nodded calmly and said, You're right. If I were him, I would also be stubborn to the end. Don't let anyone else enter the tent. I need to do something. Zheng Yu stopped the topic and told Tao Qian. Don't worry. With me here, no one will bother you, Tao Qian assured. Tao Qian stood outside the tent, blocking all professionals who wanted to talk to Zheng Yu. Wu Zong went out to borrow money from friends because he was almost broke. Ku Ying and Wen Rinxingyu went to nearby lenders to get money. Inside the tent, Only Zheng Yu was left. He was about to start improving his strength to prepare for the upcoming nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss. He claimed his historical record rewards. Experience increased by 500. Level up again. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level LV5 LV.6, 1700 experience points. 1046 more points needed to level up. Health 1030. Mana 200. Intelligence 4553. Strength 1718. Agility 1314. Remaining free attribute points 17, adding the 10 intelligence points from the beginner staff. After reaching level 6, overall intelligence has increased to 53 points. The maximum health has been raised back above 1000. There are also 17 free attribute points that haven't been used yet. Zheng Yu thought for a moment. He decided to put all the attribute points into health. After reaching level 5, the summon slot increased to 2, meaning he can summon a second creature. Taking a risk, now could not only upgrade his Goblin to level 4, but also raise his new summon to level 2. Compared to increasing intelligence for a small damage boost, boosting the summon's talent seems more worthwhile. Otherwise, a level 0 summon wouldn't be very useful against nightmare-level abyss monsters. Zheng Yu first opened his rewards. One was the clearance reward. Cold Street Chest, easy level, contains abyss equipment, potions, materials, and valuable ores. The other was a simple history record. History record pack, easy level, contains high-level abyss equipment, level 5, advanced potions, level 5, and other items. He opened both chests. Congratulations. You opened the Cold Street Chest, easy level, and received a beginner warrior armor. Congratulations. You opened the history record pack, easy level, and received a level 5 ice crystal pendant, silver. Silver equipment. Zheng Yu's face lit up with joy. Equipment is categorized into 9 levels: no grade, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, sparkling, legendary, and divine. He didn't expect the pack to give him a silver level item. For a beginner, that's already amazing. Ice crystal pendant, silver level, wearing level, LV5, attributes, 25 intelligence, 100 magic, effect. Wearing this increases ice resistance by 10, reduces ice attribute slow effects by 20%, and grants immunity to freezing once every 1 minute. Not bad. Besides adding 25 intelligence, the ice resistance, freeze immunity, and slow reduction are all very useful for the Cold Street dungeon. The attributes are average, but the effects suit Zheng Yu's current needs. He plans to equip all the gear he can. One piece dropped from the boss's corpse, an icy armor, and a pair of mage boots. Ice armor adds 300 health and grants an ice armor effect. The effect lasts a long time, but it is very useful for low health characters like Zheng Yu. The mage boots add 150 health and 5 points of agility. The 450 health gained from these equipment pieces cannot be sacrificed. Thanks to these 2 items, Zheng Yu feels confident to make bold moves next. He first adds all 17 free attribute points to his health. Consume 1 free attribute point to increase maximum health by 50. Consume. All 17 free points convert into 850 health. Currently, Zheng Yu has 2080 health. The equipment adds 450 health. Without hesitation, he sacrifices 1000 health points to gain 100 talent points. All of these go into the Goblin Wolf Rider. Goblin Wolf Rider, level 3, talent evolution Goblin General, level 4, base health 4000, 8000, attack power coefficient 5.06.0, new skill V. General's Command. Note: the General's Command is affected by VIP Steward bonuses, upgraded to VIP Steward level. General's Command. VIP Steward level summon Goblin troops, 18 units. Number increases with level for temporary battle. Summon 2 Goblin Wolf Riders, 5 Goblin Archers, 5 Goblin Death Soldiers, 5 Goblin Shield Soldiers, and 1 Goblin Wizard. The summon duration is unlimited. Cannot summon again until all Goblin troops are defeated. Wow, this is impressive. Zheng Yu looks at the newly unlocked skill and feels that this health expenditure was worth it. He directly evolves the Goblin Wolf Rider into a general. Not only is his strength greatly improved, but the new skill truly makes goblins capable of commanding on the battlefield. This skill gives Zhengyu more confidence to conquer the nightmare-level abyss. Then Zhengyu opens his phone. He enters the Sacred Hall shop. He buys the Summoner skill book he had already added to his shopping cart. Summon, Fire Spirit, skill book, learnable at level 5, one-time item. The skill book disappears after learning. Only Summoner class can learn it. Obtaining a level 0 talent Fire Spirit that can be nurtured. Price, 2,000 yuan, still very cheap. Other class skills at level 5 usually sell for over 5,000, and warrior skills can be worth tens of thousands. Inside the tent, draw the contract formation. The tent built by Tao Qian is large enough to summon a Fire Spirit. Buzz, a flash of fire appears. A fireball materializes in midair. Next, the fireball and Zhengyu connect through telepathy, sensing the cold inside Zhengyu's body, and it releases a warm aura that envelopes him. Not only is it not hot, but it feels just right, like a warm current matching Zhengyu's body temperature. The fireball makes no sound. It is a pure elemental being. Just like mages control fire elements, this fireball is a self-aware elemental being with its own life. Summon Beast, Fire Spirit, level 6, rises with the summoner's level, health, 1100 attack, 172, 78, current intelligence of the summoner, 2.0 coefficient, talent, level 0, 2 points needed to level up, skill I. Flame Aura LV6 controls temperature within a 10-meter radius, when maxed out. Causes 121 burn damage per second to all objects. 172, Fire Spirit's attack 0. 7 coefficient, skill 2. Fireball LV6 releases a fireball that tracks and locks onto a target, dealing 551, 172 attack, 3.2 coefficient, fire damage. Summon equipment, none. Seeing the attributes of the Fire Spirit, Zhengyu truly feels the weakness of summoners. Although spirits grow with the summoner's level, their improvement is limited. A warrior reaching level 6 can already face simple level Cold Street Abyss, but if the Fire Spirit's attributes don't improve its talent, it still can't pass the simple level Cold Street Abyss. One fireball deals only 551 damage. How many fireballs would it take to kill a boss with 10,000 health? Zhengyu looked at the current attributes of the Goblin General. Summon Beast, a VIP Steward-level Goblin General, level 6, increases with the summoner's level. Health, 8,900, attack power, for 89, talent. Level 4, 500 points away from the next upgrade. With a total attribute of 6.0, equipped with blade gear, and bonded with the Steward, the attack power nearly reaches 500. The skill damage has almost doubled. Now, even a basic warrior can deal at least 4,000 damage when charging. This completely crushes the Fire Spirit. Looks like the strength of the summoner depends entirely on the talent level of the summoned beast. Fortunately, the demon contract can increase the talent level. Zhengyu glanced at his remaining health. 1080 base health, 450 from gear. Since the Fire Spirit is a level 5 summoned beast, its talent points are actually a bit higher than the goblins. Level 1 requires 2 talent points. Level 2 requires 15 talent points. Level 3 requires 85 talent points. Zhengyu calculated that he needed a total of 102 points, which equals 1020 health points. Just enough. Zhengyu looked at his remaining 60 base health points and couldn't help but laugh. Maybe I am the character with the least health in history? Fortunately, he has 450 from gear. Otherwise, with only 60 health, he would die from a single hit. Zhengyu directly upgraded the Fire Spirit to level 3. Summon Beast, Fire Spirit, level 0. Talent Evolution Summon Beast, Twin Flames, level 1. Summon Beast, Twin Flames, level 1. Talent Evolution Summon Beast, a Fire Demon, level 2. Summon Beast, Fire Demon, level 2. Talent Evolution Summon Beast, Twin Fire Demons, level 3. Boom! The flames burn fiercely. If not inside the contract array, this tent rented from Tao Yuan might have been burned down. The intense flames do not harm Zhengyu, the summoner. Instead, a warm feeling washes over him. Phew, the flames flicker. Finally, they form 2 fire demons snuggling together. The fire sprite floats in the air, about 1 meter tall. It looks a bit like the small fire person from Ice Fire Man. It is cute, light, and has a balanced figure. It looks much more attractive than a goblin. However, its aura is not as commanding as that of a VIP butler or a general, both powerful and majestic. The twin fire sprites seem more like friendly, obedient children from next door. Cute, sensible, lively, and smart. At this moment, its attributes have changed greatly. Summon Beast, Twin Fire Sprite, level 6, increases with the summoner's level. Health, 3000. Attack power, 375. Calculated as 78. Current intelligence of the summoner, 4.8. Coefficient. Talent, level 3, 150 points away from the next upgrade. Skill I. Flame Aura LV.6 can control the temperature within a 10-meter radius. When maxed out, it causes 825 points of burn damage per second to all objects within the area. 375 Fire Spirit Attack, 2.2 Coefficient. Skill 2. Fireball LV.6 launches a fireball that tracks and hits the target, dealing 2,325 points of fire damage. 375 Fire Spirit Attack 6. 2 Coefficient. Skill 3. Twin Contract, Special Skill, no level requirement. The twin fire sprites coexist and can use skills simultaneously. Their damage stacks, and fire damage is doubled. Skill 4. Flame Cage LV.6 presets the position of a flame cage. When enemies enter the area, it triggers automatically, covering everyone inside with intense flames, causing 2,100 damage per second. 375 Fire Spirit Attack, 5.6 Coefficient. Summon Equipment. None. It has gained 2 new skills. Twin Contract. Flame Cage. The Twin Contract means double casting and double damage, making the Twin Fire Sprite's damage output very impressive. The Flame Cage is a trap-type skill that deals pure damage. While the damage per second may seem low, it actually causes 2,100 damage every second. This isn't explosive damage like a charging Wolf Knight. But with 2,100 damage per second, it can kill a fully healthy cold corpse in just 5 seconds. Wait a minute, Zhengyu suddenly realized. 2,100 damage is not considered double the bonus for the twins. This means that if the fire spirit fights the cold corpse with 1,000 health, it can finish the fight in 3 seconds. Strong, Zhengyu couldn't help but praise. However, although the twin fire demons are strong, they still can't match the Goblin General with the 4th-tier talent. The Goblin General's current damage stats allow it to kill the cold corpse with a charge, making it even more powerful. After upgrading the Fire Spirit, Zhengyu still had one very important improvement left. That was his core, the Hexa Enhancement Rune. Every time he levels up by 5, he gets 2 Hexa Enhancement Runes. Zhengyu eagerly drew, drawing Hexa Enhancement Runes. Congratulations! You have obtained the 3rd rune, a gold-level rune, focusing on companionship. Congratulations! You have obtained the 4th rune, a silver-level rune, a library card. Focusing on companionship provides a training. All damage from attacks targeting the summoner will be directed to the first. After each abyss run, if the survives, it grants 10 talent points. Library card grants a emblem book. The emblem book allows you to choose one from 4 random bond emblems and provides a piece of equipment forging tools. Seems pretty good? Although he didn't draw a rainbow-level rune, the training effect is exactly what Zhengyu needs right now. You must first attack that taunting unit, the training. It's a typical survival rune. Zhengyu's health is already low, and having a training ensures he won't be ambushed and killed. It's a very good rune. Plus, every time he clears an abyss, he gets 10 free talent points, which is great, like getting 100 extra health for free. He really needs talent points now. Without hesitation, Zhengyu immediately used the library card to draw a rune from the emblem book. Please choose one from the Mage Emblem, Ionia Emblem, Barrier Emblem, or Butler Emblem. Butler, I guess. One emblem can't activate a bond. He originally had 2 Steward emblems. He added one to the Fire Spirit. Even though it couldn't activate all 4 stewards, it still allowed the Fire Spirit to share in 20% of the steward's health and attack power bonuses. You have obtained a Steward Emblem. You have received a Gear Forging Device. Gear Forging Device. It can turn equipment that can't be worn into gear that you can use. This thing is great. Zhengyu stored the forging device in his inventory and equipped the Steward Emblem on the Fire Spirit. Everything was ready. At that moment, Zhengyu received a message. It was from his homeroom teacher. Zhengyu, was that you who broke the record? Zhengyu replied, yes. Soon, the teacher called him. Listen, if you're free tomorrow, come to the Jiangwater City Hall. The mayor wants to see you. Zhengyu wasn't surprised. Usually, new record breakers are personally invited by the mayor and given rewards. He asked, is there a reward? The teacher said, yes, there's a reward, and also some publicity. And, before the teacher finished, Zhengyu interrupted, I might not have time. Just have them send the reward to me. The teacher hesitated a bit. Zhengyu said directly, just tell the mayor I'm about to enter a nightmare-level dungeon. If he doesn't want the record, I'll go. Zhengyu didn't like those kinds of events, mainly because they didn't benefit him much. He only cared about the reward. Everything else didn't matter. Honestly, he was just a low-level professional, so fame and reputation weren't important right now. It was troublesome and complicated. Nightmare. Nightmare level? The teacher thought he misheard. Yeah, you heard right. Nightmare level. Anyway, don't ask too many questions. I don't want to answer more. Just see what happens. The mayor will understand. After saying that, Zhengyu hung up. On the other end, the teacher scratched his head, then hesitated before calling the mayor. Brother, can I borrow some money? In the martial arts hall, Wu Zong approached his older brother, Wu Xian, who was also the owner of the hall. How much do you need? 20. 50,000, I guess. Duo Xiao? Wu Xian almost dropped his teacup. Listen, we're brothers. If you don't have money or need some, I would lend you. But you asked for 500,000. Do you think I'm very rich? No, go cool off somewhere else. Wu Zong wasn't angry. He just showed Wu Xian something. A title, record holder for the history of clearing the deep abyss in Cold Street. Wait a minute. Wu Xian immediately jumped up from the sofa, opened his computer, and went to the Holy City Temple's official website. Without much searching, a message popped up right away. Congratulations to the professional team, Summoner Squad, for breaking the record for clearing the Cold Street Deep Abyss, easy level. Clear time, 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 23 seconds. Team leader, Zhengyu, Summoner. Members, Tao Qian, Martial Monk, Wu Zong, Martial Monk, Kuing, Assassin, Wenrin Xingyu, Assassin. Wow, you're really something. I was wondering why you didn't come to work today. Turns out you're back to being a professional player. Wu Xian was very happy. He knew his brother hadn't been willing to eat or spend money these days, all to save up and try the professional route again. He didn't expect him to succeed. Not only did he succeed, but he also set a record. He was sure Wu Zong set the record because he knew his brother's strength very well. A level D talent martial monk wouldn't have the ability to break records. Then he looked at the team setup. Brother, your team setup is a bit strange, Wu Zong said. Forget about the profession. Zhengyu has an S-level talent. No wonder. So, are you still planning to ask me for money? He plans to clear the Nightmare Abyss with me. I need to tell your wife. The Cold Street Abyss has never been cleared in Nightmare difficulty. That's something that can be recorded in the family tree. Our family might kneel in front of the ancestral altar next year. Let's go to the bank. For southern folks who came to start a business from Guang province, nothing was more important than making their family proud. How much do you need to borrow? Rolling interest, rolling interest, rolling interest, business loan company. A bald man with a tattoo stared at Ko-Ing and Wenrin Xingyu and asked, 200,000. Do you have collateral? No, then why should I lend you money? Or maybe. The bald man pointed at the camera on the table. Just 2 photos? Ko-Ing was about to get angry, but when Rin Xingyu held her back, she looked at the bald man and said, Are you sure you won't lend? Then I'll go find another company. The bald man was surprised. He had never seen someone so bold about borrowing money. But he still asked patiently, What do you want to borrow money for? To cross the abyss. What level? Nightmare level. Huh? Are you joking? I'm serious. Do you think I would believe that? Many come here to scam, but none leave with anything. Better not make me angry. Fine, forget it. I was thinking that after Master Zhengyu leads us through, I could promote you. Who? Zhengyu. Don't you know him? The bald man obviously knew. He's a professional, or how else could he have the confidence to lend high-interest loans to professionals? The information that appeared a few hours ago is still the hottest topic on the forum. After all, a summoner achieved an incredible record. 2 hours and 45 minutes. What does that mean? The previous record was 3 hours and 49 minutes. That means a summoner, considered the weakest and no one else's, not only broke the record, but did it an hour earlier. Is he planning to challenge the Nightmare Abyss directly? The bald man's tone softened a bit. Yes, he told us himself. How can I believe you? Will he take you in? When Rin Xingyu showed the team information. He's been out of the abyss for several hours. If he wanted to form a team, he would have left the team already. Just tell me if you're willing to lend. Lend. This time, the bald man didn't hesitate. Even if Zheng Yu really couldn't clear the level, he would try anyway. He knew very well that if Zheng Yu could really pass the Nightmare Abyss, the entire region's resources would favor him unconditionally. His future was limitless. Such a great player. Even if they couldn't become close friends, they shouldn't become enemies. First, let me clarify whether Zheng Yu can clear the Nightmare level abyss or not. Borrowing money means you have to pay it back with interest. Since I don't know the relationship between these two beautiful girls and Zheng Yu, I need to make this clear up front to avoid any default. Zheng Yu is Zheng Yu. The rules of the lending company are strict. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to run his business. No problem, Wenrin Xingyu said with a smile. When Ku Ying and Wenrin Xingyu finished their loan procedures and returned, they saw Zheng Yu sitting outside the tent, talking with a group of people. Oh no, Ku Ying exclaimed when she saw the group. What's wrong? Wenrin Xingyu couldn't tell what was happening. The people talking with Zheng Yu are the team that broke the normal abyss record yesterday, Ku Ying explained. Wenrin Xingyu remembered that earlier that day, there had been a notice about a new record for clearing the normal abyss. That day, two things happened. One, Zheng Yu, a summoner, led a solo team to clear the simple level Cold Street Abyss. The other, 4 A-rank talent professionals and 1 B-rank talent professional set a new record for the normal abyss. In terms of popularity and discussion, Zheng Yu, as a summoner, drew more attention because summoners tend to be more noticeable. Whatever Zheng Yu does, it always attracts a lot of interest. But the more noteworthy event was the record being broken in the normal abyss. This year, among new professions in Jianshui City, it's rare to see 4 A-rank professionals together, and this is the most in the past 10 years, Ku Ying said. They're all in one team now. I think they're trying to recruit Zheng Yu to join them, she added. After Ku Ying explained, Wenrin Xingyu finally understood why she was so panicked. If Zheng Yu joins their team, they might be left out. Not only would their loan be wasted, but they'd also have to pay interest. After all, the loan wasn't a proper one. Go quickly, Wenrin Xingyu urged Ku Ying as they hurried over. They heard a proud, aloof voice say, "We didn't look down on you before, since you're just a summoner, and we were worried you might delay our progress. But you proved yourself by leading a solo run in the abyss. It's only a simple difficulty, but it's still impressive. Who are you? Talking so arrogantly?" Wenrin Xingyu couldn't help but look over. She saw that the speaker was a handsome young boy, but his proud expression and disdain for Zheng Yu the summoner made Wenrin Xingyu feel that his handsome face looked greasy. This person, Ku Ying, and Wenrin Xingyu all know each other. Li Feng. They go to the same school. He is a warrior with an A-level talent, which is said to be very suitable for fighting. It's a popular profession, and he has a genius talent, so he has the right to be proud. So, after discussion, we all agree on your strength and decide to let you join our team to clear the abyss together, Li Feng said. The only B-level talented warrior in the team looked unhappy. Clearly, not everyone agreed. At least, this B-level warrior didn't agree. Because once Zheng Yu joins the team, this B-level warrior will have to leave, so he hates Zheng Yu. But Zheng Yu looked confused and asked, "So? Who are you? What do you want from me?" Zheng Yu almost had "Are you crazy?" written on his face, showing off superiority so openly. But unfortunately, Li Feng, who confidently believed Zheng Yu would be grateful to join their team, couldn't see the meaning behind Zheng Yu's expression. He even really thought Zheng Yu didn't know who he was. "I am Li Feng, an A-level warrior. I know you just cleared a simple abyss. We're pretty average too, just cleared a normal abyss dungeon and set a new record," Li Feng said proudly. "Oh, that's indeed average," Zheng Yu replied. Li Feng, infinity, you say average? Zheng Yu nodded. "No, you might have heard wrong. I'm talking about the normal level record," Zheng Yu said calmly. "And then?" Zheng Yu asked with no particular expression. "Don't you feel surprised?" Zheng Yu smiled and said, "Brother, if I say that, my coolness will disappear. Who brags about being awesome and then asks others if they're surprised? This kind of bragging isn't smooth at all." Li Feng, Anyway, since you said it's average, I'll follow your words, and then you'll get nervous. Zheng Yu pointed at Li Feng and said in a condescending tone, your show-off skills still need some improvement. Li Feng. He was speechless after hearing that. He had never met someone who could chat like this before. Although his real intention was to come here to show off to Zheng Yu. He thought, look, you're an S-rank talent, and you still have to join our team. It was supposed to be a proud moment, showing off his strength and also gaining a good teammate, a win-win situation. But he didn't expect Zheng Yu to completely ignore his face. Are you crazy? Seeing this scene, another A-rank talent standing beside Li Feng criticized him. You're an S-rank, but don't forget, you're a summoner. We invited you because we respect you. Don't be ungrateful. This person clearly understood the situation better than Li Feng. Zheng Yu was just teasing Li Feng, so he responded harshly. Jiangshui City has only produced one S-rank talent in years, and now that you're a summoner, you're just bringing shame to Jiangshui City. We helped you out of kindness, and you take it for granted? Don't think that passing a simple level in the Cold Street Abyss makes you a big shot. When other S-rank talents from different cities crush you, it will be a to Jiangshui City's reputation. Zheng Yu looked speechless. Wow, moral pressure already? If this person went on Weibo, they'd probably be a top martial artist. Li Feng realized he had spoken too harshly, so he quickly interrupted and said to Zheng Yu, honestly, we plan to go for the next round in the difficult level Cold Street Abyss. We want to set a new record. We actually knew you were an S-rank talent before, but because you're a summoner, we didn't plan to include you. After all, you know how weak summoners are. But now it's different. You've proven your strength and can team up with us. So, we're ready to help you out. We want to make sure you don't fall too far behind other S-rank talents. At least set a record for the difficult level. Li Feng spoke more gently this time. But his tone still carried an undeniable sense of superiority and arrogance. Next to them, Ku Ying and Wenren Xingyu were both laughing uncontrollably. That's so funny. Ha ha ha, he actually said he wanted to give Zheng Yu a hand? Who's helping whom? The funniest part is, he thinks letting Zheng Yu join his team is showing respect to Zheng Yu. I can't stop laughing. Their laughter was because, based on Li Feng and their attitude, Zheng Yu definitely wouldn't join their team. As long as they didn't try to force him, everything else was fine. Their laughter also caught Zheng Yu and Li Feng's attention. Is it that funny? Li Feng's face darkened. Yeah, Wenren Xingyu honestly replied. Then keep laughing. Let's see how long you can keep laughing. After we break the record for the difficult level, see if you're still laughing. Li Feng clearly realized that Ku Ying and Wenren Xingyu were the two spies in Zheng Yu's team. Zheng Yu didn't care about his attitude. Ku Ying and Wenren Xingyu's almost mocking laughter made Li Feng extremely angry. If it weren't for the fact that fighting inside the military zone was forbidden, he would have already attacked. Don't mind them. We're aiming for a higher record. We're different from them, a teammate said. Exactly. They're just fighting over the rankings? They have no sense of perspective. Even if Li Feng and Zheng Long's tone and attitude are problematic, if you want to compete, you have to endure it. Are you sure you're on my side? Your attitude is indeed problematic. We agreed to work together with Zheng Yu to clear the difficult level. That would increase our chances. But you're acting so high and mighty. Before this sensible teammate finished speaking, Li Feng and the others pulled him away. Zheng Yu looked at these people with amusement. He actually understood Li Feng and their mindset. With an A-level talent, a popular profession, and just breaking a record, they were full of confidence. Plus, with his summoner profession's influence, it was hard to truly act purely for profit and not care about face. Young people are at the age where face and showing off are important. Did you borrow the money? Zheng Yu asked Ku Ying and the others. Ku Ying nodded and handed Zheng Yu 600,000. Zheng Yu nodded and said, okay, I got it. Tao Qian and Wu Zong are preparing the ingredients now. They should be back soon. If you want to prepare anything, do it quickly so you won't miss out on your favorite foods when you enter the abyss. Although they both understood what Zheng Yu meant, they still found it strange. Is this really about entering the abyss? Or just going on a trip? I want to make some desserts, Ku Ying said. Wenren Xingyu glanced at Ku Ying. You adapt pretty quickly. Then I'll also make some fruit, Ku Ying replied. Zheng Yu declined Li Feng's invitation. This news spread quickly and became a hot topic on a forum. Zheng Yu has become arrogant, refusing a team formed by 4 A-grade talents. As the only S-grade talent in Jiangshui City, and the first S-grade talent to appear in years, His actions are confusing. Detailed analysis of the difficulty of clearing the simple level 2 abyss in Han Street at 2:45. Rational analysis. Zheng Yu's refusal to join Li Feng's team is actually a good thing, showing his strong confidence. I think Zheng Yu is just afraid. He's already satisfied with clearing the simple level, especially since Li Feng and others are preparing to enter the difficult level abyss. Coward Zheng Yu, trash summoner, just a troll, don't take it seriously. I guess Zheng Yu will enter the normal level abyss alone. I'll say it here, Zheng Yu can't compete for the top. After Zheng Yu refused to team up, I decided to start criticizing. Almost all posts on the Jiangshui City Professional Players Forum are about him. Zheng Yu looked at the posts and found it quite amusing. Being the subject of discussion, he thought it was pretty fun. The internet has a strange power. No matter how much things change or how painful the comeback, the person posting always stays behind the scenes. So, there's nothing to lose face over. People can say whatever they want, change their stance whenever they like. As long as he clears the nightmare level abyss, the forum will probably look very different again. Anyway, it's interesting. Zheng Yu continued browsing the forum to pass the time. When Tao Qian and Wu Zong returned with the supplies, Ku Ying and when Rin Qingyu bought fruits and snacks. All of it was stored in their inventory. Brother Yu, are you ready? Tao Qian asked. Zheng Yu nodded, thought for a moment, and then advised, if you have the money, it's best to buy a resurrection item, just in case. Tao Qian immediately said, a resurrection cross costs 5 million each on the market. I can't afford it. Wu Zong said, I don't think there's much danger. I trust Brother Yu's strength. Zheng Yu replied, you're 3 years older than me. Why do you call me brother? Wu Zong casually said, hey, those who learn first are the older brothers. The stronger ones are the brothers. Zheng Yu was speechless. He then looked at Ku Ying and when Rin Qingyu. What about you two? When Rin Qingyu said, we don't have enough money to buy a resurrection cross either, but we bought 5 invisibility potions. As she spoke, she directly sent one to the team chat group. Even Zheng Yu received one. Invisibility potion. Enter invisibility for 1 minute. Ignore any damage. Can move but cannot attack. Attacking will break the invisibility. Market price seems to be about 300,000 each, right? Tao Qian said in surprise. I know a potion master who sold them to me for 200,000 each, she added. Tao Qian was amazed that when Rin Qingyu had such a connection and asked, you really gave us these? Even if it's just to thank us, I might as well tie myself to Brother Yu's team, she said openly. When Rin Qingyu didn't hide her intentions. Her way of doing things was straightforward. She would openly flatter, not in a humble way, but equally. Using borrowed money to buy invisibility potions was Ku Ying's idea. But when Rin Qingyu thought, if they buy, they shouldn't just buy for herself. If they buy 5, 1 for each person. She wanted to firmly hold on to this team. In other words, this team was her future. Even if Zheng Yu's strength surpasses theirs in the future and they no longer team up, Wu Zong and Tao Qian would still be good teammates. Starting with a nightmare level abyss, the future might not be smooth sailing, but it wouldn't be too bad. Zheng Yu didn't refuse and saw when Rin Qingyu's intentions. He accepted the invisibility potion. He couldn't carry Tao Qian with him forever. He was already level 6. And Tao Qian, who had been acting as a side character, was only level 4. After a terrifying descent into the abyss, reaching level 10 means it's time to change maps. Tao Qian still needs to stay here. People like when Rin Qingyu and others are considered good teammates. For Tao Qian, who unconditionally trusts his brother, he hopes Tao Qian can find his own path as a professional player. He doesn't want Tao Qian to always rely on him. With his own leveling speed, solo fighting is the best choice. No teammates could keep up with him. Zheng Yu takes the invisibility potion. He directly chooses the nightmare difficulty in the Cold Street Abyss from the menu. Notice, you have selected nightmare difficulty in the Cold Street Abyss. This difficulty fully restores the true appearance of the abyss and recreates its entire history. It is extremely challenging with a high risk of death. Please choose carefully. 3, 2, 1. The system kindly gives Zheng Yu 3 seconds to think. Are you sure you want to enter the nightmare abyss? Yes, he was already prepared. There was no reason to refuse. Zheng Yu, summoner, no problem. Entering the abyss now. Tao Qian, martial monk charge. 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 I'm coming for the nightmare abyss. Wu Zong, Martial monk, first time entering the nightmare abyss. I feel a bit nervous. Kuing, assassin Zhengyu, good luck. 1 Rin Xingyu, assassin 1, entering Cold Street Abyss, nightmare level. Please wait. Meanwhile, all the professionals waiting in the Cold Street Abyss hall saw a notice. Notice, the team, Summoner Squad, is entering Cold Street Abyss, nightmare level. The notice caused a big stir. Is this the Zhengyu summoner team? Everyone here, except Zhengyu, is a summoner. Who else could it be? It's him. Wow, are they crazy? Nightmare level. I can only say, they're asking for trouble. Impressive. Whether Zhengyu is a summoner or not, the courage to enter nightmare level is something I respect. That's so bold. Just cleared a normal level and now going for nightmare. That's a huge jump. Looks like the forum analysis was right. Zhengyu has really gotten carried away. He thought just because he cleared a normal abyss, he could handle nightmare. This isn't just about being confident anymore. It's madness. Is it possible that Zhengyu could clear the nightmare level? No, absolutely not. If Zhengyu, as a summoner, clears the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss, I would directly eat dirt. I can't believe it. Who still uses traditional fans? If you dare, try eating seafood from Sakura Land instead. Haha, not brave enough. At this moment, Li Feng and others, who were about to enter the difficult level of the abyss, also received the notice. They all froze in place. They looked at each other, reading something in each other's eyes. No way, we can't go into the nightmare abyss, said a B-grade talent warrior directly. Zheng Long frowned. Zhengyu is too ruthless. He went straight into the nightmare abyss. If we go into the difficult level, won't we fall behind? That's not ruthless, that's reckless. No, to be precise, it's like going to die. I won't go into the nightmare abyss. Whoever wants to go, go ahead. I'm just a B-grade warrior. I'm quitting. Seeing the team split, Li Feng quickly said, don't show off. Zhengyu is Zhengyu. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with us. There's no need to risk our lives just to save face. Zhengyu was obviously angered by what we said earlier. He got so mad he entered the nightmare abyss to die. As long as we safely pass the difficult abyss, we will already surpass 90% of A-grade talent professionals. Li Feng remained relatively calm, but he was actually scared. He wasn't even sure if he could clear the difficult abyss, so he invited Zhengyu to increase the chances of success. Nightmare level? He didn't even dare to think about it. In other words, the nightmare level isn't meant for us, not even for S-grade talent professionals. It's meant for those true geniuses taken from the central zone, the SS-grade talent professionals. In short, Zhengyu is risking his life, and we don't need to follow. He definitely can't pass the nightmare abyss anyway. If Zhengyu had SS-grade talent, he would still worry a little. But since Zhengyu brought 4 bystanders, who were summoners, he wasn't worried at all. This temperature is much lower than the simple level Cold Street Abyss. I feel like every time I breathe now, my lungs hurt. As we enter the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss, the freezing air makes Tao Qian and the others shiver uncontrollably. Only Zhengyu, who contracted a fire spirit, is better at resisting the cold. It's said that nightmare difficulty simulates the real scene of the abyss at that time. Whether it's the simpler abyss we entered before or the more difficult one Li Feng and others faced, they are all simplified and weakened versions. Kuing recalls the information she saw and says. Tao Qian puts on a thick coat and says, so, it's not that the nightmare abyss is harder, but that the weakening has just been removed? That's probably right. Kuing nods. At this moment, Zhengyu says, I uploaded 2 files in the chat group. The first file is basic information about the nightmare abyss, and the second is a guide for the difficult level of the Cold Street Abyss made by someone earlier. I'm not sure if they're useful, but it's good to know. Zhengyu didn't really want to jump into the nightmare abyss out of impulse. Before entering the abyss, he prepared a lot of information. He researched the Cold Street Abyss and the nightmare difficulty. Zhengyu is quite a top student at school. While Tao Qian and the others look at the files, Zhengyu explains, before we enter the abyss, there's a warning. Nightmare level 100% restores the true appearance of the abyss and recreates its entire history. The abyss is like a closed period of time and history. Professionals can enter the abyss and experience that history repeatedly, and the nightmare level abyss is a 1-to-1 restoration of the sealed history of the abyss. Naturally, the difficulty is high, and the storyline will definitely differ from other levels. I've read all the guides about the Cold Street Abyss on the forum, and can roughly outline a story framework. While summoning Goblin General, Zhengyu continues, at the simple level of the Cold Street Abyss, we can only reach the Central Park. Defeating a level 7 boss Cold Corpse ends the battle. For the normal level of the Cold Street Abyss, you need to enter the forest and find a spring. This spring is the source of the street's freezing. You need to guard this spring until you withstand all the attacks from the cold corpses, and then the challenge is over. The highest level of the normal rank is a level 9 Frost Corpse, which is of average difficulty. Average difficulty? Hearing Zheng Yu's description, Tao Qian and the others pressed their lips together, silently complaining in their hearts, but saying nothing. Only you would call a level 9 Frost Corpse average difficulty. For the hard level Abyss, besides protecting the spring, you also need to retrieve a frozen female body from the water and deliver it to an unfrozen lake deep in the forest. On the way, a spider-shaped Frost Corpse will chase you. You can either defeat the spider or endure the cold and deliver the body to the center of the lake to complete the mission. That's all for the guide. There's currently no strategy for the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss. Listening to Zheng Yu, Tao Qian commented, "Of course there isn't a nightmare-level guide. No one has ever cleared it." Wu Zong added, "Everyone who entered the nightmare-level Abyss has never come back." Ku Ying and Wenrin Qingyu shivered, clearly frightened. Only Zheng Yu smiled and said, "Well, that means you won't have to repay your loans." Wu Zong, Ku Ying, Wenrin Qingyu. "By the way, your Goblin Wolf Rider seems a bit different." Tao Qian stared at the Goblin General. Then he met the Goblin General's gaze and immediately felt a heavy pressure. It was as if this upright, gentlemanly goblin truly was a seasoned general whose eyes alone could make people feel his power. Not just a bit different, completely changed. "Tell us more about that change." Zheng Yu joked, but didn't explain. He hid the Goblin General's stats. With nearly 10,000 health points and almost 500 attack power, it was indeed frightening. To avoid unnecessary questions, he simply didn't show them the goblin's information. Roar. As the Goblin General stepped into the entrance of Cold Street, familiar roars echoed around. The Frost Corpses came out of the shops as usual. Based on past experience, the Goblin would need to fight 3 or 4 waves of Frost Corpses on this street, which would take about an hour. Whoosh. The Goblin General was far more decisive than the previous Goblin Warrior. He shot an arrow the moment he saw an enemy, wasting no time. Minus 3051. A simple, ordinary arrow. Dealt 3,000 damage. Defeated a level 5 Cold Corpse. Gained 110 experience points. Instantly killed a level 5 Cold Corpse. Wow. Are all the nightmare level Abyss Cold Corpses starting at level 5? Tao Qian was surprised when he saw the Cold Corpses level. Not just level 5. Look at the back. Wenrin Qingyu pointed to a shop hidden on both sides of the street. A large, fat figure, weighing at least 300 pounds, was holding a bone-cleaving sword and staring fiercely at the Goblin General. Isn't this a Cold Corpse type only found in difficult levels? Having just seen Zheng Yu's difficult level strategy guide, Tao Qian recognized this fat Cold Corpse with the bone-cleaving sword. Wu Zong also couldn't help but say, "It's definitely nightmare level." The first wave of Cold Corpses already rivals the toughest Cold Corpses outside of bosses in difficult levels. Roar. The fat Cold Corpse let out a furious roar, but it didn't move forward. It seemed to be trying to keep the Goblin General away from Cold Street. But the Goblin General refused to listen. He raised his hand and shot an arrow. Whoosh. -0. The fat Cold Corpse also had an ice armor protecting it. No damage was dealt, so the Goblin General shot a few more arrows. Whoosh. 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 The Goblin General's shooting speed was even faster, thanks to his agility being twice that of a typical Goblin Warrior. -0. -0. -2,998. Breaking through the ice armor, the arrow hit the fat Cold Corpse's fleshy face, piercing through the eye socket, with the arrow stuck just below the eyeball. Roar. Seeing that threats were useless, it roared in anger and charged out of the shop. Because of its huge size, it smashed through the door frame and knocked down the wall. Like a tank made of flesh, every step caused a slight tremor. It charged recklessly toward the Goblin General. The Goblin General was unafraid of the large Cold Corpse. Holding a heavy hammer, he gently tapped the wolf's neck just as the Cold Corpse was about to collide. The giant wolf understood immediately leaping quickly to avoid the collision. Boom. The fat cold corpse crashed into a stone pillar behind it, smashing the pillar to pieces. Minus 1087. An attack hits the head of the fat cold zombie. According to the difficulty level guide, the fat cold zombie has great strength and high health, but low intelligence, only charging forward blindly. It cannot stop itself. Hitting obstacles also causes it to lose health. So, the best way to deal with the cold zombie is to keep dodging its hits and slowly wear it down. But that is the usual method for ordinary players. It wastes time and has a low margin for error. The best way is to defeat it instantly. At the moment the fat cold zombie hits the pillar, the Goblin General has already taken position, and his heavy hammer strikes down on the zombie's head. Bang! Minus 3596. Stunned. A large amount of damage appears. Because of a surprise attack from behind and precise targeting of the head, it triggers stun. The fat cold zombie stands frozen in place. Now, the level 6 Goblin General's jump hammer attack has a damage multiplier of 6.2, plus 489 attack power. It easily deals over 3,000 damage. With headshots, inertia, and impact factors, 3,500 damage is reasonable. It's the same combo without explanation. The jump hammer strikes down. Stun is triggered. During the stun, the heavy hammer swings back, charging up, then strikes. Boom. A powerful, heavy hammer sends the fat, cold zombie flying, smashing the stone ground tiles. Minus 6,823. An exaggerated damage number appears again. Charging the attack to maximum yields very high damage. Minus 2,719. Minus 2,876. Minus 2,633. Minus 2,922. Moreover, the flying fat cold zombie crushes 4 or 5 level 5 cold zombies behind it. Boom. The zombie with 10,000 health points is instantly killed. It also kills and crushes the first wave of cold zombies. Defeated a level 5 cold zombie, gained 101 experience points. Defeated a level 5 cold zombie, gained 103 experience points. Defeated a level 5 cold zombie, gained 112 experience points. Defeated a level 5 cold zombie, gained 106 experience points. You have defeated the cold corpse shop owner, level 6, and gained 449 experience points. Congratulations! You have obtained a bone-cleaving knife, bronze grade, level 5. Congratulations! You have received premium pork consumable, level 5. Did I get new gear? Zhengyu glanced at the extra bone-cleaving knife in his storage. Equipment name: bone-cleaving knife, required level 5, grade, bronze, attributes, strength 30, agility 2, equipment effect. Attacks have a 5% chance to cause bleeding, dealing 20 damage per second. Zhengyu thought for a moment and decided not to use the forging device on this gear, since it's only a level 5 bronze item. A bronze grade, level 5 piece of equipment isn't worth the effort of forging. However, this bone-cleaving knife is very suitable for bleeding warriors, and its price on the market is quite high, so it could sell well. Honestly, Zhengyu isn't short on money. It's not that he currently lacks funds, but because he has shown enough talent and potential, future resources will be provided by the state. That's why he only accepted 300,000 from Tao Qian and others. Of course, another reason is that he simply wanted to annoy those outside who talk behind his back. He put the bone-cleaving knife away. He noticed there was still a consumable in his bag. A piece of premium pork. Premium pork. Eating it restores 1,000 health points and grants an extra 500 shield points. It's best to cook the pork before eating. If you don't have time to cook, eating it raw is okay, but you might get an upset stomach. An extra ingredient. Zhengyu threw the premium pork into his ingredient storage. Meanwhile, Goblin General had finished clearing all the cold corpses at the entrance of Cold Street. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level, from LV6 to LV7. 2,450 experience points needed for next level. 2,441 points remaining. Health, from 500 to 800, based on equipment attribute of 450. Magic, from 310 to 320, based on equipment attribute of 150. Intelligence, from 78 to 86, based on equipment attribute of 35. Strength, from 18 to 19, based on equipment attribute of 2, agility, from 14 to 15 remaining free attribute points. 3. Only the nightmare level abyss can level me up in one wave. Level is very important for fighters. It's not just because higher levels improve all stats, but also because levels 10, 25, and 50 mark different stages. Level 10 allows learning special skills and exploring different styles within the same profession. Level 25 is for profession evolution. Level 50 is for awakening the profession. It's said that level 70 unlocks even stronger abilities, but only one player in the world, Nen Mu Yun, has reached above level 70. He once said that level 70 is a dividing line. After 70, it's a completely different world. He didn't share specific details. In short, leveling up is the only way to become stronger. Along the way, Goblin General leads the way. Zheng Yu and the others follow behind. As they go deeper into the cold street, the temperature drops more and more. The ground is almost covered with thick ice. After entering Cold Street, they encounter more cold zombies, and they no longer appear in waves, but wherever they go. These zombies are also not ordinary. Each has a different identity. For example, at the entrance of Cold Street, they saw a fat zombie called the Pork Butcher Zombie. They just killed a fishmonger zombie. Now they face a chef zombie. This chef zombie is the strongest zombie Zheng Yu has encountered so far. It wears a blood-stained chef's coat, and its face looks like it's been burned by hot oil, full of burns and swelling, with a terrifying appearance and strong fighting ability. Deep Abyss Monster, Cook Zihan Corpse Level, LV.9 Health, 17,000 Attack Power, 300 Skill. Level 4 Slow Aura Skill 2, Reinforced Ice Armor Skill 3. Look, a kitchen knife. Throws a kitchen knife. Skill 4 Look, a whole stack of kitchen knives. As a chef, having a bunch of knives is quite normal, right? Having 17,000 health is really intimidating. The attack power isn't high, but the knives seem endless, constantly being thrown. The level 4 slow aura is stronger than the simple boss corpse's slow effect. This also prevents the Goblin General from staying unharmed. It has already been cut many times, with a knife stuck in the giant wolf's leg. Howl! The giant wolf yelps in pain. No wonder this is a nightmare-level abyss. At this moment, Zheng Yu and his 4 companions are sitting in the corner, sheltering from the wind, warming themselves, and eating grilled sausages. This is the first time I've seen a giant wolf hurt, and the first time a goblin has fought so fiercely. Brother Yu, do you really not need the twin fire spirits to join the fight? Tao Qian asked worriedly. Zheng Yu looked at Tao Qian, then at the grilled sausage in Tao Qian's hand, and smiled. Who will grill sausages if the fire spirits go into battle? Tao Qian, reasonable and unanswerable. Don't worry, we're just getting started. The Goblin General is quite economical with its skills. If it really wants to deal with this Cook Zihan corpse, it's an easy task. Zheng Yu took a bite of the sausage and said leisurely. Every summoned creature has its own personality. The Goblin General is more cautious and saves its skills. Maybe it sensed a greater danger behind, so it's holding back its skills to save for later. Although skills have cooldowns, they usually can't be used twice in quick succession. Whether it's players, summoned creatures, druid beasts, or undead skeletons, there are 2 mechanisms that can't be measured by data: stamina and energy. So, the number of times skills are used, the intervals between spells, and the stamina spent running around are all different. Especially skills like Charge by Wolf Cavalry, which are high-cost skills. Every time I use it, it tests my strength and energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Goblin General chooses to shoot back at the chef's cold corpse. Then the giant wolf uses quick movements to dodge the kitchen knives. Although the chef throws many knives, each one is prepared with a specific motion before being thrown. After a few tests, the Goblin General has figured out the pattern and can easily dodge the knives and shoot arrows. Whoosh. Skill 2. Archery Mastery Level 7 shoots an arrow accurately, dealing 3,066 damage, 5.7538 Goblin attack power. Minus 3,450. One arrow does 3,500 damage. Whoosh. Whoosh. Minus 3,519. Minus 3,443. 3 arrows, 3,500 each. Despite being a level 9 chef with high health, after 3 arrows, he's already half dead. Another 3 arrows break his ice armor. Then 3 more arrows finish him off. Defeated the meat shop owner, Cold Corpse, level 9, gained 771 experience points. Congratulations. You received a piece of armor, hat, bloodstained chef's hat, bronze grade, level 5. Armor, hat, name, bloodstained chef's hat, required level 5, grade, bronze, attributes, 500 health, equipment effect, 10% chef skill effectiveness, 15% chance to craft special foods. Warning. Do not wear this chef's hat in Cold Street Abyss, as someone hates this hat. Zheng Yu's eyes brighten. The warning looks like a clue. No one knows what happened in the history of Cold Street Abyss, because no one has cleared the nightmare level abyss. This chef's hat clearly has a strong connection to Cold Street's story. Does the goblin seem to have found something? Wuzong reminds him. Only then does Zheng Yu realize that after killing the chef's corpse, it found a piece of cake in the restaurant where the chef appeared. A blood-red cake. Normal cakes are topped with fruit or chocolate, but this cake is filled with internal organs. So disgusting. Tao Qian looks at the cake brought by the Goblin General and almost throws up. The strong smell of blood plasma, with crushed internal organs placed on top. Due to the very low temperature, the organs froze onto the cake. Human organs, compared to Tao Qian, Kuing, and others who found it disgusting. When Ren Xingyu looked at the fragments on the cake carefully and seriously, as if she were a high school girl, Zheng Yu said, "It should be a child's, about 7 or 8 years old. So, what is this?" When Ren Xingyu asked. Zheng Yu glanced at the cake's description and said, "It's a quest item. It says the cake was made by the chef to celebrate the 100th anniversary of Fortune Street. Delicious." Yes, that's what it says. So, this place originally called Fortune Street is actually a food street built by a group of cannibals? When Ren Xingyu guessed, Zheng Yu shook his head. Probably not. They eat pork and fish. It should be a normal market street in our impression. That makes sense. When Ren Xingyu agreed. Hey, can you two stop analyzing and stay away from that cake? People might think you're craving it, Kuing said, watching Zheng Yu, and when Ren Xingyu excitedly examined the cake. Roar. Unlike simple dungeons, there was no long wait. As soon as the Goblin General stepped into the Central Park, a huge high-level cold zombie charged out. Elite Cold Zombie, level, LV13, health, 39,000, attack, 600, skill I, level 4 slow aura, skill 2, reinforced ice armor, skill 3, ice shockwave, skill 4, ice axe throw. The skills, size, and attack patterns remained the same. Only the health and attack power had increased. Wow, level 13, 39,000 health. So much, it's a bit scary. From a previous boss monster to an elite monster. But it seems okay. If 5 high-level, talented warriors team up, a level 13 cold zombie isn't enough to worry about. The real challenge is probably coming later. So, since the difficulty is easy now, let's quickly start the fire. I'm hungry. Zheng Yu interrupted their watching and urged everyone to work faster. People need food and rest to have energy. For watching the show, I bought lamb chops, Wuzong said, taking a fresh lamb chop from his inventory. Zheng Yu's eyes lit up immediately. He called over the twin fire spirits. Give it to them. Wuzong simply threw the lamb chop to the twin fire spirits. One fire spirit caught it. The other fire spirit carefully wrapped the lamb chop with just the right amount of heat. In a few seconds, the lamb chop changed color and sizzled. Brother Yu, your fire spirits are so convenient, Wuzong said with envy. They cook quickly and without worries about burning or undercooking. Zheng Yu nodded happily. Fire spirits make grilling easy. You can trust them. Tao Qian looked worried at the level 13 cold zombie below. Are you sure the goblin alone can handle so many cold zombies? At this moment, there were more than just elite cold zombies in the Central Park. A large group of cold zombies emerged from the forest behind the park. This time, it was a real horde. And the weakest cold zombies were all above level 3. There were even 2 level 10 cold zombies glaring at the Goblin General. Zheng Yu smiled. Who said the goblin is alone? Just then, they heard a woo sound. Tao Qian and others looked down. They saw the Goblin General holding a horn, and the sound was coming from it. Howl. With the horn's call, several wolf howls echoed. Click, click, click. Behind the Goblin General, a small team of goblins appeared. Leading the team were 5 goblin shield bearers with huge silver shields. 2 goblin wolf riders approached the goblin general. Behind them, 5 goblin archers and 5 bloodthirsty, crazed goblin undead soldiers followed. At the back stood a goblin mage holding a staff. A perfect team made entirely of goblins. This was the goblin general's new skill. Skill V, VIP steward level, general's command. Goblin archers, prepare. Following the goblin general's orders, 5 goblin archers standing behind the shield bearers drew their bows. Aim. The bows were pulled to their fullest. Fire. Whoosh. Whoosh. 5 arrows shot out. Minus 1,190. Minus 1,281. Minus 1,308. Minus 1,554. Minus 1,421. The damage numbers appeared on the nearest zombie's body. Although these numbers are lower than the goblin generals, they are enough to match the damage of an average player. Whoosh. Minus 3,158. Whoosh. Minus 2,100. Whoosh. Minus 1971. 3 more arrows flew, coming from the goblin general and 2 goblin wolf riders nearby. Keep going. Aim. Fire. Whoosh. 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 The arrows kept flying without stopping. One by one, the zombies fell. Killed a level 3 zombie, gained 32 experience points. Killed a level 4 zombie, gained 70 experience points. Killed a level 4 zombie, gained 69 experience points. Killed. Apart from the higher level zombies, no other zombies reached the Central Park area. They had just come out of the forest. Within a few steps, they were hit by at least 2 or 3 arrows. A level 4 zombie has about 2,000 health points. Even 2 normal goblin archers' arrows couldn't stop it. Only zombies above level 8 could withstand a few more arrows before being finished off by the goblin general. Killed a level 8 zombie, gained 602 experience points. Killed a level 7 zombie, gained 499 experience points. Killed a level 8 zombie, gained 617 experience points. Killed. I've leveled up again. Tao Qian was cooking instant noodles, a look of surprise on his face. How many levels now? Zhengyu asked. Level 5. Just level 5? Zhengyu was a bit surprised. He was about to reach level 8 himself, and he didn't expect Tao Qian and the others to just reach level 5. Tao Qian said, "We haven't joined any battles from the start, so our experience is naturally lower, but that will change soon. Forming a team to fight in the abyss means 5 people share the experience, so they're only a bit ahead of us. You know, it's been less than a day since I changed my class. It's actually quite fast. Of course, I can't compare with you. You cleared the abyss, defeated the monsters, and you're aiming for the rankings, so your level naturally rises faster." Tao Qian was already very satisfied with his current leveling speed. No, not just satisfied, it was beyond his expectations. In less than a day, he had reached level 5. And that wasn't all. If they completed the entire nightmare level abyss, he would at least reach level 7, which would already surpass 90% of new players. Wu Zong, sitting nearby, said, "I just checked Li Feng's team's levels. Li Feng is only level 6, and they've cleared 2 dungeons in a row. In other words, after we finish the nightmare level abyss, in the whole city of Jianshui, our levels will only be slightly behind Li Feng's team. The best part is, we're leveling up easily. It really was easy. Eating lamb chops while clearing the abyss, and not just any abyss, but a nightmare level 1. It was something no one could have imagined." Wenren Xingyu looked at the goblin battle squad below and said enviously, "Now I finally understand how powerful a summoner can be. I remember the summoner's textbook said that if a summoner truly has talent, one person can be as strong as an entire army. I used to think that was an exaggeration. But now, it's true. At first, they were worried. With so many frozen corpses in Central Park, could a single goblin really hold them off? Their worry turned out to be unnecessary. Not only could it hold them off, it was completely overwhelming them. Yeah, if anyone ever tells me summoners are weak again, I'll just show them this video and watch them go speechless. Weak? This is unbeatable." Wu Zong couldn't help but shout in surprise. No one could blame them for being so shocked. Even Zheng Yu hadn't correctly estimated the true combat power of this goblin battle squad. They could both endure and fight fiercely. The goblin shield soldiers can almost block all flying axe attacks. even able to withstand the ice shockwave skill from a level 13 elite cold zombie. Goblin archers, goblin wolf riders, and even goblin death warriors all have archery skills. They have long range, high damage, and fast firing speed. Isn't this invincible? Moreover, although goblins are not very intelligent, their tactical skills are very high. This is mainly because they follow the orders of the goblin general. They do not disobey. They are a perfect war machine. The cold zombie horde was wiped out 2/3 before even entering Central Park. Only a few level 13 elite cold zombies and some higher level ones are still struggling. They are almost finished. Cold zombies are slow to move. With each round of arrows, the level 13 cold zombies are left with half health, and some level 10 zombies are already lying on the ground. Killed a level 10 cold zombie. Gained 954 experience points. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level 78, 4,400. 4,062 more experience needed to level up. Health 800, 1,100 from equipment attributes. Magic 320, 330 from equipment attributes. Intelligence 8695 from equipment attributes. Strength 1920 from equipment attributes. Agility 1516 remaining free attribute points. 6. Level 8. Zheng Yu's face lit up with joy. That was amazing. Watching the cold zombies fall one after another, Tao Qian and the others had a strange illusion. The nightmare level abyss doesn't seem so hard after all. Of course, this is just an illusion. A cold zombie with 40,000 health points. If they were to attack it, they wouldn't be able to kill it even after a whole day. But an ice shockwave can deal 2,000 damage, and 2 ice shockwaves from high health monks are too much for them to handle. However, the shield soldiers have already endured 4 ice shockwaves. The ice armor, under the attack of archers, seems to have lost all value. However, every guide mentions that the cold corpse's most hated skill is ice armor because it blocks any damage, giving players a false sense of security. It almost could be killed, but the damage was absorbed by the ice armor, and in the end, the cold corpse counterattacked and defeated the attacker. Another obstacle is the level 4 slowing aura. Once the cold corpse sticks to you, you can only describe it as being unable to move. I'll go in, but I can't do it. Tao Qian finally realized the truth. I'll go, but I'll be killed instantly, cooing at it. Same here, when Ren Qingyu said. It's clear that Zheng Yu finds killing the cold corpse very easy. If he goes in, he will definitely be killed instantly. Not to mention the level 13 elite cold corpse, or the low-level cold corpses constantly crawling out of the forest around. Ordinary players can't stop them all. While eating and drinking, a large group of cold corpses had already fallen. Experience points kept increasing rapidly. The cold street abyss, which was the most frustrating because of the cold, disappeared thanks to the twin fire demons. In the end, the cold corpses couldn't get close to the goblin general. Even the level 13 elite cold corpse was shot down in a barrage of attacks, falling about 30 meters away from the goblin cold corpse. With the skill, General's command activated, the battle was almost damage-free. The only damage was to the shield held by the shield-bearing goblin. The shield was the only thing damaged. It was covered with ice chips, ice axes embedded in it, and cracks caused by ice shockwaves. The goblin general didn't even move a step. Bang! As the goblin general fired the last arrow, it took down the level 13 elite cold corpse. The cold body heavy hit the ground, cracking into ice shards with a loud sound. Defeated elite cold corpse, LV.13, gained 1547 experience points. Congratulations! You received the weapon Ice Blade, silver rank, LV. 10. Level 10 equipment. Zheng Yu was very happy. He immediately opened his inventory and looked at the new gear. Weapon. Ice Blade required level 10 required profession. Assassin, shadow user, gray warrior, or other dagger experts. Must have at least 35 agility to equip quality. Silver attributes. 50 strength, 30 agility, 20% movement speed equipment effect. Attacks deal ice element damage 200. Critical hits always trigger freezing effects. An ice-type dagger? Zheng Yu looked at Ku Ying and Wenren Xingyu. There's a dagger. Do you want to buy it? A dagger? Ku Ying and Wenren Xingyu both brightened their eyes at once. Zheng Yu said, but the requirements are a bit high. You probably can't use it now. He then shared the attributes in the team chat. Yeah, the requirements are a bit tough. It needs 40 agility, and I only have 22 now, Kuing said, looking at the stats and feeling she couldn't afford it. Zhengyu replied, even though the dagger's requirements are high, its effects are very good. I remember that assassins have a backstab skill, and dodging behind an enemy usually results in a critical hit. Using the weapon's critical hit ice freeze effect, after a backstab, you can definitely freeze the enemy and then deal a burst of damage. Kuing and Wenren Qingyu looked at Zhengyu in surprise. Didn't expect you to know so much about assassins, Zhengyu shrugged. I know all professions, except summoners. I just checked, and this ice blade isn't very expensive at the Holy Temple auction house, about 300,000. I'll buy it for 200,000 as a way to compensate for the invisibility potions. If you want it, find me after the abyss ends. But, since you both are assassins, you should discuss who will use it. The ice blade has good attributes, but the price isn't very high. A dagger suitable for levels 10 to 15, valued at around 300,000, isn't expensive. Most professions are stuck at this level range. It's not costly because there are few assassins. If it were a warrior's weapon, it would start at least at 800,000. The price difference is huge. Ku Ying and Wenren Qingyu seemed to be privately discussing whether to buy the dagger. Zhengyu didn't bother them. Instead, he said to the Goblin General, rest here for a while. After we finish eating, we'll go into the forest. Central Park was the only resting area. Once they entered the forest, they had to keep moving until the end. This was the best time to rest. It allowed the Goblin General and his battle squad to recover their strength and finish their meal of lamb chops. Eating lamb chops. An hour later, Zhengyu and his team were full and satisfied. The summoned beasts didn't need food. Otherwise, Zhengyu would have given them some lamb chops too. After packing up, they followed the Goblin General into the forest. Before entering, Zhengyu took out a training and handed it to a Goblin Wolf Rider, telling him to tie it to the back of his giant wolf. The forest was the final stage of the hard abyss. As long as they guarded the spring and delivered the woman's body to the unfrozen lake, they would clear the level. In nightmare mode, however, the forest wasn't the end. It was where the real challenge began. To be safe, Zhengyu released the training that could take damage for him. Training LV.2 has 5,000 health points and can absorb all damage meant for the summoner. 2 identical dummies can be combined to upgrade to LV.3. That meant a shield with 5,000 health, perfect for Zhengyu right now. After entering the forest, the temperature dropped again. The twin fire spirits raised the warmth of their aura, keeping everyone from freezing without making it too hot. The forest was larger than they had imagined. Following the map from the hard mode guide, they found the spring. Hiss! When they reached the spring, everyone gasped. Beside the water lay a huge spider. They had read about the giant frost spider in the guide, but they hadn't expected the nightmare version to look like this. Its head was human, and its body was covered with stitched patches. On closer look, what should have been black, hairy spider skin was actually human scalp, sewn together piece by piece. The black hair was real human hair. Ugh, Kuing almost threw up. No wonder those frost corpses were missing their scalps and had frozen, exposed heads. They were all sewn onto this thing. This doesn't seem like a monster, more like an act of revenge. At this moment, Zhengyu remembered the internal cake made by the little human child, and also the female corpse that needed to be pulled out of the well in the strategy guide. He probably understood why this street had become like this. Roar! As the Goblin General entered the water spring area, the flesh and spider creature roared threateningly at the Goblin General. It was not attacking first, but trying to drive him away. That's right, they don't really want to fight us. They are forced to fight because they are afraid of something even scarier. Human scalp spider, level, LV15, rank, elite, health, 60,000, attack, 1,050, skill I. Artificial webbing, skill 2. Ice venom, skill 3. Ruthless, skill 4. Resentment infusion, skill V. Grudge Zhengyu looked at the attributes of this human scalp spider and felt the difficulty from the nightmare abyss. He said to the twin fire spirits beside him, "You too, attack now." Who? The flames suddenly grew stronger. The twin fire spirits had been holding back for a long time. Seeing the Goblin General, also a summoned beast, fighting back and forth, they could only help roast meat and sausages. They had been holding in their anger, ready to vent. The human scalp spider was very fast. When it spotted the Goblin General, it quickly changed position to avoid the arrows shot at it. It spat out a mouthful of white sticky liquid. It was artificial webbing. It directly glued a shielded goblin's shield to the ground, making him unable to move. Then the spider spat out 3 more webs in quick succession. But before they could touch the shielded goblin, they instantly burned to ash. The twin fire spirits rushed angrily onto the battlefield. Their flames burned fiercely. The icy ground melted away due to the heat, even drying out, and the temperature rose. Snick. As the temperature increased, the body woven from scalp seams of the human scalp spider began to show signs of burning. Since it is an ice-type monster, fire is its natural weakness. This is also why Zheng Yu chose fire-type creatures for his second summoned beast. -1441, -1528, -1359, -1259. Suddenly, damage numbers appeared on the human skin spider's body. Flame aura. It causes 1186 burn damage per second, 456 fire spirit attack, 2.6 coefficient. And this damage is not applied once per second. It hits twice every second. Twin fire demons with double auras. The burn damage from the flame aura, the super effective damage of the fire element, and the double fire damage from the twin fire demons. Together, they deal nearly 3,000 damage every second. The human skin spider's health visibly drops. Not only the human skin spider, but the ground and surrounding trees also start to burn. Boom! The flames almost cover everything around. Even Goblin General retreats with his team to the back. He commands the goblin archers to keep shooting. Roar! The spider's body burns, but it doesn't seem to feel pain. As an ice-type monster with heavy negative energy, it really hates fire. It shoots out spider silk, trying to trap the twin fire demons. But before the silk reaches the fire demons, it burns away into ashes. Seeing the silk fail, the human skin spider charges forward, still burning. Protect the twin fire demons, Zheng Yu orders. The last goblin wizard raises his staff. A green light glows from the tip. The human skin spider suddenly pauses, and its head, sewn onto its body, sinks down, falling into a deep sleep. Sleep spell? Wuzong recognizes this magic. It's a level 5 mage skill, a pretty good control spell. Most early-stage mages learn it as a support skill. He didn't expect the goblin to know this spell. The sleep lasts only about 1.5 seconds. But for the twin fire demons and the Goblin General, that's enough time. Fire Cage. Wolf Cavalry Charge. Faced with the 55,000 HP human skin spider, the twin fire demons and the Goblin General had long received Zheng Yu's command to attack with full force and hold nothing back. They unleashed their strongest skills. Suddenly, a fire circle appeared beneath the human skin spider. Deep red flames gathered within the circle. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. The flames rose inside the circle, completely covering the spider. Fire Cage level 8. It caused 2,645 damage per second, 456 fire spirit attack, 5.8 coefficient. -3,018. -2,985. 2 damage numbers appeared instantly. The twin fire demons' burst damage isn't very high, but their continuous damage is very frightening. They deal double damage every second. Plus, the human skin spider has almost no magic resistance, so the damage from the twin fire demons is almost incomprehensible. Roar! The human skin spider woke up suddenly. It frantically retreated, trying to escape the fire cage. But at this moment, the Goblin General had already entered the scene. As Zheng Yu's summoned creature, the twin fire demons' flames couldn't harm the Goblin General. This was the best team combo. Howl! The giant wolf charged forward unstoppable. It led the Goblin General into the fire cage, swinging its hammer. -14,891. Almost 15,000 damage was dealt in one hit. Ugh! Watching from behind, Tao Qian and others gasped. What the heck was that? One hit nearly 15,000 damage. I can't understand this damage. A single hit of 15,000. It's terrifying. If this were a professional player, who could possibly withstand that? Tao Qian and others whispered from a safe distance. Not necessarily. Abyss monsters are abyss monsters, and professionals are professionals. Abyss monsters usually have high health and low defense, while professionals have various equipment and skills, making it hard to be killed instantly. Wu Zong rationally analyzed. Hard to be killed instantly? Tell me, under the same level, who can withstand 15,000 damage? Tao Qian retorted. Wu Zong. Indeed, no one. This is just a skill. You should know that General Goblin has a small combat team behind him that adds damage, and there is a fire demon constantly releasing flames that deal damage every second. Chowing said, if you guys are saying that, then if Zhengyu participates in a professional fighter competition, he would probably win easily. When Ren Xinyu replied, not necessarily. The only requirement to join the competition is being above level 25. After the second job change, there are no level restrictions. Actually, Wu Zong has a point. Zhengyu's damage is very high, but fighting against professionals doesn't always mean he can deal such high damage. First, there is attribute resistance. Second, there is defensibility. And most importantly, professionals and abyss monsters are different. They won't just stand there and take damage. With level suppression, equipment advantages, and professional skills, I don't think Zhengyu can crush everything as he does now. He might do well, but he won't be at the top. I believe summoners have an advantage in deep abyss battles, but in fighting competitions, they are at a disadvantage. After all, as long as they ignore the summoned creatures and only attack Zhengyu, they can solve everything. In the abyss monsters only attack summoned creatures that threaten them. That's why they can stand at the back and watch the show so easily, because of this reason. But fighting competitions are completely different. Professionals are not just abyss monsters. Why bother with summoned creatures? Just eliminate the summoner, and everything is fine. Moreover, besides warriors, there is no perfect profession that combines both abyss and fighting skills. How is that possible? Wen Ren Xinyu analyzed. This is also why Zhengyu dares to be so bold in his analysis when he's not around, because Zhengyu is nearby, observing something at the spring's edge. Don't blame me if something goes wrong. I am taking you to where you need to be. Although I was mentally prepared, dealing with corpse retrieval was my first time, and I felt a bit unfamiliar. I also had some taboos about it. The battle ahead was almost over. The human skin spider, knocked out by Goblin General inside the fire circle, was continuously losing blood from the flames burning on its body. Its health was nearly zero. All its skin was burned and looked terrifying. Just as Goblin General was about to deliver the final to the human skin spider, a harsh, piercing sound suddenly interrupted his attack. The sound was like thousands of people screaming. Blood started to seep out from inside the human skin spider. Gray shadows appeared around it. A cold chill hit me. I couldn't help but shiver. It ignored the flames of the twin fire demons. I looked at the human skin spider. That coldness wasn't just cold air, but a chilling, resentful aura. The screams continued. Goblin General's eyes and ears bled, and damage numbers appeared above his head. Minus 1,259. Minus 1,141. Two large damage numbers appeared. I was so scared I quickly ordered Goblin General to step back. This damage was very high. Remember, the level 8 Goblin General only has a maximum health of about 9,900. Just hearing the screams already took away over 2,000 health. Fortunately, the damage from the resentment was not widespread. Neither I nor the twin fire demons, who were about 10 meters away from the human skin spider, were hurt. Then, the resentment entered the human skin spider's body. The human skin spider suddenly grew larger. Its health quickly recovered 2/3 of its total. This triggered the brutal mode. Brutal mode is a special ability that only bosses have, where their health drops to 0 and they enter a second phase. This ability, usually only found in bosses, appeared on this elite monster. After absorbing the resentment, the human skin spider exuded a menacing aura that made others want to stay away. It is indeed true that strangers should stay away because approaching the skin spider will cause it to hurt you with its anger, quickly reducing your health. This looks more like a nightmare abyss, Zhengyu muttered. This time, he understood why the guide recommended escaping with the female corpse rather than killing the skin spider. The savage skin spider can kill instantly. Zhengyu immediately gave the Goblin General a bottle of 1,000 healing potion. He finally managed to pull the female corpse out of the well. You have obtained Frozen Crazy Mom. A prompt appeared. This indicated that the Cold Street Abyss was entering its final stage. All he needed to do was take the female corpse deep into the forest, where he would encounter the true boss of the nightmare level in the Cold Street Abyss. Zheng Yu guessed it was probably a child because the hint was very clear. "Brother Yu, should we leave now?" Tao Quan asked nervously from behind. After Zheng Yu pulled the female corpse out of the well, various cold zombies started howling around the forest. All the cold zombies had been mobilized. Zheng Yu said, "Let's go." It was impossible to stay here. The cold zombies appeared from all corners of the forest. Staying would only trap them, as there were too many, and even the Goblin General couldn't protect everyone. Zheng Yu threw the female corpse to the Goblin General. "Carry her, don't lose her." "Yes." The Goblin General caught the female corpse. Zheng Yu added, "Don't let the skin spider get close to the twin fire demons. Have the shield soldiers block it." The twin fire demons were the main damage dealers. As long as they could withstand a few attacks from the skin spider and buy enough time for the twin fire demons, their health, tens of thousands, would burn out quickly. The nightmare level skin spider was very fast. They could shake off the cold zombies but couldn't escape the skin spider's pursuit. The only solution was to kill it immediately. After receiving the order, one shield soldier in the Goblin combat team stood firm with his shield. He faced the skin spider. -658. -699. -644. As soon as he entered the skin spider's anger range, a series of damage numbers appeared above the goblin's head. Seeing the damage values, Zheng Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the shield goblin has good defense. The corrosive curse caused over 1,000 damage to the Goblin General, but only about 600 to the Goblin shield soldiers. The shield goblin bravely stepped in front of the flesh spider, not afraid of death. Roar! The flesh spider was emitting a very fierce aura at this moment. Its attacks were wild and unorganized, attacking any living thing in sight. It roared and charged at the shield goblin. There was a tearing bite. -5,489. The shield goblin was torn into pieces instantly. It was a quick kill. "I can't believe it." Not only Tao Qian and others, even Zheng Yu exclaimed in surprise. If it had been a professional player, they would have died immediately. The Goblin shield soldiers are summoned creatures that can be called repeatedly, so their death is not a big deal. But the brutal strength of the flesh spider was truly shocking. No wonder no one has cleared the nightmare level abyss. The monsters that can kill instantly are not even bosses, just elite monsters. "Who can pass this?" Tao Qian shouted loudly as he watched the second shield goblin also get torn apart. "Stop shouting. Let's run now." Zheng Yu led the escape. There was no choice. There were too many cold corpses. They were densely packed, swarming in. This scene felt like the end of the world, surrounded by zombies. The Goblin combat team needed to deal with the most difficult flesh spider. Even if they had time, they couldn't stop this huge horde of cold corpses. "Fire spirit, fight quickly. And run," Zheng Yu urged. The twin fire spirits and the Goblin General retreated while throwing fireballs and shooting arrows at the flesh spider. Whoosh! The twin fire spirits were very angry. They thought it was finally their turn to shine. But unexpectedly, they encountered a tough opponent. The flames burned fiercely. 2 fireballs shot at the flesh spider. Boom! Boom! The fireballs exploded on the flesh spider's face. -3,548. -3,666. Keep going. Only the twin fire spirits could deal high damage now. The third shield goblin was also torn apart by the flesh spider. But casting spells drained the twin fire spirits' energy, and after a long time of casting, their damage output decreased. At that moment, the goblin wizard suddenly inserted his finger into his chest. He pulled out a bone from inside. He placed it on the top of his staff, which had a groove. A strange, hard-to-understand spell was cast. A purple light shone on the twin fire demons. In the next moment, the twin fire demons fully recovered, and their flames burned brightly again. Boom! The flames turned a terrifying purple. All the cold corpses near the twin fire demons turned to ash. Fire domain, no cold corpses allowed. The twin fire demons received a life sacrifice from the goblin wizard, boosting their overall strength. Increased size. Increased damage. Increased health. Duration, 1 minute. The goblin wizard made 2 moves in total. One was a sleep spell that stopped the human skin spider's attack. The other was now sacrificing life to strengthen the twin fire demons. The twin fire demons grew larger, and their flames changed from red to deep purple. Any cold corpse entering their flame aura would turn to ash within seconds. Low health level 5 cold corpses turned to ash immediately when they entered the flame aura. Higher health level 10 cold corpses could last about 5 seconds. Defeated elite cold corpse, LV10, gained 921 experience points. Defeated elite cold corpse, LV6, gained 321 experience points. Defeated elite cold corpse, LV5, gained 129 experience points. Defeated elite cold corpse, LV7, gained 503 experience points. A series of experience points flooded in. The experience bar rapidly filled. In just 1 minute, nearly 3,000 experience points were gained. Almost reached level 9. Cold corpses kept dying, and experience kept increasing, making Zheng Yu want to stay and grind for experience happily. But Zheng Yu knew that only with the Goblin Wizard's sacrifice boost could the Twin Fire Demons reach this level. Without the Wizard's boost, the Twin Fire Demons would quickly lose energy. Faced with endless cold corpses emerging from the forest, the boosted Twin Fire Demons could not hold out for long. "Kill the human skin spider, then we retreat," Zheng Yu said to the Twin Fire Demons. The human skin spider was the most important target. The closest human skin spider to the Twin Fire Demon was bombarded with fire spells. Originally, the Twin Fire Demon was exhausted and couldn't use any skills, but thanks to the Goblin Wizard's life sacrifice, it suddenly regained all its energy. It cast a series of spells on the human skin spider. Double fireball, double fire cage, double fire damage. Boom. The human skin spider was engulfed in purple flames, emitting black smoke, and a strong, pungent smell of roasted rubber spread out. Defeated elite, human skin spider, LV.15, gained 2,691 experience points. Congratulations. You obtained armor, top, human skin spider armor, gold tier, LV.10. Congratulations. You obtained armor, hat, human skin spider hat, gold tier, LV.10. Congratulations. You obtained armor, pants, human skin spider trousers, gold tier, LV.10. Level, LV.8 LV. 9, 6,800 experience points needed for next level, remaining, 5298, health. 1,114.10 from equipment bonus. Mana, 330-340 from equipment bonus. Intelligence, 95-105 from equipment bonus. Strength, 2022 from equipment bonus. Agility, 1617 remaining free attribute points. 10. Nice, very good. Zheng Yu was very happy to see the 3 pieces of gold tier equipment. At level 10, gold tier gear is considered the highest quality equipment. A piece of level 10 gold tier gear is worth around 1,000,000 coins, regardless of the class. The high value of the gear is partly due to market hype. But more importantly, level 10 gold tier equipment can be used all the way up to level 20. As long as you can safely pass through levels 10 to 20, you can truly earn a living as a professional. Most wealthy players are willing to spend this much money. Zheng Yu looked at the 3 pieces of gold tier gear. Armor, top human skin spider armor, required level 10, class requirement. Any profession, quality, gold, attributes. For 1,000 health, 15% physical defense, 15% magical defense, equipment effect. When attacked, the human skin spider armor absorbs 10% of the damage. Set effect. Human skin spider set, top/hat/pants. For 1,000 health. Zheng Yu was surprised. An equipment piece that adds more health than his current total. Too bad. Health from equipment can't be converted into talent points. Otherwise, I could upgrade the Twin Fire Demons to the 4th level. Zheng Yu turned to Tao Qian and Wu Zong and asked, "How much health do you two have now?" Tao Qian said, 4290. Wu Zong added more details. "I just reached level 6, and my health is now 5490. Why is yours over 1,000 more than mine?" Tao Qian looked surprised. Wu Zong explained, "My highest potential is in physique. The higher the physique potential, the higher the maximum health growth. The martial monk is a health-focused class, second only to the holy knight." Zheng Yu estimated that once they level up to 10, their health might reach around 8,000 or 9,000. An equipment piece of gold level adding 4,000 health doesn't seem so strange. Equipment is the most important source of strength for players. It also adds 15% physical and magical resistance, and can even absorb 10% of extra damage. These attributes make it a very good piece of gear. Set effect. Zhengyu saw the last line of the equipment description. It turned out to be a set, and it drops all 3 pieces at once. This human skin spider is quite impressive. Armor, hat human skin spider hat, required level 10, class requirement. Any profession, quality, gold, attributes, 1500 health, 10% energy, 10% energy recovery speed, equipment effect. When the wearer or their summoned creature has low energy, it will restore some energy. Cooldown, 2 hours. Set effect, human skin spider set, top/hat/pants. A hat that increases energy. The shape of the hat is completely made from black faux spider leather. Zhengyu was worried earlier that the human skin spider suit might really be made from disgusting human scalp material. Fortunately, it doesn't look so gross. Zhengyu doesn't dislike spiders. He dislikes spiders made from human skin. Armor, pants human skin spider pants, level requirement. LV.10, class requirement. Any profession, quality, gold, attributes, 2000 HP, 15% movement speed, 5 agility, equipment effect. Reduces negative effects like slowing, binding, and mud by 20%, increases jumping ability by 30%, and makes immune to all slowing/binding effects from spider webs. Set effect. 3-piece human skin spider set, top, hat, pants. The shoes are average, because they can affect summoned creatures. This is a common problem for summoners. Equipment effects, besides intelligence, rarely work on summoned creatures. After all, summoned creatures are technically skills. Increasing health and speed doesn't really help with skills. Over the years, summoners have been abandoned for good reasons, and it's not that no one wanted to prove their worth. It's simply that the summoner profession itself isn't very strong. All 3 pieces are level 10 gear, so Zhengyu can't wear them for now. But he still saw the set bonus. Set effect, 3-piece human skin spider set, top, hat, pants. Wearing all 3, human skin spider armor, human skin spider hat, human skin spider pants. Activates the set bonus, 50 intelligence, 50 strength, 5 agility, and activates the set skill resentment. Resentment marks the last enemy who attacked you. Your next attack will deal resentment damage, which is based on critical damage but does not benefit from critical hit bonuses. Resentment? Zhengyu remembered this should be a skill of the human skin spider. No wonder the human skin spider can instantly kill a shield goblin with 6,000 HP. That must be this resentment effect. It can deal critical damage, but isn't a true critical hit, just a damage value. But that's enough. This set bonus can boost the goblin general's burst damage even more. Meanwhile, the flames on the twin fire demons changed from purple to red. The goblin wizard's life sacrifice effect disappeared. Let's retreat. Zhengyu quickly recalled the weakened twin fire demon to the summoner's space. The goblin shield soldiers were cut off. The goblin general and the wolf riders led the way. Zhengyu and his team ran toward the frozen lake. All the shield soldiers are dead. The 2 wolf riders were surrounded earlier and didn't come out. The goblin wizard sacrificed his life. Only 5 archers and 5 dead soldiers remain. After escaping the cold zombie horde and nearing the frozen lake, the zombies did not continue to chase. They seemed afraid of the lake. This gave Zhengyu and his team a chance to rest. Zhengyu checked the battle damage. The goblin general had lost half his health, and the giant wolf's right leg was injured. Most of the goblin combat team was lost, but luckily, the 5 dead soldiers were still alive. These 5 soldiers were Zhengyu's secret weapon against the boss inside the frozen lake. The twin fire demons were exhausted and were recovering inside the summoner's space. Zhengyu looked around. He found the zombie horde had disappeared. The quiet surface of the frozen lake showed no signs of life. Let's rest for a while. After the twin fire demons recover, we'll go to the frozen lake again. No one objected to Zhengyu's plan. While he was resting, Tao Yuan and others started preparing chairs and food. Actually, not only Zhengyu's team, but all the other teams were doing the same. Deep dives often lasted several hours, and the longest could go over a month. Resting during the break was necessary to recover strength, energy, and heal injuries. unless they were being relentlessly chased by the abyss. Zheng Yu took out a bunch of medicines from his inventory. He threw some high-quality pork directly to the giant wolf. The wolf ate it in a few bites. The injury on its leg visibly healed. Zheng Yu selected different healing potions, restoring about 4,000 health points to the Goblin General, filling his health bar. The twin fire demons remained inside the summoner's space because it was the fastest place for their recovery. I'm exhausted. Tao Qian was lying inside a built tent. Zheng Yu smiled and said, "You're so tired, but I didn't ask you to fight." Tao Qian chuckled. "It's just that after lying down for so long, I feel a bit uncomfortable when I suddenly start moving." Heh. Zheng Yu laughed at Tao Qian's playful attitude. Wu Zong, who was preparing food, said, "Now I really feel what it's like to face a nightmare-level abyss. The number of cold corpses just now is impossible for normal players to pass." Ku Ying, who was cutting fruit, also said, "I think the hardest part isn't the cold corpses. Only top players dare to enter the nightmare abyss, and they should have ways to get through. The real challenge is that spider with human skin. It's fast, deals high damage, and in its brutal state, it can kill you instantly. Who can pass?" No wonder Jiangshui City has had no S-rank players clear it all these years, even though some have appeared. It's really tough. Zheng Yu then asked, "By the way, did any S-rank players try to enter the Nightmare Abyss before?" The rewards for the Nightmare Abyss are very rich. You could say that each time you clear a stage of the Nightmare Abyss, it helps you upgrade your equipment for the next stage. Because the Nightmare Abyss always drops the best gear for that stage. The top equipment in Stage 10 is a platinum-grade warrior weapon. It's obtained from the Nightmare Abyss in other cities. It's said that after a warrior reaches level 25 and changes jobs, the weapon can be sold at auction for up to 20 million. A level 10 weapon costing 10 million is already incredible. Even more astonishing, after several trades, the weapon's price has risen to 40 million. It's been given the title of Strongest Warrior Weapon at level 10. In other words, with this weapon, even a warrior with poor talent can easily reach the third stage of their profession. That's why Zheng Yu is determined to clear the Nightmare Abyss. Although the country provides resources and subsidies, they say it's limitless, but that's not entirely true. It's just that resources won't be scarce. Not everything can be obtained. For example, that strongest warrior weapon at level 10 depends on skill and luck. Unfortunately, the difficulty of the Nightmare Abyss is too high. Non-SS level talent professionals find it very hard to clear the game, and even SS level professionals need the right teammates to have a chance. It can be said that the outside world's doubts about Zheng Yu are understandable. Followed by Zheng Yu into the Nightmare level abyss, Tao Qian and others are brave enough and stubborn enough. Tao Qian believes that no S-level professional has ever tried it. Before, when we entered the Nightmare Abyss, there were notices. I haven't heard of any S-level professionals entering the Nightmare Abyss in previous years. One Ren Qingyu looked at Zheng Yu with interest and said, "Then you should ask our flashy captain. Public announcements cost money." Tao Qian looked at Zheng Yu, seeking an answer. Zheng Yu shrugged and said, "I don't announce it, so no one knows I entered the Nightmare Abyss. They might think I'm afraid to team up with Li Feng, so I had to announce it." Tao Qian twitched his mouth. "I thought announcements were passive, but it turns out they are active skills. How much did it cost?" Ku Ying asked curiously. "Just pushed directly to their faces, a total of 50,000. Ku Ying. Spending 50,000 just to make an announcement feels a bit wasteful to Ku Ying. But Zheng Yu thinks it's worth it. Why should I be low-key? I'm so strong. If I don't show off a little, isn't that wasting my talent?" Zheng Yu said jokingly. But Tao Qian and the others felt Zheng Yu's words were not sincere. One Ren Qingyu thought of something and asked, "You said before you didn't have the resurrection cross. I thought you were joking, since S-level talents usually include at least one life-saving resurrection item. So, the resource department in Jiangshui City didn't give you any resources?" Zheng Yu looked up at One Ren Qingyu. "You know quite a lot." One Ren Qingyu shrugged. "Before my family fell, the One Ren family was a first-tier family. I still know about these things." Zheng Yu didn't comment. He didn't ask about One Ren Qingyu's family or why they fell. Everyone has secrets, just like they wouldn't ask why Zheng Yu's summoned beast is so strong or why Goblin Wolf Cavalry turned into Goblin General. Asking further would be impolite. When Ren Qingyu guessed correctly, His subsidy still hasn't arrived. Zheng Yu spent 50,000 on a public announcement because he was angry. As an S-rank talented professional, his subsidies and resources should have arrived long ago. Before he entered the abyss, he should have received them. Others might be slower, but S-rank talents should get theirs first. This is a sign of respect for S-rank talents. Why hasn't he received them? Zheng Yu knows the answer. No one has contacted him. It wasn't until he broke the abyss record that Mayor Jiangshui City remembered him. What is this? It's clearly special treatment. Li Feng, an A-rank talented professional, was able to clear the abyss quickly and set a new record because his supplies arrived early. A-rank talents all have supplies, but Zheng Yu does not. Just because Zheng Yu doesn't say anything doesn't mean he doesn't know or isn't angry. He can afford the money for the announcement. He also wants to warn those who are blocking his resources that he remembers everything. I am a person who holds grudges and doesn't like to swallow my anger. Since I can tell everyone about this, there's no need to hide it. Do you know? After we broke the record for the simple abyss, the mayor came directly to me. When Ren Xingyu asked, "Did he call you directly?" Zheng Yu smiled and shook his head. No, he asked the head teacher to inform me, so I would go to him voluntarily. When Ren Xingyu. Zheng Yu looked very understanding and said, I understand. Jiangshui City's resources are limited. After giving to Li Feng, there's little left for a summoner like me. So now I really want to know. If I clear the nightmare level abyss again, how will the mayor respond? When Ren Xingyu thought for a moment and said, I remember the head of Jiangshui City's resource department is surnamed Li. Zheng Yu smiled brightly. I know, his son is Li Feng. The mayor probably isn't so narrow-minded, Tao Qian asked with doubt. To be a mayor, a professional's level must be at least level 45. An official's role isn't just political management. It also involves protection and forceful suppression. A professional's level represents everything. It's not necessarily the case. You should know that the resources the country provides to professionals with S-level talents or higher are not just one time. The follow-up resources are very impressive. Also, the mayor needs to achieve results. He wants to level up too. After level 40, each new level becomes very difficult. Over the past few years, Jiangshui City's performance hasn't been very good. Although you have S-level talent, as a summoner, some people might have taken advantage of this. Most likely, the resources are already with Li Feng. Ren Wen Qingyu analyzed calmly. Zheng Yu nodded as well. The mayor can't just take my resources, but this matter can't happen without his approval. It's simple. Comparing the two, an S-level talent but a sewer worker, an A-level talent, but in a popular profession, and the person's father is the head of the resources department. Zheng Yu shrugged. With this connection, the answer is obvious. Tao Qian asked confusedly. Isn't the resources department under the mayor's control? Why does the mayor need to curry favor with the department head? Ren Wen Qingyu shook his head. First, you're mistaken about the relationship. The resources department is the resources department. The mayor is the mayor. The two don't have a hierarchical relationship. In fact, the resources department is more important because, as you know, it controls resources. Also, the word curry favor isn't quite right here. First, the mayor needs results. Looking at Zheng Yu's profession, Li Feng's qualifications are lower than Zheng Yu's, but he is a real warrior, which is very stable. Second, the mayor and Li Nan have a complementary relationship. A few years ago, before my family fell into decline, I heard of Li Nan. You can think of him as someone coming to Jiangshui City for experience, and he will leave soon. I see. With this explanation from Ren Wen Qingyu, Tao Qian understood everything. It's not that the mayor has a small mind, but that their perspective is narrow. They are well-informed and analyze the pros and cons accurately. Offending an unknown, backgroundless, and unpromising summoner isn't worth it. It's better to give resources to the department head from above, build connections, and secure relationships. This way, they can also get an A-level warrior. Although the talent isn't high, it's stable. Whether or not Zheng Yu receives the resources, it's all reasonable. The resources did not reach Zheng Yu, and he did not ask the guild to help handle these matters. It seemed like the other side could say whatever they wanted. The head teacher said in a phone call that the mayor personally awarded the reward. But Zheng Yu knew clearly that the mayor had realized Zheng Yu, the summoner, was not so bad. Since the resources had already been allocated, to keep him stable, they had to follow the proper process. They made a big show and offered some compensation. That was about it. Because of this reasonableness, Zheng Yu was very angry. Things that should belong to him, why should they be given to others? So, even though Zheng Yu had time, he still refused the mayor's invitation to meet. He held a grudge. There was no way around it. Zheng Yu was not a very forgiving person. He didn't care much about the resources, but what belonged to him, he wouldn't give to others. Even if he didn't want it, others had no right to take it. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office, Zhou Yin listened to the phone call and said with some surprise, "He refused to meet me?" The voice on the other end, the head teacher, was cautious. Zheng Yu said he needs to enter the abyss. Time is tight. After he comes out, I will ask him to find you. The head teacher tried to speak smoothly. Mayor Zhou Yin chuckled. Haha, this kid still holds a grudge. It's just about the resources not being given to him. Fine, when he comes out of the abyss, I'll give him a compensation. But there was silence on the line for a long time. Then, the head teacher asked in a strange tone, Mayor, I want to know, did you really not give Zheng Yu any resources at all? His tone was no longer as respectful as before, more like questioning. Mayor Zhou Yun frowned. He heard Zheng Yu's teacher on the phone sounding a bit stiff, almost angry. Who are you to question me? But after thinking for a moment, he held back. He understood that the other person might not be in a good mood right now. He patiently explained, Teacher Zhang, you also know that resource support requires a rating review. After evaluation by experts from Jiangshui City, everyone agreed that Li Feng has greater potential. Although Zheng Yu has an S-level talent, he is still a summoner by profession. Our Jiangshui City has been at the bottom for many years. We can't keep wasting resources because of Zheng Yu. The resources are really running out. You need to understand the government and our decisions. The head teacher on the phone, after hearing the mayor's words, said softly, Experts. Are they really always right? Mayor Zhou Yun's tone started to sound a bit impatient. Comrade Zhang Cheng, I'll say it again. This decision is based on an assessment, and the Provincial Resource Department has approved and issued it. If you have any objections, you can go ask the provincial authorities. Zhou Yun felt very annoyed. Although he is the mayor, many things are beyond his control, especially when it comes to achievements. He doesn't want to give resources to Zheng Yu, who has an S-level talent. It's not that he doesn't want to, but he can't. The country has issued 4 sets of S-level talent resources. 1 for level 1, 1 for level 10, 1 for level 25, and 1 for level 40. All 4 rewards are very generous. But they doubt whether Zheng Yu can upgrade to level 10. Who should receive the first and second allocations? Could it be like last year, when they told the higher-ups that the key trainee in Jiangshui City was no longer promising? What future does a summoner have? Wasting these resources would be a shame. Coincidentally, the son of the resource department head in Jiangshui City is an A-level warrior, which seems like a perfect solution. As for Zheng Yu, he's just a summoner. Soon, he will be forgotten by most. Distributing resources to Li Feng might even be seen as the right choice. He also knows Zheng Yu and his teacher will have complaints. So, as a mayor, being able to personally call Zheng Yu's teacher and patiently explain the reasons behind these decisions is already giving them face. What more do they want? Does he really owe them something? He didn't lie, because once Zheng Yu's S-level talent as a summoner was reported, several other departments, including but not limited to the education department, high school principals, and the resource department, came to him. He held many meetings and made many plans. In the end, they decided to report to the provincial authorities and make a special exception. Instead of giving the resources to Zheng Yu with S-level talent, they would give them to Li Feng with A-level talent. You need to understand me and the provincial area. More and more professionals are emerging, and those with high talent are increasing. Zheng Yu's S-level talent is no longer rare. Just think about it carefully. He hung up the phone. Zhou Yin called his secretary. Prepare some resources to send from us. Don't use resources from the resource department. Get them ready for Zheng Yu. This matter was indeed his fault, so he planned to make it up to Zheng Yu. The secretary said, Mayor, I think there's no need to prepare anything. Huh? Zhou Yin looked up in surprise. The secretary continued, Teacher Zhang Cheng probably didn't tell you, but Zheng Yu's current abyss is a nightmare-level abyss. Zhou Yun was stunned. Does he want to die? The secretary didn't answer, but kept speaking. Before entering the nightmare-level dungeon, Zheng Yu paid to post an announcement. At that time, All professionals in the Cold Street Secret Realm Hall knew Zheng Yu had entered the Nightmare Abyss. Zhou Yun's face looked strange. This kid has quite a temper. Is he planning to vent his frustration through death? He didn't believe Zheng Yu could clear a nightmare-level abyss. The Cold Street Abyss had been around in Jiang Water City for over 10 years, and no one had ever cleared a nightmare-level abyss. Not to mention Zheng Yu was a summoner. At this moment, Zhou Yun also realized why teacher Zhang Cheng's attitude was so strange earlier. He was respectful at first, then suddenly started questioning. It was because he knew Zheng Yu had entered a nightmare-level abyss, and he probably thought Zheng Yu wouldn't come out alive. Zheng Yu had no money, a difficult family situation, and no resources. He entered the nightmare abyss completely unprepared. Wasn't that just sending himself to death? Mayor Zhou Yun, however, smiled and didn't think this was a bad thing. Go prepare an obituary. Do you know how to write one? The secretary, with years of experience, understood the complexities involved. He said, I will write it sincerely, expressing regret that Jiang Water City lost an S-level talent. Also, exaggerate Zheng Yu's announcement, portraying him as arrogant and proud because of his S-level talent, and ultimately, his arrogance led to his downfall. Additionally, highlight the disadvantages of summoners, such as their inability to leave battles normally, and that the resurrection cross cannot be used. Also, I will briefly mention Li Feng's achievements. Zhou Yun shook his head and said, don't write about Li Feng. Remove that part. Understood. The secretary noted, avoid suspicion, in the notebook. Go ahead and prepare the resources you mentioned earlier. Just give them directly to teacher Zheng Yu. I remember Zhang Cheng has a high school freshman, right? Let him handle those resources as he sees fit. Understood. Deep in the abyss of the cold street, Zheng Yu was lying on a lounge chair, resting with his eyes closed. Because there was no internet connection inside the abyss, he couldn't browse forums. He could only drink some coffee and rest his body properly. He rested for about 2 hours. The twin fire spirits regained their energy. The summoner could see the status data of the summoned beasts. After a short rest, the Goblin General's mental and physical stamina reached 98%. His health was fully restored. The Goblin General did not rest in the summoner's space, but as a veteran soldier, his endurance was his strength. His mental and physical states remained in good condition. This veteran, used to war and fighting, constantly on the edge between life and death, would always stay alert and serious. The Goblin General would never truly relax, so his status could never reach 100%. However, the twin fire spirits quickly recovered to full 100% within Zheng Yu's summoner space. The twin fire spirits are described as young, lively, and energetic combat elements. Youth is their advantage. Their fighting spirit is part of their nature. But this also means they tire quickly and don't know how to pace themselves, which led to the previous situation where they exhausted their energy and couldn't use skills. They lack endurance, but all their skills are continuous. Need to find a way to improve the twin fire spirits' battle endurance, Zheng Yu thought. After level 10, the summoner gains a special training skill to develop their summoned beasts. This skill allows modifying the beast's traits, improving attributes, and refining skills. The goal is to make them suitable for battle. But this process is complicated and costly, often outweighing the actual combat benefits of the summoned beasts. Many players struggle through the beginner stage, and after reaching level 10, most choose to give up on being a summoner. But for Zheng Yu, no matter how he trains, his strength is ultimately determined by his talent. He isn't worried about that. At this moment, Tao Qian and others are packing up camping gear, tents, bonfires, food, and hot water, doing it quickly and efficiently. Zheng Yu feels a bit emotional. Such good teammates. Where can I find more like them? If only you guys were at my level, I wouldn't need to find new teammates for the boss fights after level 10. Although Tao Qian and Wu Zong are not very strong, Tao Qian, being Zheng Yu's close brother, understands his thoughts well. Often, before Zheng Yu can speak, Tao Qian already takes care of things. Like when Zheng Yu wanted to compete for the leaderboard, Tao Qian immediately started recruiting teammates without hesitation. Wu Zong's barbecue skills have improved a lot, especially his grilled kidneys, cooked just right, with a delicious flavor. Rin Rikinjiu knows how to make tea. Kuing looks like someone who often does chores. She packs things very quickly. The key point is, these two girls are very pretty. They work hard, look attractive, Listen well. What more could you ask for? Zhengyu feels it might be hard to find such obedient and well-behaved teammates in the future. Brother Yu, it's okay. We're all level 6 now. After clearing the nightmare level abyss, we should be able to reach level 7, and reaching level 10 is just a matter of a few simple boss fights. Tao Qian has already calculated. Level 2 abyss is for levels 10 to 20. Even if you clear another nightmare level boss, you probably won't go beyond level 20. There's still hope, hee. And I heard that after level 20, each level up requires hundreds of thousands of experience points. We have plenty of chances to latch onto your success. Zhengyu is reluctant to part with this helpful support. Tao Qian and the others are even more reluctant to let go of Zhengyu. This big support, based on Zhengyu's way of farming abyss levels, his level will rise quickly. To compete for the leaderboard, he can't afford to rest. They can't always rely on Zhengyu's abyss runs, but they can take advantage once in a while. At least during the level 2 abyss stage, they can still cling to him. After packing everything up, Zhengyu summons his twin fire demons in a healing state, with the Goblin General standing at the front. Zhengyu glanced at the time. 6 hours have passed since entering the nightmare level abyss. Now, it is the final stage of the abyss. The difficulty level abyss ends once you reach the spider skin creature. If you cannot kill the spider skin creature, you must deliver the female corpse to the center of the lake. From here on, no professional has ever reached this place in Jiangshui City. Zhengyu threw the training to Tao Qian. Just wait here. If anything goes wrong, you can retreat from the abyss in time. Let's go. After speaking, Zhengyu ordered a Goblin Death Knight to carry the female corpse. He and the Goblin General sat on a giant wolf and entered the frozen lake. The frozen lake is shallow. It only reaches halfway up the giant wolf's legs. The surrounding temperature is at least minus 40 degrees Celsius, yet the lake still ripples and is crystal clear. In the center of the lake, there is a small grave mound. No one knows whose grave it is. The grave is not large. It is trapped in the middle of the lake, half submerged in the water, but the top of the grave remains dry. Carrying the female corpse, Zhengyu approached the grave without any obstacles. There are no cold corpses, no skin monsters, only bone-chilling cold and a clear sense of resentment. A crisp sound of ice forming came from behind. The temperature suddenly dropped. When Zhengyu was about to place the grave mound on the grave, the lake froze instantly. A surge of intense resentment burst out from the grave. Zhengyu quickly retreated, stepping on the frozen surface of the lake. The Goblin General, Twin Fire Demons, and the Goblin Combat Team all prepared for battle. It was clear he had activated the final boss of the Nightmare Level Abyss. The last monster of the Nightmare Abyss. Are you here to persuade me to let them go? A noisy voice echoed around. It didn't sound like a single person, but like hundreds of angry spirits shouting together. Zhengyu quickly stepped back and said, I'm just here to return things to their original place. He ordered the Goblin General to put down the female corpse. But he did not stop the temperature from dropping. Resentment, cold air, and angry emotions swirled over the lake. Who? The twin fire demons increased the temperature of their fire aura to resist the cold. Return things to their original place? She should stay forever in that deep well, never seeing the sunlight, just like she did to me. Do you want to beg for her too? The voice was sharp and harsh, full of anger. Several cold corpses crawled out around the frozen lake. Zhengyu's face darkened. Because these cold corpses were level 15. Dead soldiers, stop them. Goblin General, go dig up the grave directly. A level 15 flesh spider. Even killing it was difficult, and a group of level 15 cold corpses was impossible to defeat quickly. We must deal with the boss in the graveyard. Only then can we fully clear the nightmare level abyss. The Goblin General charged forward at high speed to the grave. Roar! The cold corpses blocked in front of the Goblin General. Boom! The cold corpses used their bodies to block the charge of the wolf riders. A level 15 cold corpse was knocked flying. Minus 18,451. The level 9 Goblin General, with 656 attack power and a 27 times attack multiplier from the wolf riders, dealt nearly 20,000 damage. It took away about 2/3 of their health. These cold corpses don't have high health. Zhengyu retreated to the back to observe the battle. This is a combat style typical of summoner classes, not just summoners. Druid summoners calling beasts or necromancer summoners raising undead are all using this style. The farther back, the better. If it weren't for the fact that the class needed to enter the frozen lake to trigger the boss mechanism, he wouldn't want to go in at all. Twins fire demons, dead soldiers, and archers clear the way for the Goblin General, who, 2 fire demons released fire halos and fireballs to deal damage and lower the health of the cold corpses. The Goblin archers harassed from behind, adding damage. The Goblin dead soldiers used their bodies to block the cold corpses, buying time for the Goblin General. The Goblin General leapt up and struck the grave with a heavy hammer. Stop hiding. The cold corpses you control can't stop me. Keep hiding, and I'll dig up your grave. Boom. The Goblin General's heavy hammer fell, but was caught firmly by a pale, tiny hand. Finally, you're out. Zheng Yu looked at the pale hand with half-closed eyes. It was a child's arm, about 7 or 8 years old. The fingers were pale, with blood and dirt under the nails. The skin, like other cold corpses, was covered with a layer of white frost. And its data appeared in front of Zheng Yu. Cursed Little Chi, level, LV15, rank, level 1 curse, source of curse, God of the Cold Prison, health, 200,000, attack power, 1,500, skill I, absolute 0, skill 2, bone-chilling cold, skill 3, master of the frozen lake, skill 4, skill V, TSK, 20,000 health points. That was a bit frightening. No wonder the nightmare level abyss is rarely cleared. With this 200,000 health, it's enough to scare off so-called genius players. God of the Cold Prison. Zheng Yu looked at the term appearing on the nightmare level boss. It wasn't unfamiliar, just like in the game. This holy temple, abyss, and database profession that suddenly appeared on Earth also have a big background. That is, opposing gods. According to stories from other nightmare level abyss dungeons, one piece of information is clear. The abyss is a byproduct of the god's appearance. For example, the child in front of him, called Xiao Qi, has the ability to freeze everything and create icy corpses, but ends up lying in a coffin inside the frozen lake. The favor of the gods is not a blessing. It's a curse. That's all Zheng Yu knew about the abyss. After all, even the highest level Nan Mu Yun was only level 71 and hadn't encountered truly divine abyssal beings. A crisp freezing sound appeared on the Goblin General. As boss Xiao Qi crawled out of the grave, the surrounding temperature dropped again. It froze the nearest Goblin General instantly. Ice Crystal Pendant effect activated. Immune to freezing once. Effect enters cooldown. Next activation in 1 minute. The Ice Crystal Pendant's effect took hold. Although this necklace is only level 5, it is very effective in the Cold Street Abyss. Not only does this item grant immunity to freezing every minute, but it also adds 10 ice resistance and 20% slow effect reduction. Without this necklace, the goblin would not still be standing in front of Xiao Qi. Boom. After the freeze was lifted, General Goblin didn't hesitate. He didn't wait for boss Xiao Qi to fully climb out and immediately struck the outstretched hand with a fierce hammer. Once, twice, 3 times. The attack was loud and powerful, but it didn't deal any damage. Zheng Yu frowned. It's normal not to see damage, because the elite monsters in the Cold Street Abyss are protected by ice armor. But even with ice armor, there should be some damage numbers showing, even if it's 0. Fall back. Zheng Yu quickly thought of something and told General Goblin to move away from the only ground on the frozen lake. But it was too late. A sharp, piercing scream echoed around the graveyard. The previously frozen lake shattered completely and the water surface returned to its normal rippling state. Zheng Yu, standing on the lake, immediately stepped into the water. Although the water only reached his knees, the bone-chilling cold made his whole body numb. A deep cold spread from his legs to his spine. At the same time, General Goblin and his wolf were knocked flying out of the air. Minus 4,187. Over 4,000 damage instantly reduced nearly half of General Goblin's health. 1,000. 2,500. Zheng Yu quickly healed the goblin. Earlier, he found many healing items at the chef's cold corpse restaurant, and now they came in handy. The reason he couldn't deal damage earlier was because boss Xiao Qi was using a skill. Piercing Cold deals damage composed of resentment and cold air. When gathering cold air, the boss is invincible. This is a boss skill. The mechanic involves charging up, during which the boss is invincible. This mechanic is really disgusting, Zhengyu muttered, then drank a potion. It was the invisibility potion given by Yin Rin Xinyu. A piercing cold hit General Goblin, dealing 4,000 damage. If it hit him directly, the damage would overflow. Even with training dummies, he had to be careful. If he made a mistake, he would lose everything. In the distance, the onlookers, including Tao Qian, looked shocked. Wow, Tao Qian cursed aloud. He had seen goblin generals deal cold damage before, but never seen a goblin endure such high damage. Is this really possible? 4,000 damage in one hit? Kuing glanced at her health bar and muttered, if it were me, I'd be defeated instantly. No wonder the nightmare-level abyss is so hard to clear. It's impossible to pass. Wuzong looked worriedly at the goblin general who was knocked back and at Zhengyu, who was frozen with frost on his body. Can we win this? There was a moment of silence. Even Tao Qian, who usually trusted Zhengyu completely and supported him unconditionally, didn't speak. They were very anxious but couldn't do anything. They could only wait nervously. They hoped Zhengyu had a secret move to turn the tide. Zhengyu did have a secret move, but now was not the time to use it. This was just the first move against the boss of Cold Street. The piercing scream continued. At this moment, the boy named Shao Qi, cursed by the god of cold prison, had completely crawled out of his grave. He floated in midair, surrounded by cold air. His anger had turned into black smoke that could be seen, swirling around him. He was a boy about 7 or 8 years old, with his internal organs exposed. His face was covered with scars, one arm bent at a 90-degree angle and deformed, pressed against his chest. His chest was hollow, showing severed intestines and torn flesh. Fortunately, because of the cold temperature, everything inside was frozen, so there was no sticky blood or similar fluids. Ugly, frightening, bloody. But Zhengyu felt very distressed. That cake, without a doubt, was made from this child's body. It was hard to imagine how much pain this child had suffered in life. At this moment, the twin fire demons had defeated 2 level 15 cold corpses. They adjusted the temperature of their flame halos and returned to Zhengyu's side, helping to dispel the cold. Because Zhengyu was in stealth mode. Therefore, only the goblin general, the twin fire spirits, and the still-living goblin combat squad can be seen here. Little Qi, floating in midair, gazes blankly at the twin fire spirits. Clearly, he dislikes flames. You all deserve to die too. A voice comes from all directions. Rasping sounds, tearing noises, men, women, and children. Little Qi controls the souls of the dead in the cold street abyss, speaking. He charges directly at the twin fire spirits. The flames make him feel uncomfortable. He also senses that these twin fire spirits are the biggest threat. Stop him. Zhengyu quickly retreats, enduring the cold, moving away from the twin fire spirits to avoid being affected. The death warriors rush forward. On Little Qi's scarred face, a contemptuous expression appears. He flicks his right hand, and cold air sweeps over the 5 death warriors like icy dragons. Clatter, they are frozen instantly. His skill is absolute 0. Seeing the frozen death warriors, Little Qi's expression turns even more disdainful, with his eyes rolled back, showing no pupils. But in the next moment, he pauses. Because only 4 of the death warriors are frozen. One more suddenly appears behind him, without him noticing. Get away! Boom! Before he can react, a loud explosion occurs. The death warrior blows up right in front of the boss. A purple firelight completely covers him. Minus 5,874. Zhengyu's first trump card. A death warrior who can use the assassin's blink skill and self-destruct. The self-destruction damage of the goblin death warrior is actually quite good. It deals about 5,000 damage. But against the boss Little Qi, who has 200,000 health, it's a drop in the bucket. However, the damage from the self-destruction isn't the most important. What matters is that the blood of the death warrior, after self-destruction, is poisonous. Not only poisonous, but also flammable. Goblin death warriors not only fear death, but also have the ability to explode upon dying. They have been taking poison regularly and injecting special blood, which has turned their blood into a different kind of weapon. Hiss! Blood splatters all over boss Little Qi. It made a hissing, corrosive sound. Minus 109. minus 125, minus 158. The damage kept increasing. It hit 3 or 4 times every second. Phew. The death of this warrior gave the twin fire demons a chance. The fire cage was ready to activate. Boom. The flames ignited the purple blood on boss Xiaoqi. Since the blood was already corrosive, it burned instantly. Like maggots on bones, it tormented Xiaoqi's skin and body. Minus 258. Minus 269. Minus 3,684. Minus 2,284. The burning of the warrior's toxic blood, the damage from the fire cage, and the burning from the fire aura all mixed together. The health of the Cold Street boss visibly dropped. Remember, the twin fire demons' damage is doubled. They lose nearly 10,000 health points every second. This made Tao Qian exclaim in surprise. Nightmare-level Abyss really is tough. But Zhengyu is too crazy. Is he a summoner? Is this a fight between bosses? At first, Tao Qian didn't think much of the twin fire demons, thinking they were just for roasting sausages. But they turned out to be so powerful. But it's still not enough. Even though the twin fire demons currently had the upper hand, Zhengyu still had 4 warriors ready to block the Cold Street boss at any moment, giving the demons enough time to attack. As long as there was enough time, the twin fire demons could burn everything. But Ren Xingyu still frowned tightly. The boss is in a savage state, and this Cold Street boss hasn't used any skills yet. If it enters a savage state, the Goblin warriors won't be able to stop it. Tao Qian and Wu Zong also looked worried. We must win. All Wu Zong and the others could do now was pray. Ah, another sharp, piercing scream. The angry voice froze the warrior who was about to approach. The warrior was instantly frozen by the cold air. It didn't explode. Zhengyu. All right, so this is how you want to play? Zhengyu planned to send another loyal soldier to block boss Xiaoqi. The twin fire demons dealt high damage, but were also very fragile. Just a touch could kill them. Unexpectedly, this small boy with hollowed-out organs predicted the loyal soldier's move in advance. Wow, it can evolve countermeasures. Looks like I can't just see you as a simple game boss. Summon Beast Frenzy. Zhengyu revealed his second trump card. It was his only active skill as a summoner. Summoned Beast Frenzy. Angers all summoned beasts of the summoner, putting them into a frenzy state to boost their overall strength. The skill description was very simple. No numbers, no coefficients, just a brief explanation. According to a certain textbook, not quite a textbook, the extent of the frenzy boost depends on the enemy's strength. The stronger the enemy, the greater the boost, but the frenzy duration will decrease, and after it ends, the beasts will become weak. The duration of the frenzy depends on the summoner's talent level. The higher the talent, the longer it lasts. This was the experience summarized by the author of that textbook after personal practice. Summoned Beast Frenzy was the summoner's secret weapon. The summoner class was weak, but this frenzy skill was quite powerful. At the moment of casting, the flames on the twin fire demons instantly turned purple. High-level flames doubled the damage again. Howl. Not only did the twin fire demons frenzy, but also Goblin General, Giant Wolf, Loyal Soldier, and Goblin Archer all entered frenzy. Their eyes turned wild. Their breath became chaotic. The biggest change was actually the Loyal Soldier. Already irrational due to its special type, after frenzy, it completely lost reason and turned into a pure, crazy monster. Roar, the Loyal Soldier roared. With crazy eyes fixed on boss Xiaoqi, that primal, desire-filled gaze made Xiaoqi hesitate. That tiny hesitation gave the summoned beasts a chance to attack. All 4 loyal soldiers flashed forward to boss Xiaoqi. Bang! The first one exploded. Boom. The second one self-destructed. Boom. The third one. Boom. And the last one. For consecutive explosions directly reduced boss Xiaoqi's health by 30,000 points. But it didn't end there. Goblin General followed closely behind. Goblin Charge. Like a sharp sword, it pierced into boss Xiaoqi's heart. An exaggerated amount of damage was dealt. Minus 32,489. A direct hit of over 30,000 damage. Plus, the continuous burning from the twin fire spirits and the Goblin Archer's additional attacks. Boss Xiaoqi's health dropped to just over 40,000. Nice. Tao Qian shouted excitedly. This attack caused his health to fall very quickly. If I had known this boss had 200,000 health, I would have thought it was only a few thousand with this damage rate. This is insanely strong. Who would have thought a summoner has such powerful skills? It's pretty impressive, when Rinxingyu said. Are you sure the skills are strong? Or is Zhengyu just that powerful? Tao Qian asked back. One Rinxingyu nodded and said, both are strong. I observed before that Zhengyu's Goblin charge can deal up to 18,000 damage in one hit. But after using this Summoning Beast's Berserk skill, the damage nearly doubled. This isn't a skill that a player below level 10 should have. This skill means the stronger the summoned beast, the greater the boost after Berserk mode. For other summoners, it's just average. After all, doubling the damage of a weak creature still makes it weak. But Zhengyu's doubling. Tao Qian added, he's a freak, turning one freak into two. That kid has entered a savage state. Wuzong interrupted their conversation. A bone-chilling cold swept over. The frozen lake rippled. When Zhengyu's Berserk attack reduced Xiao Qi's health to a quarter, the cursed Xiao Qi entered a savage state. His hidden 2 skills also revealed themselves. Skill 4, Father? Skill V, Mother? I just want to ask, who is winning in this nightmare-level abyss? Wuzong finally asked the question he had been holding back. Zhengyu has become so strange. It's so hard to fight the nightmare-level abyss. Can other professionals really win? The reason I asked this question is because behind the boy who was drained of his insides, the man-shaped spider that Zhengyu had spent a lot of effort to defeat reappeared. He is the father. The female corpse pulled out of the well by Zhengyu slowly stood up. She is the mother. The presence of parents should protect their children from the wind and rain. When I was alive, you abandoned me. Now that I am dead, you should do something for me. Xiao Qi finally revealed his true voice. A clear, childlike voice. No levels, no health points. When the man-shaped spider and the female corpse from the well appeared, Wuzong noticed that the monsters Zhengyu called parents had no data. That's why he wanted to ask, who is winning in this nightmare-level abyss? Because he couldn't see any chance of winning. Zhengyu's 5 dead soldiers, all self-destructed. His Berserk state is also nearing the end. He just managed to reveal the opponent's brutality. How do we fight next? At this moment, Wuzong was already thinking about quitting the abyss. If it weren't for Goblin General still holding the front line, he might have already retreated. Ren Rikinjiu stared fixedly at the center of the lake, saying, you must understand. Only Zhengyu has the strength to fight this boss. We can't help much. Other cities that cleared the nightmare-level abyss need at least one SS-level talent professional, and the rest of the team members must be at least S-level to qualify. And even then, it's not guaranteed that they will succeed. Honestly, Zhengyu's current strength is already quite impressive. Ren Rikinjiu didn't really expect to clear the abyss anymore. She didn't expect the nightmare-level abyss in Cold Street to be so strong. Ren Rikinjiu, Ku Ying, and Wuzong looked a bit disappointed. After all, they borrowed a lot of money hoping Zhengyu could clear the nightmare abyss. Money isn't really the biggest problem. In just one day, they all leveled up to level 6 or 7, so they're at least starting out. They can slowly earn money to pay it back later. But unfortunately, this nightmare-level abyss. If they could clear a nightmare-level abyss once, the rewards, such as the completion bonus, historical record bonus, first-time clear bonus, and special nightmare-level rewards, would be enough to help them level up to at least level 20 and reach the 3rd stage of the abyss. Unfortunately, dreams are just dreams. Reality is harsh. Based on the current situation, they see no way for Zhengyu to turn the tide. There are 2 monsters whose levels are unknown. One boss has entered a savage state. Meanwhile, on Zhengyu's side, the twin fire demons are about to run out of energy. The enraged goblin warrior can still fight, but he can't hold off 3 monsters. All the goblin soldiers have self-destructed. The goblin wolf riders, who had been covering the rear, are now surrounded by a horde of cold corpses. The goblin wizard sacrificed his life to kill the flesh spider. Only the weakest goblin archer remains. By now, Zhengyu has no chance of winning. I have to go help him. Tao Qian pulls out a monk's staff. He rushes forward. Are you crazy? Wuzong immediately grabs Tao Qian. What can you do now? Can you kill the flesh spider? Or can you block the female corpse below? In other abyss levels, their level 6 might still be considered combat strength. But this is a nightmare-level abyss. Not just them. Even if Li Feng were here, he could only hold them back. But I can't just watch Zhengyu die. Tao Qian is very anxious. If they are no longer fighting, they can leave the abyss. But Zheng Yu cannot. Unless he can escape the boss's attack, he can't leave. Tao Qian almost didn't hesitate and prepared to rush in to help Zheng Yu. You're just sending yourself to death. Wu Zong tries to stop him. It doesn't matter. Tao Qian's eyes are firm. He picks up the monk's staff and turns to enter the frozen lake. He knows very well that he is no match for the boss and the cold corpse monsters. But he still goes. Not for anything else. If Zheng Yu dies, he will carry guilt for the rest of his life. Crazy. Wu Zong grits his teeth and curses. In the next moment, Wu Zong notices Kuing also pulls out a dagger, looking stunned. You don't think of going up to die too, do you? Kayling nodded seriously with her doll-like face. For me, I can only turn things around by becoming a professional. Otherwise, it's no different from being dead. After speaking, she entered stealth mode and slowly sank into the frozen lake. Wu Zong was a bit confused. He could understand Tao Qian helping Zheng Yu because they had been childhood friends with a strong bond. But why was Kayling doing this? Don't look at me. I don't know either, when Ren Xingyu said casually, crossing her arms as she noticed Wu Zong looking at her. Then she pointed around and said, You probably want to retreat, right? Do it quickly. At this moment, Wu Zong realized there was a rustling sound around him. The cold zombie horde had reappeared because the spider-human hybrid had been revived. Ugh. Wu Zong felt very conflicted. He had gotten along well with Zheng Yu and the others before, but that was only because Zheng Yu could help him level up. But now, the situation was different. The zombie horde had appeared again, and he had nowhere to hide. Zheng Yu's Goblin General was also being suppressed by the spider-human hybrid and the underground female corpse. He saw no hope of winning. He was silent for a moment. Then he looked up at Ren Xingyu and asked, Aren't you leaving? Ren Xingyu took out a dagger. My sister is here. I want to leave too. If I stay, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Wu Zong looked at Zheng Yu and Tao Qian with complicated eyes. I want to live, he finally sighed. Going up now is just asking for death. Tell Tao Qian I'm sorry, he said. In the end, Wu Zong chose to leave. He felt he had already gone too far, staying with Zheng Yu and Tao Qian to this point. Betting was okay, but not with his life. After all, he had already seen how powerful the enemy was. Continuing to gamble would be foolish. He wanted to become a professional. He was also attracted by the rewards of the nightmare-level abyss. Otherwise, he wouldn't have borrowed money from his brother to enter the abyss. But the problem was, everything was already decided, and there was no hope left. I advise you, while you're not in combat mode and can still retreat, try to do so. Keep the Green Mountains, and you won't worry about firewood. Wu Zong looked at Ren Xingyu with some nostalgia and advised her. Ren Xingyu showed no sign of hiding her dislike. Just take care of yourself. Don't have any inappropriate thoughts about me. You're not qualified. Also, I'm not obliged to pass on any messages for you. Go away. Wu Zong. He did like Ren Xingyu. But it was just a pity that beauties like Ku Ying and Ren Xingyu would die together with Zheng Yu and the others. Fine. Wu Zong shook his head. He chose to forcibly leave the Abyss dungeon. Forcibly leaving the Abyss dungeon will result in a drop of 2 levels and a negative effect in the next dungeon, reducing experience gained by 60%. If you understand the penalty for forcibly leaving the Abyss, please click Confirm. You will exit in 10 seconds. Wu Zong sighed. Compared to life, what's a little punishment? Confirm exit. Exiting the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare Level, 10. 9-8. Team notice. Team member Wu Zong, Martial Monk, has left the team. Due to forcibly leaving the Abyss dungeon, Wu Zong will receive a penalty. Zheng Yu looked back. He saw Wu Zong turn into a beam of light and disappear. He also saw Tao Qian holding a Martial Monk staff, trembling as he ran towards Zheng Yu in the icy lake. Brother Yu, I'm here to help you, he shouted while running. Then, because his legs were numb from the cold, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Just then, he noticed a footprint on his back. Puff! He was stepped on again and fell down. Kuing. It was clearly Ku Ying, the hidden assassin. Before Tao Qian could get up again, another footprint stepped on his back. You two are going too far. Tao Qian cursed. The assassin was very fast, able to hide and blink, but she needed a foothold. Tao Qian, lying on the ground, was just right. Zheng Yu was surprised to see these two beautiful assassins. Why? Didn't expect us to stay behind? Wenren Xingyu raised an eyebrow and looked at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu smiled and said, "Indeed. Based on the current situation, his chances of winning are indeed slim. Tao Qian is truly a very good friend. But Ku Ying and Wenren Xingyu, ultimately, are just interested in benefits." Wenren Xingyu pointed to the girl-faced Ku Ying and said, "She says she trusts you." Zheng Yu glanced at Ku Ying. During their break earlier, they overheard that Ku Ying was the one who decided to join his team. Although Wenren Xingyu comes from a wealthy family and knows a lot, she always follows Ku Ying when it comes to making decisions. "Why?" Zheng Yu asked. Then he pointed to the Goblin general who was being pressed down and had half his health left. "Just because of them?" Ku Ying pursed her lips and said, "I'm also gambling, betting that you still have a trick up your sleeve." Zheng Yu smiled. "Gambling? At least you need to have cards. If you have no cards left, where's the gamble?" Ku Ying wasn't fooled by Zheng Yu. She directly said, "Because you're about to level up." "Smart." Zheng Yu nodded. Neither Wu Zong, who preferred to endure penalties rather than stay here, nor Wenren Xingyu, who was experienced and knowledgeable, noticed that his experience bar was close to reaching level 10. Instead, it was this seemingly simple and innocent girl who noticed. "Yes, this is Zheng Yu's final trump card, and the gift he prepared for the boss of Han Street, Xiao Qi. Actually, by now, the strength of the Han Street boss has exceeded his expectations, probably because of fighting solo in dungeons, making the difficulty much higher. According to his plan, the Beast's Berserk skill was originally reserved for use in the brutal phase. After all, reaching level 10 and instantly boosting strength is too risky. But now, this is his only remaining card. It must be said, this is truly a nightmare-level abyss. He has used up all his cards. Level 10, Wenren Xingyu, standing nearby, looked confused. Although level 10 can improve strength, it's nowhere near the transformation at level 25 with class evolution or the significant change at level 50 with class awakening. Her concern is understandable. Level 10 is only a small upgrade. The real leap happens at levels 25 and 50. For me, leveling up is always a big improvement. Zheng Yu spoke calmly. At the same time, the twin fire demons burned another level 15 cold zombie. Killed cold zombie, LV 15. Gained 1681 experience points. Congratulations. Level up. Level. LV9 LV10. 11,000 experience needed. 10,541 remaining to level up. Health. 1410 1750 from equipment. Intelligence. 105 116 from equipment. Remaining free attribute points. 20. Leveled up to level 10. Learned basic summoner skills. Summon Beast Constitution Training, Summon Beast Skill Training, Summon Beast Attribute Training. Now I'm at level 10. Zheng Yu looked at his improved stats and nodded with satisfaction. He didn't focus on the 3 new specialized skills for now. These skills don't give immediate boosts. The most important things are the maximum health and free attribute points. Reaching level 10 gave him 10 attribute points. Each attribute point adds 50 health. 20 free attribute points mean 100 talent points. This means that by sacrificing another 500 health points, he can directly upgrade his twin fire demons to the 4th tier talent. That's Zheng Yu's main advantage. Even 3rd tier twin fire demons can counter the boss in the cold street. If he upgrades to the 4th tier, the situation will turn around. Most importantly, Zheng Yu found that every time he upgrades a summoned beast's rank, its state resets to peak condition. Bang! A loud crash. The Goblin general was knocked away by a spider. The female zombie on the ground pressed her hands to the ground, and a huge ice spike shot out from the frozen lake, stabbing into the wolf's belly. Puff! Blood sprayed out and froze into ice shards. With a whimper, the giant wolf died. Only the Goblin general was left fighting alone. Zheng Yu no longer hesitated. He quickly added all his free attribute points to health, then sacrificed 1,500 health points to gain 150 talent points. All the effort was focused on the twin fire demon. The Goblin general needs 100 talent points to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. The twin fire demon needs 150 talent points for the same upgrade. However, the more talent points required, the greater the boost after upgrading. Buzz! A beam of light descended onto the twin fire demon. Summoned beast. Twin fire demon, level 3. evolves into Double Flame Dragon Snake, level 4. Summoned Beast, Double Flame Dragon Snake, level 10, increases with the summoner's level. Health, 9,500, attack power, 696, 116 current intelligence of the summoner, 6.0 coefficient. Talent, level 4, 850 talent points needed to reach next level. Skill I. Flame Aura LV.10 controls the temperature within a 50-meter radius, and at maximum, causes 2088 burn damage per second to all objects. 696, Fire Spirit Attack, 3.0 coefficient. Skill 2. Flame Breath LV.10 spews extremely hot flames, causing massive damage. The flames are very sticky and hard to extinguish, dealing 4,872 fire damage per second. 696, Fire Spirit Attack, 7.0 coefficient. Skill 3. Twin Contract, special skill, no level requirement. The twin fire demon coexists and can release skills simultaneously, stacking damage, with double the fire attribute damage. Skill 4. Fire Snake LV.10 prepares a fire snake area that triggers automatically when enemies enter. The entire area is covered in high-temperature flames, causing 7,239 damage per second. 696, Fire Spirit Attack, 10. 4 coefficient. Additionally, 20 Fire Snake clones appear, 10 Summoner level, 2 coefficient, each causing 1392 explosion damage. 696, Fire Spirit Attack, 2.0 coefficient. Summoned Beast Equipment. None a hissing snake sound mixed with a dragon roar echoes over the frozen lake. Hiss. The glow of evolution disappears. A two-headed snake appears before everyone. It is over 5 meters long. It has 2 heads, one resembling a dragon and the other a snake. Its body is bright red, covered with deep red flames. When the twin flame dragon snake appeared, the cold that filled the deep abyss of the cold street was instantly dispelled. Boom! Fire descended. Boss Shao Qi, who always believed he had the upper hand, looked grim and watched the twin-headed fire snake with caution. Fire naturally suppresses ice. The level 3 twin fire demon had already fought so fiercely that it was unable to resist and had to enter a savage state. Now, this twin flame dragon snake made Shao Qi feel the threat of death. This time, Boss Shao Qi let out a scream. Fire suppresses ice. This is the absolute nemesis of the cold street abyss. The flames instantly engulfed everyone present. After evolving to level 4, the range of the flame halo expanded to a diameter of 50 meters. It couldn't cover the entire frozen lake, but it was enough. The flames not only made Shao Qi scream, but also caused the ice attribute spider and the underground female corpse to retreat constantly, trying to escape the scorching fire. This gave the Goblin General a chance to rest. Tao Qian and others fell silent again. They looked at the twin flame dragon snake in speechless amazement. Even though Ku Ying had long suspected that Zheng Yu might have a hidden card at level 10, they didn't expect this card to be so over the top. As soon as the twin flame dragon snake appeared, it directly suppressed the savage state of the boss of Cold Street. Someone will regret this. Seeing that the twin flame dragon snake had suppressed the boss, Tao Qian relaxed and stood beside Zheng Yu, whispering with a smile. Actually, it's quite normal. Zheng Yu knew that Tao Qian was talking about Wu Zong, who had already withdrawn. After all, he has no reason to stay here and risk his life with me. Wu Zong had prepared for 3 years, borrowing money to become a professional and to enter the family tree. But all of that was insignificant compared to life itself. Not enough to justify risking his life here. Leaving was understandable. In the end, he bore the consequences himself. Whether good or bad, it was no longer his concern. I'm just curious about your reasons for staying here. Zheng Yu looked at Wen Rin Xingyu and cooing with interest. Betting that I have a hidden card at level 10 isn't a reason for you to stay here. Seeing Zheng Yu's serious tone and his refusal to make up a casual excuse, Wen Rin Xingyu said, I want revenge, so I need strength. At first, I didn't have much hope for revenge, but if I can clear a nightmare-level dungeon, I might have a chance. Ku Ying must become a professional. She made serious mistakes in her family and is now wanted by her family. Without strength, the consequences are almost as bad as death. These are hard to argue with reasons. One person wants revenge, the other wants to stay alive. Both need strength. Family wanted you. Zhengyu was very interested in this phrase, mainly because he was curious. Would a family really go after their own blood relatives? Kuing didn't explain why her family was after her, but it must be a serious matter. In any case, both of them have stories. Zhengyu and Tao Qian exchanged a look. Ordinary people live more freely. During their conversation, the twin flame dragon snake unleashed its most powerful skill, the fire snake. In an instant, the center of the frozen lake turned into a sea of fire. Boss Shaoqi felt like he was burned and corroded by the flames. Damage kept pouring out from him. Roar, seeing Shaoqi about to be burned alive. The female corpse from the well suddenly lunged at him, shielding him from the flames. Sizzle, but the female corpse also couldn't withstand the fire's damage. Hiss, hiss, at the same time, snake sounds echoed. They surrounded the human skin spider trying to escape, attacking him constantly. As the father, this human skin spider's first thought when in danger was to run away. Each fire snake had 30 fire snakes. With the twins' doubling ability, a total of 60 fire snakes surrounded and tightly wrapped around the human skin spider. Sizzle, the sound of burning continued to ring out in the center of the frozen lake. Everything ended as the fierce flames subsided. The final battle was not intense, nor was it a balanced fight as expected. Only the twin flame dragon snake was suppressing the opponent. A fourth-rank twin flame dragon snake, with double fire attribute, summoned beast frenzy effect. This gave the twin flame dragon snake an absolute advantage, at least in the cold street abyss, where it had innate advantages. Boom! The flames are still burning. The flesh spider keeps struggling, but because it has no health bar or life, it cannot die, only keeps fighting and suffering. In the very center of the frozen lake, the true mother and child are embraced in the fire of, quietly waiting for death. No, it is the underground female corpse waiting for death. She uses her body to hold down the struggling little Qi. Little Qi, whose skin is burned and charred, wants to leave this fiery, but the female corpse clings tightly to him. Let me go! Let me go! Little Qi's face is twisted with rage, and he twists his body, shouting madly. At this moment, his health is completely gone, but he is not dead. Zhengyu also stops the twin flame dragon and the goblin general from attacking, because this is already the end. What happens next is no longer under Zhengyu's control. Do you want to kill me? Little Qi is furious. He finds he cannot break free from the female corpse's grip, and in his anger, he bites her shoulder. The pale face of the underground female corpse finally shows a gentle smile. Little Qi, let it all end. Don't suffer anymore. End? Why end? My pain is caused by you. Now you say it's over? That's not fair. Sorry. Faced with Little Qi's questions, the female corpse only says sorry and continues to hold him tightly. The one who should feel most sorry is the one who gave birth to me. The female corpse falls silent. Sorry. After a long time, she still repeats this word. Little Qi's patience is worn out by this female corpse. To break free, he reaches out and grabs her neck. His face twisted with terror, he says to her fiercely, "What's the use of you saying sorry now? Everything that was supposed to happen has already happened. You have no idea what I've been through. And what right do you have to say sorry? When they captured and tortured me, what did you do? When they cut me open and made my organs into a cake, where were you? Now you're telling me sorry. You don't deserve it." The loud and shouting Shaoqi tightly gripped the female corpse's neck, questioning her over and over again. But the female corpse never answered, because she had been dead for many years. Whether it was the underground female corpse or the spider made of human skin, they were all creations of Shaoqi, made only to satisfy his unending resentment. Everything was under Shaoqi's control. Even the actions of the female corpse hugging him and the apology he said were part of his manipulation. After all, how could the cold corpse he created possibly trap him? Who? The flames disappeared, along with the cold and the frozen lake. In their place appeared a street filled with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Zhengyu, Tao Qian, Wenren Qingyu, and Kuing stood on the street, watching the declining Fuyun Street and a group of angry people. They crossed past Zhengyu and the others, heading toward a child about 7 or 8 years old. "Was it you who did this? Tourists are gone, business is gone. I borrowed money to keep my shop running. Now I haven't earned a single cent and have lost my life savings. Stop talking so much. The fortune teller said that as long as we kill him and use his organs to celebrate Fu Yun Street, it will return to how it was. Catch him. He's just a crazy kid. Killing him isn't a loss. Among this group, Zheng Yu recognized many familiar faces: the chef, the fishmonger, the butcher, and the village chief, whose head was the spider's head. These people looked fierce and almost had no reason left. Is this Shao Qi's memory? If I'm right, these people must have gone crazy long ago, when Ren Xingyu said nearby. It seems they've been brainwashed. Who was that fortune teller? Kuing asked. Zheng Yu shook his head. Who knows? But clearly, all the evil comes from that fortune teller, or perhaps from the curse Shao Qi carries. As they spoke, the scene shifted to the chef's restaurant. Shao Qi had vanished in an instant. The body was casually thrown aside, with a red cake placed next to it. A group of people acted like they had lost their minds, completely unaware of how silly their actions were. Instead, they happily gathered together and placed a red cake at the entrance of Fortune Street. Following the witch's instructions, they built an altar and changed the name of Fortune Street to Cold Street. So, they did it themselves. Zheng Yu's eyes twitched. He thought Shao Qi was the one who changed it. The ritual was halfway through. Everyone came to the cake, took a piece of the blood-stained cake with devotion and madness, and mumbled, "Next year will be better. I am so sincere. The gods will help us." Hearing these whispers, Zheng Yu felt speechless. It was the gods' curse that made them like this, yet they were so devoted to the gods. Suddenly, a crazy woman ran to the altar. She dashed madly toward the blood-colored cake. No one stopped her. Maybe she felt guilty. But mostly, the ritual was over, and no one cared what the crazy woman would do next. To everyone's surprise, the crazy woman carefully picked up a piece of the cake that wasn't stained with blood. She smiled and asked the village chief nearby, "Can I give this to Shao Qi? It's his birthday today." Shao Qi. Shao Qi said he wanted a proper birthday. I asked him what a proper birthday was. He said, "One with a birthday cake." That's enough? So, can I have this? The village chief looked at her expressionless until he realized she truly didn't know Shao Qi had died, then slowly nodded. The crazy woman looked around and asked the village chief again, "Did you see Shao Qi?" "I haven't seen him all day. This kid always runs around." Because her muscles were difficult to control, her speech was jerky, but the love in her eyes couldn't be hidden. The village chief stared at her. "Maybe he's playing near the well at the back of the street. Or maybe I can go with you to look?" The scene changed again. The crazy woman was pushed into the well by the village chief. Finally, everything is settled. The village chief cursed harshly, spitting out swear words. "I never thought that after messing with you once, I would still get pregnant. And I hid in the mountains and gave birth to the child. So what if you gave birth? In the end, you brought a cursed creature into the world, harming all of us. You shouldn't have had Shao Qi. You shouldn't have been alive." Ugh! The village chief spat on the ground. Then he turned and walked away. The story that followed was just as Zheng Yu expected. A child cursed by the gods is not so easy to die. The small Qi's body, abandoned in the kitchen, suddenly stood up again, freezing the entire cold street, turning everyone there into icy corpses. He made every villager who ate the cake suffer forever. He also forever cast the crazy woman into the well. Because he believed she should stay there forever. Because without her, he wouldn't have been born. He wouldn't have suffered so much pain. The cake was just the end of this story. Without a father, and a mother who was crazy, he endured in this street a treatment that was almost inhumane. Hatred, coldness, and grievance shaped the current boss Shao Qi. The scene shifted back. Shao Qi's eyes flickered with hatred. He hated everything. But most of all, he hated the mother who had given birth to him. Deep abyss of the cold street, nightmare level, has ended, automatically settling in 5 minutes and exiting the dungeon. Is it really over like this? Tao Qian felt very upset and anxious. It seemed that their arrival had made this tragic story even more complicated. Is something missing? It feels so unsatisfying. When Ren Xingyu always felt like something was missing, and her mood was a bit irritable. They finished the abyss, defeated boss Shao Qi, which should have been a happy ending, but they just couldn't feel happy. Zheng Yu said, "Yes, something is missing. This isn't how it should end." Zheng Yu took out a blood-colored cake from his bag. He found a piece of cake that wasn't stained with blood and walked to the burned, expressionless crazy woman. He placed the blood-colored cake between them. Quest item triggered. A prompt suddenly appeared. The crazy woman, who was already dead, suddenly opened her eyes. She smiled foolishly and gave Zhengyu a thankful look. Then she fumbled in her pocket and took out a candle. She inserted it into the cake. With all her strength, she pushed it toward the charcoal in front of her. Xiaoqi, this is the birthday cake you wanted. Happy birthday. The crazy woman's voice was very gentle. She was trying hard to be a real mother, but because of her mental illness and low intelligence, she lacked normal logical thinking and understanding of reality. But she was really trying to be a good mother. A faint cracking sound. The charcoal on Xiaoqi's body slowly broke apart, revealing his original child's face. So pure, so cute, so beautiful. His face was uninjured, with no signs of hatred, and his body was whole. Xiaoqi stared blankly at the crazy woman in front of him. His eyes showed a strange expression that even he couldn't understand. Come on, Xiaoqi. Out the candles. The crazy woman spoke with a broken, awkward voice, trying hard. I heard that. People out candles on their birthdays, and it can make a wish come true. Mom, I hope Xiaoqi can live a normal life. Mom hopes that she won't be Xiaoqi's mom anymore, so Xiaoqi can always be happy, just like other children, celebrating a proper birthday every year. Mom hopes Xiaoqi has a normal mom, not me. Xiaoqi can carry his school bag and go to school with friends, instead of hiding in the mountains with me. Xiaoqi, I wish I wasn't your mom, but I am so selfish because I never thought of giving you up, because you are the only one I ever loved, the only one I ever had. Xiaoqi, forgive me for selfishly giving birth to you. You should make a wish, say you want to leave this place and go somewhere no one knows me, where you will be very happy, very happy, very happy. Xiaoqi looked at the mother in front of him. He finally realized that in this world, the only person who loved him was the one he hated the most. He remembered the woman who, when bullied, wove a flower crown from plants to cheer him up. He also remembered the woman who always remembered his birthday, secretly brought him various foods from Fortune Street, and celebrated an unconventional birthday with him. Suddenly, he felt a wave of guilt and wondered if he had truly done something wrong. At that moment, Zhengyu spoke to Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, you haven't done anything wrong. There's no need to feel guilty. The fault has never been yours or your mother's. It's that shaman, the villagers who believe her words, and the village chief who took over the mad woman's land. Zhengyu took out a blood-colored cake. He had long noticed that when Xiaoqi's health was low, the properties of this blood-colored cake changed. Cursed version blood cake. After absorbing hundreds of years of resentment from Cold Street, the cake developed the original soul of Cold Street. Feeding it to their bodies will bring them back to life. Xiaoqi, Zhengyu smiled strangely, feeling a bit relieved. He pushed the blood-colored cake toward him and said with a smile, originally, they ate this cake and stayed here forever. Now, let them eat it again. The cold corpses have no feelings, no thoughts, no remorse, and cannot feel pain. This is far from enough to ease your hatred. If you want revenge, you must go all the way. Here you go. Zhengyu handed the fully altered blood-colored cake to Xiaoqi. With a bright smile, he said, let those demons, those creatures who once caused you pain, experience true. Let their souls return to their bodies and feel pain again. This is the ending I believe they deserve. Actually, the entire abyss of Cold Street was created by Xiaoqi himself, whether it was the chef corpse, the fish-killing corpse, the meat shop owner corpse, or the spider made of human skin, and the frozen lake. All were his creations. The only thing that remained in its original state was the female corpse underground, which was his crazy mother. From Zhengyu's point of view, there are two possible endings for Cold Street's abyss. One is Xiaoqi and his crazy mother dying together, achieving a complete kill ending. But Zhengyu felt very unhappy with this ending. Another part involved using a cursed internal cake to make the wandering spirits in the Cold Street abyss return to the cold corpse body. This was to give Xiaoqi a satisfying revenge. Zhengyu thought this was the most comfortable ending. He is someone who always believes in getting revenge for his enemies. No matter what rewards he received in the end, he felt it was worth it. Congratulations on completing the only achievement in the Cold Street abyss, the Living King of Achievement Badge. You will be resurrected as a vengeful spirit trapped in the cold street abyss, making others relive the pain of revenge. Even the king of praised this, calling it the true king of achievement. Basic attributes: intelligence 1%, strength 1%, achievement. Special attributes: damage from cold corpses 50%, damage you deal to cold corpses 100%. After handing the internal cake to Shao-Chi, a special achievement was activated. The attributes were quite good, with percentage-based bonuses. Although only 1%, it was a significant boost in later stages because once the achievement was activated, it could be worn without needing to actually wear a badge. Many professionals, after reaching a level cap, would choose to complete various achievements to gain badge attributes and increase their strength. These professionals were called achievement hunters. There was also a special job that involved helping others complete achievements, which was said to be quite profitable. As for the special attributes of achievements, Zheng Yu thought they would be useful. After all, the attribute mentioned cold corpses, not the cold street abyss. The cold corpses were created by Shao-Chi, but they used the curse power of the god of cold prison. He didn't rule out the possibility of encountering this cold prison god in the future. If he did, he would have an advantage because of this achievement. The abyss has ended. Exiting the abyss. 10-9. The system voice sounded. Tao Qian, Wen Ren Xingyu, and others all breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Shao-Chi and the crazy woman hugging each other, the person lying on the ground twitching like a spider, and the messy cold corpse bodies in the lake, Tao Qian proudly said, Zheng Yu and I are really powerful. Wen Ren Xingyu and Kuing. As the countdown ended, Zheng Yu and the others were successively transported out of the cold street abyss. The four of them left. In the frozen lake, various cold corpses suddenly twitched. Their once lifeless eyes flickered with a faint light. The cook's corpse, the fish-slicing worker, the butcher, the skin spider. Each of these cold bodies stood up again. This time, they were no longer cold or numb. Instead, they were filled with fear. Shao-Chi helped the crazy woman to her feet and smiled as he said, Mom, let's have a proper birthday this time. The crazy woman asked, What is a proper birthday? Shao-Chi's lips curled into a cruel smile. His voice was cold but curious as he said, Of course. It means seeing blood and guts. Then it's a real birthday. Come on, let's hold a feast. A feast of, just for the cold street. Meanwhile, in the deep abyss hall of Cold Street, a group of people was crowding around a newly arrived team. Wow, that's amazing. Is Li Feng really an A-grade talent? Not only did he break the record for the normal level in Cold Street Abyss, but he also beat the difficult level record that's been held for years. Honestly, he's really impressive. I remember 3 years ago, this record was broken by an S-grade talent with 4 A-grade talents helping. Yeah, it was a record thought impossible to beat, but Li Feng did it. Jealous, the crowd was surrounding Li Feng, who had just cleared the difficult level in Cold Street Abyss and broken the record. Wu Zong sat in the corner, watching Li Feng with a calm mind. Li Feng is Li Feng. I am myself. Li Feng can break records. That's his ability. He was glad about his current choice. At least it kept him alive. Maybe the money was wasted, but now he was level 6, and he could easily find teammates in any team. Clearing this simple level abyss was easy. Such a pity, someone said behind Li Feng. Li Feng was surprised because those words matched what he was thinking. He turned around and saw a few unfamiliar players chatting. They seemed to be talking about Zheng Yu. I don't think it's a pity. Zheng Yu was asking for trouble by going into the nightmare level abyss. If he had agreed to team up with Li Feng earlier, he wouldn't have missed out on a reward. All I can say is that Zheng Yu was a bit too arrogant. Haha, you don't understand anything. Actually, I do know some things you don't. The relationship between Zheng Yu and Li Feng is not as simple as it seems. Are there secrets? Want to hear them? Godfather, thought. The man didn't expect anyone to lower their status just for some gossip. He didn't bother hiding it and directly said, Why do you think Zheng Yu refused Li Feng's invitation? Because he's arrogant. The man shook his head. That's too shallow. You don't understand enough? It's because Li Feng took resources that should have belonged to Zheng Yu. Huh? What do you mean? What resources? An S-rank talent bonus. Do you know how many good things come with an S-rank talent bonus? The Resurrection Cross worth 5 million, for example, and also gold-level weapons, armor, and jewelry. Wow, a full set of gold-level gear. Of course. And that doesn't include the money and medicines in the bonus. All of it was given to Li Feng. Wait, S-rank bonuses shouldn't go to Zheng Yu. That's exactly what I mean. Zheng Yu not only didn't get anything, but Li Feng also invited him to join his team right in front of him. If you were Zheng Yu, would you join? Honestly, I wouldn't. That's an insult. You're underestimating it. It's not just an insult. It's more than that. You're an S-rank talent, and your resources were stolen. Would you accept that? Of course not. So what would you do? Report it. If the city doesn't handle it, I'd go to the province. If the province doesn't do anything, I'd go to the central government. The S-rank bonus isn't just a single reward. Li Feng is stealing my future. Exactly. You think like that. Zheng Yu thinks the same. Li Feng might be afraid Zheng Yu will do something about it, because it could affect his father's career. Could it be? Yes. As long as Zheng Yu disappears quietly into the abyss without anyone knowing, there's no problem. Inviting Zheng Yu is supposed to be kind? It's actually a trap. Huh. So there are so many tricks involved. But how do you know all this? When questioned, the person showed a strange smile and said, because I am Li Feng's younger brother. Huh. The person claiming to be Li Feng's brother said this, and then disappeared somewhere. Wu Zong listened to the whole story. He felt a bit regretful, and also noticed many people talking about Li Feng stealing resources from Zheng Yu. No wonder Zheng Yu entered the nightmare-level abyss, to stand up for himself. In my opinion, he's a bit foolish. Even without support, he has an S-grade talent. Isn't it better to stay alive? No, he hasn't died yet. Why do you all think Zheng Yu is doomed? Huh? Look at who that is, huh? Isn't that the monk who went in with Zheng Yu? Why is he here? He withdrew early, facing a penalty for quitting early. If he's here, Zheng Yu must still be alive. Maybe. No, maybe. If Zheng Yu can clear the level, well, it's too unrealistic for him. Even if Zheng Yu survives, I'd be flipping out. But honestly, if I were Zheng Yu, I wouldn't risk entering the nightmare-level abyss out of anger. He's too hot-tempered. What can he do? Didn't you hear? Li Feng's father is Li Nan. Li Nan is not only the head of the resource department, but also the son of Li Chenggong in the central district. He has a strong background. Li Chenggong? The level 65 fire warrior. Yes, that's him. Wow. Didn't expect Li Feng to have such a background. So, Zheng Yu's resources and future development are being taken away. Otherwise, why do you think Li Feng came to Jiangshui City? Just to steal resources? Probably not. That would be too obvious. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Li Feng didn't succeed in awakening his S-grade, and Zheng Yu, an S-grade, is just a useless summoner. All in all, Zheng Yu is just unlucky. What a pity. The crowd's gossip not only reached Wu Zong's ears, but also Li Feng's. Brother Feng, should I go teach them a lesson? Spreading rumors like that? The young man with a crew cut asked Li Feng. Li Feng shook his head. He wasn't worried about the rumors because he wouldn't stay long in Jiangshui City. Once he left, the rumors would fade away. He was the one who suggested taking Zheng Yu's resources. At first, his father, Li Nan, refused. But with his mother's help and her family's threats, his father mentioned it to Mayor Zhou Yun, and surprisingly, it was approved. Not only did they get the resources smoothly, but they also received approval from the provincial authorities, making it a natural acquisition rather than a theft. The main reason was that Zheng Yu was a summoner, which made everything easier. At that moment, Li Feng saw Wu Zong sitting in the corner. Coincidentally, Wu Zong was also looking at him. Li Feng smiled and walked over to Wu Zong. Wu Zong said irritably, "Everyone's dead, and you come to see me? Are you here to humiliate me for betraying the team?" He didn't agree with Zheng Yu's actions, but he also looked down on Li Feng for stealing resources from others. Li Feng shook his head. "No, I don't have the right to insult you. I haven't even dared to enter the nightmare-level abyss. I just want to remind you that some things should be said, and some things shouldn't." Wu Zong sneered, "You think I said those rumors? Then what?" Li Feng believed that only Zheng Yu and his teammates knew about this. Right now, Wu Zong was the only one who fit that description. Whether you said it or not, just remember it. Don't cause yourself trouble. Faced with this threat, Wu Zong hesitated for a moment, but finally swallowed the unkind words he was about to say. Zheng Yu was already dead. Even if he scolded Li Feng, it wouldn't change anything. He was just curious and asked, "I want to know, when you invited Zheng Yu, did you really want to kill him?" Wu Zong asked straightforwardly. He didn't really expect an honest answer. He just wanted to make Li Feng a little uncomfortable. Li Feng sighed and said, I don't know why the rumors spread like that, but I truly invited Zheng Yu with good intentions. Maybe to make up for him, since his strength really deserved to be my teammate. But now there's no chance. He brought this on himself, and I can't be blamed. Wu Zong surprisingly believed some of what Li Feng said. I just don't understand. With such a good background and a powerful grandfather, you should have endless resources. Why did you have to take Zheng Yu's? Li Feng looked expressionless and said, Take. Everything is legal and approved by the provincial authorities. They determined that within Jiangshui City, my potential was higher than Zheng Yu's, so they gave me the resources. Li Feng didn't directly answer Wu Zong's question. He couldn't say it was because the country provided such a top-level resource that it was almost crazy, or that most powerful families would do the same. Although this was an unspoken rule in their upper society, it was a secret they couldn't tell Wu Zong. Revealing it would be dangerous. Legal and legitimate. Wu Zong muttered these words. Is it fair? No, it's not. Is it legal? Ironically, yes, it really is legal. Wu Zong felt uncomfortable. On one side, he believed he knew facts others didn't, but he couldn't say them. On the other side, he felt sad about Zheng Yu's death. Seeing Wu Zong with his head down and silent, Li Feng snorted. He could tell that Wu Zong was tough-talking, but actually a coward. Just as Li Feng was about to leave, sighing and feeling the world was unfair, a notification suddenly came like a bomb. Notification. Congratulations to the Team Summoner Squad for breaking the record for the fastest completion of the Abyss of Cold Street, Nightmare level. Completion time, 7 hours, 18 minutes, and 11 seconds. Team Leader, Zheng Yu, Summoner. Members, Tao Qian, Martial Monk. Kuing, Assassin. Wenrin Xinyu, Assassin. Wu Zong, Martial Monk. The team member fled the scene and will receive no rewards and face expulsion punishment. Other team members receive rewards. 15,000 experience points, a Nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss record gift pack, and the title, Record Keeper, Nightmare-level version. Silence. No one spoke. Some repeatedly opened and closed the notification, trying to see if they had read it wrong. Did the system make a mistake? Someone broke the silence and asked. No one answered. The only sounds were gasps of disbelief and exclamations of, wow. Of course, the system wouldn't make mistakes. This is the Holy Temple, a place that has never made an error in decades. Because of this, many people thought they must have made a mistake. Impossible. Zheng Yu cleared the Nightmare-level Abyss? A summoner, with 4 side characters, cleared the Nightmare-level Abyss? Are you joking? At first, they didn't believe it. Until the record leaderboard screen in the center of the Abyss Hall in Han Street showed a new set of data. The recorded data of the clear. Han Street Abyss, Nightmare level. First clear record. Zheng Yu, Summoner. Tao Qian, Martial Monk. Wenrin Xinyu, Assassin. Kuing, Assassin. Han Street Abyss, Nightmare level. Clear time. 7 hours 18 minutes and 11 seconds. Members who cleared. Zheng Yu, Summoner. Tao Qian, Martial Monk. Wenrin Xinyu, Assassin. Kuing, Assassin. Although Zheng Yu and the others haven't been teleported out yet, the record cannot be faked. This underdog summoner, underestimated by everyone, actually cleared the Nightmare Abyss? I think I'm dreaming, someone said. Me too. This feels too unbelievable. Is Zheng Yu really just an S-rank talent? It doesn't matter. I want to know if Zheng Yu is really a summoner. Isn't it said that summoners are the weakest? How did he clear the Nightmare Abyss? Who knows? No one believed in Zheng Yu before. This isn't just about being underestimated anymore. I remember someone said Zheng Yu would survive and get a level 5 fan. Now he's not only survived, but also cleared the Nightmare Abyss. Come on, let's celebrate. I'm talking about Zheng Yu surviving and getting a fan, not about him clearing the Nightmare Abyss and going to get a fan. What's the difference? He survived, didn't he? There's a difference. What's the difference? One is just surviving, the other is surviving in a way that impresses everyone and really slapped us all in the face. The way he survived is completely different. You mentioned this, and I actually feel sorry for someone. Who? Li Feng. Li Feng is actually okay. Although he got badly humiliated and will face trouble in future resource battles. After all, he's surnamed Li, so we shouldn't pity him. Are you talking about Wu Zong? Exactly. Look at his face now, puff. Pure pig liver color. I can't take it anymore. I need to laugh for a bit. This guy is definitely unlucky, like a nightmare abyss. Giving up all that wealth? Unlucky? He chose to quit himself. Who can he blame? That's true. Their voices were loud and obvious. It was either accidental or intentional. Compared to envying Zhengyu, they preferred to see jokes about Wu Zong. What could have been a big gain turned into a lifelong regret. No one knew what happened inside the nightmare abyss of the cold street, but they knew it had nothing to do with Wu Zong anymore. Gloating was their greatest pleasure. Wu Zong's face was indeed the color of pig liver. He sat there looking stunned, overwhelmed by the sudden ups and downs of the day. In the end, Wu Zong couldn't hold back and sighed with regret and anger. Just one step away. Just one step, and he could have made it onto the leaderboard, enjoyed resources, and seen others envy him, instead of being looked at with schadenfreude. If only he had persisted a little longer back then. Persisted? He suddenly froze. He remembered Zhengyu being suppressed by the cold street boss, Tao Qian holding a martial monk's staff with a determined look, rushing in without hesitation despite his own protests. He thought of Ku Ying and Wen Rin Xingyu, who dared to risk their lives as a bet. If he had one more chance, could he really hold on? Could he really fight like Tao Qian for his friends? Would he risk his life for his future? No. He knew he was just a coward. He looked at the notification before him. Team member Wu Zong, martial monk, fled at the last moment, will not receive any rewards, and will face forced removal. Escape in the face of danger. These 4 words, like an insult, made Wu Zong's vision go black, and he fainted on the ground. Someone help. Someone fainted because they didn't get a reward. Is there a priest? Give him a healing spell. Someone deliberately shouted loudly, not afraid of causing trouble. Maybe we shouldn't wake him now. When Zhengyu comes out later, how can he face Zhengyu? That's too cruel. Ha ha ha. Yes, that's really cruel. Let me handle it. I'm a level 10 priest. Watch my big healing spell. I'm just here to watch the fun. Today is really interesting. People love to watch chaos and don't mind making trouble. Especially when something exciting happens, they like to add fuel to the fire. This is called positive energy. One group watches the scene, another group chats and discusses, and yet another has already started posting on forums. All the previous posts criticizing Zhengyu have been dug up again, as if resurrected. Original post. Zhengyu has become arrogant, refusing to team up with 4 A-grade talents. Comment 126. Li Feng is arrogant, daring to steal Zhengyu's resources. Comment 127. 4 A-grade talents are nothing. If Li Feng didn't steal Zhengyu's resources, or if he didn't have a strong background, how could he set a record? He's just a pure thief. Original post. As the only S-grade talent in Jianshui City, his actions are confusing. Comment 298. Confusing? He can handle nightmare-level deep dives himself. Does he need Li Feng to lead him? Comment 299. Exactly. It's not Zhengyu's choices that are confusing, but Zhengyu's strength. Original post. Detailed analysis of the difficulty of clearing the cold street abyss at level 2. 2:45 p.m. Comment 1112. So, what did you analyze? Comment 1113. The original poster analyzed a lot and concluded that Zhengyu cleared the cold street abyss at the easy level through luck. Now that Zhengyu has cleared the nightmare level, analyze again. What kind of luck was that? Comment 1114. I didn't expect this nonsense analysis post to have over 1,000 replies. Original post. Rational analysis shows that Zhengyu refusing Li Feng's invitation is actually a good thing, proving Zhengyu's strong confidence. Comment 17. Wow. It's you again, Floor 18. Wow, so many posts, and you're the only one supporting Lord Zhengyu. And you're right, such strong confidence. Floor 19. Having strong skills gives you confidence. You're a smart person. Floor 20. Stop commenting after the fact. This person is just a troublemaker. I looked at his posts, and none of them follow the usual trends. He's rebellious. This time, he just got lucky by chance. Original post. Cowardly Zhengyu. A terrible summoner, purely a rant. Avoid if you dislike. Floor 154. Come on, face me in a match. Floor 155. Come out and take the blame. Floor 191. Cowardly poster, you're trash. Just a rant. Welcome to challenge. Zhengyu hadn't even responded yet. In just 5 minutes, all the forums in Jianshui City exploded. Not just the forums, but also the mayor's office phone and the resource department head Li Nan's phone. A late-night emergency meeting was held in Jiangshui City's mayor's office. Meanwhile, the neighboring city, Shangyu, also learned about this. Mayor Zhang Zhan looked nervously at his secretary. The secretary shook his head and said, "Zhengyu didn't answer his phone." Zhang Zhan nodded and said, "That means he's still in the abyss." He stood up, lit a cigarette, thought for a moment, then told his secretary, "Send someone immediately to Jiangshui City to block his way at the entrance. Send Chaifeng. He's fast. From Shangyu to Jiangshui City, he can get there in 2 minutes. We must capture this genius. Since Jiangshui City doesn't want him, then Shangyu will take him. We'll take this opportunity to get this talented person. There is competition among professionals, resources, rankings. The same goes between cities. Shangyu and Jiangshui are old rivals. In the Jiangnan province, they are always second and third. They lack good talent, and their output is insufficient. Funding is low. Their equipment is outdated, healthcare is poor, education is lacking, and fewer people come, creating a vicious cycle. If they don't achieve better results soon, the city mayor might really lose his position. What troubles Zhang Zhan is that today, there are still no talented professionals with good skills. Then, he noticed Zheng Yu. Because he has been paying close attention to Jiangshui City, he naturally knows about Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu is an S-level talented professional who has had his resources stolen. The person who took his resources is Li Qinggong's grandson. Ordinary people would just accept their loss when faced with this situation. Trying to take back the resources? That's impossible. Most importantly, Zheng Yu isn't even considered an ordinary person. He has no parents. His grandfather just passed away. He lives in the slums. After learning about Zheng Yu, Zhang Zhan thought this might be an opportunity. Even if Zheng Yu is just a summoner, it's worth taking a gamble. While he hesitated, Zheng Yu broke the record for the simple level of the Cold Street Abyss, which strengthened his resolve. But he was still a bit hesitant because he learned that the provincial authorities had approved replacing Zheng Yu's subsidy qualification with Li Feng's. He couldn't really compete anymore. After a whole night of struggle, just when he was about to give up, he heard the shocking news that Zheng Yu had cleared the nightmare-level abyss. He shot up from his seat. He immediately called his secretary, applied for resources, and discussed strategies with the resource department of Shangyu City, determined to capture this genius. But Zheng Yu has cleared the nightmare-level abyss. Even if Zhou Yun is powerful, he should know what's more important, right? He probably won't give him up. Someone raised a question. Not giving? Who's asking him to give? Aren't we here to take him? Do we need his permission? But the problem is, the price we offer won't be much higher than Zhou Yun's, and they have Li Nan's help. If Li Nan can provide more resources to soothe Zheng Yu's feelings, we have no advantage. That is indeed a problem. It's not easy to steal someone away because professionals who can clear the nightmare-level abyss have limitless potential. Moreover, Zheng Yu's difficulty surpasses solo runs. He cleared the abyss with 4 other players. This talent and combat ability are enough to make the mayor set aside his pride and properly comfort Zheng Yu. Zhang Zhan, however, smiled and said, "It's not as grim as you think. I believe we have a good chance to win this genius." Zheng Yu is not the type to swallow his anger quietly. He has already issued a public statement, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction with Mayor Zhou Yun. If there were no other options, he might have temporarily tolerated the situation due to resource issues. But once other choices besides Zhou Yun and Jiangshui City appeared, he would definitely refuse to reconcile. Zhang Zhan looked at this situation with a familiar expression, analyzing. "I know Zheng Yu very well." When he directly refused Li Feng face-to-face and indirectly mocked Mayor Zhou Yun through a public announcement, he fell into a nightmare-like situation, hitting back at Jiangshui City's resource department. People like him should not be provoked, but they are also best to get along with. Because we understand what he needs. Zhang Zhan was confident that as long as nothing unexpected happened, once he delivered this token of loyalty, Zheng Yu would have the chance to refuse Zhou Yun's attempts at reconciliation. At this moment, someone from the Human Resources Department knocked on the door and entered the office. "Mayor Zhang, we checked, and Zheng Yu's household registration indeed has issues. His parents went missing early on, and the so-called grandfather is just an elderly scavenger who found Zheng Yu with no blood relation." Zhang Zhan asked, "So, Zheng Yu isn't from Jiangshui City?" "Not only that, he doesn't even have a household registration record." "No household registration? An unregistered person? Not exactly, just temporarily suspended. You know, these procedures are quite difficult. They can't prove his relationship with his grandfather, and they can't prevent Zhengyu from attending school. So, he can only register once he turns 18 and handles it himself. So, it's not done yet? No. Great. That's wonderful. Looks like heaven is helping us get into Shangyu City. If it weren't for Li Nan, Zhou wouldn't have given up on Zhengyu. After all, compared to an S-rank summoner, Li Nan and his family are the more suitable targets for flattery. That's how we missed out on this talented Zhengyu. You need to handle the paperwork quickly, make sure all of Zhengyu's documents are in order, and have him become a resident of Shangyu City right now. Oh, and there are a few more things. You go take care of them. In Jiangshui City, at the first high school office. Take your things and go back. I don't want them, Zhengyu's homeroom teacher, Zhang Cheng, said expressionlessly, looking at the secretary from the mayor's office, refusing firmly. The secretary smiled politely at Zhang Cheng. The smile was perfect, but the words were very cold. Teacher Zhang, you'd better think carefully before speaking. If you accept this resource, pretend nothing happened, and next year you can be the director of First High. What if I don't accept it? What's the big deal if I don't accept? I might as well get fired, Zhang Cheng said casually. This isn't the first time. Before, you liked to tamper with subsidy resources, but those were B and C level. Now it's just S level. They're all the same to me. I just can't stomach it. Zhang Cheng pointed to his clean desk and the luggage box beside him, clearly ready to leave. It's not just because of Zhengyu. It's built-up resentment. Huh? The stern secretary snorted coldly. Since Teacher Zhang has made up his mind, I can only say I'm sorry. Just as the secretary was about to take away the gift prepared for Zhang Cheng, a notification appeared before them. They both froze. They closed the notification, reopened it, rubbed their eyes, widened their eyes, and slightly parted their mouths in disbelief. Almost everyone who learns this kind of news reacts this way. It's an instinctive disbelief. The secretary was stunned. What's going on? Did Zhengyu clear the nightmare level abyss? Zhengyu? The same Zhengyu they just discussed? Something's wrong. Something's really wrong. This is a big problem. The secretary quickly sensed something. Because all his recent work was based on the assumption that Zhengyu would die in the nightmare level Cold Street abyss. But he never expected Zhengyu to clear the nightmare level abyss. Everything is messed up. All of it is chaotic. He immediately thought of Zhengyu's household registration issue. Some reasons caused Zhengyu to be stuck. It wasn't that the government couldn't handle it, but that the ambiguous household registration problem might actually prevent Li Feng from stealing Zhengyu's resources later. But now, this has become the biggest trouble. Wow, the sharp political instinct of the secretary made him forget politeness and try to turn away, but Zhang Cheng called him back. Leave the stuff. What? I said leave the stuff? Isn't it for me? Zhang Cheng changed his mind. He wanted this resource to give to Zhengyu as compensation. The secretary didn't have time to argue with Zhang Cheng. He had to quickly handle the aftermath, so he put down the resource and left the school quickly. Zhang Cheng looked at the resource in front of him. His heavy mood from before suddenly lifted. I never thought I used to be so patient, and now that I finally stand up for myself, I've hit the jackpot. A professional who can clear a nightmare-level abyss is my student. Zhang Cheng felt proud. Although he knew he couldn't stay in Jiangshui City much longer, he didn't regret it. At this moment, he received a phone call. Hello? He didn't know who was calling. Hello, are you Zhang Cheng, Zhengyu's teacher? Yes, I am. Would you be interested in coming to Shangyu City to teach? Before Zhengyu even finished the abyss, a lot of trouble was brewing outside for him. Shangyu City was eager to recruit talented people and was reapplying for resources for Zhengyu. People who enjoy watching the drama found the Jiangshui City forum unusually lively. As for Jiangshui City itself, it was still very quiet. Meanwhile, Zhengyu was inside a teleportation space, looking at his rewards. You have cleared the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level, and received rewards. Cold Street Chest, Nightmare level. Experience 15,000. Congratulations. You received the first clear reward for Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level. You received Cold Street Abyss first clear gift pack, Nightmare level, and experience 15,000, 1 clear reward. 1 first clear reward. 2 Nightmare level 1 Abyss chests, meaning 2 platinum level pieces of equipment. There was also a historical record reward announced before teleporting. Adding it all up, there were 3 rewards. Total experience gained, 45,000. Reaching level 11 from level 10 requires 11,000 experience. So Zhengyu estimated that 45,000 experience could at least raise him to level 13. It felt great. No wonder Nightmare level Abyss rewards were so satisfying. However, since he was still in teleportation, he couldn't claim the rewards right now. After a dizzy spell ended, Zhengyu and the others finally emerged from the abyss. Zhengyu and the others are coming out. Don't say that. Zhengyu looks pretty handsome. Are you getting excited? Forget it. Can't you see the 2 beautiful women beside him? They're way better looking than you. This is a Nightmare level Abyss. He made a huge profit from this round, and it's his first time clearing a Nightmare level Abyss. Plus, he got Abyss record rewards. I can't even imagine how crazy the rewards are. Isn't this better than the resources from Jiangshui City? Whether it's good or not is one thing. The resources are earned by Zhengyu himself. The government should give resources to Zhengyu, not to Li Feng. That's true, but reality is different. Before Zhengyu cleared the Nightmare Abyss, you also thought summoners were useless, right? Almost 99% of the forum believed resources should go to Li Feng. Now you're changing your mind. This has nothing to do with me. Isn't that decided by the mayor? I just want to know what Mayor Zhou Yun plans to do. Apparently, the resources Li Feng got were obtained through proper channels. They were analyzed by experts in Jiangshui City, who agreed that Li Feng was the most suitable for the resources, and they also got approval from higher authorities. Haha. This will be interesting. Yeah, who would have thought Zhengyu would be so impressive, directly proving those experts wrong? Experts? They're just a bunch of fools. I remember they even said we should sell our unoccupied houses to buy equipment. Is that serious advice? Complete failures and troublemakers. Hey, wait. Do you see that? Are those government people? Someone noticed that at the entrance of the Cold Street Abyss, several men in suits with briefcases were walking toward Zhengyu. Isn't that Chai Fong? Who is Chai Fong? He's a current professional from Shangyu City, recently promoted to head of the resources department. He's level 42. What's he doing here? What else? He's here to take people. Take Zhengyu? Could it be you? Wow, Shangyu City is so bold, coming to our city to take an S-rank talent. Ha! You should ask Mayor Zhou Yun and Minister Li Nan why Shangyu City dares to do this. Isn't it because they threw Zhengyu away like trash? They throw him away, but we're not allowed to pick him up. Let them take him if they want. It has nothing to do with me. It's okay? No, it really matters a lot. How so? Every city has a powerful professional. Our city's is Zhou Yun. He was originally from Jiangshui City, but he's been stuck at level 45 and can't advance. If Zhengyu surpasses level 45, he will replace Zhou Yun as the mayor of Jiangshui City. What does that have to do with me? It's about the 4-stage abyss. Each one is extremely difficult, but every time a deep abyss is cleared, the temple supplies resources to the entire city around it. Don't you understand? That's why every city spends so many resources to train professionals. For this reason, finally, someone understands the importance of S-rank talent professionals. So, does that mean if Zhengyu is taken away, then every abyss he clears in the future won't concern us anymore? Not at all. That's unacceptable. Jiangshui City has only one professional capable of clearing nightmare-level abysses in decades. It's certain he will awaken his potential, and we can't let him slip away. People started to realize the seriousness of the situation. They became anxious. If Zhengyu's strength is just his own, then it doesn't really affect us. We are from 2 different worlds, and there's unlikely to be any future connection. But now it's different. Zhengyu isn't just an S-rank talent. He's also the only professional in Cold Street Abyss to clear a nightmare-level abyss in over 10 years. He will definitely reach level 40 in the future. Every abyss Zhengyu clears benefits us. When Zhengyu eats meat, we get soup. And even if it's just soup, it's like falling from the sky. It's over, it's over, it's over. Why aren't the people from Jiangshui City here yet? Someone saw Zhengyu starting to communicate with Chai Fong from the Shangyu City Resource Department and became anxious. I have to call the mayor. You know the mayor's phone? There's a complaint hotline, isn't there? It doesn't work. I tried. What about the petition box? It's monitored and the box is locked, about the size of a fist. Not joking. Do you really think Zhou Yun and Li Nan will back down? It's so disgusting, someone muttered angrily. Exactly. Zhou Yun chose Li Feng for his future, abandoning Zhengyu. But actually, Li Feng is okay too. Li Feng's family is in the central district. Coming to Jianshui City just to compete for Zheng Yu's resource spot. No matter how strong Li Feng is, it doesn't really matter to us. Zheng Yu met this professional from Shangyu City. Level 42. He is a second-tier mage. When Zheng Yu saw him, his first words were, "Do you want Zhou Yun to regret his choice? Come to Shangyu City and let Zhou Yun face all the blame and criticism from Jianshui City residents. We're here to help you secure the S-grade resource spot." One sentence immediately moved Zheng Yu. This Kai Fong knows how to negotiate, because this is exactly what Zheng Yu wanted. If someone takes my resources, they should pay a price. While Zheng Yu and Kai Fong discussed the follow-up matters, Wu Zong watched from afar with envy. He felt wronged and conflicted inside. He wasn't jealous of Zheng Yu, because Zheng Yu earned everything with his strength. Zheng Yu didn't force him to leave. He made his own wrong choices. He envied the three people standing with Zheng Yu: Tao Qian, Wenrin Xingyu, and Ku Ying. Just a few hours ago, they were eating barbecue together, laughing and talking. Now, he could only hide in the corner, watching them with envy. He didn't dare to appear in front of Zheng Yu. He felt ashamed. He didn't know what to say. Apologize? Nothing he said now would matter. When he lost trust in Zheng Yu's decision to withdraw from the abyss, he had already been removed from Zheng Yu's small group. That was his own choice. Wu Zong finally chose to leave quietly. He wouldn't come back to the deep abyss on Han Street to level up for now. At least, he would wait until Tao Qian and the others reached level 10 and entered the second-tier abyss before returning. Tao Qian saw Wu Zong's departure. He felt a bit regretful about his friend. "I have been practicing at the martial arts school for 3 years, sacrificing food and drink, all to have a chance to walk the path of a professional once again. Finally, I got an opportunity, but I gave it up because of my own choice. Such a pity," Tao Qian sighed. Next to him, Wenrin Xingyu smiled and said, "There's nothing to regret. It's all your own decision. As adults, we must take responsibility for our choices and accept the consequences." Actually, he did gain something. He reached level 6. That's true, Tao Qian nodded. He wasn't trying to defend Wu Zong, who fled at the last moment. He just felt that some decisions can affect a person's whole life. For example, his own firm choice to support Zheng Yu. Honestly, he supported Zheng Yu because Zheng Yu was his good friend. They grew up together, skipped school together, and worked hard side by side. But he didn't expect that his firm support would open his own path to becoming a professional. In the entire 9 provinces, only a few professionals have cleared the nightmare-level abyss. Now he was one of them. "By the way, where's Li Feng?" Ku Ying asked eagerly. She couldn't wait to see Li Feng's expression. She also wanted to know how Jianshui City handled the matter of Zheng Yu being replaced with other resources. "I didn't see him. Maybe he left early." Tao Qian looked around but didn't see Li Feng. "If it were me, I would leave early too. You can't really stay here and watch Zheng Yu's face all the time, right?" That's true. Not seeing Li Feng was a bit disappointing. But they saw a large group of people walking in. "Is that the secretary of Mayor Zhou?" "Yes, I know him. I saw him recently. He even mentioned Mayor Zhou coming to our school to speak." Tao Qian frowned. "Wait, they just sent a secretary?" Wenrin Xingyu also smiled and said, "It seems that Mayor Zhou Yun of Jianshui City has a pretty small outlook." "Shangyu City 1. Ku Ying asked confusedly, "I don't understand. Do they really not care about Zheng Yu? He's a professional who cleared the nightmare-level abyss." Wenrin Xingyu analyzed rationally. "Probably they gave up. Moreover, do you think Zheng Yu will accept Zhou Yun's apology?" Ku Ying thought for a moment and said, "It depends on how sincere the apology is." Exactly. According to Zheng Yu's temper, Zhou Yun would need to write an apology letter and make it public for Zheng Yu to possibly accept this unfair treatment. But do you think Zhou Yun, a mayor and a level 45 professional, would do that? Therefore, the appearance of Shangyu City gave Zheng Yu a chance to choose, avoiding a direct confrontation that could end badly. Now, we just wait for the situation to develop. In the future, Zhou Yun might become a symbol of shame for Jianshui City. The stronger Zheng Yu becomes, the higher his level, the more Zhou Yun will be criticized by his own hometown people and even his family. In this world, strength is everything. Level indirectly represents strength. As Zheng Yu's level increases, the option for Zhou Yun to push Zheng Yu away will lead to more criticism of him. Zheng Yu, The city mayor's secretary hurriedly called out. He arrived with a group of people in front of Zheng Yu. First, congratulations to Zheng Yu for clearing the nightmare-level abyss in Han Street. On behalf of all Jiangshui City residents, we will hold a grand celebration to honor your achievement. Regarding your S-level bonus, it's true that our mayor's office didn't provide resources immediately, and that was wrong. But don't worry, Jiangshui City will give you an additional resource compensation, guaranteed not to be less than the S-level bonus. The secretary quickly listed all the compensations he could think of. However, he didn't mention that Zheng Yu's resources had been taken by Li Feng. Before Zheng Yu could speak, Kai Feng said first, "This is hilarious. Is this the compensation you came up with? It's laughable. You really think flattering Li Nan will bring you benefits? Oh, wait, it can bring benefits, but only for Zhou Yun. The people of Jiangshui City won't benefit at all, because there were many onlookers." Kai Feng's words were spoken openly in front of the young professionals of Jiangshui City. The secretary clearly understood that Kai Feng was trying to escalate the conflict. The secretary simply ignored Kai Feng and directly said to Zheng Yu, "Zheng Yu, you need to think carefully. You are now a person from Jiangshui City. If you go to Shanyu City, are you trying to emotionally manipulate me?" Before the secretary could finish, Zheng Yu immediately asked back, "No. Or do you think I am the one losing out if I leave Jiangshui City, not you?" Zheng Yu smiled. He looked at the secretary and said, "If you want me to stay, it's not impossible. You have to agree to 2 conditions." "What are the conditions?" the secretary asked. Kai Feng, standing nearby, also looked at Zheng Yu nervously. First, return the resources given to Li Feng exactly as they were. Second, publicly apologize to Zhou Yun and Li Nan. The secretary fell silent. The demands Zheng Yu made were actually quite basic, but he knew they were impossible to fulfill. The secretary explained earnestly, "You should understand that Li Feng received those resources through proper procedures and fairness, without any issues. So you mean I am at fault?" "No. I'll ask you again. Weren't those resources originally mine?" Zheng Yu asked. The secretary remained silent. "All right, no answer is fine, because you can't decide. Go back and tell Zhou Yun that if he agrees to my 2 conditions, I won't leave." Zheng Yu shrugged and said, "Look, I haven't been aggressive. I haven't asked for any compensation. I only want the most basic things, my resources and an apology. But you can't satisfy me. So, is it me leaving Jiangshui City, or are you forcing me to leave?" The secretary was speechless. Because, after all, they were in the wrong. The negotiation broke down completely. There was no room for compromise, because Zhou Yun would never apologize. As a mayor and a level 45 professional, how could he apologize to a novice summoner? Even if this summoner had just cleared a nightmare-level abyss that hadn't been recorded for over 10 years, it wouldn't be enough for a mayor to publicly apologize. In this world, strength is everything. Zhou Yun has a level strength of 45, which is his pride and capital. Even if he has potential, he must turn that potential into real strength to have a sense of fairness. Even Zhou Yun himself wouldn't openly apologize, so Li Nan definitely wouldn't. As for resources, he can't ask for them back. Zhou Yun used those resources to give to Li Feng in exchange for a place in Li's family faction. Asking for them back would offend both sides. Li's family and Zheng Yu can only choose one. Of course, he wouldn't choose Zheng Yu. A perfect solution? It doesn't exist. The secretary also understands this well. Having served many mayors, he thinks Zhou Yun is the most arrogant and impatient careerist he's ever seen. The secretary looks at Zheng Yu and then sighs, no longer speaking in official tone. "If I were in your position, I wouldn't accept it. But if I were Zhou Yun, I wouldn't give in either. So, I can only hope you won't develop much in the future. Otherwise, I might end up being scolded just like Zhou Yun. In the end, this is just the secretary's job." The secretary leaves with his people. After Zheng Yu and Kai Feng exchange contact information, Zheng Yu leaves the Deep Abyss Hall on Han Street with Tao Qian and others. The mayor's office of Jiangshui City. Li Nan and Zhou Yun learn about Zheng Yu's 2 requests from the secretary. Zhou Yun sees that Li Nan hasn't spoken, so he takes the initiative to say, "Zheng Yu, that kid, thinks he can ask for things after just lucky passing through a nightmare-level abyss. He has potential, but I don't believe a summoner can develop much further." Li Nan, smoking a cigarette, responds indifferently. you can't say that. Passing through a nightmare-level abyss isn't just luck. But Stage 1 abyss, even at nightmare level, is just a beginner abyss. In our central district, there are countless geniuses who have cleared nightmare-level abysses. It's just rare in your remote city. Zhouyin really wants to complain. Jiangshui City may not be as grand as the central district, but it's not exactly a backwater either. Linan doesn't notice Zhou Yun's subtle expression and continues. How you choose, I won't interfere. But I, Linan, only have one son, Li Feng. Don't worry, Minister Li, I understand. That's good. Linan extinguished his cigarette and left Zhou Yun's office. At the moment Linan left, his smiling face turned grim. At his level, if he wanted to keep advancing but lacked enough strength, he had to choose a side. Linan's appointment in Jiangshui City was the best opportunity for him. Joining a faction, aligning with the Li family, meant not only political protection but also priority in forming teams. Decades of development had allowed some people to monopolize part of the power within the abyss. This power was the right to form teams. It was called a faction. The difficulty of the abyss at the 4-stage level made it very costly to assemble a team. Most capable professionals would join factions to strengthen their position. Only members of the same faction could get the chance to form strong teams. This was the most important condition for clearing the abyss. Among all of 9 provinces, only a few factions were the strongest, including the Li family faction led by Li Chenggong, who was at level 65. Compared to the resentment of an S-rank talent summoner, joining the Li family faction through this matter was the most important. Nothing else was as crucial as improving one's strength. As for why Li Nan was so doting on Li Feng, it wasn't just because he's the only son. It was about family status. In a family like the Li family, family status was very strict. Li Nan wanted to compete for family status and become an influential figure within the faction. Not only did he need strength, but his children couldn't fall behind either. Obviously, Li Feng, with his A-rank talent, was Li Nan's weak spot. Having only one son wasn't just about favoritism. It was because he had no other choice. He probably wanted to avoid relying on family resources, so Li Feng could get more upgrade resources to strengthen his position. Zhouyin thought for a moment and picked up the phone. Secretary, have someone check Zheng Yu's household registration. He wants to go to Shanyu City, right? If he can't go, just don't let him. Mayor Zhou, it might not be possible to block it. What? Can't block it. Why? The secretary explained. Zheng Yu isn't from Jiangshui City. His grandfather was just a scavenger with no household registration. He has never had one. How did he get into school? Because he has good grades. All his scores are excellent. Almost the top in the first class, so. Zhouyin understood that the school ignored Zheng Yu's household registration issue for the sake of his grades. What are they even doing? Zhouyin really wanted to curse. By the way, tell Zheng Yu's teacher, Zhang Cheng, not to stay at the school anymore. The secretary hesitated and said, Zhang Cheng has already gone to Shanyu City. Why can't they even handle such a small matter? I have to worry about it. A bunch of useless people. Zhouyin couldn't help but curse. The secretary felt wronged. He worked the hardest in the entire government, always handling problems and cleaning up messes whenever something went wrong. Don't you wonder who caused things to get this bad? Are you just blaming me? Suddenly, the secretary felt a strong urge to quit. All right, since things have come to this, let's just leave it be. He's just a new professional. Issue a notice. I will be entering the 4th level abyss in Jiangshui City in a few days. When I clear it, all the professionals in the city will get benefits. By then, no one will remember who Zheng Yu is. As for the future, he's just a summoner. What future does he have? Zhouyin still believed that Zheng Yu had only managed to pass the nightmare-level dungeon by luck. He didn't believe Zheng Yu could threaten his future position. Not now, and definitely not in the future. Moreover, Zhouyin had now joined the Li family faction, and his future looked bright. What was there to fear about the future? However, Zhouyin still lashed out. He directed his anger at the group of experts. Fire those stupid experts immediately, then write a notice to all professionals. You should know how to do it. Although the secretary still felt resentful, he knew he had to do his job. After all, he needed to support his family. Understood. Downplay Zheng Yu's incident. Don't mention Minister Li Feng and Minister Li Nan at all. Shift the blame onto the experts. Expose their scandals to divert attention, and then Silence them. He was very familiar with this routine. All right, go ahead. Thanks for your hard work. Finally, Zhou Yun said thank you for the hard work. Jiangshui City can do without Zhou Yun and Zheng Yu, but it definitely cannot do without Secretary. In the slums of Jiangshui City, at Zheng Yu's home, Tao Qian skillfully entered Zheng Yu's house, took out ice cream from the fridge, and asked Zheng Yu, "Do you want some?" Zheng Yu shook his head. "Have one. Come on." "No, I'm not cold enough from the deep abyss on Cold Street yet. Why eat ice cream now? What about you two? Do you want some?" Tao Qian asked when Ren Qingyu and Ku Ying. They also came to Zheng Yu's house with him. When Ren Qingyu shook her head, Ku Ying asked curiously, "Isn't this Zheng Yu's house? Why does it feel like your home?" Tao Qian casually poured some water and sat on the sofa. "Since I came to Jiangshui City from Zheng Yu, I've been his neighbor. I know his house very well." Zheng Yu nodded, indicating that this was normal. "Let's get to the main point." Zheng Yu put down his phone. "I just talked with Chai Fong. Shangyu City has transferred teacher Zhang Cheng there. Now it's your turn. I'm not sure if you two are originally from Jiangshui City?" Zheng Yu asked when Ren Qingyu and Ku Ying. When Ren Qingyu shook her head and said no. "Once you reach level 10, come to Shangyu City. There are two abyssal zones there. You can do some strategies." "Okay," Ku Ying answered eagerly. This meant Zheng Yu agreed to continue guiding them. This was a great opportunity. Although they were just extras, the rewards they received wouldn't be shared equally. Still, even so, the rewards Zheng Yu earned from clearing high-difficulty abyssal zones with them were much greater than those of ordinary players. It was enough to describe as a heaven and an earth. One Ren Qingyu, however, asked worriedly, "But the difficulty of level 2 abyss zones is much higher than level 1. Can you still keep guiding us?" Of course. Zheng Yu didn't say much more. His simple promise already reassured when Ren Qingyu and the others. Zheng Yu needed teammates who would listen and follow. He had previously asked Tao Qian, when Ren Qingyu, and Ku Ying about the rewards they received. The only thing they had was a record of a deep abyssal zone chest. The first clear reward was a random gold-level equipment box. The reward for clearing the nightmare level is a choice of one gold-level weapon for any profession, but it can only be from weapons produced in the Cold Street Abyss. The experience reward is also 3 times less than Zheng Yu's. This means the temple will distribute rewards based on combat performance and achievements within the Abyss. However, even with reduced rewards, others would still envy them. Actually, we don't need to wait for us. Looking at the 15,000 experience points in the reward, it's enough for us to reach level 10, Tao Qian said. Then what are we waiting for? Claim the rewards, and let's open the chests. Zheng Yu was also very excited. After all, it was his first time clearing the nightmare level abyss. He had been looking forward to these boxes, which are guaranteed to contain platinum level equipment. Claim the rewards. Zheng Yu directly collected all 3 rewards. Historical record reward. Experience 15,000 for the profession, 1 historical record gift pack, Cold Street Abyss Nightmare level, and 1 title of Historian, Cold Street Abyss Nightmare level version. First clear reward. Cold Street Abyss First Clear Gift Pack, Nightmare level. Experience 15,000 for the profession. Nightmare level clearance reward. Cold Street Treasure Chest, Nightmare level. Experience 15,000 for the profession. First, he received 45,000 experience points immediately. Congratulations. Level up. Level. LV10 LV.13. 27,400. 26,900 experience points needed for next level. Health. 12500. 450 equipment attributes. Magic power. 340370. 150 equipment attributes. Intelligence. 116161. 35 equipment attributes. Strength. 2026. 2 equipment attributes. Agility. 1619 remaining free attribute points. 15. Just as Zheng Yu had predicted, he leveled up 3 times in a row. Reaching level 13. The increased health and free attribute points mean he now has talent points to evolve his summoned beast. Which should I choose for the 3rd summoned beast? It is said that the historical record gift pack always contains top-tier platinum weapons, which made Zheng Yu very excited. He currently needed a reliable weapon. He opened the gift pack. A dazzling light flickered on the screen. You have opened the historical record gift pack, Deep Cold Abyss Nightmare level. Your class has been detected as Summoner, and the prize pool is locked to Staff Series weapons. Congratulations! You have received the weapon, Cold Prison Staff Level 10, Platinum Grade. Congratulations! You also received 10 Enhancement Stones, 10 Forging Stones, 100 Ice Crystals Materials, and 10 Blood Replenishing Potions, 5,000 HP. He was surprised to get a staff directly. He had been thinking that if other weapons appeared, he would use a forging device to change it into his preferred weapon. He didn't expect the gift pack to be so considerate, directly giving him a staff. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Because Tao Yuan and others have a special golden level weapon gift pack, where they can choose weapons suitable for their classes. As the top scorer, he had the right to do the same. A transparent staff made of ice crystal appeared in Zheng Yu's inventory. Cold Prison. Seeing this name, Zheng Yu thought of the god of cold prison who cursed Shao Qi. This staff should be the strongest weapon in the deep cold abyss. Zheng Yu looked at the attributes of the Cold Prison Staff. Weapon, Cold Prison Staff, level required. 10, class requirement, Staff Mastery Class, grade, Platinum, attributes, Intelligence 150, Casting Speed 50%, Skill Damage 10%, Ice Damage 150%. Equipment effect. After releasing 3 skills, it automatically releases the Cold Prison skill, which locks enemies with powerful ice abilities, dealing 3,000 fixed ice damage and freezing enemies. Forging, 0, Enhancement, 0, Refinement, 0, Runes. Not embedded. This is quite something. Zheng Yu was very satisfied with this staff. Just the 150 points of intelligence bonus was already impressive. His current intelligence was only 161 points. Subtracting the 10 points from the beginner staff, the increase from the Cold Prison staff was almost the same. Moreover, it boosts skill damage and ice damage. For summoners, skill damage equals the damage of their summoned beast skills, which is a significant boost. However, the casting speed doesn't do much for Zheng Yu. The equipment effects are surprisingly powerful. Every time you use 3 skills, you can add a control skill with fixed damage. Summoned beast skills can also trigger the effect of the Cold Prison staff. As for forging, enhancement, refining, and runes, these are all at level 0. Equipment above platinum level can undergo 4 types of upgrades. Forging requires forging stones and relevant attribute materials, such as ice stones from the Cold Street Abyss. Forging stones are obtained by dismantling equipment. They increase the base attributes of gear and change its properties, boosting elemental strength. Enhancement needs enhancement stones and relevant attribute materials, which come from the Abyss at Stage 2 and above. They increase the weapon's ignore damage property and the armor's defense. Refining requires core stones and relevant attribute materials from Abyss Stages 3 and above, or can be bought directly from the temple. It improves the quality of weapons. Runes, from Abyss Stages 4 and above, can also be bought from the temple. Runes carry powerful additional effects. Divine-level runes are even comparable to a mage's forbidden spell. All these items can be purchased at the temple. Prices are usually very high, but even expensive materials are worth cultivating. A level 10 professional with a well-upgraded platinum gear can handle Stage 2 content without much trouble, not causing chaos. Treasure chests also reliably drop enhancement stones and forging materials. Zheng Yu directly replaces his novice staff with the Cold Prison staff, increasing his overall intelligence to 301. Next, Zheng Yu opens the remaining 2 Nightmare-level Cold Street chests. You have opened the Cold Street Abyss First Clear Gift Pack, Nightmare level. Congratulations! You received the Ring Engagement Ring Emitting Resentment LV10 Platinum Grade. Congratulations! You received 5 Enhancement Stones, 5 Forging Stones, 25 Ice Stones Materials, 10 Blood Potions, 5,000 HP. You have opened the Cold Street Abyss Nightmare Chest. Congratulations! You obtained the Summoned Beast Equipment Fish Killer Sword LV10 Platinum Grade. You obtained 5 Enhancement Stones, 5 Forging Stones, 25 Ice Stones Materials, and 10 Blood Replenishing Potions, 5,000 health. Wow, not bad. I didn't expect to get a Summoned Beast's equipment. This is a rare drop. If other players of different classes get this, they might be very angry. It's useless to use and hard to sell. Selling it cheaply would be a pity, especially since it's platinum quality. Among level 10 gear, Platinum isn't the best because there's little market for it. Summon Beast Equipment. Fish Slaughtering Knife. Equipment level. Level 10. Attributes. 5000 health. 350 attack. Effect. A summon with the Fish Slaughtering Knife will have a special line. Fishing for 30 years, my heart and my knife are equally cold. After saying this, the next 3 attacks will be 100% faster. This must be the exclusive weapon of that fish-killing guy, Han Sure. Zhengyu immediately equipped it on the Goblin General. Then he looked at the Platinum Ring. Ring. The Resentful Engagement Ring. Wearing level. Level 10. Requirements. None. Quality. Platinum. Attributes. 100 Intelligence. 100 Strength. 500 Magic. Effect 1. Mental Shield. A shield formed from resentment that can block 10,000 magic damage. Effect 2. Shield Break. When the shield breaks, it deals 2,500 physical damage to nearby enemies. Forging. 0. Enhancement. 0. Refinement. 0. Runes. No runes embedded. Honestly, the ring's attributes are quite good, much better than other level 10 gear. 100 points of intelligence is very useful. 10,000 shield points are very high. 2,500 physical damage. Practically negligible. Seeing the 10,000 shield points, Zhengyu remembered videos of player competitions he had watched before. A high-damage assassin attacking a warrior only dealt a few hundred damage. He didn't understand it at first, but now he gets it. Gear suppression. With this resentful ring, most assassins can't easily kill him instantly. He puts on the ring. My intelligence has increased by 100. Equipping 2 platinum level items, my intelligence now reaches 401. Then, I put on the 3-piece set dropped by the human skin spider. All my attributes are now improved. Name. Zhengyu. Title. Deep Abyss Nightmare level record holder in Cold Street. Active Reaper class. Summoner level. 13. 26,900 experience points needed to level up. Health. 10,300. 7,950 from equipment. Magic power. 370 intelligence. 451 strength. 180 agility. 28 remaining free attribute points. 15 skills. Contract Magic Array. Summon Beast Frenzy. Summon Beast Constitution Training. Summon Beast Skill Training. Summon Beast Attribute Training. Summon Beast Space. Goblin General. Twin Flame Dragon Snake. Unsummoned Talents. Demon Contract. Steward's Heart. Focus on one companion. Library Card Equipment. Human Skin Spider 3-piece set. Ice Crystal Pendant. Engagement Ring with a Vengeful Aura. Cold Prison Staff. Novice Mage Armor. Novice Mage Boots. Summon Beast Equipment. Sharp Fong Blade. Fish Killing Knife. The Human Skin Spider 3-piece set increased my health to 10,000. But I can only use 2,350 health points. Plus 15 talent points. And 10 talent points from training dummies. In total, I can sacrifice 320 talent points. Zhengyu glanced at the Goblin General. Talent. Level 4, 500 talent points needed to upgrade to level 5. Then, he looked at the Twin Flame Dragon Snake. Talent. Level 4, 850 talent points needed to upgrade to level 5. One needs 500 points to evolve to level 5, the other 850 points. Still a lot to go. To reach the solo level in the second stage of the Abyss, a level 5 summoned beast is essential. Although with his current strength, he can easily clear the Abyss. But his goal remains at Nightmare level. Having experienced the difficulty of the Nightmare level Abyss in Cold Street, he is more cautious and wary of the Nightmare Abyss in the second stage. Fortunately, he now has many ways to improve his strength. Training equipment, summoning beasts, the 3rd summoning beast, and 2 Hexdeck enhancement runes ready to be claimed at level 10. All these can increase his strength. Crafting, upgrading, refining, and runes can all be bought with money. Once the resources from Shangyu City are available to him, he can perform small upgrades. As for the 3rd summoning beast, Zhengyu found 4 level 10 skill books for summoning beasts in the temple. They are Shadow Bat, Warhorse, Wasteland Wolf, and Rain Butterfly. The Shadow Bat is an assassin-type summoning beast. The Warhorse and Wasteland Wolf are warrior-type summoning beasts. The Rain Butterfly is a support-type summoning beast. Zhengyu prefers the Rain Butterfly. After fighting with Shao Qi, he realized he lacked endurance and recovery abilities. The double flame dragon snake deals high damage, but is fragile. Its skills consume a lot of energy, so he needs a support beast that can both protect and restore energy. Goblin General has burst damage, but is not very fast. Rain Butterfly can increase group speed, making it a good support. Zhengyu didn't hesitate and chose Rain Butterfly. He already has enough damage-dealing beasts. He chose Rain Butterfly because he doesn't need to invest many talent points right now. He plans to save some points to upgrade Goblin General to the 5th rank. In the early game, talent points are limited and can't be used to upgrade all 3 beasts at once. Resources should be focused on one beast. Goblin General is the best choice. It can withstand damage, deal damage, and its combat team is very versatile. Also, it requires fewer talent points to advance. It's almost a perfect choice. Most importantly, after reaching level 10, the summoner gets 3 additional skills for training beasts, but only one can be trained at a time. Of course, the first choice is Goblin General. After level 10, each profession gains specialized skills, allowing different development paths within the same class. For example, warriors get 3 different specialized skills: Vitality, Burst, and Attack Defense Balance. Choosing different skills leads to very different development directions. You can develop a mix of skills or focus on one. The same applies to summoners. They are divided into 3 paths: physique training, skill training, and attribute training. Training the physical body can be divided into the giant beast style, mainly focusing on increasing the size, health, and defense of summoned creatures. Skill training mainly targets the dual flame dragon snake, with styles including core damage, magic-based bombing, pure elemental, and mixed elemental approaches. Attribute training is the simplest, simply increasing attributes. Goblin General follows the attribute-focused style. The higher his attributes, the more damage he deals. In the past, most summoned creatures used the attribute style because resources were limited, and stacking attributes was the easiest method. Of course, you can also train Goblin General for physical strength to create a giant-sized goblin. However, training summoned creatures requires expensive materials and sacrificing other summoned creatures with the same talents. More importantly, it takes a lot of time. A large amount of time and money are needed to create a truly perfect summoned creature. This has been a barrier to the growth of summoners in the past. Because they can't train their creatures properly, summoners can't fully showcase their creature's power, making it hard for them to clear deep dungeons or win in competitions. Over time, summoners became a less popular profession. Talented players usually don't consider becoming summoners, and without talent, it's even harder to train good summoned creatures. In short, it's a vicious cycle. Zhengyu first bought a Rain Butterfly skill book for summoned creatures from the temple shop. Summoned Creature Rain Butterfly Skill Book, learnable at level 10, one-time item. The skill book disappears after learning. Only summoner profession players can learn, and they will get a trainable Rain Butterfly. Price: 30,000 yuan. To be fair, it's a very cheap price. Skill books are very rare. Zhengyu has cleared the deep dungeon twice, even once at nightmare level, but hasn't obtained a single skill book. Normally, a level 10 warrior skill, like the basic Fireblade, costs at least 200,000 yuan, and it's not a fixed price. It's obtained through auction. The typical selling price is around 300,000 yuan. Although warriors are popular, their equipment, consumables, and skills are also highly inflated because of their popularity. Zhengyu threw all in used materials and equipment from his warehouse into the temple shop. Save the strengthening stones and forging stones. Sell all the remaining items, including the beginner mage top, beginner mage boots, and gloves. In the Cold Street Abyss, many materials dropped from cold corpses, and I sold all of them to the material merchant. These materials, which seem useless to ordinary players, are very valuable to merchants. I also earned quite a bit of money overall. Just from selling materials like ice stones, I made nearly 200,000 gold. The ice blade sold for 270,000. Since Wenrin Xingyu and Ku Ying received gold-level weapon choice boxes, the previous trades became useless. Zhengyu listed his item in the temple, and it was instantly bought for 270,000 gold at a fixed price. The bloodstained chef's hat, priced at 120,000, was bought by a player with a general chef secondary profession. A level 5 bone cutter was sold for 150,000. A large batch of beginner equipment, including a full set of 5 warrior pieces, was sold for a flat price of 100,000. In the Nightmare level Cold Street Abyss, beginner gear dropped like it was free. After one Nightmare level run, I earned enough from selling junk to buy a house. Although Tao Qian and his team earned less, they still managed to gather around 300,000 to 400,000 gold. This doesn't include the equipment they obtained from opening chests. Tao Qian opened a platinum-level top from the history record treasure chest, a gold-level monk's staff, and a gold-level shield and shield. Platinum-level equipment cannot be sold. It's considered a backup item. The monk's staff was obtained from a choice treasure chest. With this weapon, Tao Qian can no longer be considered just a side character. As for the shield and shield, wow, for 0.2 million. Tao Qian found out the previous trading price of this shield. His first reaction was confusion. Wait, why would someone spend 4 or 5 million on a level 10 piece of equipment? You didn't notice that a level 20 gold level shield only costs 2 million? Zheng Yu pointed to another piece of equipment in the temple shop. You should know that at level 10, gold level equipment is the best you can find on the market. Platinum level equipment can only be obtained by clearing Nightmare level Abyss, and it's rarely sold. Naturally, gold level equipment is highly sought after and priced very high. Tao Qian shook his head in disbelief. Wow, there are really so many rich people. Look at this. This level 10 platinum warrior weapon sold for 13 million. That's unbelievable. The world of the rich is something we can't understand. Zheng Yu thought of the wealthy people from his previous life. They would spend millions on a single car, so the price of this kind of equipment wasn't much different from their luxury goods. Someone just made an offer. A direct price of 4 million. Should I sell it? Tao Qian had just listed the shield in the temple when someone offered to buy it. When Ren Qingyu analyzed, shield warriors aren't top-tier fighters, but many wealthy players choose them because they're hard to defeat and easy to control. You could try putting it up for auction. All right, I'll follow your advice. Tao Qian was always willing to listen. After all, Wen Ren Qingyu was the most knowledgeable among the 4 of them. Tao Qian declined the direct offer and listed the shield in the auction house, starting at 3.4 million with a 24-hour bidding time. I just thought of something, Tao Qian said while watching the auction price rise. This shield alone is worth millions. The resources Li Feng took from you. How many gold-grade items were in there? A full set, Wen Ren Qingyu replied. How many pieces in a set? A standard set includes a weapon, armor, gloves, helmet, pants, and boots, 6 pieces. Tao Qian's eye twitched. That's at least 20 million, right? Wen Ren Qingyu reminded him, Li Feng is a warrior. Warrior equipment was even more expensive. That meant the total value could easily double. Li Feng, that guy? Now that he finally understood the true worth of S-grade resources, he couldn't help but curse in frustration. He finally realized why someone from Li Feng's kind of family would fight for resources. Their value was far beyond what he had imagined. Wen Ren Qingyu explained, because the abyss keeps appearing and expanding. If no one suppresses it, the entire world could be swallowed by it. That's why the government's main goal is to train more professionals. Almost all the resources from the national treasury were used to train talented professionals. This is only the first stage of resources. The second, third, and even the 4th stage will be better, not worse. It can only be said that the market price of level 10 gold-grade equipment is inflated and doesn't reflect the real value. It seems a bit exaggerated. Tao Qian nodded. I see. I'm not sure if Tao Qian really understood, because he was now fully focused on the auction house. The shield he just put up for auction had already attracted bids. This shows how popular level 10 gold-grade equipment is. Wen Ren Qingyu and Kuing each got their own professional equipment and sold an extra piece of gold-grade gear. Wen Ren Qingyu sold a pair of gold-grade ranger boots. Kuing sold a set of gold-grade warrior armor. Armor isn't as valuable as weapons, but Kuying's warrior armor still sold for about 400,000. After selling, they hurriedly left Zheng Yu's house to pay back the money. The longer they delayed, the more interest they would owe. Tao Qian simply lay on Zheng Yu's sofa, starting to buy silver-grade equipment. One gold-grade weapon could be exchanged for a full set of silver-grade gear, leaving him with a lot of extra money. Tao Qian happily picked out equipment. Zheng Yu went inside to summon his new pet. Rain Butterfly. Buzz, the contract took effect. A light blue rain butterfly with large wings appeared in the center of the magic circle. Its wings are very big, over 2 meters long when spread. For a level 1, 0 rank summon, this size is already quite large. Zhengyu didn't know much about rain butterflies. In past summoners, no one had ever chosen a rain butterfly as a summon. It might be good to focus on its physical traits. A huge support butterfly? Zhengyu thought of the butterfly queen from the Godzilla movies. If he could train the rain butterfly to that level. Support? Or maybe just crush opponents with its size. Rain butterfly is very beautiful. Even Zhengyu, a straightforward guy, had to admit that the rain butterfly's looks are top-notch. Summoned Beast, Rain Butterfly, level 13, increases with the summoner's level. Health points, 7,800, attack power, 1,353, calculated as 451 summoner's intelligence, 3 coefficient. Talent, level 1, 20 points needed to level up. Skill I, Rain Butterfly Guard LV. 13 Rain Butterfly forms a protective bond with a summoned beast, providing a shield of 5,412 points. 1,353 Rain Butterfly's attack, for coefficient. When the shield breaks, it deals 2,030 points of damage, 1,353 attack, 1.5 coefficient, and helps share 50% of the damage. Skill 2, Spirit Butterfly LV13 as a spirit entity. Rain Butterfly has quick healing abilities. Passive, healing speed increased by 50%. Active, instantly restores 4,059 health points, 1,353 attack, 3 coefficient, and boosts healing effectiveness by 25% when healing itself. Skill 3, Butterfly Chirping LV13 Rain Butterfly consumes 3% of its health per second to sing. It increases all summoned beasts' agility and movement speed by 130 points each. Summoned beast equipment. None. Wow, so powerful. Zhengyu looked at Rain Butterfly's stats in surprise. It has 3 skills, healing, shield, and speed. But the real strength comes from Zhengyu's extremely high intelligence, which gives Rain Butterfly an attack power of 1,353. Both shield and healing values are in the 4 to 5,000 range. The Goblin General, combined with Rain Butterfly, provides both endurance and healing. The Goblin can burst out, while Rain Butterfly shares the damage. And this is only the first level of talent. Zhengyu calculated that upgrading Rain Butterfly to the second level of talent requires 90 talent points. Immediately, he sacrificed some health points to spend the talent points. Summoned Beast, Rain Butterfly, level 1, Talent Evolution Spirit Butterfly, level 2. Spirit Butterfly, level 2, Talent Evolution Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly, level 3. Summoned Creature, Giant Winged Butterfly level 13, increases with the summoner's level. Health, 11,500 attack power, 2,706, 451 summoner's intelligence, 6 coefficient. Talent, level 3, 300 points away from the next upgrade. Skill I, Butterfly Guard level 13, the giant winged butterfly will bond with a summoned creature to protect it, providing a shield of 13,530 points, 2,706 attack power, 5 coefficient. When the shield breaks, it causes 5,683 damage, 2,706 attack power, 2.1 coefficient, and helps share 50% of the damage. Skill 2, Butterfly level 13 as an elf. The giant winged butterfly has quick recovery abilities. Passive, recovery speed increased by 50%. Active, instantly restores 10,824 health points, 2,706 attack power, for coefficient. When healing itself, the effect is increased by 50%. Skill 3, Butterfly Song level 13, the giant winged butterfly consumes 3% of its health per second to sing. It increases the agility and movement speed of all summoned creatures of the summoner by 260 points each. Skill 4, Spirit Nourishment, the giant winged butterfly transfers its energy to the summoned creature with the lowest spirit, restoring its mental strength. The butterfly's mental strength is increased by 100%. Summoned Equipment, None a level 3 giant winged butterfly. It now has an additional Spirit Nourishment skill that provides energy. Its attack power has directly increased to 2,706 points. Currently, The giant winged butterfly can release a shield of nearly 14,000 points, and a single attack can restore 10,000 health points. This is already quite impressive. The intelligence added by Platinum Staff and Platinum Ring has shown a clear increase. The level 3 giant winged butterfly is very large in size. When it successfully evolved, Zhengyu, to prevent the ceiling from collapsing, immediately stored the butterfly in his summoning space. Inside the summoning space, the giant winged butterfly its wings and greets the Goblin General and the double flame dragon snake. The summoner's summoning space is a large free area. It's not like in the game where each grid is separate. Inside the summoning space, all summoned creatures rest, live, and sometimes just stare off into space. Before the giant winged fairy appeared, the twin flame dragon snake and Goblin General hardly interacted, mainly because of the twin flame dragon snake. When they were at the twin fire demon stage, Zhengyu noticed that this fire elemental summoned creature had a rather lonely personality. Not only lonely, but also irritable. This made the Goblin General rarely communicate with it, fearing the dragon snake might explode. The Goblin General's personality is more like a seasoned veteran who enjoys drinking and has a cheerful nature. When the giant winged fairy appeared in the summoning space, the Goblin General was quite happy. At least he didn't have to always face a grumpy fire snake. As for the twin flame dragon snake, it seemed to ignore the giant winged fairy and continued sleeping there. Summoned creatures all have personalities. They're not just skills. They are more like lives sealed inside skill books. Besides training their strength and fighting alongside them, I think it's also important to build emotional bonds and closeness. This is what Zhang Anshuan wrote in that textbook. As Zheng Yu's level increased, he increasingly felt that the textbook was not as useless as he once thought. The complexity of the summoner profession far exceeds that of other careers. He exited the summoning space. Zheng Yu opened the Hexdeck enhancement runes. You have 2 Hexdeck enhancement runes to claim. Would you like to claim them now? Yes, claim them. These were 2 Hexdeck runes he received when he reached level 10, which he had kept unopened. Congratulations. You have drawn the 5th rune, Prism level rune, Unexpected Fortune. Congratulations. You have drawn the 6th rune, Prism level rune, Golden Egg. Unexpected Fortune, Prism level enhancement rune. Grants talent points equal to the summoner's level 100, and during the next 3 level ups, continues to grant talent points equal to level 100. Golden Egg, Prism level enhancement rune. Grants a golden egg, which requires 22 deep abyss matches to hatch. After hatching, it provides a large amount of high-quality rewards based on the summoner's level. Friendly reminder, level abyss matches count as 2 matches. Wow, Zhengyu couldn't help but curse. Double horns, an unexpected reward, and a golden egg. The unexpected reward goes without saying. Getting it early is a great start. I'm now level 13, which isn't too late. I can instantly gain 1,300 talent points. This means I now have enough talent points for the Goblin General and the double flame dragon serpent to advance to level 5. As for the golden egg, it requires 22 more battles. I'm still far from that. The 3rd stage features the abyss with level difficulty, which is also far away. But this is worth waiting for, because the reward from the golden egg will be very good. I open 2 enhancement runes. You gain an unexpected reward, 1,300 talent points. You get a golden egg, 22 battles away from opening it. I put the golden egg into my inventory. Then I summon the Goblin General and the double flame dragon serpent. Time to evolve. The double flame dragon serpent consumes 850 points and evolves directly into level 5. Summon Beast 8 double flame dragon serpent, level 4. Talent evolution summon Beast 8 double fire dragon, level 5. At level 5, the serpent directly evolves into a dragon. It completely loses its snake traits. It gains a new skill, Fire Breath of the Dragon. Fire Breath of the Dragon. The double fire dragon gathers flame energy and breathes out a high-temperature blast, causing 27,706 damage instantly. 3958 double fire dragon attack, 7 coefficient. This is a typical explosive fire damage. With fire burning and double damage from the twins, Zhengyu can't even imagine how high this breath's damage could be. The biggest change in the double fire dragon is its form. At level 5, it still has 2 heads, but both snake heads have fully transformed into dragon heads, and the body is covered in dragon scales. The body is still made of elemental flames. Its attack coefficient has increased from 6.0 at level 4 to 8.0 now. Plus, with the summoned beast equipped with the killer fish blade, its attack power has risen to 3,958. Its health points haven't increased much. It's a typical fragile fire mage. The damage is huge, but it's also fragile. However, with the Goblin General standing in front, no one can harm the double fire dragon. Zhengyu looks at the Goblin General. Unexpected wealth still leaves me with 450 talent points. I directly maxed out my health limit at 500 points to gain 50 talent points, reaching a total of 500, and then I advanced. The Goblin General advanced to level 5 talent, needing only 500 talent points. That's enough. Summoned Beast. Goblin General, level 4, talent evolution Summoned Beast. Goblin General Heavy Cavalry Group, level 5. The level 5 Goblin General's name didn't change, only adding Heavy Cavalry Group. No new skills. But the core skill, General's Command, changed significantly. Skill V, General's Command, Heavy Cavalry Group. General's Command, Heavy Cavalry Group. Summons Goblin Troops, 26 units, increasing with level, to fight. Troop composition, 8 Goblin Archers, 8 Goblin Death Soldiers, 8 Goblin Shield Bearers, 1 Goblin Wizard, 1 Troll Goblin. Summoning time is unlimited. Cannot summon again until all Goblin troops are defeated. Summons Goblin Heavy Cavalry, 26 units, increasing with level, to fight. Cavalry composition, 26 heavily armored Goblin Wolf Riders. This is a huge gain. Zhengyu is very happy with this heavy cavalry army. There's a saying that in the old days without modern weapons, having 50 heavy cavalry was impressive, and 500 rebels would be quite formidable. 5,000 heavy cavalry could sweep all armies. Although he currently only has 26 Goblin Heavy Cavalry, in the Abyss, they are a powerful monster-slaying tool. Level 5 is already so strong. Level 6 should be flying, right? Then Zhengyu looked at the next advancement requirement. Goblin General, Heavy Cavalry Group, Talent. Level 5, needs 3,000 more talent points to level up. Alright. He looked again at the Twin Magic Fire Dragons. Twin Magic Fire Dragons, Talent. Level 5, needs 5,000 more talent points. Alright. 5,000 talent points. That's equivalent to a 50,000 health limit. Actually, it's not too bad. So far in recorded history, no summoned beast has ever had a 5th tier talent. 5th tier is considered the highest level theoretically. Level 12 to 13 increases health points by 400. As the level rises, health increases more and more. If only using the demon contract. At level 20, you can have a 6th tier summoned beast. However, at level 15, you can unlock a summoned beast contract space, which also requires some talent points. The giant winged spirit butterfly is only 3rd tier, TSK. Zhengyu calculated that he didn't have enough talent points. Fortunately, there are unexpected gains. Rainbow Grade enhancement runes are very appealing to Zhengyu. In the next levels, 14, 15, and 16, he will gain 1,400, 1,500, and 1,600 talent points respectively. Altogether, that's enough to reach a stable 6th tier. Imagine a level 16 summoner with a 6th tier summoned beast. This would be a huge advantage over other players. Rain Butterfly, learned at level 10, is a 1st tier talent. Shadow Monster, learned at level 15, is a 2nd tier talent. Following this pattern, a summoner would need to reach at least level 40 to have a 6th tier summoned beast. Using the demon contract plus unexpected gains, the early game is maximized. In fact, summoners can also improve their summoned beast talents through other methods, like continuously training the 3 skills learned at level 10, which can increase their abilities. But this takes a long time. According to the standard understanding from textbooks, summoners are a profession that requires patience and time to develop. However, Zhengyu has advanced some of this development. After counting the spoils of battle, feeling a bit excited and not sleepy, Zhengyu, with nothing else to do, casually wrote a guide. Deep Cold Spring Abyss, Nightmare Level Strategy, Video Images Detailed Explanation, Step-by-Step Guide to Survive Nightmare Abyss. Paid post. 100 gold coins per hour. There are many paid posts on the forum. Guides, gossip, secrets, equipment analysis, career development, even fortune telling. 100 gold coins equals 100 yuan. Anyway, since I had free time, Zhengyu kept recording videos while fighting. Guides with videos and pictures usually sell very well. Zhengyu wrote a detailed 10,000-word guide. Once published, it immediately topped the forum's popularity list. Wow! Nightmare level guide. Is that really him? Of course. It includes videos and pictures, so it must be him. Step-by-step instructions? So, if I learn from this, I can also clear the nightmare level abyss. Someone dares to teach, someone dares to learn, but the scary part is, some people actually believe it. Do I lack a guide? No, I lack fighting strength. Although this guide might not be useful for me, I still want to buy it just to see. Mainly, I'm curious about what the full story of the Cold Street Abyss is. I'm more curious about how Zhengyu, as a summoner, managed to clear the nightmare level abyss because of this guide. The forum in Jianshui City suddenly became very lively again. The number of buyers kept increasing rapidly. Most people buy guides out of curiosity about Zhengyu's strength, while some are just looking for flaws. Even if Zhengyu clears the nightmare level abyss, many still think it's mostly luck rather than skill. Or maybe Zhengyu found some shortcut to success. After all, Zhengyu is a summoner, known as the weakest summoner, yet he cleared the hardest nightmare level abyss. Even a day later, many people still couldn't believe it. Jianshui City Martial Arts Hall. Wu Zong, not knowing that Tao Qian and others had already reached level 10, decided to go back to the hall to avoid teaming up with them. The other colleagues looked at him with strange eyes. There was no malice, just a bit of schadenfreude. We're all colleagues, all people who didn't make it to become professionals. If you really latch onto Zhengyu's success and clear the nightmare abyss, then we're not on the same path. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Otherwise, they would have felt worse. Wu Zong was somewhat used to these looks, because back in the Cold Street Abyss Hall, everyone looked at him the same way. Even those who are not even at level 1, or who may never have the courage or chance to enter the abyss in their lifetime, still enjoy watching the excitement. They're used to it. Wu Zong comforts himself. Anyway, if he waits a bit longer, he can still enter the abyss. The only person who looks at him differently is Wu Zong's brother. He comforts him, saying, "It's okay. If I were you, I would do the same." But this isn't really comfort. Last night, he also browsed forums all evening. He understands that, unless it's a life-and-death situation, his brother wouldn't run away from a fight. "Brother, about that money," Wu Zong hesitates. "It's fine. You can pay me back whenever you have the money. I'm not in a rush. I've saved quite a bit from running the martial arts school. At worst, your wife will scold me a little. Besides, you haven't gained nothing. You're already at level 6. You've started on the path of a professional." Yeah, Wu Zong still feels a bit down. Has he truly started? Not really. A real professional needs to reach level 25. Without Zhengyu, he thinks it will be hard for him to reach level 25. Hey look, Zhengyu posted a guide. What kind of guide? Of course, a nightmare level guide. I have a J8 weapon, but I can't even pass the simple abyss. No one wants me. What if there's a chance? That's true. Anyway, it's only 100 yuan. Might as well take a look. Now that you mention it, I'm interested too. Hearing the discussion, Wu Zong and his brother also open their phones. They see that the most popular post on the forum is Zhengyu's guide. Wu Zong's brother immediately buys the post. Wu Zong doesn't buy it. As someone who experienced it firsthand, he knows exactly how Zhengyu cleared the levels. A guide? Nonsense. It's all about strength and skill, not some guide. Even if you know the strategy, it won't help. You can't even get past the meat shop owner at the entrance, let alone the fish-killing guy and the spider with human skin. Wow. But when they open the post, they all gasp in surprise. Because Zhengyu cleverly put photos of their barbecue dinner on the first page, followed by images of the Goblin general fighting the corpse. Zhengyu, Wenren Qingyu, Ku Ying, Tao Qian, and Wu Zongquan are all in the picture. They are all smiling brightly. There is wine and meat. Wu Zong's older brother couldn't help but look at Wu Zong. Did you go on a picnic? What he really wanted to ask was, since everything is so fun, why are you leaving early? Fortunately, someone carefully noticed that this is a photo of a simple level abyss. Because Wenren Qingyu had also posted it on the forum before, Zhengyu posted it just to provoke jealousy and annoy those who used to refuse to team up with him. Further down, there is a real nightmare-level abyss guide. Very detailed, divided into 5 stages. 1. Meat shop owner's cold corpse, fish killing guy's cold corpse. 2. The cook's cold corpse. 3. Human skin spider. 4. Underground female corpse. 5. Little Chi with emptied organs. Each stage has videos and pictures, with Zhengyu providing detailed explanations, including how to stop the human skin spider, how to handle Little Chi's 2 forms, normal and savage. It's a very serious guide, but the comments below are not very serious. Zhengyu really wants to teach us. I thought it was just a bragging post, but it turns out Zhengyu is actually making a guide. Haha, you're overthinking. This is just Zhengyu showing off. Don't you think, even if you follow his guide, can you block the cook's flying knives? Or dodge the human skin spider's attack? Isn't the summoner so powerful? This summoned beast seems stronger than the SS-level warrior I saw the day before yesterday. If I encountered this in real life, I'd say it's awesome. But this is the internet. I can only say, kid, you need more practice. Is that all you've got? Although these people are arguing online, they can all tell from the videos and records in the post that this nightmare-level abyss is really difficult. Zhengyu's summoned beast is truly strong. In the first half of the guide, they could see Zhengyu, Tao Qian, and others eating and drinking while fighting monsters. But in the second half, when they reached the human skin spider, the difficulty suddenly skyrocketed. Terrifying human skin spider. It almost gathered a half-forest of cold corpses. Many here believe they have some skill and think that since Zhengyu, a single summoner, could clear the nightmare-level cold street abyss, they can too. But the truth is, he really can't. In the video, the flesh spider calls out Goblin shield soldiers, dealing 6,000 damage per hit, moving very fast. It has control, defense, speed, and high damage. Almost a nightmare for beginner players. Forget about killing the flesh spider. They don't even have the strength to escape this forest. Is this a human-level abyss? No wonder no one in Jianshui City has cleared the nightmare abyss in over 10 years. It's really hard. I saw some people on the forum say Zhengyu only got through the nightmare abyss by luck. Come on, explain. What's this luck? Luck? A goblin that can deal over 10,000 damage. Now that's luck? All I can say is Zhengyu's summoned creatures are incredibly strong. But I have to admit, the nightmare abyss is really tough. The flesh spider has no weak points. Besides Zhengyu's crazy skills, how can other classes fight it? You're jumping the gun early. This is just the beginning. Are there even stronger players? The boss is even more brutal. Hearing about the full strategy, some experienced players started spoiling the story. To them, this post wasn't just a guide anymore. It felt more like a story from a first-person perspective with a plot. Seeing through Zhengyu's eyes, it was a typical exciting story. Spoilers are common in such stories. As the strategy continued, killing the flesh spider, escaping the cold corpses, reaching the frozen lake, the real challenge was just beginning. Zhengyu described the boss Shao Qi as, a boss even I find tricky. Many people echoed Wu Zong's earlier words. Who is actually winning the nightmare abyss? The video showed boss Shao Qi, its stats in the picture, the flesh spider reappearing in a brutal state, the underground female corpse coming back to life, and the cold corpses returning from the woods. All players doubting Zhengyu's strength were silenced. And when asked how to beat boss Shao Qi, Zhengyu simply said, just fight with real strength. No strategies, only power. Little brother, it's really not your fault. Wu Zong's older brother saw the brutal boss of the cold street take Zhengyu down and realized there was no safe place left in the deep abyss of Cold Street. He finally understood his younger brother. It's not that his brother is cowardly. He just made a correct and reasonable decision. Anyone would make the same choice. Compared to death, what is a little punishment? As for Tao Qian, Wenrin Qingyu, and Ku Ying, he can only say these three are not normal. Public opinion about Wu Zong has also started to change. How should I put it? If it were me, I would have retreated even faster than Wu Zong. Wu Zong is pretty good. He even risked himself to stop Tao Qian and the others. Honestly, normal people would choose to withdraw. Only those who are reckless are truly abnormal. But, in the end, Tao Qian and the others got rewards, while Wu Zong, who made the right choice, got nothing. How is that fair? Is it reasonable for a summoner to go into a nightmare-level abyss? Tao Qian rushing in to fight for his brother isn't unreasonable. If I were Wu Zong, I wouldn't retreat. The giant on the internet, but a clown in real life. Just a fool who likes to stir up trouble. At this moment, Zheng Yu was also reading comments on the forum. Seeing Wu Zong's reputation start to improve, he relaxed a bit. Honestly, he had no problem with Wu Zong quitting the team. To him, it was perfectly normal. When faced with danger, ensuring your own safety is the most important, isn't it? Wu Zong and he are not related. Charging 300,000 yuan, though below market price, was a price Zheng Yu set himself. In the end, they are just a big supporter and a minor player, with a simple business relationship. There's no real grudge. In other words, he can criticize. Tao Qian can criticize. But those nosy people outside, who just like to stir trouble, what right do they have to criticize? Zheng Yu posted these comments for two reasons: to reply to those online who say he relies on luck or shortcuts, and also to explain Wu Zong's situation. They have no grudge, and Zheng Yu doesn't care whether Wu Zong quits or not. In the end, Wu Zong will definitely regret it. He just wanted to tell the people outside who were watching and laughing that if they were in his place, they probably wouldn't last as long as Wu Zong did. The most popular part of the post wasn't the boss fight stage. It was the part where Xiao Qi remembered everything. Wow, I didn't expect Xiao Qi, who looks so scary, to have such a sad background. No wonder Xiao Qi is so full of resentment. If I had his energy, I'd be even more resentful. I finally understand how to use the internal cake. Learn something new. I'll try it next time. Really? Does anyone believe they can survive until they need to use the internal cake? I'm not sure if Zheng Yu was serious about teaching, but I know some people really believed it. I'm so touched. Sob sob. I really like what Zheng Yu said. Make those beasts feel real pain and experience the thrill of revenge. When he challenged Mayor Zhou Yun before, I knew he had a tough temper, but I like that about him. He didn't blame Wu Zong for quitting early and even posted to defend him. I've become a fan, but some people might feel upset. I wonder what Li Nan, Li Feng, and Zhou Yun think after seeing this post. Those high above can't really control these things, can they? Yeah, probably. The post was extremely popular. Almost 10,000 copies sold in one night. Not only players from Jiangshui City bought it, but players from Shanyu City also saw that the mayor had recruited an S-rank genius and became curious. After all, each city treats S-rank talent professionals like treasures and finds it hard to recruit them. When they learned Zheng Yu was a summoner, they became even more curious. Word spread quickly. Nearby cities also wondered just how strong this summoner named Zheng Yu really was. Zheng Yu didn't expect that just one post would earn him over 1 million yuan. After deducting forum fees and paying some taxes, he took home more than 700,000 yuan. No wonder professionals make so much money. Just this simple post earned me tens of thousands. Zheng Yu happily withdrew the money. At number 1 middle school, the legend of Zheng Yu is spreading. After Li Feng took the resources, Zheng Yu was so angry that he challenged Li Nan with a tough fight and refused Mayor Zhou Yun's apology. He directly moved to Shanyu City. After these actions, Zheng Yu even gained some supporters. Leaving Jiangshui City and moving to Shanyu City did not get him criticized. Instead, people praised him for having courage. I tried to see things from Zheng Yu's point of view. If I were him and Li Feng stole my resources, I would probably just be furious and helpless. I would report it and hang banners to let everyone in Jiangshui City know about it. Isn't that just being furious and helpless? People who can't solve problems tend to make a fuss. Those who are capable. The resource department head of Shanyu City directly came to take resources. Rumor has it that not only Shanyu City, but also Qinan City and Xia City sent people here. Wow. I just want to know, is Li Feng comfortable using other people's resources? What's not comfortable about it? I saw a post that detailed the subsidy list for S-level resources. It made me so jealous. A full set of gold-level warrior equipment. With this gear, I could clear difficult abyss levels. Hey, stop talking. Li Feng is here. Wow. How did he come to the school? Today is the day high school seniors get their professional certificates. So jealous. A professional certificate isn't the same as a graduation diploma. It proves that a student is about to become a professional. But you can't just get the certificate easily. It requires the principal's approval, confirming you're qualified to become a professional and can survive by upgrading and clearing abyss levels. You also need to pass an exam. The exam covers politics, similar to the civil service exams in Zheng Yu's previous life. This means that professionals with this certificate can enter politics. Otherwise, even if they are strong, people wouldn't trust them to lead. Students without a professional certificate still need to continue studying. For most professionals, upgrading is just a way to make finding a job easier. The school will continue to train them for 3 more months, including combat training, archery, movement skills, and physical exercises. They will also develop professional skills, such as making medicines and repairing equipment. During these 3 months, if they have no talent or luck to clear the deep abyss, they will switch to academic classes and learn other subjects. I heard that our high school only issued 3 certificates this year. Only 3? That's quite a lot. Do you think professional certificates are easy to get? Once you have one, even without leveling up, you get a basic salary of 5,000 yuan every month. It's a stable job. Jealous. If Zheng Yu were here, there would be 4 certificates. TSK. What a pity. These conversations, of course, Li Feng overheard, because everyone was talking about these things everywhere. He could hear it in the bathroom, at meals, and pretty much anywhere. Everyone was using Zheng Yu to belittle themselves. Li Feng's eyes showed mixed feelings, anger, frustration, but mostly sadness. He thought that coming to Jianshui City with his father would help him leave behind those strange geniuses from different factions, so he wouldn't be the subject of idle gossip. Back in the Central District, he had lived like that. He never expected that in this poor, remote town, he would still meet a strange genius. He hates Zheng Yu, but he also respects him. He had no choice. He had read that strategy guide. It was a clear case of overwhelming strength. The only thing that made him angry was his own bad luck. Because of Zheng Yu, his father had beaten him last night. He had tried very hard, even improved his time in the difficult abyss, but it was still useless. His father called him a useless person. Other students called him a thief. Xiao Yun was just trying to curry favor with his father, acting as a tool. I clearly invited him. Why didn't he accept? Li Feng thought that if Zheng Yu had accepted his invitation back then, he might have turned against him in the difficult abyss and killed him. Actually, he believed that this was the best ending. Sigh. Li Feng sighed deeply. It's almost noon. Zheng Yu was woken up by Wenren Xingyu and Ku Ying, the 2 girls. They were carrying a lot of luggage. Are you 2 planning to move in? Do you have some strange ideas about my brother Yu? Tao Qian was cooking lunch and saw the 2 with big and small bags, then complained. Then he turned to Zheng Yu and said, Brother Yu, I think these 2 girls don't seem to be good people. You should be careful. Shut your mouth. No one asked for your opinion. Wenren Xingyu retorted directly. Brother Yu sent us a message saying he's going to Shangyu City tonight, and we should pack our things and go together, Ku Ying explained. Such hurry? Tao Qian looked at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu said, moving, handling paperwork, getting a professional certificate, settling down. At least 2 days. 2 days are enough for my summoned creatures to recover fully. I want to level up faster. The nightmare level abyss consumes a lot of energy. Even though the advanced twin fire dragons and goblin general reset their energy after reaching the 5th level, they are not in peak condition. They need rest and recovery. 2 days are just right. Also, I plan to enter the nightmare level abyss again next time. I need to go to Shangyu City quickly and prepare in advance. Wait. Tao Qian put down the spatula and walked over to Zheng Yu, seriously asking. Nightmare level? Yes. Level 2 abyss? Of course. We're all level 10 now, and we can't even enter the 1st level abyss anymore. No, I mean, are you confident? Tao Qian actually wanted to say that the level 2 abyss is far different from level 1. Even if you clear the nightmare level abyss at level 1, just jumping into level 2 without trying anything might be too risky. But he didn't say this clearly. He was worried about embarrassing himself. When Zheng Yu first said he wanted to compete for the top, Tao Qian doubted him too. Since then, he never brought it up again. Doubting Zheng Yu's strength was like challenging him directly. Zheng Yu shook his head and said, Actually, I don't know. After all, this is my first time reaching level 10. Maybe. We should be more cautious. Wenren Xingyu suggested. First clear a difficult level to practice. Ku Ying listened and wanted to make a comment. Stage 2 is difficult. Is it just practice? Zheng Yu smiled and said, I don't know how strong the nightmare level abyss in stage 2 is, but I think I've improved quite a bit this time. Probably about 50% chance. This time, I'll pay you 1 million to help you clear the nightmare-level abyss. Are you in? Ignoring objections, Zheng Yu made his offer directly. Tao Qian, who was worried and opposed earlier, agreed without hesitation. Deal. When Ren Xingyu was even more straightforward, transferring the money immediately. Zheng Yu thought, aren't you worried? Tao Qian, you know me, brother. I support you no matter what. If you say go, I go, one Ren Xingyu. There's a 50% chance, so I'm betting on it. Only Kuing was honest. Bet 1 million on the stage 2 Nightmare Abyss. Even a god wouldn't refuse. Danger? Which abyss isn't dangerous? With Zheng Yu here, only a 50% risk. What's there to worry about? Besides, the three of them clearly realized they couldn't persuade Zheng Yu. Since Zheng Yu wanted to go crazy, then they would go crazy together. At this moment, Tao Qian remembered a question and said, if you really can take us through another nightmare-level abyss, then this year's rookie ranking, you would definitely be number 1. In previous years, the award went to rookies from the Central District. I can already imagine after the rankings are updated, seeing Jiang Shui. No, a professional from Shanyu City, who is also a summoner, and the proud geniuses from the Central District would be shocked. Shanyu City. Wow, this house is really big, with a yard and a swimming pool. Brother Yu, are you living the life of a rich second generation now? Tao Qian and others finished the paperwork and arrived at this villa. What rich second generation? I started from nothing. Yes, yes. Tao Qian took a bottle of beer from the ice bucket beside Zheng Yu and drank a big gulp. This feels so good. Did you buy this house? Zheng Yu was lying on a lounge chair, looking at his phone without raising his head, and said, Resource Department's Chai Fong gave it to me. I'm just staying here for now. Tao Qian looked around the villa and said, it's quite spacious. The rent for this place must be over 10,000. It was a 3-story house with a large yard, a lawn, and a swimming pool. By the way, did you get your S-level resource yet? Zheng Yu shook his head. Not yet. Chai Fong said the application period has expired. I also applied once before, but the resource ended up going to Li Feng. It's a bit complicated. Tao Qian frowned. So you can't get it anymore? Even though it wasn't his own resource, it still mattered to him. If Zheng Yu got the resource, he would become stronger, and their safety in the abyss would improve. Naturally, Tao Qian was anxious too. They said Mayor Zhang Zhan of Shanyu City personally went to the provincial office to handle it, but I don't know if it will go through. Tao Qian lay back on a lounge chair with a beer in hand. If Shanyu City can't get you the resource, then coming here might have been a loss for us. It's all the same to me, Zheng Yu said calmly. No matter what happens, I won't stay in Jianshui City. You can apply again at level 20. Then you'll lose the first stage resource, Tao Qian said angrily on his friend's behalf. Chai Fong said if the application fails, their department will cover the cost and give me a first stage resource just as good as the provincial one. That was the condition Chai Fong had promised when they first met. Looks like Shanyu City really values you. Mostly because Shanyu City has been doing poorly these past few years. They barely have any A-level professionals, let alone S-level ones, and even those haven't developed well. If this continues, they might not even have new participants for the professional tournament. Of course Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong are worried. True. Tao Qian asked, where are Wenrin Qingyu and the others? Since Tao Qian had to handle his own household registration, he was the last to arrive in Shanyu City. They went shopping, Zheng Yu replied. I asked them to buy supplies for entering the abyss. The girls are better at bargaining, so they can save some money. Having lived frugally for a long time, Zheng Yu was used to being careful with expenses. Tao Qian's eyes lit up. Have you decided which abyss to go to? Zheng Yu nodded. Yes, the Shanyu Shrine. Huh, the most troublesome one. Although Tao Qian made a dramatic gasp, he wasn't really surprised. The Shanyu Ancestral Hall was the only abyss with a nightmare-level strategy guide. But it was also the one that Wenrin Qingyu, Ku Ying, and even Tao Qian least wanted to enter, because that place was truly haunted. Zheng Yu explained, there are 3 Stage 2 abysses in Shanyu City. The Shanyu Ancestral Hall, the Blood Film Studio, and the Dark Valley. Among the 3, only the Ancestral Hall has a complete record of being cleared. The guide explains everything clearly, story branches, how to get rewards, and shortcuts. I know some of you are afraid of the Ancestral Hall, but if we want to improve our success rate, it's the best place to practice. So I made a relatively safe decision. Relatively safe. Tao Qian thought Zheng Yu was showing off. but he had no proof. Using a nightmare-level abyss for practice? And calling it safe? Was that even reasonable? Unbelievable. But Zheng Yu really seemed to be thinking about their safety. Zheng Yu continued, "The guide was written by Zhang Zhan, the mayor of Shangyu City, when he was young. It's very reliable. So are you reassured now?" Zheng Yu even felt proud of his thoughtfulness. Tao Qian. Of course, the first clear reward for the Ancestral Hall is already gone, but the Blood Film Studio and the Dark Valley still have a chance. You plan to clear all of them? Of course. It would be a waste to leave such good rewards behind. All right then. Tao Qian decided to support Zheng Yu. He didn't really have a say anyway. As long as Zheng Yu chose which abyss to challenge, Tao Qian would just follow along. His only job was to keep the mood up, cook, and share drinks. The Ancestral Hall is a ghost-type abyss, so I asked Wenrin Qingyu and the others to prepare some tools for dealing with spirits. They're expensive in the temple shop, but cheaper in local markets. Also, the Ancestral Hall has heavy yin energy. If you have time, get some chickens. Tao Qian understood immediately. Chicken blood to ward off evil. Got it. Zheng Yu shook his head. Who said anything about that? The ghosts in the abyss have health bars. Nothing to fear. I just heard that Shangyu's free-range chickens are famous. We'll roast some while we're there. Tao Qian. 6. Afternoon. Chai Fong brought good news. The provincial authority approved his resource request and is still processing it. It said that Zhang Zhan directly contacted a big shot in his faction to help coordinate some relationships, which is how it was approved. These procedures are hard to handle without connections, Chai Fong complained on the phone. So, are you interested in joining our faction? He asked directly. Zheng Yu didn't refuse or agree. He only asked, isn't it only level 40 professionals who can join the faction? A faction can be understood as a strong group of professionals formed to control certain resources. They are powerful and unbreakable because their interests are closely linked. But not just anyone can join. The simplest requirement blocks 99% of professionals. The minimum level to join is 40. Before level 40, one isn't considered a strong person. Chai Fong smiled and said, "Hey, I'm just trying to recruit talented people like you early. Clearing nightmare-level abysses makes level 40 a sure thing. By the way, have you decided which abyss to go to in the second phase?" Chai Fong no longer asked about Zheng Yu's thoughts on joining the faction, but posed another question. Ancestral Hall. A very calm choice. To Chai Fong, this was a rather conservative choice. The Shangyu Ancestral Hall is the abyss most players in Shangyu City have cleared the most times, with countless attempts. It's the favorite abyss for second-phase professionals in Shangyu City. Chai Fong was a bit disappointed. He had been looking forward to Zheng Yu trying other abysses in Shangyu City and breaking some records. After all, the attitude of local professionals towards inviting Zheng Yu varies. Even with Zheng Yu's record of clearing nightmare abysses, many still believe that summoner professions have limited future potential. Giving resources to Zheng Yu is seen as a mistake. So, if Zheng Yu sets a new record and achieves some results, those people will shut up. But from Zheng Yu's perspective, the Ancestral Hall is the best choice. Because it's safe. That's why Chai Fong said it's a calm choice. Focusing on what's best for oneself without outside influence. This choice is hard to connect with Zheng Yu, who previously entered the nightmare-level abyss in a fit of anger. After hanging up, Zhang Zhan, who had just returned from the provincial area, asked, "Did he not choose the Blood Color Movie Factory?" Chai Fong nodded. "I thought he would choose the Movie Factory abyss. Breaking the factory's record is the most likely goal. This kid, he seems very reckless, but also overly calm." Reckless? "I don't think Zheng Yu is reckless," Zhang Zhan said with a smile. "He just doesn't like to tolerate things. That's not really a bad thing. If young people were as cautious as us, afraid of everything, they wouldn't be considered young. Actually, choosing the Ancestral Hall is also good. If he breaks the record there, it would be even more impressive." Zhang Zhan was very optimistic. But Chai Fong quickly disagreed. "I don't think that's likely. The Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss is the most familiar abyss copy for the people of Shangyu. Many local players have broken the record over and over. It's not easy to beat, unless he's planning to go for the nightmare-level abyss. And from what I see, he seems to want to bring Tao Qian and those two girls. Solo breaking the record? Impossible, especially entering the nightmare abyss." At this point, Chai Fong thought of something. "Wait, isn't his team missing someone now?" Zhang Zhan nodded. Yes, they're short one. They have 4 people now. One young guy forcefully withdrew from the nightmare abyss. Haha, he's probably kicking himself now. If they're short one. Chai Fong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Maybe I should add someone for him? Add a helper? That could work. Maybe Zheng Wenchong, an A-grade talented warrior. He's level 18 now, but unexpectedly, Chai Fong immediately refused. Who said I want to add a helper for him? With Zheng Yu's strength, adding someone won't make much difference. None of our second-stage professionals in Shanyu City have an S-grade. An A-grade helper wouldn't help much. Since Zheng Yu wants to solo, he definitely doesn't want a helper. Zhang Zhan asked with confusion. Then what are you planning to do? I have a distant cousin. She changed her profession last year. Due to some family issues, she delayed for a year. I'm thinking of letting her join in, Zhang Zhan. You just said you didn't think highly of Zheng Yu. Hee, Xiaofang chuckled. I don't think he'll break the record, but he's a strong player in Stage 2. That strength should help my cousin get ahead, just like when I teamed up with you before, Zhang Zhan. Shanyu City. Shanyu Ancestral Hall, Deep Abyss Hall. After 2 days of effort, Zheng Yu and the others finally finished all the important tasks. Now, they had time to focus on the real work. There's not many people here. Tao Qian looked at the few professionals in the hall. A staff member nearby, who was free, explained, because this year's first batch of professionals are still in Stage 1 of the Abyss. Stage 1 Abyss is so crowded that you can't even get in line. As for the older professionals, some have already leveled up, and others have given up. It's normal to see few people. Tao Qian nodded. That makes sense. I was a bit careless earlier. Since he had transferred from Jiangshui City, his previous words might have sounded a bit ambiguous. Entering the hall, the number of people was small, but there were still some holding signs looking for teammates. One Rin Qingyu said, "We're missing a teammate." Normally, 4 people can enter the abyss, but with one less, both experience and rewards will decrease. If you want to compete for the top, it's best to bring along a spare teammate. Stage 2 spares are easy to find, and most are willing to pay. About 60 to 70% of professionals get stuck at this stage. Some don't want to risk their lives going deeper. Others simply can't beat the monsters, and no one is willing to guide them. So they find a job, save money, and wait for a top player to lead. Tao Qian asked confused, no one guides them? That shouldn't be. When I was in Stage 1 of the Abyss, I saw many. That's Stage 1. As long as your level isn't suppressed, it's easy to guide someone through simple or even normal Abyss levels. Even then, it usually takes 2 fighters and a healer to guide others. By Stage 2, skilled professionals team up to level up. Who would bother guiding a spare? Unless they don't want to enter Stage 3 anymore, just want to earn money with their strength, then maybe they guide a bit. And then there are professionals like Zheng Yu, who are competing for the top. But the problem is, in a small city like Shanyu, it's hard to find a genius who can compete for the top spot for many years. I see, Tao Qian said with a look that showed he almost understood. Then he pointed at the deep hall of the Shanyu Ancestral Hall, where a group of professionals was looking for teammates. Just pick someone from among them. Tao Qian directly approached the staff. On the hall screen, a broadcast appeared looking for teammates. Looking for a teammate. For people needed, 1 slot open. Requirements: obedient, doesn't steal monsters or items, can cook and barbecue, preferably can roast kidneys, cost negotiable. Zheng Yu saw this notice and gave Tao Qian a thumbs up. He understood Tao Qian well. He didn't need a strong teammate. He just needed someone who could roast kidneys to fill the gap left by Wu Zong. As soon as the broadcast appeared, a professional privately messaged Zheng Yu. Anonymous, warrior need a teammate? Zheng Yu, summoner yes. Anonymous, warrior wait, you're a summoner? Anonymous, warrior wait. Who is the main damage dealer? The professional who contacted Zheng Yu was confused. He had never seen such a strange team. A summoner as the leader, 2 assassins? Only the martial monk looked somewhat normal. Before Zheng Yu could reply, the anonymous warrior said directly, "Let me talk to the martial monk. He should be your team leader." Zheng Yu asked, "Why talk to him?" The anonymous warrior made a speechless face. Then he said, "I need to discuss the price." Zheng Yu replied directly, "Just talk to me. Can you make the decision?" "Yeah. I have B-level talent, fire element. Can suppress the spiritual energy in the Ancestral Hall, level 18, completed 5 simple Abyss dungeons and 1 normal Abyss dungeon." After a brief self-introduction, he added, "My price is 800,000. Not expensive, right?" "What? Zhengyu sent a big question mark. No. Can you make the decision or not? With my strength, 800,000 isn't expensive. Although your team setup is quite average. The martial monk, and replacing one assassin with a priest to clear simple abyss dungeons, that's not difficult. Zhengyu, summoner, why don't you carefully read the announcement I sent? Zhengyu explained lazily. How can someone not even look at the announcement and just come to ask for money? The other person was silent for a moment. Then they sent back a question mark emoji to Zhengyu. Anonymous, warrior, no way, brother. Are you guys crazy, or am I blind? With your setup and level, you're supposed to be running dungeons? Anonymous, warrior, and you even know how to roast kidneys? Honestly, I find you guys a bit funny. Are you just messing around here? The other person seemed very angry. Zhengyu found it strange. He was focused on a summoner's profession, but the other person didn't recognize it. Zhengyu, summoner, don't you browse the forums? Anonymous, warrior forums? That's just a place where failed players brag and talk nonsense. What's there to see? You didn't find some shortcut post about the ancestral hall, did you? Anonymous, warrior brother, I advise you not to believe it. Believing it will only get you killed faster. Anonymous, warrior, I'm leaving. A bunch of kids are just messing around here for fun. I thought I finally found a business opportunity. After that, the warrior never responded to Zhengyu again. Zhengyu. He looked at Tao Qian, who also had a grim face. Clearly, someone had private messaged him, and it wasn't a pleasant conversation. All right, it seems a real bystander is hard to find. When Rin Xingyu also said, I didn't expect it to be like this. She thought it would be easy to find a bystander. Zhengyu said, it seems the mayor has kept the news about me coming to Shanyu City as quiet as possible, probably still worried I wouldn't make it. And there's another possibility. When Rin Xingyu added, they didn't expect the nightmare-level abyss to give so much experience, or that you'd be a level 2 professional already. What should we do now? Tao Qian asked. We found a few. Some just came to ask for money. Others left when they saw you were the team leader. One interesting guy knew you cleared the nightmare abyss at level 1, but still refused to join the team. He thought roasting kidneys was an insult. Kuing, who was nearby, laughed. If Wuzong hears about this, he'll be furious. Yes, he doesn't even have a chance to roast kidneys now. Mainly because UGE's fame hasn't taken off yet. Level 2 professionals are still a bit proud. Maybe I should look for someone on the forum. Just as Rin Xingyu was about to search the forum for a bystander, Zhengyu received a call from Chai Fong. Xiaoyu, I heard you're planning to go into the abyss today. Chai Fong spoke very politely. Zhengyu was a bit surprised. Yes, I plan to go in. I'm looking for teammates. Oh, are you missing a teammate? Chai Fong asked, pretending to be surprised. Zhengyu explained. Actually, I need someone who can roast kidneys. Huh, someone who can roast kidneys? After some negotiation, they finally agreed, saying, what a coincidence. I happen to have a sister who can roast kidneys. The price was set at 3 million per person. Although Chai Fong thought Zhengyu's price was a bit high, he didn't hesitate. The talented person he was recruiting needed to be well taken care of. He believed this was probably why Zhengyu was unhappy that they hadn't secured resources yet. Paying a bit more was normal. All right, it's settled then. I'll transfer the money to you soon. Just wait a bit. Okay. Zhengyu hung up, smiling as he said, I found someone to help with the roasting. Who? Chai Fong's distant cousin, the head of the resource department? Yes. She can roast kidneys? Tao Qian asked. Chai Fong said her family runs a barbecue restaurant. She should be better than Wuzong. Then it's no problem. Rin Xingyu. Is it really okay for you guys to be so serious about whether she can roast kidneys? Chai Yun, Ranger, requests to join the team. The captain has approved. Chai Yun, Ranger, to join the team. Chai Yun, Ranger, hello. Captain Zhengyu. Hello everyone. My name is Chai Yun. Nice to meet you. Greater than or equal to 00, less than or equal to, smile. Tao Qian, Martial Monk, so cute. Zhengyu, Summoner, welcome. Rin Xingyu, Assassin, welcome, sister. Kuing, Assassin, welcome, sister. Looking at her sister's words, Chai Yun was rushing in a taxi to the Shanyu Ancestral Hall. She clenched her teeth. She is indeed 1 year older than Rin Xingyu and her friends. She was a professional player last year, but has been stuck at level 12, unable to advance. She has no reliable teammates or powerful allies. She has been forming a team for over a month, barely managing to assemble one, and almost died inside the Ancestral Hall. Later, Due to some family issues and her own lack of talent, she gave up. She originally didn't plan to continue this path until last night when her cousin Chai Fong, who is considered a child of another family, called her. He said he found a top player to help her clear the deep abyss. There's no risk involved, no need for her to do anything herself, just act as a support. Being called a top player by Chai Fong means she must be good. But she still felt a bit awkward knowing the other person was only a year younger than her. When she arrived at the Deep Abyss Hall of the Shangyu Ancestral Hall in Shangyu City, she immediately saw her team. When Ren Qinjiu's figure was very eye-catching. A group of 4 young-looking people was together, making it hard not to notice them. Zhengyu also saw Chai Yun. She was a very healthy-looking girl. With wheat-colored skin, long legs, short hair that looked very capable, bandages wrapped around her wrists, and muscles clearly visible on her forearms and calves. Zhengyu nodded at Chai Yun and said, I sent the file in the chat group. Take a look and don't make mistakes. Okay. Chai Yun's first impression of Zhengyu was that he was reliable. At least he wouldn't pretend to be something he's not or go into the abyss without studying the strategy. But she didn't seriously look at the information Zhengyu sent, because she thought it was unnecessary. After all, the Deep Abyss of Shangyu Ancestral Hall is just a course in Shangyu City's school. Every student knows it well. There's no need to look at a guide. Chai Yun didn't show her disdain outwardly, but she knew from her brother that Zhengyu was a genius recruited from Jiangshui City. He's from Jiangshui City, so it's normal that he doesn't know much about Shangyu City's abyss. An hour, Zhengyu said. In 1 hour, we will enter the abyss. He gave Chai Yun time to review the materials. Kai Yun had just joined the team, so there wasn't much to say. Kai Fong had told him before to speak less, as Zhengyu preferred simple, straightforward communication. But the more Kai Yun looked, the more suspicious he became. Why did it all seem like a nightmare-level dungeon guide? He guessed Zhengyu had chosen the wrong guide. 4 nightmare-level dungeons. Ordinary players just look at the guide for fun. They can't really learn techniques from it. To learn skills, you need a guide for a difficult dungeon. Kai Yun couldn't help but remind Zhengyu, what's wrong? Zhengyu asked, noticing Kai Yun hesitating. Kai Yun directly shared his thoughts. Are you sure you picked the right guide? I saw in the group chat that the guide is for a nightmare-level dungeon. Zhengyu nodded. Yes, that's the one. Kai Yun was silent. Seeing Kai Yun's confusion, Zhengyu explained, even though you don't need to fight, the Ancestral Hall dungeon has many traps and mechanisms, especially at the nightmare level. Nightmare dungeons are very different from the normal ones you knew before. Nightmare dungeons are more realistic, so the guides are very important. They help us beat our previous records. Really? Kai Yun made a special sound, surprised. Nightmare level, didn't your brother tell you? Zhengyu asked. Tao Qian, standing nearby, asked Zhengyu back, brother you. Did you tell Kai Fong that the dungeon you're clearing is nightmare level? Zhengyu was stunned. I don't think I did. Then Zhengyu suddenly remembered. No wonder when I asked Kai Fong for 3 million, he sounded a bit off. Turns out he thought it was too expensive. Kai Yun stared at Zhengyu in shock. Are you serious? Zhengyu looked a bit helpless. You're the 3rd professional to ask me that today. All right. It's probably a communication issue. My team and I are going into the nightmare-level Ancestral Hall dungeon in Shangyu City. If you think it's too risky, you can leave the team. I'll refund the money to Kai Fong. As for the simple team members, they can find others on the forum. There are always brave warriors out there. Kai Yun stood there, thinking for a moment. He hesitated, until Zhengyu looked at her hand and said, your calluses show that you haven't given up training this year. As a ranger, strength in your arms is very important. Do you want to take a gamble with us? This was Zhengyu's proactive invitation. A professional who had rested for a year still kept exercising, developing thick calluses on her palms, which showed she had never given up on her career path. So, Zhengyu decided to give her a chance. If she was willing to gamble, the path of a professional would open for her. Shiyun looked seriously at Zhengyu, with doubt and confusion in her eyes, but mostly hope. Are you confident? 50%. Either I succeed or I fail. Good understanding. I might give up halfway, Shiyun said directly, without hiding anything. Zhengyu waved his hand casually. That's okay. I've been through this before, but the money can't be refunded. Shiyun. 3 million. If you really can clear the nightmare level temple, I'll consider it a big bargain. Shiyun was silent for a long time. I'm really crazy, she muttered, her rational mind telling her that a summoner with 4 helpers couldn't possibly pass the nightmare-level abyss. Even if Zhengyu had a glorious record, it was unlikely, because the difficulty of the first and second stages of the abyss was incomparable. But a voice in her mind kept telling her she should gamble. In the end, she chose to ignore her rational judgment. "I'll gamble," Zhengyu smiled and said. "Congratulations, you're on the pirate ship now. Should I tell your brother?" Shiyun said. "I'll tell him." She directly sent a message to Shifeng. "I'm going into the nightmare-level abyss. If I can't come out, take care of my parents for me. Done? Yes. Then let's go." Zhengyu opened the page and selected the Yinyu Temple Abyss, nightmare level. Zhengyu, summoner, entered. Tao Qian, martial monk. "Honestly, I'm a bit nervous this time." Kuing, assassin. "Come on." When Ren Xingyu, assassin. "Don't be nervous. Either you succeed and become rich, or you die in the nightmare abyss. It's not a shameful death." Patian, warrior monk. Bad luck." Chai Yun, ranger, entering the Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss, nightmare level. "Please wait." Meanwhile, Chai Fong, who was in a meeting, received a message from Chai Yun. At first, he didn't notice anything special and just smiled, saying, "This girl still likes to play the sad game with me." But upon a second look, wow, he jumped up from his chair. Zhang Zhan, who was speaking, looked annoyed and said, "We're in a meeting. What's wrong with you?" But Chai Fong ignored Zhang Zhan, because he saw a key word: nightmare level. Zhengyu is heading into the nightmare level Ancestral Hall Abyss. No wonder he's asking for 3 million. So boldly. Zhang Zhan was stunned when he heard Chai Fong's words. "Are you saying that the summoner we found has entered the nightmare level abyss?" Chai Fong nodded. "My cousin Chai Yin just sent me a message, and she even left a farewell note." Zhang Zhan, "Do you remember what level we entered the nightmare level abyss?" Zhang Zhan, level 19. Zhengyu is only level 13, and he brought 4 side players. Is he crazy? Just when Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong thought Zhengyu was crazy, the 5 of them had already entered the Ancestral Hall Abyss. Zhengyu's vision was dark and blurry, and an old man's voice echoed in his ears. The Ancestral Hall's main purpose is for worship, marriage, mourning, longevity, celebration, honoring ancestors and sages, praying, offering sacrifices, celebrating, blessing, believing that ancestors and gods will protect them. In Shangyu village, it's the same. Their ancestors have protected them for generations. Good luck in official careers, avoiding hunger, staying safe from war, and surviving fires and floods. They thank their ancestors and respect the Ancestral Hall, until one day, the ancestors also began to have needs. I protect your safety, and you worship life. Do the ancestors you worship really protect you? Or are you worshiping your ancestors? The voice was deep and slow, like telling a ghost story, gradually revealing the story of the Ancestral Hall Abyss. You have entered the Shangyu City Ancestral Hall Abyss, nightmare difficulty. This level completely restores the true appearance and history of the abyss. The challenge is extremely high, and the death rate is severe. Please stay alert. A cold wind blew through the air. With a strange pulling sensation, Zhengyu and his team appeared on a dark forest path. Zhengyu shivered for no reason. The wind here wasn't as icy as in the cold street abyss, but it still sent chills down his spine. It felt like something was staring at him, something filled with resentment and greed. "I'm staring? Hey, who said you could stare at me?" Zhengyu looked toward the pitch-black woods beside the path, sounding annoyed. "Not talking, huh?" Without hesitation, Zhengyu summoned the Goblin General. "Goblin, charge." The Goblin General gave his wolf mount a pat, then dashed toward the right side of the forest path. A sharp, ghostly scream echoed through the trees. "You have defeated Roadblock Ghost LV.15. Gained 2,094 experience points." "Ah, that's better." The unpleasant feeling of being watched vanished instantly. "Trying to scare me? Who gave you the courage?" "Tao Qian." "Bro, the abyss just set up a creepy atmosphere, and you ruined it." The eerie, traditional horror vibe had barely started before Zhengyu shattered it completely. Zhengyu walked to where the ghost had fallen. Looking at the pile of white ash on the ground, he clasped his hands behind his back. "In the end, it's just an abyss. As long as there's a health bar, I'm the exorcist here." Tao Qian hurried over. "You're amazing, you. By the way, who's that exorcist you mentioned?" "Zhengyu." Just then, the sound of rustling leaves filled the forest, and faintly, the laughter of children could be heard. "How dare you laugh at me, you little tricksters?" Zheng Yu shouted angrily. "Hee hee hee." The childish giggles slowly faded away with the swirling wind. In truth, Zheng Yu was just playing around. He already knew from the guide that this forest path leading to Shanyu village was completely safe at the start of the Ancestral Hall Abyss. It's just a small trick to set the mood. The roadblock ghost can cause players to experience ghostly walls, but they won't be harmed. It only delays their entry into Shanyu village. The children's laughter is just a warning. It's similar to the meat shop owner, Han Si, in the abyss of cold streets before, who scared people. While Zheng Yu was immersed in pretending to be Lin Zhengying, when Rin Xingyu and Kuing had already prepared strings of copper coins and talismans. According to the strategy written by Zhang Zhan, the negative energy in the nightmare-level abyss gradually affects our minds. In simple terms, this negative energy impacts mental recovery. The longer you stay in the Ancestral Hall Abyss, the greater the influence. One Rin Xingyu divided the 5 strings of copper coins. Zheng Yu took the string, which was a bit sticky. Copper coin string, made from copper coins from the Ancestral Hall, soaked in dog blood from Shanyu village for 49 days, linked with the hair ribbon of a newlywed woman from Shanyu village, and coated with sticky rice paste used in grave offerings. It can block the erosion of evil spirits. One Rin Xingyu explained, copper coins, dog blood, hair ribbons, and sticky rice are materials that only appear in other difficult abyss levels of the Ancestral Hall, only available in Shanyu City. Zheng Yu asked, "Are they expensive?" Since when Rin Xingyu and Kuing paid, Zheng Yu wasn't sure about the price. 3,000 yuan for 5 strings. That's cheap. Chai Yun, a local from Shanyu City, said, "Only nightmare-level abyss needs this kind of thing. Honestly, if it weren't for you, no one would buy it." "I see." Then when Rin Xingyu handed all the talismans to Zheng Yu looked at the talismans, which were items mentioned in Zhang Zhan's strategy. He put them away and said, "You all read the strategy." According to Zhang Zhan, the theoretical minimum time to clear the Ancestral Hall is no less than 3 days. Because after entering Shanyu village, you need to follow the story. You must stay at least 3 days to trigger the boss mechanism, which is the ancestor of Shanyu village controlled by evil spirits behind the Ancestral Hall. Day 1 is the sacrifice. Day 2 is the ghost marriage. Day 3 is the night of 100 ghosts. After the night of 100 ghosts, you can see the boss of the Ancestral Hall. So, to beat the record, you need to fight the boss and buy time. If we follow Zhang Zhan's strategy exactly, we will only be able to fight the boss at a slow pace. There is a risk of making mistakes and failing to beat the record. So, we should try to find ways to activate the boss early, like angering the false ancestor behind the Ancestral Hall. But I don't have any ideas right now, so let's just take it step by step. Zheng Yu shared his plan and casually summoned the twin fire dragons. The appearance of the twin fire dragons instantly cleared the surrounding gloom and made the body feel warm again. "Let's go into the village first." The Goblin general led the way, with the twin fire dragons guarding the rear. Everyone moved along the dark forest path toward Shanyu village. The last person to leave, Chai Yun, looked deeply at the place where the ghost blocking the road had died earlier, her eyes full of shock. Chai Yun had no objections to Zheng Yu's plan. Even if Zheng Yu's idea of angering the false ancestor in the Ancestral Hall to speed up the clearance sounded crazy to any professional in Shanyu City, she wouldn't think so. Because she saw with her own eyes that the Goblin general charged forward and instantly killed the ghost blocking the road. Although the ghost was only level 15, a charge that kills instantly was a bit unbelievable. The damage of over 50,000 points was hard for Chai Yun to accept. Was this damage from a summoned creature? 50,000. Suddenly, she felt that her so-called bet with Zheng Yu didn't really count, because for Zheng Yu, entering the Nightmare Abyss was not a gamble, but a matter of confidence and strength. The idea that he might really break the Ancestral Hall's record kept circling in Chai Yun's mind. It seemed she had really latched onto a big opportunity this time. The road into Shanyu village passes through this forest path. Occasionally, a ghost blocking the way appears. It's not very dangerous, just a reminder to players that ghosts are really here. Whoosh! An arrow shot out. It hit the ghost right in the face. These roadside ghosts are very easy to deal with. According to other strategies, these ghosts are actually just passers-by in Shangyu village. Basically, unlucky people. Minus 10,745. A single arrow deals 10,000 damage. The level 5 Goblin General has over 3,000 attack power, and with a 5.7 times bonus from Expert Archery, normal damage can reach over 20,000. But ghost-type creatures are not normal. In simple level shrines, ghosts can ignore 10% of damage. In normal level shrines, ghosts ignore 15% of damage. In hard level shrines, they ignore 25%. In nightmare level shrines, they ignore up to 60%. Ignoring 60% of damage, combined with hit rate, dodge, and attribute advantages, makes ghosts in nightmare shrines very hard to kill. This is why many professionals in Shangyu City avoid challenging the nightmare level abyss. Fortunately, ghost creatures usually have low health. A level 15 human skin spider has 60,000 health. A normal roadblock ghost has only 20,000 health. That's just 2 arrows away. Whoosh. The Goblin General raises his hand and shoots another arrow. It hits the roadblock ghost at the end of the path, causing it to vanish completely. Defeated level 15 roadblock ghost. Gained 2,244 experience points. The Goblin General keeps shooting small, fragile ghosts one after another. Zhengyu, curious, asks Tao Qian and the others, "Do you want an orange? Is there an orange?" Tao Qian doesn't remember buying oranges when packing supplies. Zhengyu hands him an orange. Tao Qian doesn't think much and eats it directly. After a while, Zhengyu asks again, "Do you want some cookies?" He offers Tao Qian a few cookies. Tao Qian, "Wait, where did you get those?" Just then, Tao Qian notices they've unknowingly entered a graveyard. The oranges and cookies in Zhengyu's hands are taken from the graves. Tao Qian quickly throws away the cookies. He looks up and sees Zhengyu running to another grave, choosing offerings. "Big brother, did you come to buy things from this cemetery?" Zhengyu, "This is a graveyard?" Chai-Yun immediately recognizes the place. A graveyard is the first difficult area in the Shrine Abyss. It will spawn a high-level ghost, which is the soul of the former village chief of Shangyu. It's very powerful and hard to deal with. Chai-Yun was very worried and said, "To deal with the village chief's restless spirit, we need to attract it outside the graveyard first. If we go straight into the graveyard, all the spirits inside will attack us. No, we shouldn't have come to the graveyard so quickly," she added. She quickly stepped back, but she noticed that neither Zhengyu nor Tao Qian moved. Only one Ren Qingyu looked at Chai-Yun and said, "You haven't looked at the strategy Captain Zhengyu sent you, have you?" Chai-Yun was silent. She hadn't really looked at it. At that time, she didn't know Zhengyu was going into a nightmare-level abyss, so she didn't pay much attention. Zhengyu patiently explained, "In Zhang Zhan's nightmare-level abyss guide, it says that in other difficulty levels, the graveyard is in a fixed spot, and with caution, you can find it. But in nightmare-level abyss, the graveyard appears randomly. The earlier it appears, the more dangerous it is. Fortunately, we entered the graveyard within 10 minutes, which is more than half an hour earlier than Zhangzhan." Chai-Yun, "Are you sure that's lucky? Isn't that more dangerous?" Zhengyu smiled and said, "Of course it's lucky, because the earlier you encounter the graveyard, the sooner you can start the main storyline of the entire temple and clear the abyss faster. Although I don't know if it works, as long as you kill all the ghosts blocking your way without fail, you'll encounter the graveyard earlier. It seems my guess was right." Chai-Yun looked at Zhengyu in surprise. She had always wondered why Zhengyu insisted on killing every ghost blocking the path, even those far inside the woods, until they were so scared they lost their souls. She thought Zhengyu just wanted to gain some experience, but it turns out he had a purpose. Chai-Yun looked at Zhengyu, feeling that he was both crazy and reliable at the same time. "But the problem is, how do you deal with them?" she asked. At this moment, she noticed faint shadows of spirits beginning to appear in the graveyard, many of them. Zhengyu smiled at Chai-Yun and said, "After we get past this level, you should carefully look at the strategy one sent you. Otherwise, you'll hold us back later. Also, let me correct you on one mistake. In the nightmare level abyss, it's not just a high-level ghost, but an elite-level monster." Regarding how to deal with them, Zhengyu snapped his fingers. The twin demon fire dragons behind him suddenly released flames, covering the entire graveyard. Of course, The best way is to fight them head-on. Zhengyu had done a lot of research on the deep abyss of the Ancestral Hall. He was confident that he could sweep through the graveyard. To speed up the dungeon progress, he couldn't follow Zhang Zhan's strategy exactly. The story in the Ancestral Hall's abyss is very simple. There's no need to explore mysteries or solve problems. Just hold on for 3 days. Disrupt a ritual. Anger the fake ancestor behind the Ancestral Hall. That's enough. From the start, he couldn't be timid. He had to be bold and direct. Use violence if needed. By angering the corrupted fake ancestor early, he could possibly reset the record. Burning down the entire graveyard was Zheng Yu's first step. When the twin demon fire dragon's flames flared, they instantly covered the entire graveyard, causing the frightened spirits to scream sharply. The upgraded 5th-level twin demon fire dragons had a flame aura with a range of 50 meters. Covering such a small graveyard was not difficult. Plus, their burning effect, which dealt double fire damage, made the spirits suffer greatly. The twin fire dragons were the nemesis of cold corpses. And for spirits, they were like their parents. Boom! The graveyard was set ablaze. Twin effects, double damage from the flame aura. This directly negated 50% of their damage immunity. Plus, their fire damage was especially effective against them. The entire graveyard was engulfed in a sea of flames. The screams of spirits echoed nonstop. This place used to be a for players. Now it was a for spirits. Damage numbers kept popping up everywhere in the graveyard. Minus 5,741. Minus 5,329. Minus 587. Minus 698. Burning damage. Minus 5,339. Minus 5,788. Over 10,000 damage per second. Watching this damage output, Chai Yun felt it was almost unreal. Isn't this more powerful than a mage? Next to them, Tao Qian, Wen Rin Xingyu, and Kuing looked happily at Chai Yun's surprised expression. Exactly, with this half-open mouth, confused eyes, and a trembling little finger from shock. This is the look I want. That's the right state. That's the right taste, Tao Qian said mischievously. When they saw Zheng Yu's injuries earlier, it was the same look. There's no real mechanism or danger. Nothing exists in Zheng Yu's summoned beast's explosive damage. It's not just instant kill, but area-wide instant kill. The flames are still burning. This time, the ordinary ghosts appearing in the graveyard are all level 20, with health 3 times higher. It's unlikely they can be burned to death all at once. And the most important dish of this ghost roast feast hasn't even been served yet. A cold wind blows. Whales echo. Faint mournful music sounds around. On the largest grave in the cemetery, an old man with a withered face and black smoke all over his body crawled out of the grave. Like other ghosts, his body appears semi-transparent. But behind him, the black smoke vaguely forms a strange animal shape. Ghost Spirit Shangyu Village Chief, first person to sacrifice a soul to the ancestors, level, LV20, rank, elite, health, 150,000, attack, 2,500, skill I, shadow cover, skill 2, poison of shadows, skill 3, possession, skill 4. A level 20 elite monster. Zheng Yu's expression became more serious. This elite monster is almost comparable to boss Shao Qi in the nightmare level of the Cold Street Abyss. Remember, this is only the first level of the Ancestral Hall Abyss. Dear guest from afar, I wonder if we have offended you in Shangyu Village. The village chief ghost said grimly. Zheng Yu pointed at the surrounding ghosts still wailing and said, I think your place is pretty unlucky, too many dirty things. I'll help you clean up. The village chief ghost was furious. Dark energy surged behind him, covering the entire graveyard with a gloomy atmosphere, temporarily suppressing the flames of the twin demon fire dragon. The surrounding restless spirits finally had a chance to attack Zheng Yu and his companions. Chai Yun looked at this scene, her legs trembling with fear. She couldn't imagine how Zheng Yu would deal with this group of spirits. You old man, I helped you clear out the bad stuff out of kindness, but you don't appreciate it. Fine, if you don't like it, then let's all burn together. Twin demon fire dragon. Zheng Yu ordered the fire dragon behind him. Burn to your heart's content. Roar. A sound that was half snake, half dragon echoed. The fire snake finally descended on the graveyard. But this time, it wasn't just a fire snake. It was a more powerful fire dragon. Boom! The flames blazed fiercely. Since the main spirit, the village chief's ghost, had appeared, it was time for the twin demon fire dragon to unleash its full power. Double flames, double fire snake, double burning of fire attributes. Even with high health, this attack would start roasting the spirits to charcoal. Killed spirit LV 20, gained 3,786 experience. Killed spirit LV 20, gained 3,587 experience. Killed spirit LV 20, gained 3,444 experience. Killed. A big burst of flames roasted everything. Experience points poured in happily. No one shared the experience with him, so his level shot up rapidly. Before finishing the fight, his level increased to 14. Congratulations. Level up. Level. LV 13 LV 14. 59,600. 56,500 experience needed for next level. Health. 9,400 9,970. From equipment. 7950. Magic power. 87880. Intelligence. 451 469. Strength. 126 130. Agility. 2930 remaining free attribute points. 5. The level up was very fast. This is why it's important to bring 4 support characters when competing for rankings. When 5 people enter the abyss, the overall difficulty increases, and so does the experience gained. But if others don't participate in the fight, the strongest player competing for the ranking will earn even more experience. Solo clearing nightmare level abyss. The leveling speed is beyond what others can imagine. Just one wave of restless spirits, and I immediately gained a level. A sharp scream interrupted Zheng Yu's joy of leveling up. The village chief's restless spirit looked at the other spirits being burned alive, furious, and released dark energy that covered the entire graveyard. He hoped to fight evenly against the fire snake of the double demon fire dragon in the hellfire. But the double demon fire dragon, which naturally suppresses dark energy, couldn't be subdued. Its flames grew even stronger. Seeing that he couldn't suppress the flames, he was also burned and felt terrible. He turned into a puff of black smoke and lunged toward Zheng Yu. The speed was very fast, but the Goblin general, who was protecting Zheng Yu, was not idle. In such a chaotic battle involving summoners, it's necessary to have a summoned creature ready to protect at all times. The Goblin general raised his hammer and struck the black smoke. Whoosh! The hammer hit the body of the restless spirit village chief. Minus 8,742, dealing 8,000 damage. But the restless spirit didn't stop there. The black smoke form of the village chief ignored the hammer and directly attacked Zheng Yu. Professionals can deal direct damage to ghosts in the abyss. But ghosts are still ghosts at heart, and physical attacks are hard to stop them. Zheng Yu, seeing the restless spirit attacking Zheng Yu, Tao Qian and others shouted nervously, because this was the first time they saw Zheng Yu face harm directly. Summoners have a deadly weakness. All their strength is focused on their summoned creatures, leaving themselves very weak in health and defense. But, in the next moment, Tao Qian realized their worry was unnecessary. Summoners are weak, but they completely forgot that Zheng Yu was equipped with 3 platinum-level items. The attack from the Restless Spirit Village chief hit the shield of the Curse Ring. Ring of Resentment and Engagement. Effect 1. Mental Shield, a shield formed from resentment, can resist 10,000 points of magical damage. Effect 2. Shield Break. After the shield breaks, it causes 2,500 points of fixed damage to the surrounding area. A shield of 10,000. The village chief's ghost couldn't be defeated at all. Even if the shield was broken, there was still the defense from the spider suit and the taunt defense from the training. To get close to Zheng Yu, I first had to get through these layers of defense. Minus 6,458. A white damage number appeared above Zheng Yu's head. White damage means the shield was reduced. 6,000. Honestly, that's quite high. The ghost village chief used possession, but because he couldn't break the shield of the grudge ring, he got stuck in midair. At this moment, the double magic fire dragon was ready with its hottest breath. Dragon's breath. Zheng Yu watched as the red dragon's breath engulfed the ghost village chief, who was screaming nonstop. He smiled and said, "The best ingredients often only need the simplest cooking method." Charcoal roasted ghost. Just add a normal breath that can melt iron. Defeated the ghost Shangyu village chief LV20. Gained 7,848 experience. The entire graveyard was only filled with crackling fire sounds. The ghost who had shouted to kill Zheng Yu was now completely gone. After the ghost village chief died, the black smoke attached to him floated into the air, circling twice. It seemed like it was recording Zheng Yu's face. Then it disappeared into the sky. Congratulations. You received the accessory village chief's pipe, LV0, silver level. Congratulations. You received the armor wraith's robe, LV20, silver level. 2 items dropped. One was an accessory, an old-looking pipe. It probably wasn't meant for smoking, since the mouthpiece was so dirty it looked stained and unappetizing. Accessory. Village chief's pipe. Wearing level. None. Wearing requirements. None. Grade. Silver. Attributes. None. Equipment effect. Holding this mouthpiece will grant you the treatment of a village chief in Shangyu village. Really makes you wonder if it's something you can hold in your mouth? Zheng Yu looked at the dirty mouthpiece with disgust. Clearly, it was a quest item. Although it's a bit dirty, it could save my life in a critical moment. He felt a little disgusted, but this item wasn't mentioned in Zhang Zhan's strategy guide. That was because Zhang Zhan's team had never actually defeated the Ghost Village Chief. When the Ghost Village Chief's health dropped to 5%, he would use his final hidden skill, one that didn't appear on the stats panel. It was called Separation of Yin and Yang. At that point, players could no longer attack him. They could only watch as the experience and loot slipped away before their eyes. That's why Zheng Yu had his twin flame dragons hold back at first, using their flame aura to slowly wear the boss down. Then, when the Ghost Village Chief was caught off guard, he finished him off instantly with the high-damage Dragon's Breath skill. That's the advantage of having a strategy. Zheng Yu looked at the pipe in his hand, already forming a plan in his mind. If he wanted to break Zhang Zhan's record, this pipe from the Ghost Village Chief would be the key item. As for the Robe of the Dead, Zheng Yu simply tossed it into his inventory and marked it as for sale. It was a level 20 silver item, and he couldn't even equip it yet. After Zheng Yu finished collecting his rewards, Chai Yin was still in shock. It's over already? The Ghost Village Chief, known as the first major obstacle in the nightmare level abyss, had just been burned down by Zheng Yu. She stared blankly at the 2 summoned creatures beside him. A strong and imposing goblin general. A twin-headed dragon wreathed in flames. These 2 summons completely shattered her understanding of what a summoner could do. So, summoners are this powerful. At that moment, Tao Qian, hearing her mutter to herself, quickly repeated the line he had said countless times before. It's not that summoners are strong. It's Zheng Yu who's strong. And, you're being amazed too early. If my brother you were only this capable, how could he have the confidence to challenge the nightmare level abyss? As a devoted fan of Zheng Yu, Tao Qian never held back when praising him, and his praise wasn't without reason. In the fight against the Ghost Village Chief, only the twin flame dragons had actually fought. The Goblin General's suicide squad hadn't even appeared. The summon's berserk skills hadn't been used either. Zheng Yu still had plenty of power in reserve. Moreover, the 3rd summoned beast that reached level 10 has not been released yet. Just watch, the real fight is coming later. Tao Qian looked confident, as if saying, just wait and see. Let's go. Stop bragging, Zheng Yu interrupted Tao Qian. After the village elder of Yin Spirit Village disappeared, through the trees in the graveyard, they could see Shangyu Village below, lit by dim yellow lights. Shangyu Village has appeared. The main story begins now. Let's speed up. Okay. Hearing Zheng Yu's urging, Tao Qian immediately caught up. Chai Yin thought about what Tao Qian just said. Although she felt there was some bragging involved, from Tao Qian, when Rin Xingyu, and Ku Ying's calm expressions, Zheng Yu was trustworthy. Chai Yun's previous worries started to turn into a faint excitement. If Zheng Yu really could clear the nightmare level abyss, it would be a huge win. The challenge was tough, but this was only the first level. But, what if? Early morning. Shangyu Village was brightly lit, but the lights were a dull, ghostly yellow. There was not a single person on the street. The gates were tightly closed. A cold wind blew constantly. Zheng Yu and the others, after more than an hour of rushing, finally arrived from the hilltop of the graveyard to Shangyu Village at the foot of the mountain. Before entering Shangyu Village, Zheng Yu withdrew the twin fire dragons, leaving only the Goblin General. The fire element twin fire dragons could dispel evil spirits. This was not good for finding the temple's traces. To find the temple, they first needed to find the paper zombie. You have entered Shanyu Village. Please be careful, as everything you see could threaten your life. Stepping into Shanyu Village, the system sent a considerate reminder. We should now look for the temple, Chayan quickly said. Her goal was to prove that she had carefully read Zheng Yu's strategy during their rush. It was a last-minute effort. No, it was a last-minute reliance on Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu nodded, signaling Chai Yun to continue. Because the street was eerily quiet, she lowered her voice and dared not speak too loudly. According to Zhang Zhan's strategy, the first thing to do when entering Shanyu Village is to find the temple. After finding the ancestral hall and hiding inside, a scene will play out showing the villagers of Shanyu performing a ritual. However, the problem is that the building of the ancestral hall is not obvious and has no fixed location, so you need luck to find it. If you enter the wrong house, you will get trapped. This is the second difficulty in the Shanyu Ancestral Hall abyss. Every household here is dangerous. As the system hints, everything is dangerous. The fastest and easiest way is to use talismans, which burn based on the strength of the ghostly energy in the room. The more intense the burning, the stronger the ghostly presence. The house with the strongest ghostly energy is likely the Ancestral Hall. Chai Yin said this, and Zheng Yu continued, that's right. According to Zhang Zhan's original guide, you find the Ancestral Hall, hide inside the wooden coffin there, and then proceed with the story. But our goal is to break Zhang Zhan's record, so we can't just copy the guide. We need to make changes. Chai Yin asked, how can we change it? Zheng Yu wrote down in the guide that to truly break the record and earn the reward, we must make changes. The most effective change is in the story's flow. Zheng Yu said, Zhang Zhan's way of clearing the game seems to be a shortcut, using a third-party perspective to look at the story of the villagers of Shanyu mistakenly worshipping the wrong ancestor's grave. But the guide doesn't explain why they worshipped the wrong grave, who they worshipped, why Shanyu has become such a ghost town, or why the ghost village chief blocks us at the graveyard. These details are missing from Zhang Zhan's guide. This isn't a complete guide. It's only possible to pass the abyss, but it's not perfect. Listening to Zheng Yu's words, Chai Yun unexpectedly started to trust his explanation. However, she also knew that if these words were posted on the Shanyu City Forum, she would probably be attacked. After all, Zhang Zhan's record of clearing the Shanyu Ancestral Hall is considered a sacred text by the professional players of Shanyu City. And you, a little summoner, dare to question it? But since she saw Zheng Yu's strength and his completely different way of thinking, this native Shanyu professional began to wonder, is Zhang Zhan's guide not as perfect as it seems? So, what do you plan to do? Chai Yin asked. Zheng Yu replied, from Zhang Zhan's point of view, everything he did was correct, but it still didn't explain the whole story. That means the perspective is wrong. Wrong? Yes, Zhang Zhan's perspective is from a third-person view, observing the entire Shanyu village, including the rituals, ghost marriages, and the Night of the 100 Ghosts. What if we change our perspective and participate in this game as the ritual performers? When Zheng Yu said this, not only did Chai Yin freeze, but Tao Qian and Wenren Qingyu also looked unsure how to respond. Before they could voice their objections, Zheng Yu's next words made them all shiver. Or, we could directly become the sacrificial offerings. Maybe then we can face that fake ancestor directly. What kind of expressions are you all making? After Zheng Yu finished speaking, he noticed no one responded. Chai Yin opened her mouth, but said nothing. Only Tao Qian, who was close to Zheng Yu, said, that doesn't seem to be part of the plan, right? Didn't we agree before to find the temple using the burning level of the talisman? You're suggesting to become sacrifices. Isn't that too dangerous? Only Tao Qian could say such things. Because after spending time with Zheng Yu, Wenren Qingyu and Ku Ying could see that Zheng Yu's personality was very strong. Once he decided something, it was hard to change his mind. Zheng Yu looked at their expressions and smiled. Don't worry, I'm not crazy. I won't do anything that would get you all killed, Tao Qian. Are you sure? Regarding whether Zheng Yu is a crazy person, the four present all doubted it in their hearts. But they didn't dare to say it. Zheng Yu explained with a smile, this plan was indeed a sudden idea, but it's based on solid reasoning. It might also be the only correct way to solve this. He took out a dirty, old pipe. Then he handed it to Tao Qian. Here, this is for you. What is it? Tao Qian looked at the pipe with some disgust, but when he saw its properties, his eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. Yes, this is the most important item Zhang Zhan missed. This is also the only tool that allows us to join the ritual. I'll have you hold it later, and you just hold it. Huh? Tao Qian hesitated. Me? Yes, this is a key item. Don't you want to? Hearing this, Tao Qian immediately said, Yes. This means he will contribute to the team this time, and the rewards he gets won't be just minor rewards. Although this pipe is a bit gross. But don't worry, when Zheng Yu said these words, the young girls nearby looked at the pipe with envy. Gross? As long as there's a reward, who cares about being dirty? Besides, it's just a pipe. Holding a pipe to increase rewards. Some female players even go to great lengths to join teams in dangerous dungeons, even to the point of forming close relationships with powerful players. Holding a pipe, isn't that better than doing something else? Unfortunately, there is only one pipe. So, what do we do next? Ren Xingyu and others also saw the pipe's properties. With the village chief status, they could really join the ritual. Zheng Yu said, like Zhang Zhan, we look for the sacrificial hall, but our goals are different. He looks for the hall to hide. We look for the hall to cause trouble. The more chaos, the better. According to Zheng Yu's plan, they need to find the shrine, but they can't actually find the shrine. The 5 of them each carry a talisman and stand in front of different villagers' houses. As long as it's not time for the ritual, these crazy villagers won't come out. When they get close to the door, the talisman will ignite. Zheng Yu glanced at his talisman, which flickered with a few sparks, indicating that there are few or possibly no restless spirits inside, only villagers. Villagers are the weakest beings in the entire sacrificial hall abyss, almost dying with a touch. And there is no punishment mechanism. It's similar to innocent pedestrians in a GTA game. Of course, there are no rewards either. The 5 are spaced far apart, and since the village is very quiet and loud noises are inconvenient, they communicate directly through a chat group. Tao Qian, Martial Monk, my talisman has burned a quarter. There should be something inside this house. Kuing, Assassin, mine has burned a third. Here Man Xingyu, Assassin, my symbol hasn't moved. Chai Yun, Ranger, all my symbols have burned out. Zheng Yu, Summoner Chai Yun, remember your house number. It's most likely the Ancestral Hall now. Chai Yun, Ranger, okay. Zheng Yu, Summoner, gather at Ku Ying's house entrance. Tao Qian, Martial Monk, got it, they gather in front of Ku Ying's house. The symbols are burning, which means there are spirits inside. Entering the room will trigger a trap. The spirits will attack the players. The brighter the flames, the stronger the spirits. The strongest will be in the Ancestral Hall. But it's not always accurate, because even powerful spirits can burn a symbol, which could mean the Ancestral Hall or a level 20 elite monster. It all depends on luck. Zheng Yu's goal is to cause a distraction. So, first, eliminate the most likely room for the Ancestral Hall. Let's kill the ghosts first. Bang! The Goblin General kicks open the door. Whoosh! A cold wind rushes out from inside, accompanied by a foul smell. Zheng Yu and others hurriedly cover their noses. Clink! A string of copper coins in Zheng Yu's hand breaks apart. There are 18 coins in total. Each time they block a mental attack, 1 coin breaks. They can block 18 times. After the cold wind passes, Zheng Yu and the others finally see the layout inside the house. They see a large courtyard with a money tree in the middle, showing the family is not poor. The door directly facing the courtyard is half open. Inside, they can faintly see an old woman sitting in a chair in the main hall, glaring at them. Most importantly, her eyes are bleeding tears. The scene is very strange. Zheng Yu isn't afraid or worried. Not only because he can see the old woman's health bar above her head, but also because he won't step inside the courtyard. Summoners are the strongest. Answer: no need to fight on the front lines. Goblin General, charge. The Goblin General is fearless. What ghosts and monsters? They are all ready to die. The Goblin General rides a wolf cavalry and charges straight at the strange old woman sitting in the hall. Zheng Yu turned around and refused to look at the battle scene. He told Tao Qian and others, let's just wait here. You can scare yourself all you want, but if I ever get scared, I'll be the one to blame. The deep abyss in the Ancestral Hall of Shan Yu has a special trait. It's a face-to-face killer. Just like how the ghost village chief managed to dodge the goblin general's attack and rush straight to Zhengyu. Scenes like this are common in horror movies. You know a scary moment is coming, but when the ghost suddenly appears, you still jump. Tao Qian and the others don't like entering the hall because of this. Many warriors who experience the second stage of the hall still feel uneasy, even with strategies. It's much more intense than playing a horror game. But Zhengyu is a summoner. This means that as long as he's strong enough, he doesn't need to watch the fight to control it. Bang! Zhengyu even thoughtfully closed the door for the goblin general and the old lady. Keep going, I won't bother you. Tao Qian asked, can it be like this? Kuing said, so, we just wait here. When Ren Qingyu said, there's more than one ghost in this house. There's one near the money tree, and another hanging from the beam. It might take a while, Zhengyu asked. Who wants an orange? Tao Qian replied. Not me. When Ren Qingyu said, how about some tea? Zhengyu nodded. Good idea. While when Ren Qingyu set up the tea table, Kuing took out some snacks. Shiyun, standing nearby, felt it was surreal. Inside the yard, you could hear the ghostly screams. Outside, Zhengyu and the others were drinking tea. Is this the abyss? Is this a nightmare-level abyss? A normally terrifying abyss had turned into this. Shiyun suddenly felt that summoners might have an advantage. At least in such a horror-filled abyss, they don't have to face the terrifying scenes directly. Inside the yard, ghosts wailed loudly. Inside, everything was quiet. About 10 minutes later, Zhengyu had just finished a cup of tea when he received a system notification of a kill. Killed level 20 Blood Tears Ghost. Gained 5,744 experience. Killed level 20 Hanging Ghost. Gained 5,871 experience. You defeated the level 20 Money Grubber and gained 6,022 experience points. Creak. The door opened with a sound. Jian looked inside. Besides the strong goblin general, there was a dead soldier goblin wrapped in black cloth, with eyes like a savage beast. There were also a group of goblin cavalry riding fierce, blue-faced, fang-toothed wolves, and a 3-meter-tall, ugly, and fierce war troll. This was an evolved goblin combat team. Seeing this group of goblins more terrifying than ghosts, Jian felt that ghosts might not be so scary after all. Next, the scene was that the goblin general led a bunch of thugs to knock on doors and check houses one by one. Based on the burning of the talismans, they found 3 houses completely burned, filled with many restless spirits. The others were simply swept through. Just as the system described, danger was everywhere here. Dry branches in the corner, a rag doll on the bed, a red lantern in the tree, a giant child soaking in a tub, a half-body female ghost embedded in the wall, various hanging ghosts, hanged, drowned, killed by violence, died of illness, or filled with resentment. According to players who had cleared the difficult level Ancestral Hall Abyss, even if you know there are ghosts here, you still get scared half to death because everything that should and shouldn't be in the Ancestral Hall Abyss exists. Fear is the main theme of the Ancestral Hall Abyss. But when they faced a group of even more fierce and terrifying goblins, ghosts no longer seemed scary. Because the goblins simply didn't recognize ghosts. They only saw health bars. They didn't recognize ghosts or monsters. Chinese-style ghosts care more about atmosphere, dark, enclosed spaces, combined with stories of death and their ugly appearances. Zhengyu still thought the war troll was scarier, mainly because the troll could smash a ghost with one hammer, which was truly terrifying. This troll had encountered double ghosts knocking on the door, but it was the double ghosts that fell. Health bars are nothing special, Zhengyu complained, refusing to look at the giant child pulled out of the tub or the blood-colored ragdoll that suddenly stood up from the bed. So annoying to be startled all the time. Zhengyu refused to visit and turned to leave. The ghosts occupying the villagers' rooms were not very strong. A goblin general and his small team could handle them easily. These ghosts liked to scare people suddenly. When you entered the yard, they would suddenly appear from a corner and perform a surprise attack. Ghost creatures have a special trait. They collect the fear points of those they scare. When the fear points reach a certain level, the ghosts can evolve. Because of this, ghosts enjoy scaring people very much. Zhengyu didn't want to suffer through that. He simply chose to ignore it. If you could scare the goblin general, that would be impressive. Zhengyu decided to knock on a house that had no restless spirits, only villagers. Inside, an old person and a child watched Zheng Yu and his companions tremble with fear. They set up a grill and started preparing dinner for the evening. Hiss! The smell of grilled food was very tempting. Zheng Yu sniffed and asked, "Is it burnt?" Chai Yun hurriedly turned the meat over. A few minutes later, Zheng Yu took the grilled kidney from Chai Yun, took a bite, then silently put it down. "Isn't your family a barbecue shop?" Zheng Yu asked curiously. Chai Yun was surprised. "Who said that?" Zheng Yu paused. Chai Fong is lying. Clearly, Chai Fong had lied. Chai Yun didn't know how to cook kidneys at all. She was a bit confused because when she first saw Zheng Yu, she was asked if she could cook kidneys. At that time, she didn't think much of it. After all, who would cook kidneys in the abyss? Well, actually, they could, and they had plenty of time. "I can learn," Chai Yun said seriously, holding on to Zheng Yu's leg as if to cling for support. "Let Tao Qian teach you first. Grilling is an art." To prevent Chai Yun from wasting the high-quality meat she bought, Zheng Yu quickly asked Tao Qian to take over. A few minutes later, the delicious aroma filled the entire yard. Gurgle, a very obvious stomach growl came from the corner of the wall. Zheng Yu turned to look. It was a child from this household. The yard they entered had no restless spirits, only an old man and a girl about 7 or 8 years old. The old man was holding the girl, huddled in the corner, trying not to disturb Zheng Yu and his group. But no one could resist the temptation of the barbecue, especially children who had been hungry for several days. The little girl looked eagerly at Zheng Yu and the barbecue nearby. "Want a piece?" Zheng Yu asked. The girl didn't answer. Instead, she was frightened by Zheng Yu's sudden question and shrank back into the old man's arms. Zheng Yu looked at the old man. "I have a question for you. I can trade some barbecue for your answer." The old man looked down silently, as if he hadn't heard Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu smiled and said, "You have no reason to refuse, and you probably don't want to know what might happen if you say no." Zheng Yu spoke very directly. He had no intention of making friends with the villagers here. Usually, protagonists can build good relationships with local villagers and get information. But Zheng Yu thought that was unnecessary. First, he knew how extreme and closed-minded these villagers were. To be blunt, their way of thinking could be called frightening. Trust? If you really trust them, you might get betrayed. Second, Zheng Yu didn't believe he had some special charm or hero aura that would make them share information easily. The best way was force. Quick and simple. So, Zheng Yu gave the old man 2 choices. Either bring the child to eat barbecue and tell him about the village, or face the same fate as the monsters outside, the goblins tearing them apart. The old man finally looked up at the smiling young man, as if seeing the child he once was in the village. He picked up the little girl and came to Zheng Yu. "A very good choice." Zheng Yu handed the cooked meat skewer to the girl. The girl looked up, wanting to thank Zheng Yu, but only made a gurgling sound. Zheng Yu saw that the girl's mouth was missing her tongue. "What's wrong with her?" Zheng Yu asked. The old man understood what Zheng Yu meant. He reached out and patted the girl's head, saying, "Because she spoke out of turn, her right to speak was taken away." "By whom?" Zheng Yu asked. The old man said nothing. Next to them, Wenren Xingyu also joined in and asked, "Is he your ancestor?" The old man looked up at the group and then gave a bitter smile. "No, he isn't. He is not our ancestor." "Then who is he?" Wenren Xingyu felt the answer was right in front of her and asked immediately. But the old man pointed to the child's mouth. The answer was clear without words. He couldn't speak, because if he did, his tongue would be taken away too. Zheng Yu looked down and saw the child had finished eating the meat skewer. He picked up another and offered it to the little girl. But the girl shook her head. The old man explained, "She has no tongue, so she can't taste anything. She only chews with her muscles. And we don't need to eat." Wenren Xingyu frowned and asked, "I just heard the child's stomach growling, and you're still pretending?" The old man shook his head and said, "We get hungry, but we can never be full." "Is it because of your fake ancestor?" Wenren Xingyu asked. The old man hesitated for a long time before speaking. "I don't know why you came here, or why you insist on coming on this day of worship, but I advise you not to participate in the upcoming ceremony. Find a place to hide." "I know a place. Inside the ancestral hall, there are 3 wooden coffins. You can lie inside, and they won't see you." Zheng Yu and Wenren Xingyu exchanged a glance. Only then did they understand why Zhang Zhan wanted to hide inside the coffin. It turns out someone was guiding them. "What if we don't hide?" Zheng Yu asked directly. The old man stared with bloodshot eyes at Zhengyu and said, "If you don't hide, you will die. Who will kill you?" Zhengyu pressed on. "I can't say." Zhengyu looked at the old man, who was probably over 70, wearing a dark blue cotton jacket, with trembling fingers, as if afraid of something. According to Zhang Zhan's guide, in the nightmare level abyss, you must hide inside a coffin. But no one knows what happens if you don't. Clearly, Zhang Zhan had also heard from a local villager about this. They all lead outsiders into the coffins. It was kindness. Or was it malice? I couldn't tell. Tell me, why did your village become like this? Zheng Yu's words were not a question. The old man looked up. He saw Zheng Yu smiling and the two beautiful young girls behind him, who had already taken out their small knives. His heart trembled, and he hurriedly said, 10 years ago, the village wasn't like this. Back then, because of years of drought, the harvest was poor. We were so poor we couldn't survive, so we went up the mountain and dug up our ancestors' coffins. Wait, Zheng Yu interrupted. You're so poor you had to disturb your ancestors' graves? Isn't that a big taboo? The old man shook his head and said, this is a tradition passed down through generations. Whenever the village faces a problem it can't solve, we open the oldest ancestor's grave and put the coffin and bones into the ancestral hall. Offerings? Yunrin Kinjiu thought of something. Yes, offerings. The old man continued. It's an unavoidable situation. If we truly couldn't survive, we wouldn't have had that idea. And then, Zheng Yu asked. The old man coughed violently twice, clearly not feeling well. After coughing, he said, the offering was successful. On the southern mountain, overnight, purple tea leaves grew. The aroma was so strong it was unforgettable. After harvesting and selling the tea, we not only got food but also made life better for everyone in Shanyu village. As he spoke, a smile appeared on the old man's face. Zheng Yu nodded and said, it's clear. Even in such a closed-off village, every family has built such large courtyards. They must be quite wealthy. Yes, but not for long. The old man continued. The tea business brought many problems, like unfair distribution of profits and outsiders trying to seize the tea. To protect our hard-earned good life, Did you perform another offering? The old man sighed. Yes, to drive away competitors, outsiders, and some villagers with selfish intentions who wanted to monopolize the tea. Our village chief secretly gathered us elders for a second offering. Dig up another ancestor's coffin. That year, a plague came to our village. With the protection of our ancestors, as long as the villagers remained loyal to Shanyu village and had no ill intentions, they wouldn't catch the plague. But outsiders entering the village or those with bad intentions would fall ill and die. Zheng Yu thought for a moment and said, so, your current closed-off state is related to this plague? Yes, Shanyu village became richer because the tea business was monopolized. Do people still buy your tea? Aren't they afraid of catching the plague? Wenrin Xingyu asked. Yes, they are afraid, but they can't resist the taste of Shanyu village's tea. No one can refuse it. Because of the plague, the tea became even rarer and more valuable. Black market traders are willing to take risks for profit. Zheng Yu nodded. A profit of over 100% is enough to make people risk their lives. That makes sense. So, even though we are sealed off because of the plague, we still live well because black market traders bring us everything we need. Everything. Including people. Zheng Yu looked into the old man's eyes, trying to see if he was lying. The old man hesitated and nodded. A village contaminated by the plague wasn't sealed off by their choice. The outside world had cut them off. For a village to survive, it needs either close relatives or outsiders. Who would come? No one returned. But there were black market traders. Faced with high profits, kidnapping a few women into the village was not difficult. Clearly, this village had the dark, terrible traits Zheng Yu imagined. Trafficking, isolation, close kin relationships, and Zheng Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty as he looked at the girl's missing tongue. Continue. Zheng Yu didn't show his feelings and urged the old man to keep talking. The old man stayed silent. Zheng Yu sneered and said, you mentioned earlier that there are 3 coffins in the ancestral hall, which means you held 3 sacrifices before. The last one, when was it, and why was it held? Faced with Zheng Yu's aggressive tone and Wenrin Xingyu waving a dagger in front of him, the old man sighed helplessly and said, since you want to know, I will tell you. After the plague, Shanyu village was sealed off for 3 years. Everyone in Shangyu village lived happily. We rely on the mountains for food, and black merchants supply us with whatever we need, including. The old man glanced at Zhengyu. Including what you mentioned. People, but some are never satisfied with their ancestors' gifts and choose to stay in this blessed village. Blessed. Wenren Xingyu was starting to lose patience, her brow furrowed. A village struck by a plague, cut off from the outside world, relying on buying and selling people to survive. Yet in the old man's view, this was a gift and a blessing? She was deeply shocked and couldn't understand. Zhengyu thought the old man's words came from the heart. Without knowledge or experience of the outside world, living in a poor village, what else could this village be but a gift and blessing? In other words, ignoring the plague for now, to the old man, this village is like a paradise. Are the young people the ones wanting to leave? Zhengyu guessed. Yes, a group of young kids, at the age they should be getting married, broke the village rules and want to leave. And then, Zhengyu was curious how they managed to stop these energetic rebels. The old man replied, the village chief broke their legs according to the rules. Duh. Well, even more direct than Zhengyu expected. Just like himself, using force to conquer. But from that day on, the purple tea leaves could no longer grow. And then came the third ritual. From the trembling hands and shaky voice of the old man, Zhengyu understood that the village had become a ghost town, and it was all because of that third ritual. Most likely, the young people whose legs were broken had disrupted the ritual. After saying this, the old man stopped speaking and showed a resolute expression, as if saying, if you kill me, I won't say another word. Zhengyu also did not make things difficult for him and the children. The old man sighed in relief and, with the children, moved back to the corner bench to hide. So, today is the fourth ritual, after the old man left, when Ren Qingyu analyzed. According to the villagers, the reason the village became like this is probably because the third ritual was disrupted. The person who damaged the ritual is likely one of the young men who had their legs broken and held a grudge. To restore the village, today's ritual was held. Wen Ren Qingyu's explanation was almost the same as Zhengyu's earlier guess. Zhengyu agreed with Wen Ren Qingyu, saying, so, the villagers definitely do not allow outsiders to ruin the ritual. This means the 3 wooden coffins the old man mentioned are indeed safe places. Zhang Zhan probably analyzed this information and chose to believe the villagers for now, avoiding conflict and letting them complete the ritual. Wen Ren Qingyu said, I think Zhang Zhan believes that once the ritual is finished, the village will return to normal, and they might pass the level. Zhengyu nodded, that's possible. But we know the outcome. Even if the ritual succeeds, Shangyu village will still be a haunted village, and they will have to go through the ghost marriage on the 2nd day and the night of 100 ghosts on the 3rd day. Both of their analyses pointed directly to the idea Zhengyu mentioned earlier. That is, the destruction of the ritual. Wen Ren Qingyu thought for a moment, and then said, the ancestor who can fulfill Shangyu village's wishes should be that shadowy spirit, right? Just like the dark god in the abyss of Cold Street, who cursed Shaoqi. Shangyu village also changed because of the appearance of that shadowy spirit. Zhengyu offered a different idea. Maybe there was no shadowy spirit at the beginning. When Ren Qingyu asked curiously, why do you say that? Zhengyu smiled and said, don't you think that purple tea, which is so addictive and even makes people willing to risk their lives to drink, looks a lot like something? When Ren Qingyu didn't react immediately, it was Ku Ying, who had been listening to their analysis, who said, poppy seed. Zhengyu nodded. It's probably something similar, and only this kind of thing can bring such big profits. The so-called grave digging and offering sacrifices are just tricks played by the village chief or a group led by him. Kind of superstitious practices. Things that appear out of nowhere always have a reason. Sacrifices are the best way to fool the uneducated villagers. They willingly grow these illegal plants outside. Then they use the 2nd ritual to trap these people. You understand? Once you get involved with these things, it's not easy to leave. The purpose of the 3rd ritual is simple, to find a reason to deal with those who want to leave. As Zhengyu analyzed, Wen Ren Qingyu gradually pieced together the history of Shangyu village and found it to be logical. Exactly. It should be like that. When Ren Qingyu enjoyed this kind of puzzle solving. In the previous deep abyss of Han Street, she kept analyzing but never figured out how to use the internal cake. This abyss, surprisingly, Zhengyu was the first to think of a solution. She looked at Zheng Yu and saw that he was not only strong, but also very sharp in noticing details inside the abyss. Tao Qian, however, was a bit confused. Now that we know all this, what use is it? Zheng Yu explained. It means that, from the beginning to the end, there was no ancestor capable of granting wishes. The most likely explanation is that the entire village died because of some event and eventually became a ghost village. Let me tell you something. In the setting of the abyss, certain conditions must be met for the curse of the gods to take effect. For example, Shao Qi's organs were taken out, his mother was pushed into a well. Hatred, anger, and revenge, combined with the curse of the cold prison god, created Han Street. Shangyu village is the same. Yin spirits only appear in places full of restless ghosts. Do you understand what I mean now? Zheng Yu's eyes drifted to the old man and the little boy, and he slowly said, "It's not that the Yin spirits existed first, and then Shangyu village appeared. It's that the ghost village of Shangyu existed first, a place suitable for the Yin spirit's curse, which then led to the creation of the deep abyss in Shangyu Shrine. The cause and effect are reversed." Tao Qian frowned as he thought about Zheng Yu's words. "So, you mean they're ghosts too? But if they're ghosts, why didn't the talisman burn? And why isn't there a health bar?" The one who answered wasn't Zheng Yu or Wenren Xingyu, but Chai Yun, who had been silent all along. Chai Yun said, "There's a theory someone mentioned on the forum. If a ghost doesn't realize it's a ghost, it might appear in human form." So, Zheng Yu's guess could be right. Tao Qian began to understand. That means no matter how much they perform the rituals, it's useless. Just like in the Cold Street Abyss, it's actually someone with the power of a dark spirit punishing the villagers? "You finally get it," Zheng Yu said with a smile. "So the goal is clear now. The rituals are completely pointless. They're just the obsession of villagers who don't realize they're already dead. They hope that by performing the rituals, they can find peace and return to their old lives. That's why the village chief isn't in the village, but in the graveyard. The person with the dark spirit's power trapped the ghostly village chief there, stopping him from telling the villagers the truth. The villagers keep repeating the same ritual day after day, year after year. What do they need for the ritual? Digging graves? Yes, digging up the chief's grave." Tao Qian gasped. It all made sense now. They dig up the grave every day, bringing the chief's body to the ancestral hall for punishment. The villagers live forever in the fear of the ghost village. The cruelest part is that they always believe the fourth ritual will finally work. The most painful despair often comes from unreachable hope. Tao Qian suddenly understood. So the ghost wedding on the second day and the parade of spirits on the third day aren't meant for us outsiders at all. They're meant to torment the villagers? Zheng Yu gave him an approving look. "Then tell me," he said, "who in the whole village would hold such deep hatred toward Shangyu village?" Tao Qian thought for a moment. "Those young men who broke someone's leg." Zheng Yu shook his head. "Turning the whole village into a ghost village. Do you think they have that much resentment? These young people are probably just tired of making poison and want to start fresh on their own, reckless kids." Tao Qian suddenly remembered the question Zheng Yu asked the old man earlier. "They bought people," Tao Qian muttered. "So, they were kidnapped and brought here?" Zheng Yu nodded. "Tao Qian, you found a blind spot. Zhang Zhan always thought the boss he was fighting was that fake ancestor. But actually, the fake ancestor is the village chief. He was already cleared out at the cemetery. The real boss is the one behind turning Shangyu village into a ghost village. Someone who hates the village deeply. Once we find her, we won't need 3 days. We can clear this ancestral hall's abyss." "That old man is gone," Kuing reminded. Everyone looked toward the corner where the old man had been, only to see the little girl without a tongue, pitifully curled up in the corner. The old man was nowhere to be seen. Tao Qian was a bit excited. Could it be that he heard us and went to report us? Zheng Yu smiled. He wouldn't hear what we said. After all, the curse of that shadow god's worshipper has been watching us. How could he let the old man know the truth? But, you're right. The old man did go to report us. In his view, our appearance is a threat to their sacrifices. When Ren Xingyu added, this group of foolish villagers truly believe the lies the village chief spun. They think the sacrifices work and won't allow outsiders like us to interfere. He initially told us to hide in the coffins, which was kind, but not to avoid ghosts. He was trying to hide from other villagers, because no one would expect someone to hide inside a sacrificial coffin. But just now, Zheng Yu and I clearly refused the old man's, well, let's call it good intention, to participate in the sacrifice. That probably touched his bottom line. By now, he must have gone to inform the others. After Wenren Qingyu finished speaking, she looked at Zheng Yu as if asking, was my analysis accurate? Zheng Yu nodded with satisfaction. In the team, the only one who could help him sort through the logic of the abyss was Wenren Qingyu. Zheng Yu finished the last bite of his food, stood up, and said, let's go. We've eaten and drunk enough. It's time to stir things up. The old man had been released on purpose. Someone needed to spread the news so that the ritual would begin earlier. The Goblin General and the trolls had been causing trouble in Shangyu village for a long time, yet no one had come out to stop them. That showed the villagers were truly powerless. As long as the ritual could be completed, they would endure anything. But if someone tried to stop it, they would definitely take action. That was exactly what Zheng Yu wanted, to make the villagers move. It was better to face them head-on than deal with people who only hid. Oh, and take her with us. Before leaving, Zheng Yu pointed to the little girl in the corner. Tao Qian volunteered to carry the girl and followed Zheng Yu out of the yard. At that moment, the street was in chaos. Without the Goblin General's control, the Goblin Battle Squad, led by the troll, had gone wild. Ghosts. To the troll, they were just playthings. Except for the Goblin Shaman, the rest of the squad was extremely violent. Especially the Death Warriors. When they saw ghosts, their eyes turned red. Although the ghosts in Shanyu village were around level 20, they were few in number and focused more on scaring people than fighting. They were easily surrounded and defeated by the Goblin Squad. Usually, more than 10 goblins would attack a single ghost. The squad had ranged fighters, melee fighters, fearless ones, spellcasters for control, and the troll as a massive shield to draw attention. Whether it was a hanging ghost, a sick ghost, or a fierce ghost, none could stand against them. The ghosts became prey. The streets were a mess. Seeing this, Wenren Qingyu couldn't help but say, the hidden boss of Shanyu village sure has patience. Their plan had always been to cause chaos, to see if they could force something hidden to reveal itself and end the story early. But now it seems that if this continues, the hidden curse boss behind the scenes doesn't care. All the dead are weak ghosts. She doesn't care how much trouble they cause. Because this Shanyu village is a repeating space that tortures villagers in a 3-day cycle. The sacrifices are fake, the ghost marriages are fake, and the night parade of 100 ghosts is just her way of punishing the villagers. It doesn't matter if Zheng Yu causes trouble. Zheng Yu smiled and said, she can tolerate it because she doesn't care. Anyway, the sacrifices are fake. Even if we destroy them, she can still carry out ghost marriages and the night parade of 100 ghosts directly. When Ren Qingyu understood Zheng Yu's words. So, our goal now is to destroy the sacrifices. Yes, with force, Tao Qian asked. He even took out a golden-level monk staff. Since becoming a professional, he had never fought before. As a bystander, he was aware of his role. He believed he wasn't a match for ghost-type creatures at level 20. But he was confident he could scare a few villagers and wouldn't steal Zheng Yu's experience. Zheng Yu said irritably, do you think using force will work? Isn't it? Tao Qian had just seen Zheng Yu threaten an old man with force to get information. Zheng Yu asked, all these ghosts in the village, the sacrifices repeated countless times, and not a single villager has seen the truth. Is your staff more effective than the curse boss? Tao Qian. Don't mention these villagers who are closed off and haven't seen the world. Even city folks would willingly commit suicide for their so-called faith. They won't be awakened by a beating. Zheng Yu shook his head. He had seen his relatives fall into the wrong path, and no one could persuade them. Neither their children nor their parents. Tao Qian wanted to say more, but when he saw the villagers emerging from the fog, their faces twisted in madness, with terrifying eyes as if they wanted to eat him. Tao Qian shivered and asked, what if we go all out? I don't believe they aren't afraid of death. He planned to use a harsh warning to scare them. Unless you kill them all, otherwise, it's pointless. Because they are already ghosts, killing them will only make them more afraid and desperate. They will put all their last hope in the priest who once helped them. But killing all of them is also a problem. It's because you are essentially avenging the boss behind the scenes. Everything will reset, and the rituals, ghost marriages, and night walks of ghosts will start again. We not only can't find the boss, but we will also waste more time. Tao Qian was confused. What should we do? Use a pipe. Wenren Qingyu said silently. You're so forgetful. They don't trust their family, children, parents, or police, but they absolutely believe one person. The village chief who leads them astray. The village chief's status is almost the same as the cult leader. With Wenren Qingyu's reminder, Tao Xian finally remembered the village chief's pipe. Oh, right. He quickly took out the pipe, looked at Zheng Yu, and asked, should I bring it? Zheng Yu nodded and warned, once you bring it, don't say anything. Find someone to lead you to the shrine. We must fight there. Okay. Just as Tao Xian was about to put the pipe in his mouth, a familiar voice came. It's them. They want to ruin the ritual. They must be outsiders trying to steal our tea. It was the old man speaking. Zheng Yu's attention wasn't on the old man, but on the little girl who had no tongue. When the girl saw the old man again, she didn't show dependence or excitement. Instead, she took a step back. A flash of understanding crossed Zheng Yu's eyes. Just as the villagers angrily approached Zheng Yu and the others, ready to ask who they were, Tao Xian, with the pipe in his mouth, shook his head and stepped forward. Let's see what's going on. Zheng Yu, I told you to pretend to be the village chief, not a. Tao Xian now looked like a rough old, cleaning his teeth, messing up his hair, shaking his head. The kind of petty youth you see at school gates. Wenren Qingyu, Ku Ying, and Chai Yun silently took a step back. This person is not worth it, even if the other side is a group of ghosts. But even with such poor acting, under the village chief's pipe decoration, the villagers didn't suspect anything. They even said excitedly, Village Chief, you're finally back. Many older villagers even shed tears. Village Chief is back. Good days are coming. Village Chief, you're finally back. I thought you were taken by those greedy merchants. Sigh. The villagers crowded around Tao Qian. Only an old man who had seen Tao Qian's face before looked at him with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. He was about to speak. Whoosh. An arrow shot through the old man's throat. Splash. Blood sprayed everywhere. This made the lively villagers suddenly freeze in place. Tao Qian saw this scene and immediately understood Zheng Yu's meaning. The village chief's pipe had a flaw. Villagers who had seen Tao Qian's face before he smoked wouldn't recognize him now. The solution was simple. Just kill him. Tao Qian quickly stepped forward and said, Everyone, don't panic. Then he pointed at the dead old man on the ground, who had been stabbed through the throat by a goblin archer. He loudly declared, This is a traitor. A traitor? Yes, a traitor. Tao Qian had already taken on his role. These people I brought here are experts to perform the real sacrifice, not the black merchants who are trying to ruin it. Someone questioned, but you can't just kill them. Tao Qian angrily shouted, Are you questioning me? The person shrank back, afraid to speak. At this moment, Zheng Yu stepped out, pointing at the dead old man's body and said, He is not human, but a ghost. After saying that, the villagers saw the old man's body turn into a ghostly spirit and vanish into the air. Of course, this wasn't Zheng Yu's doing. He just appeared at the right moment. Because everyone here was a ghost. This also confirmed Zheng Yu's earlier suspicion. This ghost village had no real living people. Where there are living people, how could there be hanging ghosts, starving ghosts, or death by disease ghosts? It's really a ghost. Seeing the body disappear, the villagers immediately believed Tao Qian's words and started to look at Zheng Yu with respect. At this moment, Zheng Yu typed in the chat group, saying, Too many words lead to mistakes. Hurry to the ancestral hall. Tao Qian, the monk okay. Zheng Yu had already noticed that the surrounding evil energy was growing stronger. Clearly, the hidden boss was starting to get restless. She could see the villagers being killed. She could see the ritual failing. But she absolutely could not let an outsider, who was not a villager, be manipulated easily, nor could she let the villagers discover the truth. This is why the little girl's tongue disappeared. The little girl once told the truth. God requires the cursed to complete tasks. The gods grant power to help them fulfill their wishes, but if the cursed cannot complete the tasks, they will lose their strength or face punishment. This is a phrase all practitioners know. It explains the core of the abyss's existence. It is also the basic condition for practitioners to break through the abyss. Inside the Cold Street Abyss, Shao Qi's task is to create cold corpses and keep the cold street cold. The cursed shadow gods of Shanyu village are the same. In Zhang Zhan's strategy, he mentioned that the cursed shadow gods might need to ensure the existence of Shanyu village to receive the curse. If the villagers discover the truth, Shangyu Ghost Village will no longer be Shangyu Ghost Village. She will definitely try to stop the truth from being revealed. However, no practitioner has ever challenged the nightmare-level abyss using Zheng Yu's approach. They all hide in coffins and follow a 3-day schedule. So, there is no step of revealing the truth. More importantly, no one has ever suggested the possibility that the villagers might be ghosts. But they cannot tell the villagers the truth here. First, the villagers probably wouldn't believe it. Second, the entire Shangyu village is the main battlefield of the cursed shadow gods, except for the ancestral hall. Zhang Zhan's strategy comes into play here. The ancestral hall is a good place for battle. Tao Qian intentionally walks among the villagers, asking them to lead the way to the ancestral hall, as he doesn't know where it is. The villagers are all very excited. In previous 3 sacrifices, having the village chief meant success. The village chief is seen as the key person who can communicate with the ancestors. The ancestral hall is in the largest building in Shangyu village. From the outside, it looks almost the same as other houses. But inside, the space is much larger than expected. In the center, there is a copper basin over 2 meters wide, with pale blue flames burning inside. In the main hall, there are 3 coffins. These are the ancestral coffins used for sacrifices before. Strangely, the coffins have not decayed even now. After entering the ancestral hall, Zheng Yu clearly felt that the evil energy was blocked outside. This yard has something special, Zheng Yu whispered to himself. The evil energy from all of Shangyu village is everywhere, which is why Zheng Yu said that the shadow god Cursemaker has been watching them all along. The evil energy is the power of the shadow god Cursemaker. But when they entered the shrine, the evil energy was much weaker. This shows that something must be inside the shrine. No wonder Zhang Zhan said we must fight here. It makes sense. While speaking, Tao Qian had already been surrounded and brought into the hall by villagers. Zheng Yu and the others also crossed over the coffins to reach the hall. The hall had already been transformed into a shrine, with various ancestral altars and inscriptions. In the middle stood a clay sculpture. The sculpture was half white and half black. The black side had wide, angry eyes, while the white side had no eyes or mouth. Its hands were pressed together, but in the palms of the hands, there was a clearly visible blade. Someone actually worships such a strange thing, Yunren Kinjiu complained. This is the sculpture that professionals on the forum call the double-faced shadow god. Some speculate that this is the true form of the shadow god, but it's only a guess. In this second stage of the abyss, professionals are not qualified to face gods directly. A fierce, cold wind violently struck the gate outside the ancestral hall. Even though Zheng Yu hadn't yet found an answer, seeing the chaos outside, he knew he had asked the right question. The person behind this must be a woman who was kidnapped. Are you talking about the pig-like creature? Asked a villager. Pig-like creature? Zheng Yu repeated, confused. This almost insulting word made Ren Xingyu want to curse loudly, but Zheng Yu's gaze stopped her just in time. Pig-like creature. Zheng Yu kept a calm face. He remembered reading news before. Women kidnapped from villages were often called pig-like creatures. It meant they were treated like animals, only used for breeding. I don't understand. What does pig-like creature mean? Zheng Yu asked on purpose. A farmer woman explained. It's a woman bought from a trader who can have babies. The village chief said these women aren't fit to live with us, so they're all put in the pig pen at the east end of the village. Zheng Yu squinted his eyes. Pig pen? Oh, it's just a name. It's not really a pig pen. The women bought are kept there. If someone wants one, they go and take her home to continue the family line. If they don't want her anymore, they send her back. Zheng Yu's breathing grew a little uneven. Ren Xingyu, unable to hold back, vented in the chat group. These animals are even worse than I imagined. Kuing said, I don't want to finish this mission anymore. Let these creatures suffer here, just like those cold corpses. Zheng Yu and the others were furious, but the villagers thought this was normal. They showed no resistance to Zheng Yu's questions. But the person outside was different. Bang! Just as Zheng Yu asked about the pig pen, a loud explosion sounded outside. She panicked. Zheng Yu looked at the raging cold wind outside. He was sure her hiding place was probably inside the pig pen. The wailing of restless spirits echoed outside the ancestral hall. Zheng Yu told Goblin General to guard the door and had one more question. Where's the pig pen? He asked with a growing sense of indifference. East end of the village. Is anyone still alive inside? There shouldn't be any more, right? Ever since you disappeared, Chief, the most haunted place in the village has been the pigsty. No one dares to go there. When was the last time you went there? How many were still alive? 2, I think. Boom. The noise outside grew louder and louder. Your Goblin Wolf Rider has died. Your Goblin Warrior has died. 2 system messages appeared, and the attacks outside became even fiercer. Zhengyu had already asked everything he needed to know. It was clear that she no longer wanted to continue the ritual. What she needed now was to cover up the truth. That's enough. Zhengyu received a few more death notifications, all from the Goblin battle squads. After gathering some key information, Zhengyu gave an order to the Goblin general, let them in. Fighting outside is too passive. Boom. With a loud crash, a giant troll's body was thrown backward into the courtyard of the shrine. Standing outside the shrine was a huge, shadowy figure covered in darkness, its shape barely human. Within the black mist, countless ghostly faces could be seen, a fusion of many spirits. Soul Cluster, level, LV.20, rank, Elite, HP, 280,000, attack, 3,000, skill I, Hanging Spirit, skill 2, Drowned Spirit, skill 3, Frozen Spirit, skill 4, Burned Spirit, skill V, Wronged Spirit, skill 6, Vengeful Spirit, an elite monster. This was the second elite creature they had encountered, besides the Ghost Village Chief. Moreover, this soul cluster was not recorded anywhere in Zhang Zhan's strategy guide. The good news is that a new storyline has appeared, which means we're on the right track. The bad news is, this elite monster looks tough. Zhengyu immediately summoned the twin flame dragons. By this point, they had already succeeded. They had discovered the real boss's location and provoked it, skipping the fake ritual sequence entirely. It was all just a setup. Watching the ritual would have been meaningless. Let's get straight to the action. Now is the time to show our strength, and this is the part Zhengyu likes best. When the double demon fire dragon appears, it immediately fires a few fireballs at the gathering of spirits. Boom, boom, boom. The flames explode directly on the group of spirits. The spirits wrapped around the gathering scream loudly. Their screams are harmful and affect everyone nearby. Everyone, Wenren Qingyu, Ku Ying, Chai Yun, and others, are hurt by the screams and take damage. Fortunately, Wenren Qingyu and Ku Ying wear golden level armor, which blocks some of the damage. Chai Yun isn't so lucky. Just one scream from the spirits causes her to lose a third of her health. Hide yourselves, Zhengyu quickly says. At this moment, Chai Yun realizes she can't interfere in this fight. Earlier, seeing Zhengyu just use a goblin general to shake up the entire Shangyu village, she let her guard down without thinking. She even thought that the nightmare-level abyss was just average. But now she's wide awake. She's just a bystander. What courage does she have to relax? Maybe because they noticed Chai Yun was the weakest, the spirits focused their attack on her. Whoosh! A rope shoots out from the spirit's body. It wraps around Chai Yun's neck. Chai Yun is instantly choked. Her face turns purple, and her health keeps dropping. It's the ghost hang skill. Swish! A flash of cold light streaks past. Wenren Qingyu saves her by stepping on a whirlwind, quickly cutting the rope with her dagger. Thanks. I almost died. Chai Yun thanks her. She's left with just a little health. If Wenren Qingyu had been a moment later, she would have needed a resurrection cross worth 5 million. Money isn't the real issue compared to life. The problem is, the abyss only allows one resurrection cross use. Once used, it's truly dangerous. Wenren Qingyu's voice is cold. You didn't just almost die. You almost got everyone killed. Don't hold Zhengyu back. Wenren Qingyu's tone was almost like a stern rebuke. Can't you even understand how to make soy sauce? Don't you know to hide in time? Chai Yun wanted to argue, but just as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by a distant sound of sorrowful music. The mournful music came from the far end of the street. The sound was sharp and piercing, and the Swona's penetrating tone made the entire Shangyu village seem to tremble. She's here. In the deep abyss of the Shangyu Ancestral Hall, the strongest elite monster, the Ghost Bride in Red, the gathering of restless spirits, and the Ghost Bride in Red appeared at the same time. One day earlier, Zhengyu was somewhat satisfied. The early appearance of the Ghost Bride in red meant he could definitely beat the record left by Zhang Zhan. But now, the most important thing was to kill the Ghost Bride in red first. The mournful music grew closer. The evil aura became thicker. Whoosh! A gust of evil wind blew through. The red sedan, which was far away, suddenly appeared at the entrance of the ancestral hall. 4 yellow-skinned monsters carried a coffin. Inside the red sedan was the Ghost Bride in red, her in red clothes. Among ghostly creatures, the red dress is a rank. It surpasses the village chief of the restless spirits and the gathering of spirits. Zhang Zhan's strategy mentioned that when facing the Ghost Bride in red, it's best to hide and use the hall's protection to fight. Ding ding. A strange sound came from inside the red sedan, but Zhengyu couldn't see the Ghost Bride's attributes inside, so he decided to attack directly. Summon Beast Frenzy. Zhengyu didn't hesitate and immediately activated the Summon Beast Frenzy skill. Boom! The flames on his twin demon fire dragons instantly turned purple, dispersing the evil aura in the area. The fiery halo spread out. The walls, ground, and beams of the ancestral hall burned under the effect of the fiery halo. Zheng Yu ordered, "Goblin archers, shoot the sedan and force the Ghost Bride in red out. Shield soldiers, block the yellow-skinned monsters. Goblin general and twin demon fire dragons, focus on defeating the gathering of spirits." Usually, Zheng Yu didn't need to give commands because his team was used to sweeping through enemies. But facing 2 level 20 elite monsters at once required careful planning. First, eliminate the gathering of spirits to buy time to focus on the Ghost Bride in red. But the first to attack were the 4 yellow-skinned creatures carrying the sedan chair. The yellow-skinned creatures are upright walking yellow martens, one with an emerald green eye, and the other 3 with black and red eyes. They all have a deep scar in the middle of their faces, long claws, and move very quickly. Yellow-skinned creature, level, LV20, rank, elite, health, 140,000, attack, 2,000, skill I, summoning, skill 2, possession, skill 3, ghost transformation. Wow, they're also elite monsters, Zheng Yu frowned. If you count the 4 yellow-skinned creatures, he is now facing 6 level 20 elite monsters. Fortunately, these 4 yellow-skinned creatures only have 3 skills. Even among elite monsters, there are stronger and weaker ones. These 4 yellow-skinned creatures are the weakest among the elites. Bang! Faced with the very fast yellow-skinned creature, the 8 shield soldiers immediately raised their shields, forming a shield wall to block the first creature's attack. -0. The yellow-skinned creature's attack on the Goblin shield soldier's shield caused 0 damage. Because after the Goblin general advanced to the 5th stage, his Goblin combat squad also evolved. The Goblin shield soldiers can absorb fixed damage. They are very strong frontline defenders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The squad's coordination is extremely seamless. Shield soldiers raise their shields. Archers immediately shoot arrows. Goblin wolf riders attack from both sides. For elite monsters, what you're facing is an entire combat unit. And it's a well-trained summoner unit led by the general, stronger than a real army because they are absolutely obedient, fearless, and unafraid of death. This is proven by the Goblin Death Warriors. Swish! The Death Warriors activate their flickering skill, instantly appearing around the red-clad female ghost's sedan chair. Roar! Seeing the Death Warriors sneak attack, the 4 yellow-skinned creatures hurriedly turned back. But how could the Goblin Wolf Riders give them a chance to retreat? Charge! The seasoned Goblin Warriors, along with the giant wolf over 3 meters long and 5 Goblin Wolf Riders, launch a charge. The 4 yellow creatures were directly knocked away. -24,158. -26,584. -19,854. -21,147. 4 high damage hits were dealt. One of the yellow creatures was left with very little health. Roar! Unexpectedly, the injured yellow creature suddenly swelled up, its limbs touching the ground, and dark energy crazily flowed into its body. In an instant, it transformed into a giant yellow creature about the size of a large wolf. It exhaled a foul smell and entered a ghostly state. Roar! But at the same time, a loud roar from another creature drowned out the ghostly yellow creature. It was a giant troll. Initially, Zheng Yu didn't let it join the fight. He was waiting for this moment. Among the Goblin combat team, the strongest fighter was the giant troll. Its huge body, high damage ability, and massive health made it a powerful card in Zheng Yu's hand. The yellow creature entered its ghostly form, but was also at low health. To minimize casualties, the giant troll needed to come in now and start the attack. Boom. The giant troll leapt high and directly smashed onto the ghostly yellow creature. Followed by another strike. Bang. It instantly defeated the ghostly yellow creature. There was no chance for it to use any skills. Killed elite monster yellow creature LV20. Gained 9,417 experience. Congratulations. You received the armor top, yellow creature coat, LV20, golden level, 91,000 experience points gained. When they defeated the ghost village chief, the experience rewards were similar, indicating their strength was comparable. Zheng Yu didn't have time to check the equipment stats, but a level 20 golden level gear was worth at least a few 100,000 in value. Phew. After the yellow creature died, a black smoke burst out from its corpse and flew into the red sedan. As the death squad approached, with arrows and harassment, and after the yellow creature's death, the red-clad female ghost inside the sedan finally made her move. Suddenly, several red silk ribbons appeared from inside the sedan, wrapping around the Goblin Death Squad members approaching. With a strange force, they were pulled into the sky and then slammed down hard. At the same time, the dark energy inside the sedan spread out rapidly, as if it were a tangible substance. The shield wall of the shield soldiers was shattered directly. Ugh. Seeing the numerous damage numbers appearing and the 3 dead soldiers being killed, Zheng Yu had to admit that Zhang Zhan was not exaggerating. This red-cloaked female ghost is indeed strong. But even the red-cloaked female ghost didn't expect that it wasn't she who killed the soldiers, but that the soldiers voluntarily sacrificed themselves. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 goblin soldiers who had died exploded one after another. Blood, poison, and black smoke immediately covered the red sedan. The evolved soldiers' death explosions were even more powerful, with bloody toxins that were more disgusting. Ghostly. Hiss. The highly corrosive blood actually corroded the red silk and sprayed onto the sedan. Minus 2,548. It actually dealt damage. At this moment, Zheng Yu finally understood that this red sedan. It's also an elite monster. Red sedan, level, LV20, rank, elite, health, 300,000, attack, 3,000, skill I, shelter, skill 2, sorrow and joy, skill 3, red rope, skill 4, sedan bearer ghost. Wow. It's really an elite monster. That's something. Zheng Yu immediately told the twin magic fire dragons and the goblin general. Hurry up, the giant troll here can't hold much longer. Meanwhile, the twin magic fire dragons and the goblin general weren't feeling relaxed either. Because this gathering of spirits had too many tricks. Sometimes a drowning ghost appeared, dragging the twin magic fire dragons into the water. Sometimes a freezing ghost appeared, freezing the goblin general. Sometimes a wrongful death ghost appeared, confusing them and causing mistaken attacks. This gathering of spirits doesn't seem strong, but their endless ghost skills aren't easy to defeat. Fortunately, the twin magic fire dragon's flames, after being enhanced by the summoner's frenzy evolution, suppressed the drowning ghost's water skills. The gathering of spirits kept being burned by the flame halo and fire snake, losing health quickly. When Goblin General was frozen, Zheng Yu's ice crystal pendant activated just in time to thaw him out. The only tough enemies were the vengeful ghost and the hanging ghost. One controlled the enemies. The other used a noose to attack. After hearing Zheng Yu's urging, Goblin General reached out and pulled out a fish-killing knife. Earlier, Zheng Yu had swapped the summoning gear for Goblin General and the twin fire dragons. The Goblin General was better suited for this fish-killing knife. A rough voice, with unclear pronunciation, came from Goblin General's mouth. Fished for 30 years, my heart and my knife are equally cold. Honestly, with his posture and attitude, he looked very imposing, even when saying such a line. Hiss! Suddenly, the muscles on Goblin General's arm bulged, and the fish-killing knife shone with a silver glow. The knife's effect, by saying this line, the next 3 attack speed increases by 100%. Goblin General immediately charged forward. Boom! The twin fire dragons on the side coordinated perfectly with Goblin General, using fireballs to clear the way and directly away the vengeful ghost trying to confuse him again. The giant wolf stepped back, pushed off the ground, and leapt high. Goblin General jumped down from the giant wolf. One attack from above, one from below. Together they struck. First strike. A heavy with jumping attack skills, dealing 18,741 damage. Second strike. The three-piece set effect of the human skin spider activates. Set effect, resentment. The ghostly aura marks your enemies. Your next attack will add resentment damage, which is critical damage but does not benefit from critical hit bonuses. Critical hit, 25,417. The second strike directly shattered the head of the vengeful ghost that had just appeared to block Goblin General. It turned into black smoke and disappeared. Without the ghost's distraction, Goblin General's third attack fell almost instantly, dealing normal damage. But it still caused over 10,000 damage. Meanwhile, the giant wolf's charge skill also hit the gathering spirits. Boom. A loud explosion. A burst of damage appeared over the gathered spirits' heads. Minus 45,488. An exaggerated damage of 45,000. Without the damage reduction from ghost-type creatures, this charge could directly deal around 80,000 to 90,000 damage. Thanks to the speed boost from the fish killing blade, 3 hits are completed very quickly. After the charge and a set of small skills, the 100,000 health of the soul gathering group is instantly reduced. Although there are many skills, only a few seconds have passed. Then, the twin fire demons continue their fiery attack. The health of the soul gathering group drops rapidly. Wow! From a distance, Tao Qian and others watching the battle gasp in admiration, taking a deep breath. Although they are used to it, this is just part of their work. Gaga Chaos Killing. Zheng Yu is responsible for chaos killing. They are responsible for Gaga. A bystander who doesn't shout, "Awesome," isn't a good bystander. The only one truly shocked is Chai Yun. Chai Yun's innocent look makes Tao Qian and others feel more comfortable again. Snap. At the same time, the effect of the cold prison staff activates. Every time 3 skills are used, it automatically releases the cold prison skill, which uses powerful ice abilities to lock onto enemies, dealing a fixed 3,000 ice damage and freezing them. Minus 3,000. Minus 3,000. Because the Goblin General skill overlaps with the Twin Fire Demon skills, 2 cold prison skills are released from the staff at the same time. Zheng Yu realizes that the fixed damage skill can ignore all defenses and damage reduction. Although 3,000 isn't high, the freezing effect is guaranteed. The Soul Gathering group has no resistance, so it is directly frozen. Seeing this opportunity, the Goblin General doesn't hesitate and charges up. Bang! The fully charged warrior strikes with a force multiplier of 13 times, plus the bonus from the summoned beast's frenzy, and the curse's critical effect activates again. The heavy lands on the Soul Gathering group. Boom. It knocks the Soul Gathering group flying more than 10 meters, hitting the large bronze basin in the center of the courtyard. Minus 41,478. 40,000 damage. Phew. Seeing the Soul Gathering group being knocked away, the Twin Fire Demons seize the moment to attack. They rush forward, press the bronze basin onto the Soul Gathering group, and then set it on fire. Several ghostly screams echoed continuously. But they couldn't break free from the large, 2-meter-wide copper basin that was upside down on them. Flames burned directly on top of the copper basin. Minus 7,415. Minus 1,475. Minus 9,874. A series of damage numbers kept appearing. The huge copper basin was turned red by the flames, and the gathered ghostly spirits inside looked like roasted ducks in an oven, gradually losing their vitality. This is pretty harsh. Even Zheng Yu was surprised. This is basically a copper bowl torture. From inside the copper basin, sharp, mournful cries sounded. Somehow, it managed to break open the basin. The ghostly spirits, all burned red, had only a layer of blood-red skin left, but because they were in a weakened state, they released a violent skill. A fierce ghost. The fierce ghost appeared. The wind of ghosts rose. The dark energy swirling in the sky turned into ghostly spirits and fell into the ancestral hall. a yard full of ghostly spirits. With the fierce ghosts' piercing screams, they rushed toward Goblin General and the double demon fire dragon. Zheng Yu's expression darkened. Just as he was about to reveal his trump card, a clear bell sound suddenly rang out from the ancestral hall's shrine. Ding! The bell echoed inside and outside the hall. This sound instantly froze all the ghostly spirits. Even the ghostly spirits turned into fierce ghosts, as well as the gathering ghostly spirits fighting the trolls and the yellow-skinned demons were unaffected. Only the female ghost in the red sedan chair remained unbothered. Sure enough, Zheng Yu looked back at the ancestral hall. He didn't look at the clay sculpture of the double-faced ghost god, but instead focused on the dusty black and white photo beside the shrine. Huh, your descendants are like this, and you still protect them. Truly protective of your own kin, Zheng Yu said disdainfully. Then he said to Goblin General and the double demon fire dragon, "Aren't you going to gather the rice?" This was a rare opportunity. The frozen fierce ghost gathering was the most brutal stage, and once frozen, it became an easy target. Most importantly, there was a group of ghostly spirits around, sent for free. This is all experience. Defeating Soul Spirit LV.20 grants 5,879 experience points. Defeating Soul Spirit LV.20 grants 5,547 experience points. Defeating Soul Spirit LV.20 grants 5,802 experience points. Defeating the twin magic fire dragons almost maximized their fire aura and hellfire snake attacks, quickly earning a lot of experience. The experience points increased rapidly. Zheng Yu also noticed that the ancestors in this ancestral hall, surprisingly, they are quite powerful. They stayed frozen for a long time. They also held the elite red sedan, trapping the red-clad female ghost who didn't want to come out. This gave Zheng Yu time to earn a lot of experience quickly. It takes 59,000 experience points to go from level 14 to 15. He thought it would be hard to level up this time. But this round, he almost filled his experience bar completely. Finally, with a powerful hammer from the Goblin General, he defeated the gathered evil spirits, and Zheng Yu received a system notification. Defeating the elite monster, Soul Spirit Gathering LV.20 grants 14,452 experience points. Congratulations! You received the bracelet, Soul Spirit Bracelet, LV.20, Platinum level, Congratulations! You received the material, Soul Pearl. Congratulations! Level up. Level, LV.14 LV.15, 73,600 XP needed. 56,500 XP remaining to level up. Health, 9,970 10,610 from equipment attributes. Magic power, 880 890. Intelligence, 469 485. Strength, 130 134. Agility, 30 31. Remaining free attribute points, 12. The level has increased to 15, activating the 4th summoning beast space. The level has increased to 15, and you receive 2 Hexa enhancement runes. Please draw. Zheng Yu was pleased. The Soul Spirit Gathering gave him 14,000 experience points. Previously, defeating a ghost in a village gave a lot of experience, and this Soul Spirit Gathering directly raised Zheng Yu's level to 15. For adventurers, every 5 levels is a big improvement. For summoners, this means they now have a 4th summoning space to summon an additional creature. Actually, the 4th summoned creature doesn't help him much now, because he has no resources to train it. Zheng Yu finally understands why most summoners give up around level 15 and abandon the path of professional players. They simply can't afford to train their creatures. He himself is already struggling to support 4 summoned creatures, let alone those with poor talent, no resources, and unable to clear nightmare-level dungeons. Moreover, his 4th summoned creature wasn't prepared in advance, because Chai Fong from the resource department of Shangyu City had promised to find him a level 15 summoned creature from the National Treasury. If they could find one with high talent, it would save him many talent points. Zheng Yu still didn't have time to check his equipment. He stored the platinum-level bracelet in the warehouse and locked it, worried he might accidentally sell it in the temple. A level 20 platinum equipment is top tier. He defeated the gathering of restless spirits. The Goblin General and the Double Demon Fire Dragon finally joined the battle against the red-clad female ghost. At this moment, the battlefield was a mess. 6 Death Soldiers had died. 3 Goblin Shield Soldiers had fallen. Almost all the Goblin Wolf Riders were dead, only 1 remaining, exchanging damage with the ghostly yellow creature. The troll was badly wounded by the continuous red silk from the sedan chair. Honestly, if it weren't for the help from the person in the shrine earlier, the troll would have died long ago. But now, the situation is different. The Goblin General, the Double Demon Fire Dragon, the troll, and the Goblin Wizard ready to cast spells and sacrifice himself at any moment. They are about to launch a counterattack. Phew! Suddenly, a cloud of black mist burst out from inside the sedan chair. It forcefully pushed back all the Goblin combat squads surrounding the red sedan. The red-clad female ghost inside the sedan finally spoke. Hee, a charming, teasing laugh. But to Zheng Yu, it sounded like sarcasm. Clearly, this red-clad female ghost didn't take the Goblin General and the Double Demon Fire Dragon seriously. Although they are strong, the problem is, after the recent battle, these 2 monsters are also exhausted. Maybe she saw through this. The red-clad female ghost in the sedan chair suddenly stopped attacking and said, "Young master, you are so handsome. Would you like to spend a lovely evening with your sister?" Her voice was very tempting. Zheng Yu remembered from Zhang Zhan's strategy guide that the red-clad female ghost would use temptation to lure practitioners out of the shrine, then kill them. Suddenly, Zheng Yu realized that the red sedan chair never actually entered the shrine. It stayed at the entrance, attacking with red silk ribbons. He thought for a moment and summoned the giant winged spirit butterfly. I was planning to save it for the boss, but it looks like I have to use it now. Still, killing you might just end this. A clear, ethereal cry echoed throughout Shangyu village. A large, beautiful butterfly appeared behind Zheng Yu. Wow! Even Tao Qian and others, who had seen many big scenes, couldn't help but be surprised. No wonder. Anyone would be amazed to see this butterfly over 4 meters tall. First, because of its huge size, it looked very impressive. Second, because it was so beautiful. With the appearance of the giant winged spirit butterfly, it let out a series of ethereal calls and used various healing skills. Spirit Butterfly Guard, a protective bond linked to the giant demon. Among Zheng Yu's summoned creatures, the one with the most health was actually the summoned beast, the giant demon. A thick shield appeared on the giant demon, restoring its health. Butterfly chant. The giant winged spirit butterfly began to sing. It increased all summoned creatures' agility by 260 points and their movement speed by 260. Remember, Zheng Yu's agility was only 30. This was nearly a 10-fold increase, and it affected all creatures. Finally, Spirit Nourishment. It restored the energy of the summoned beasts. After this set of support skills, the giant demon regained health, the double magic fire dragons restored energy, and with the Goblin Wizard's life sacrifice, the Goblin General also recovered all his energy and health. Now, the red-clad female ghost faced a team in full strength, with full energy, and a summoned army in a frenzy of transformation. Zheng Yu looked at the red-clad female ghost inside the red sedan and said, "If you want me to spend a good night with you, you need to have that ability. So, female ghost, are you sweating now? P.S. This dungeon will be over tomorrow, so don't worry." The huge winged spirit butterfly completely changed the battle. The red-clad female ghost also stopped smiling. The remaining 3 yellow creatures instantly entered ghostly form to prepare for the upcoming fight. The red sedan, which had lost a third of its health due to the assassin's poison blood, made creaking sounds. Clearly, the powerful troll, Goblin General, Double Demon Fire Dragon, and giant winged spirit butterfly put a lot of pressure on it. "Didn't you ask me to join you? I'm coming right now," Zheng Yu said with a smile. Then he waved his hand gently. Summoned creatures rushed forward. Roar! The troll charged first, its huge body blocking the red sedan. Holding a giant hammer, it swung down heavily. "Get lost!" Inside the sedan, a sweet voice responded. The voice was pleasant, but with a tangible dark aura, it felt very creepy. Boom! A strong dark energy swept over the troll. -9,871. A red damage number appeared above the troll's head. 9,000 damage. It seemed high, but in fact, Even the shield cast by the winged spirit butterfly on the troll wasn't broken. With the shield absorbing damage, the ghostly attack from the female ghost didn't stop the troll's charge. Bang! The troll's heavy hammer struck the red sedan without resistance. Minus 5,587. The damage was also not high. When hitting the sedan, a gray shield protected it. This is the elite monster's skill, protection. The damage wasn't high, which Zhengyu expected. This sedan is also a ghost-type creature. Like the red shoes and the doll, it has the ability to reduce damage from ghost creatures, and the protection skill can also lessen some damage. Dealing around 5,000 damage is already pretty good. After all, this was just one hit. Zhengyu has many summoned creatures. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The second wave of attack was launched by Goblin archers. Minus 1,054. Minus 1,112. Minus 1,058. The damage was lower, but the attacks were dense. Next came the fire aura of the double magic fire dragons, the fire snake, the goblin general's charge, and the sneak attack by the dead soldiers. Bang! Suddenly, a clear drum sound rang out around the red sedan. A band dressed in mourning clothes emerged from the white mist. Mourning music. This is also a skill of the red sedan. Zhengyu recalled the 4 skills of the red sedan. The carrying ghost should be those 4 yellow-skinned figures. Protection refers to the gray shield. Mourning music is the ghost in mourning clothes that appeared now, which can reduce the attack desire of summoned creatures. It is a status skill. The red string. Zhengyu felt that the red silk that appeared earlier was probably the red string skill. He squinted his eyes. So that means the woman ghost inside the sedan didn't use any skills at all. She was just using spiritual energy. At this moment, Zhengyu looked down at the mute little girl beside him. Seeing her nervous gaze at the red sedan, he already had an answer in his mind. So that's how it is. No wonder you can't enter this shrine. So you are the mastermind behind this. Zhengyu had always wondered about Zhang Zhan's description of the red-clothed woman ghost. It was actually all about the skills of the red sedan. In other words, from Zhang Zhan's perspective, the red sedan is the red-clothed woman ghost. That's why they called it ghost marriage. But in fact, the red sedan is controlling the red silk, and the person inside the sedan is the one controlling the entire spiritual energy of Shanyu village. Zhengyu thought about this. He immediately turned to Wen Rin Xingyu and Tao Qian and said, "You two stay here and don't let any villagers leave." Tao Qian asked immediately, "Where are you going?" Zhengyu replied, "To see if the boss behind the scenes is still in the pigsty. Spirit butterfly, come with me." Zhengyu took a spirit butterfly with him. Then he held the little girl's hand and swaggered to the entrance of the shrine. A wave of spiritual energy swept toward Zhengyu. Who? The shield of the curse ring shattered. Zhengyu looked at the marks on the ground caused by dark energy and clearly avoided the little girl. He smiled and held her in his arms. Then he said to the girl, "Now she won't dare to hit me." The girl looked at Zhengyu with a complicated expression. Zhengyu smiled and said, "Don't look at me like that. Honestly, I mean no harm. I just need to handle some things. Anyway, for you, it's just the same 3 days repeating. Maybe, during these 3 days, I can help you feel less anger. One of the curse breakers I worked with before gave me a very good review. If you ever meet him." Zhengyu kept talking as he casually passed by the red sedan chair. He was not attacked. He was not surrounded by dark energy. He even seemed invisible to the ghosts filling the street, holding the girl naturally and walking toward the east end of the village. Tao Qian looked confused and asked, "What is going on now?" When Rin Xingyu looked thoughtfully at Zheng Yu's departing figure. Probably. At this point, both sides have made their intentions clear. When Rin Xingyu nodded. The ghost woman in the red dress inside the sedan, Zhang Zhan has never seen her true face, which suggests she is likely the real mastermind. That's why, in Zhang Zhan's strategy, there are only rituals, ghost marriages, and the night of 100 ghosts, but no final boss fight. Because the rituals are fake, the ghost marriage is fake too. The red sedan is the real ghost marriage. At this stage, Zheng Yu's summoned beast has suppressed the red sedan, so it's basically over. Just one last step. Go to the pigsty, Tao Qian asked. And the night of 100 ghosts? When Rin Xingyu looked a bit strange. She said, "The rituals and ghost marriages are fake, so the night of 100 ghosts probably isn't real either." the pigsty. The so-called Night of 100 Ghosts is probably just a massacre and celebration carried out by women and children who were sold here. Tao Qian pretended to understand and nodded. Yeah, your guess is pretty much the same as mine. When Ren Xingyu rolled her eyes and ignored Tao Qian, she glanced at the time. 7 hours. Since entering the Shangyu village ancestral hall, only 7 hours have passed. For over a decade, no one has broken Zhang Zhan's record in the Nightmare Abyss. And now, just 7 hours. When Ren Xingyu recalls the first time Koing persuaded her to join Zheng Yu's team. Back then, she looked down on Zheng Yu a little and even doubted him. Now, she realizes her best friend is truly lucky. She managed to get such a powerful supporter. When Ren Xingyu carefully looks at Koing, feeling uncomfortable, she asks, "What's wrong with you?" When Ren Xingyu says, "I'm thinking about how to keep you and Tao Qian tightly connected." Koing. Tao Qian immediately understands what Wen Ren Xingyu means, pointing at the red silk hanging out of the red sedan. "Maybe we should just tie you up directly." Wen Ren Xingyu nods. "That's right. When dealing with straightforward guys like Zheng Yu, you have to be direct." Koing. Meow meow meow. Zheng Yu smoothly arrives at the pig pen. The spiritual energy here is even heavier than in the ancestral hall. At the pig pen, the little girl surprisingly speaks and asks Zheng Yu, "How do you know I come from here too?" Her voice is a mixed, ghostly sound, not coming from her throat. Feeling the coldness of the little girl in his arms growing stronger, Zheng Yu is not afraid at all. Instead, he explains with interest, "Because you're a ghost." The little girl doesn't understand. Zheng Yu points to the group of ghostly spirits following him and says, "Look, the ghost hanging by the tongue is because when it was hanged, its tongue couldn't retract. The lame ghost who died from illness is because its legs were already weak before death. The elders say you lost your tongue as punishment. Ghosts can't have their tongues cut off. Being able to chew food skillfully without a tongue shows that you had your tongue cut off before you died. Doing such cruel things to a little girl means you don't really belong to the ancestral hall." Actually, the little girl had shown signs of abnormality from the very beginning. The elderly person went to send a warning but didn't bring her along, leaving her to stay beside Zheng Yu. When they saw the gathering of spirits and the red-clad ghost girl from the ghost marriage, she didn't show any panic or fear. Zheng Yu already knew that the little girl was not one of the villagers, but she wasn't the main boss either. In other words, there is no real boss in the ancestral hall abyss. The Night of 100 Ghosts is just the final stage. The little girl pouted and said, "You're clever. The outsiders who came before were all clueless. I made them hide in coffins, and they really went inside. I thought it was a good place, but actually, I just wanted to see them laugh." Listening to her words, Zheng Yu's eyes showed a special expression. He asked, "Why do you want to see them laugh?" The little girl said angrily, "Because they wanted to help those villagers, who are just animals." "I see." Zheng Yu clearly understood that Zhang Zhan and the others hadn't figured out the true background of the ancestral hall abyss. They simply thought it was a haunted village. They were misled by the hints at the start, thinking the problem was caused by worshipping the wrong ancestors. From the beginning, Zhang Zhan's way of solving the problem was wrong. Zheng Yu casually asked, "Have many other outsiders come here?" The little girl shook her head. "Not many. They come roughly once in a while. You're the second group of outsiders recently. The last group was quite interesting. They were chased around and ran around shouting." The little girl rarely showed her childlike personality. She kept talking. The most memorable one was a strong outsider who successfully survived the Night of Revenge. "Before the reset of Shangyu village, we drove them out." Zheng Yu, he roughly understood now. For over 10 years, only Zhang Zhan and the others had passed the ancestral hall abyss. All the professionals in Shangyu City believed that the nightmare-level ancestral hall should be passed this way. But in fact, they had all been fooled by this little girl and her ghosts. It can only be said that Zhang Zhan used the most foolish method to pass the ancestral hall. He just dragged it out for 3 days, until the ghost marriage ended, until the Night of 100 Ghosts stopped. No, it should be called the Night of Revenge. But these are minor details. Zheng Yu was even more surprised to discover that they possessed the memories of outsiders. The outsider who successfully survived the Night of Revenge must be Zhang Zhan and his group. Later, the little girl called them the silly outsider, which means she saw the strategies of Zhang Zhan and his team. I am the first professional to pass this way using this method, and I received this very shocking news from the little girl. At the entrance of the pig pen, Zheng Yu could see the overwhelming resentment inside. The so-called Night Parade of 100 Demons refers to the place where people who were once imprisoned and eventually died, having been trafficked here. Zheng Yu could feel the fierce, ghostly resentment in the pig pen, watching him carefully. It was as if they were waiting for Zheng Yu to make a decision. This is why Zheng Yu came to the pig pen, because the Ancestral Hall has two ways to end things. Two choices. The first choice is Zhang Zhan's way. Trust the villagers and stay in the Ancestral Hall until 3 days pass. The second choice. Join the revenge team. Faced with the 100 demons, Zheng Yu thought for a moment and then directly asked the little girl, "Who cut out your tongue?" The little girl tilted her head. "Guess. Was it that old man next to you? How boring." After Zheng Yu guessed correctly, the little girl showed a displeased expression. "I'll help you kill him later. No need." The little girl wasn't interested in Zheng Yu's help. But Zheng Yu added, "Not only will I kill him, I will also help you take away things from the Ancestral Hall." The little girl paused, then looked at Zheng Yu and asked, "Is there something you don't know?" Zheng Yu smiled and said, "Actually, I was just guessing, but your behavior and their attitude told me I guessed right." Zheng Yu pointed to the 100 demons inside the pig pen, who no longer used dark energy against him. He had to choose a side. Zheng Yu chose the side he believed was right. No matter if you are cursed by dark spirits or the masterminds of this ghost village in Shanyu, you are all victims. Bad people deserve punishment. They have no right to be protected by ancestors. The abyss of the Ancestral Hall requires professionals to make firm choices, which is why he walked all the way to the pig pen without any ghosts blocking him. Because they are waiting for Zheng Yu's decision. Zheng Yu, who made the decision, gained the support of the 100 ghosts. The dark energy that had been pressing on him before completely disappeared. The little girl looked at Zheng Yu and smiled, saying, "Congratulations, you have gained the approval of the sisters. That is my honor." Zheng Yu nodded gently to the 100 ghosts in the pig pen. The little girl looked toward the Ancestral Hall and said, "Although we have received the pity of the Shadow God and been granted the power to summon spirits, we can turn the entire village into a ghost village. But because of the ancestors in the hall, we can't truly punish those beasts." Zheng Yu asked, "What if there were no ancestors?" The little girl smiled sweetly. "That would be wonderful. I would make them despair from the very root, tearing them apart in the hall. I want to put them in pigsties, and we will enter the hall. I want them to worship me. Let them worship the lowest and most despised people. I want to turn them into pigs for real, living the way we used to." The little girl kept talking, using the cutest voice to say the harshest words. Clearly, she had been planning this revenge for a long time, but no professional had taken this path before. Because, besides the girl who was adopted by the old man and had her tongue cut, none of the other ghosts in the pig pen could enter the hall. To make these plans happen, they needed the help of outsiders like the professionals. Listening to the cruel words of the little girl, Zheng Yu directly praised her. "Now that's more like it. Revenge should be thorough, not roundabout. The way you tried before, they didn't even know what they did wrong, or who was punishing them. They were just scared, with no regret at all." As a small-minded expert, Zheng Yu criticized that their previous revenge was more about form than meaning. "You need to make them regret it," Zheng Yu said. "Leave this matter to me." The little girl looked at Zheng Yu and then at the broken red sedan chair. She asked, "But how will you take away their ancestors?" "He is much stronger than my sisters," Zheng Yu confidently replied. "That's very easy." Zheng Yu hugged the little girl, and they returned to the Ancestral Hall. At this moment, the red sedan chair was completely shattered. Nearly 20,000 experience points and a platinum-level piece of equipment had already been gained while he was talking with the girl. The red-cloaked female ghost also emerged from the broken chair, floating in midair. She did not attack, but instead stared at Zheng Yu, who was walking back. At Zheng Yu's request, the summoned creatures stopped attacking. Everyone looked at Zheng Yu with curiosity, including the villagers hiding inside. Zheng Yu carried the girl into the Ancestral Hall. When Ren Xingyu quickly asked, "What's going on?" Zheng Yu smiled and said, "It's mostly under control now. We just need the villagers to make their choice, then we can leave." "Make a choice?" When Ren Xingyu didn't understand, Zheng Yu signaled her to watch quietly. "General Goblin, summon the heavy cavalry." "Yes." With a loud stomp, 30 heavily armored goblin cavalrymen appeared behind the goblin general. They rode large armored wolves, marching in perfect formation, standing in the center of the hall. The female ghost in red frowned as she watched this impressive heavy cavalry. She didn't expect that, after all this fighting, the outsider still had more tricks up his sleeve. It was only because the female ghost in red acknowledged Zheng Yu's strength that she allowed him to take the girl directly to the pigsty. She was the ghost king of Shanyu village, and her decisions needed her approval. She recognized Zheng Yu's power, but she didn't expect him to be even stronger than she thought. She secretly wondered if her 100 ghosts could withstand the charge of this heavy cavalry. Meanwhile, Zheng Yu told the villagers, "Take the things inside the ancestral hall outside." The villagers were stunned and didn't move. Move the items from the ancestral hall. Impossible. The shrine is the only place that protects them, so it cannot be moved. A little girl nearby smiled and said, "They can't move it. Do you want them to move the shrine by themselves?" "That's impossible," Zheng Yu whispered. "Actually, you're wrong." The girl looked confused and asked, "Are you threatening them with force again?" Zheng Yu shook his head. "Force won't work on them. They even need to perform sacrifices when they die, so threats won't scare them." The girl pointed at the goblin heavy cavalry behind Zheng Yu. Puzzled, Zheng Yu smiled and said, "They were supposed to be my secret weapon against the night parade of 100 ghosts." "Ah, that is, your sister's trump card. I've been holding back until now, but unfortunately, I haven't used it. I summoned them to show you that no matter what choice I make, I can handle it. But I choose to support you." Zheng Yu then walked into the main hall of the shrine. A strong pressure immediately pressed down on him. He could feel that if he acted directly, he would definitely die. The ancestors here are very powerful. Looking at the villagers, Zheng Yu pointed at the clay sculpture of the double-faced shadow god and asked, "Do you know why your sacrifices always fail? Because you are too careless in your offerings. Ask yourselves honestly, can your ancestors really achieve those great deeds from the past? Tea leaves that trap people. A plague that prevents everyone from entering. Your ancestors can't do it, but he can," Zheng Yu passionately said. "Just look at this shrine. The shadow god who helps you is right here, yet you still let other things exist inside. Isn't that disrespectful?" It seems so. The villagers surprisingly believed him. "So now, you have to choose. Either remove all the messy things from the shrine, or I will give you a quick solution so you won't suffer anymore. Choose for yourselves." After speaking, Zheng Yu made a beckoning gesture, pointing directly toward the deepest corner of the shrine, at the dusty spirit altar. He could feel that the aura inside the altar was already chaotic. He was anxious, because now everyone can see that these villagers truly believe Zheng Yu's words. Some of them start to act on their own. Ku Ying, who was watching nearby, said in surprise, "They really don't know who is protecting them, do they?" One Rin Yu confidently replied, "They really don't know. Ah, poor ancestors, always silently protecting them, only to be abandoned by their own people in the end." Ku Ying sighed. Zheng Yu smiled and said, "I think this is the punishment they deserve. Ancestors who protect evil spirits are not good either." That's true. While they were talking, the villagers actually began to carry the spirit altar outside. Even ancestors that Zheng Yu and the red-clad ghost fear would be easily lifted by their descendants and thrown out like trash. Some village women spat at the spirit altar and said angrily, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, our sacrifices would have succeeded long ago." After speaking, she looked at Tao Qian and asked, "Village chief, do you agree?" Tao Qian, still holding a pipe, nodded his thumb up. "You're right." Bang. The spirit altar shattered. Not just that altar, in the temple, apart from the double-faced shadow spirit and 3 broken coffins that served no purpose, everything was gone. Zheng Yu walked to the temple door, looking at the pile of spirit altars at the entrance like trash. He said with a smile, "I told you to protect trash, but now you've become trash yourself. But you got what you deserved. After all, the upper beam is crooked and the lower beam sags. You're not a good person either." Feeling the lingering hatred inside the shattered spirit altar, Zheng Yu was completely unfazed. He then said to the red-clad ghost, "They've handed it over to you. Have fun." After speaking, Zheng Yu felt a sudden gust of cold wind past. It turned out they had been waiting for this moment. One by one, they transformed back into their original forms and rushed into the temple. Screams began. Seeing the chaos inside, Zheng Yu smiled happily. Although it was very cruel inside, when Rin Qingyu still said angrily, they got what they deserved. For dealing with such human traffickers, they should face the death penalty. Speaking of the death penalty, Zheng Yu asked a very philosophical question. Since everyone is sentenced to death and then cremated, why not just cremate them directly to save costs? Tao Qian. When Rin Qingyu, giving you the nickname Living King of, was really worth it. Shangyu City. Chai Fong was smoking a cigarette, taking slow puffs and sighing now and then. Zhang Zhan comforted him. Don't worry. Isn't Chai Yun's resurrection cross enough? Nothing will go wrong. Chai Fong put out his cigarette, frowned, and said, Did you forget? To pass the ancestral hall's deep abyss, you have to stay inside for 3 days. During these 3 days, only the first day's ritual is safe. On the second day, the ghost marriage blocks the door, and on the third day, the night of 100 ghosts. None of these are easy to escape. I'm just hoping they'll quit the nightmare-level ancestral hall on the first day. Otherwise, by the second day, that red-cloaked ghost girl could trap them. Chai Fong's frustration grew. Why did I think about pushing Chai Yun to Zheng Yu, that crazy guy? If I had known he was crazy, I should have. As Chai Fong spoke passionately, he suddenly sighed. It's too late now, Zhang Zhan also said. I didn't expect Zheng Yu to be so crazy. A level 13 professional, bringing 4 side characters, daring to enter the nightmare-level abyss. Indeed, Zhang Zhan chuckled. You're laughing? Faced with Chai Fong's angry stare, Zhang Zhan couldn't help but say, It just reminded me of the captain I met during my training in the Central District. He was just as crazy as Zheng Yu, but Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong's attitudes were completely different. He wasn't worried at all, even somewhat looking forward to it. Such a personality is what makes someone a genius, isn't it? How can a genius always follow the rules? Nanmu Yun broke so many records. How many people doubted him back then? And the sword god of the Central District, my former captain, and even that Li Qinggong, whom you and I disliked. Aren't they all crazy? In this world, only crazy people can succeed. Chai Fong listened to Zhang Zhan's words, then lit another cigarette, and said expressionlessly, If you're successful, you're called crazy. If you're not, you're called dead. I believe in Zheng Yu, Zhang Zhan said casually. Seeing that Chai Fong couldn't argue with him, he changed the subject and asked, Did you get Zheng Yu's resources? Zhang Zhan smiled and said, Weren't you just worried earlier if Zheng Yu and the others could come out alive? Why are you now concerned about what happens after they come out? Chai Fong replied irritably, Can I still hope they'll die? I'm just worried. Honestly, I do have a little hope. If it were someone else, I would have already sentenced them to death. But Zheng Yu, I've met him. He doesn't seem like the kind of reckless fool who ignores his life. I really hope they can succeed. If they do, Chai Yun will benefit too. So, did you manage to get the resources? I promised Zheng Yu that once he gets out of the abyss, the resources will be ready. Zhang Zhan looked impatient and said, Do I ever fail at my work? Chai Fong. Seeing Chai Fong's doubtful expression, Zhang Zhan explained, I asked our faction's boss for help. Chai Fong was surprised and asked, You went to the boss for such a small matter? Zhang Zhan shook his head and said, This isn't a small matter. Our boss already has issues with Li Qinggong, and now Zheng Yu's situation directly involves the Li faction. Relying on our faction's power to resources from an orphan with an S-level talent, and he's from our city. Our boss is eager to help. As long as it can annoy Li Qinggong, he's never tired of it. Chai Fong. Got it. So, the resources are secure, Zhang Zhan proudly said. Absolutely secure. Just wait for Zheng Yu to come out and bring us even better news. Chai Fong lit another cigarette. Getting out is good enough. As for good news, Zhang Zhan saw Chai Fong's expression and stood up, pulling him along. Come on, let's go drink. I don't feel like it. That's exactly why we should go drink. The abyss in the ancestral hall lasts at least 3 days. You still have 3 days to worry here? Just have a drink, get drunk, and time will pass faster. When Fong heard this, he agreed and followed Zhang Zhan out. Meanwhile, a new post appeared on the forum. Shocking. Zheng Yu has entered the nightmare-level ancestral hall abyss. As soon as the post was made, it became a hot topic. Because posts about the ancestral hall have always been popular in Shangyu City's forum, as it is the most unique abyss in the city. The post included a picture showing Zheng Yu as a friend. Professionals can add friends through the temple and then see each other's abyss status. The picture showed Zheng Yu's location, which was the nightmare level Ancestral Hall Abyss in Shanyu City. Sorry to ask, but who is Zheng Yu? Don't you know Zheng Yu? He's a professional who recently cleared the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss in Jianshui City. Wow, so strong. Cold Street Abyss. I remember it's a level 1 abyss, right? Is he trying to clear the second stage of the nightmare level abyss so quickly? You're good at using again. Why do you think Zheng Yu can clear the second stage of the nightmare level abyss? I think Zheng Yu is only level 13. Level 13 isn't the point. The real issue is Zheng Yu is with Tao Qian and the others. After clearing a level 1 abyss, he's become so confident that he thinks he can clear the second stage alone. No, why are there so many comments from Jianshui City IP addresses? They're jealous. Zheng Yu was recruited by our mayor, and now they're just here to watch the show. You're right. No offense, but I just want to tell you that even if Zheng Yu comes to Shanyu City, you won't benefit because he's about to die soon. Bunch of jokers, go die? From this point on, the post was no longer just about Zheng Yu. It turned into a heated exchange between professionals from Shanyu City and Jianshui City. Some even created a guessing thread, asking whether Zheng Yu could clear the nightmare level Ancestral Hall Abyss. Suddenly, thousands of people joined in. 92% of the professionals believed Zheng Yu would die in the abyss. 7% thought Zheng Yu could survive. Only 1% believed Zheng Yu could clear the nightmare level abyss. As online arguments grew more intense, Zhang Zhan and Qi Feng, heavily intoxicated, suddenly received a message. Notice, congratulations to the team of professionals, Summoner Squad, for breaking the record for clearing the deep abyss, nightmare level, in the Ancestral Hall. The completion time was 8 hours, 44 minutes, and 21 seconds. Team Leader, Zheng Yu, Summoner. Members, Tao Qian, Martial Monk. Ku Ying, Assassin. Wenrin Qingyu, Assassin. Chai Yun, Ranger. Other team members received rewards, 100,000 experience points, a nightmare-level record package for the Ancestral Hall Abyss, and the title of Record Keeper, Nightmare version. This is a notice for all professionals in Shanyu City. Only professionals in Shanyu City know this information. So, when professionals from Shanyu City see those from Jianshui City still bragging online, they smile strangely. This feeling of watching fools is really great. Keep talking, I'm listening. Just a minute ago, I didn't know Zheng Yu. Now, in a minute, Zheng Yu will be my adoptive father. The online quiz post, which hadn't been closed yet, had the chance to pass the level initially at 1%, but suddenly increased to 15%. If the host hadn't closed it in time, more people might have exploited it. No one expected Zheng Yu to clear the nightmare-level abyss at this moment. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhan and Chai Feng looked like patients suddenly regaining consciousness. They had been so drunk they couldn't stand, but now they looked completely sober, staring in shock at the notification. Chai Feng rubbed his head and asked in disbelief, "How many days did we sleep?" Zhang Zhan said irritably, "Professionals can't really get drunk. If you want to wake up, just wake up. Face reality." Zheng Yu cleared it. And not only cleared it, but also broke the record. Chai Feng, this isn't just about breaking a record, right? 8 hours. Isn't that a bit too crazy? Zhang Zhan smiled and said, "He probably found another way to pass the Ancestral Hall Abyss, faster than mine." Even though the record was broken, Zhang Zhan was happy. He proudly told Chai Feng, "What do you think of my eye for talent? Stage 1 Nightmare Level Abyss, Stage 2 Nightmare Level Abyss. Only a few freaks in the Central District can do this. I didn't expect an orphan from Jianshui City to reach this level," Zhang Zhan said. "I really want to see Zhou Yun's expression now. Haha. It must be very interesting. Zheng Yu cleared the Nightmare Level Abyss in Stage 1, so he has every reason not to regret it. I don't believe he can still hold on now." Thinking that Zheng Yu was a genius snatched from Jianshui City, Zhang Zhan couldn't stop smiling. As long as Zhou Yun is uncomfortable, he's the happiest. Extra update, please send gifts. Nightmare Level Shrine Abyss. Inside the shrine, female ghosts are wildly pouring out resentment, tearing the villagers' souls into pieces. The red-clad female ghost even explained to Zheng Yu, "The pain of a person's soul being torn apart is indescribable, 100 times more painful than physical pain." Zheng Yu couldn't see the expression on the red-clad ghost's face because her red veil always covered her face. Once all the villagers' souls are torn apart, The deep abyss in Shangyu village will reset, and you'll leave early. Zhengyu had many questions about what the red-clad ghost said. For example, she surprisingly knew that this place was an abyss. Zhengyu remembered that textbooks described the abyss as a history trapped in time, and they should have no awareness of the abyss. But before Zhengyu could ask, the red-clad ghost spoke first. I know what you're going to ask. I can only tell you that I know more than you think, partly from the shadow spirit, partly from the special nature of ghost-type creatures. From shadow spirits? Zhengyu pondered this, as the villagers' crying gradually lessened. The system prompt also popped up directly. You have cleared the Stage 2 Nightmare level Shrine Abyss, Nightmare, and received rewards, Shrine Abyss Treasure Chest, Nightmare. Oh, and experience 100,000 for the professional. Unfortunately, there was no first clear reward. The experience for clearing the Nightmare level Abyss in Stage 2 is a whopping 100,000, enough to level up once. Remember, after level 15, each level up becomes extremely difficult for professionals. The deep abyss of the Ancestral Hall, Nightmare level, has ended. You will exit the dungeon in 5 minutes. I should go now, Zhengyu said specifically to the woman ghost in red, because he felt she was the one controlling all the evil energy in Shangyu village. In other words, the true curse of the shadow god was the woman ghost in red. The other female ghosts in the pigsty were just her extensions of power. If they really fought to the end, Zhengyu probably couldn't defeat the woman ghost in red. The woman ghost in red looked at Zhengyu. Then she said, next time you come, remember to bring the village chief's coffin too, for coffins can force out the true form of the ancestors. Also, kill that yellow-skinned one with green eyes. Don't let the fire in the bronze basin go out. After saying these 3 things, the woman ghost in red reached out and released a wave of evil energy. This energy swept over the broken red sedan on the ground. In the next moment, the broken red sedan on the ground, as if alive, pieced itself back together and restored to its original shape. Creak! The yellow-skinned ghost made a creepy, squeaking sound, emerging from the ground in black mist. Sad music played again. The 4 resurrected yellow-skinned ghosts carried the red sedan. They respectfully approached the woman ghost in red, bent down, and tilted the sedan to make it easier for her to get in. The yellow-skinned ghost with green eyes walked to the sedan and reached out to open the curtain. The woman ghost in red gracefully stepped into the sedan. Once inside, the oppressive evil energy on her completely disappeared. Zhengyu finally understood that the red sedan was actually a disguise for the woman ghost in red, used to hide her shadow god aura. Squeak! The 4 yellow-skinned ghosts lifted the sedan. At this moment, the voice of the woman ghost in red came from inside, asking, when will you come again? Zhengyu thought for a moment. Will you let us go easily? No, then in 3 days. Okay, I'll wait for you. Her words, I'll wait for you, made Zhengyu feel a bit stunned. Next to him, Wenren Xingyu immediately said to Kuing, remember your rival. Kuing rolled her eyes. She had no way to deal with her talkative best friend. Tao Qian, curious as ever, said, but she's a ghost, you know. Ghosts, so what? Maybe Zhengyu has a unique taste. Zhengyu interrupted impatiently. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll have the female ghost keep you here. Wenren Xingyu immediately shut up. Zhengyu glanced at the time. Let's go? We'll come back in 3 days. Okay. Anyway, Zhengyu was exploring the abyss, and they had no choice but to follow. As bystanders, they had no say. They also valued each chance to enter the abyss because each entry was one less opportunity remaining. Zhengyu is now level 15. They just reached level 11. With the rewards from Nightmare level abyss, Zhengyu will widen the level gap even more. When Zhengyu enters the 3rd stage of the abyss, they will almost never be in the same team again, because the level difference will be too big. If someone asked Tao Qian when his life peak was, he would say, now. As for Zhengyu's reason for re-entering the Ancestral Hall Abyss, it's simple. A hidden quest. The 3 things the red-clad female ghost mentioned, the green-eyed yellow-skinned creature, the 4 coffins, and the copper basin with flames, are probably the key points, the parts he missed. Being highlighted by the red-clad female ghost means it's necessary to try again. The Hall of the Ancestral Hall Abyss. Zhao Ning, as usual, finished breakfast and then waited in the abyss for prey. Last night, he thought he had found a good deal, but it turned out to be a group of kids who didn't know how to level up to 10. After waiting for half a year, he finally saw a professional team led by a summoner. It was unbelievable. When he pushed open the door, Zhao Ning thought he had entered the wrong place. Why are there so many people? The hall of the Ancestral Hall Abyss was unusually crowded. This is strange. Although this is the awakening season, how can so many people level up to 10 so quickly? Used to the usually quiet hall, Zhao Ning was a bit dazed by the crowd. The staff in the hall knew Zhao Ning well. Seeing him, they asked directly, "Don't you know?" "Know what?" Zhao Ning looked confused. "Have you received the notice from Shanyu City?" Zhao Ning shook his head. "I turned off notifications. Those things are too annoying. Someone has cleared the nightmare level abyss, Ancestral Hall. Yes, that can't be why so many people are gathered here. I remember since Mayor Zhang announced the strategy, several groups of players have cleared the Ancestral Hall Abyss." The staff interrupted Zhao Ning and asked, "Did they break the record? Could it be?" Zhao Ning suddenly looked at the big screen in the center of the Ancestral Hall Abyss Hall, which displayed the historical record scores projected from the temple. He was shocked to see that the record holder for the Nightmare Level Abyss, Zhang Zhan, had been replaced by Zhengyu. Ancestral Hall Abyss, Nightmare Level, Clearance Record, 8 hours 44 minutes 21 seconds, Team Members, Tao Qian, Martial Monk, Ku Ying, Assassin, Wenrin Xingyu, Assassin, Chai Yun, Ranger. Zhao Ning rubbed his eyes. 8 hours. He rubbed his eyes again. The staff beside him smiled and said, "Stop rubbing. You're not mistaken. It really is 8 hours. Don't you look at the forums? They're already buzzing about this. So now you understand why everyone is gathered here, right? There are spectators, media, and reporters. More importantly, many players and companies want to meet Zhengyu and make friends with him. You wouldn't believe it, but even Mayor Zhang and Minister Chai came early. Wow, so impressive. At such a young age, he has such high status. Both the mayor and the head of the resources department came to personally welcome him. His future is limitless. If only I could meet Zhengyu. He's destined to be a mayor-level figure. I should have talked to him more yesterday." The staff kept talking on and on. Zhao Ning looked completely stunned. It's really them, summoners, martial monks, 2 assassins. Such a team configuration was impossible. Zhao Ning couldn't forget that. He never expected that the summoner he rejected outright would turn out to be such an important person. The staff nearby regretted not talking more with Zhengyu. But there was a time when someone cleared a nightmare-level abyss just by knowing how to roast kidneys, and they missed the chance to join the team. Not only did they miss it, it seemed they even mocked the other person. Zhao Ning now feels like he has guessed the winning lottery numbers, but realizes he never bought a ticket. He just wrote down the numbers. This feeling is really frustrating. Jiangshui City. The mayor's office is very quiet. Actually, it's not completely silent, but the atmosphere is heavy. All the officials are holding back their words, afraid to speak. Mayor Zhou Yin hasn't said a word since the meeting started. It's because of the news just delivered by his secretary. Zhengyu has cleared another nightmare-level abyss. He also broke a record that Zhang Zhan had kept for 7 or 8 years. If a local professional from Shanyu City had broken the record, Zhou Yun would have forced himself to say congratulations and secretly felt jealous. He would think, this kid got lucky again, finding a genius for our faction. But the problem is, the professional who broke the record is actually from Jiangshui City. Zhou Yun looks at the news about Zheng Yu breaking the record. After a long pause, he smiles and says, "Why do you all look at me like that? It's just a small matter." Zhou Yun remains calm, as if nothing has happened. For Zhou Yun, this matter is beyond saving. He decides to let it develop naturally. A second-stage professional, how far can he turn the tide? It's not worth mentioning. As for Zhou Yun's insignificant matter, it caused a huge stir on the forum, especially among Jiangshui City's professionals, who didn't learn about Zhengyu clearing the nightmare abyss right away. They were still mocking and venting their frustration. Some people supported Zhou Yun's decision to give resources to Li Feng, because, initially, some analysts believed that if Zhou Yun joined the Li family faction, Jiangshui City would become a branch city of the Li family faction. There might even be a chance for jobs within the Li family faction in the future. Some teams even entered the abyss with members almost from the faction. As for Zhengyu, just a summoner. But this mockery was quickly silenced when the news spread in Jiangshui City. Because Zhengyu left, and Zhou Yun's actions caused the city's professionals to resent him. Even in Shanyu City, many people think Zheng Yu doesn't have much room for growth. Then, on the 4th day of entering Shanyu City, I once again cleared a nightmare-level abyss and broke the record. And I broke the record with an incredible performance. Is this called no progress? Is this called not worth mentioning? Which professional can connect to 2 nightmare-level abysses in a row, and both times break records? Gradually, some posts criticizing Zhou Yun appeared on the forum, helping others in need and adding beauty to life. Who loses? Who gains? The original poster, providing resources to Li Feng, strengthening ties with the Li family faction. Zhou Yun not only showed loyalty to the Li family faction, but also smoothly joined it. This is like adding beauty to life. But the question is, does Zhou Yun joining the Li family faction really benefit us? Compared to Zheng Yu, who is an orphan wandering in Jiangshui City, and who's being accepted and trained by Jiangshui City, is like helping someone in need. For a genius of this level, combined with such kindness, I believe you can see the difference. This post was even pushed to the trending list. Professionals in Jiangshui City analyzed how far Zheng Yu could go in the future, giving examples, such as the current power ranking, listing those who previously cleared nightmare abysses at stages 1 and 2. Although Zheng Yu is a summoner, his 2 achievements are enough to prove his strength. As for professionals in Shanyu City, they just watch for fun. Anyway, Zheng Yu is one of their own, and in the future, whether it's the youth professional competition or citywide rewards after stage 4, it will involve them. Keep analyzing, but remember, helping others in need is our Shanyu City, not yours. I remember you guys once confidently said Zheng Yu wouldn't make it. Now you're analyzing his future? Look at what they're analyzing. Don't forget, Zheng Yu is the one who cleared a nightmare abyss with 4 support characters. So, they're jealous. Faced with the mockery from Shanyu City professionals, Jiangshui City professionals couldn't reply because the facts were clear. The results are the best proof. Gradually, the professionals from Jiangshui City turned their criticism toward Zhou Yun. Some said Zhou Yun's decisions were wrong. Some even started criticizing directly. But all these posts disappeared within a minute or two. The forum is not controlled by the Holy Palace. Zhou Yun said it was nothing to worry about, but secretly asked the moderators to delete any posts that were unfavorable to him. My recent post is gone. If someone is upset, I won't say anything. Zhou Yun is such an idiot. Whoever deleted my post, your whole family will be cursed. The forum became chaotic. Almost all the level 1 and level 2 professionals from Shanyu City and Jiangshui City joined in. Zhang Zhan looked at the forum and couldn't stop laughing. This is so funny. These kids' posts are really clever. Ha ha. This comment criticizing Zhou Yun is pretty good. Thumbs up. Hey, who deleted the posts? I haven't liked them yet. Zhou Yun, you old dog. Daring to do this and not accepting it. Just a few words, and you delete the posts? Coward. Zhang Zhan's relaxed attitude made him seem like he had no mayor's image at all, sitting casually in his chair and browsing the forum. Chai Fong was speechless. Actually, Zhang Zhan was already holding back quite a bit. When he was young, Zhang Zhan was known as a crazy person in Shanyu City, or he wouldn't have been the first professional to clear the deep abyss of the Ancestral Hall. Back then, the Ancestral Hall Deep Abyss was a forbidden area in Shanyu City. With a red-clad female ghost inside, no one dared to enter. Buzz, a loud sound from the deep hall of the Ancestral Hall echoed. Chai Fong reminded him, stop browsing the forum. Zheng Yu and the others have come out. They've come out. Zhang Zhan quickly stood up. Let's go and welcome our future star. Hiss. The first to come out was Tao Qian. Seeing the crowd in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh. It feels great to be famous. When Rinkinjiu rolled her eyes. You're not a real celebrity. They're here for Zheng Yu. Kuing said, don't tell the truth. Before Zheng Yu came out, we could enjoy a few seconds of peace. When Rinkinjiu was speechless, next was Chai Yun. Someone recognized her. Yin Yun. It's me, Yin Yun. Chai Yun found the girl who called her. It turned out to be her former classmate. I was just curious earlier. How come there's a familiar name among the team that broke the record? It's really you. Chai Yun looked up at the Holy Palace record and indeed saw her name listed. There is a strange sense of pride. In the past, the names on the list belonged to Zhang Zhan and his cousin, Chai Fong, who occupied those spots. She never thought that one day her name would appear there. It felt unreal. Wow, I really envy you. You cleared the nightmare abyss and even broke the record. Since I heard your news that day, I thought you'd never become a professional. Who would have thought that when you came back, you'd cause such a big fuss? It's so impressive. Classmates kept saying they were jealous, but their eyes showed envy. Why wasn't it me riding this train? Why was it Chai-yun? This jealousy was hard to hide, and it showed clearly in their eyes. But the more she envied, the happier Chai-yun became. She wasn't upset that the other girl thought she was just a bystander or that she only got by with help. She felt proud, because being able to rely on someone powerful is also a skill. Thanks to her cousin, Chai-yun sincerely thought. For the first time, she felt how great it was to have special privileges. Jung-yu wasn't lacking in support. The reason she had a place in the team was entirely because of her cousin, who was the head of the resource department in Shangyu City. Chai-yun thought she should give her cousin a gift. Yes, something valuable. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Chai Fong. Chai Fong and Zhang Zhan were waiting for Zheng Yu to appear. He received Chai-yun's message. Brother, thank you so much. You really helped me a lot this time. I told my mom to send you some resources. Don't worry, they're valuable items, enough to get you a suspended sentence. Chai Fong. What kind of crazy thing is she doing now? Zhang Zhan also saw the message and analyzed. Probably just trying to thank you, getting a suspended sentence. That's really valuable. Chai Fong. Zheng Yu was the last to come out. When Zheng Yu was teleported out, a crowd immediately rushed over. Hello, Zheng Yu. I am the general manager of Angel Pharmaceuticals. I'd like to invite you to be our company's representative professional. Master, you seem familiar. Take me to the deep abyss next time. I'll pay. Hello. I am from Shangyu City Equipment Recycling Company. Hello. Zheng Yu, are you looking for a girlfriend? Where did that troublemaker come from? Don't you see 3 beautiful women standing next to Zheng Yu? Who are you to interfere? Would you mind if I became your 4th wife? 6. Master Zheng Yu, could you sell me the strategy guide for clearing the ancestral hall abyss? I'm willing to pay a high price to monopolize the guide. Monopoly thief, get out of Jojo. A crowd of chatterers. Zheng Yu had never seen such a scene before. It reminded him of entertainment stars from his past life, probably about the same. While Zheng Yu was thinking about how to handle them and slip away from the ancestral hall abyss, a voice suddenly sounded. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Zhan, the mayor of Shangyu City. The voice came from a loudspeaker, instantly calming the excited crowd. I have some matters to discuss with Zheng Yu. Could you please let him come to me first? His request was polite, but no one refused. Because Zhang Zhan is the strongest professional in Shangyu City. In this world, strength is respected and shown clearly. I didn't expect there to be such a fancy lounge inside the Abyss Hall. Zheng Yu looked at the elegant lounge and the expensive tea on the table, casually commenting. Haha, I've only been here twice, Zhang Zhan said as he sat at the tea table, skillfully brewing tea. Once is now, as the mayor, to talk about your future. Once was 8 years ago, when I was in your position, talking about my future with the previous mayor. Zheng Yu took the tea handed to him by Zhang Zhan and smiled. So, I've gained your approval? Zhang Zhan didn't hold back, even skipping formalities, and simply nodded. Yes, I brought you to Shangyu City mainly as a gamble. I won't say empty words or false promises. I don't get along with Zhou Yun, so the stronger you are, the less happy he is. The less happy he is, the happier I am. But your strength exceeded my expectations. Now I have to talk to you as a mayor. Zheng Yu roughly guessed what Zhang Zhan wanted to say. Faction. It was no surprise that Zheng Yu could guess, since Chai Fong had already mentioned factions to him earlier. Yes, based on your current strength, unless something unexpected happens, reaching level 40 is just a matter of time. The faction I and Chai Fong belong to is an alliance led by Lu Nanyin with Zhuge Wuhan as the deputy leader. There are 2 ways to join a faction. The first is to reach level 40 and show your strength. Then, the faction will invite you actively. Or like Zhou Yun, you can contact the Li family faction directly. The second is cultivation. This means that as a professional, the faction will focus on training you. Zheng Yu asked, so, I can get resources from the faction? Zhang Zhan said, it's not just resources. Do you know how to clear the 3-stage abyss? Zheng Yu shook his head. He really didn't know. Partly because school textbooks don't mention the 3-stage abyss, since only a few professionals reach level 20. And partly because, before gaining the Hexa-strengthening rune talent, he never thought he would touch this field so soon. It's only been a few days. Zhang Zhan explained. The three-stage abyss is for levels 20 to 30, with a turning point at level 25 in the second phase, which causes changes in the abyss. The three-stage abyss isn't open permanently. It's by appointment. By appointment? Exactly. Zhang Zhan looked at Zheng Yu and said, to be honest, the abyss is also considered a resource in the eyes of the factions. When it opens, and who enters first, all that is decided by the factions. Zheng Yu. That sounds serious. He had already thought about it. This world respects strength. A single powerful person can monopolize resources, let alone a faction made up of strong individuals. Sure enough, this is what awaits. Zheng Yu asked, does that mean, when forming a team, the teammates also need to be faction members? Zhang Zhan nodded. But he added, don't worry about your current team members. Whether it's Tao Qian or Wen Rin Xingyu. After passing through a few abyss dungeons, their resources will far surpass those of ordinary professionals. Your level is increasing faster, so you can't team up with them anymore. I know, Zheng Yu nodded. I just want to ask if the faction can arrange a deep abyss for me alone. I plan to go in by myself. Zhang Zhan frowned. No team? Yes. Stage 3 abyss. Before he finished, Zheng Yu interrupted. I've heard enough about Stage 3 abyss. I know how hard it is, just like I know how difficult the nightmare level Ancestral Hall abyss in Stage 2 is. I've agreed to join the faction, but I have only one request. Prioritize arranging the abyss for me. Don't assign me teammates. Of course, if the faction needs me to take someone's son or daughter into the abyss, I can do it for the money and the priority. Zhang Zhan smiled. So confident, Zheng Yu shook his head. It's not confidence, just that I don't have much time. Time? Zheng Yu said. In the temple, I can see the booking details of professionals above level 40 for abyss entries. I saw Zhou Yun booked an abyss 5 stages ahead, in half a year. Zhang Zhan stared at Zheng Yu, then looked surprised. You can't be. Before Zhang Zhan finished, Zheng Yu spoke for himself. Just because you helped me get resources doesn't mean I will forget the unpleasantness in Jiangshui City. Up to now, he hasn't even apologized. Zhang Zhan asked. What if he apologizes? Zheng Yu said. Whether he apologizes or not is his character. Whether I accept his apology or forgive him is my character. At this, Zheng Yu smiled a little. Unfortunately, my character isn't very good. Additional update. Please send gifts watching Zheng Yu leave. Zhang Zhan's eyes reflected his younger self. Young, confident, ambitious, fearless. I'm getting old, Zhang Zhan sighed. You know, we're only 30, so why does it feel like everything is beyond our reach? We're afraid before we even try, Chaifeng chuckled. Mainly because responsibilities have increased. Zheng Yu hasn't reached stage 5 yet, so he doesn't really understand what professionals will face. You just told him that factions monopolize the abyss, and he clearly looked unhappy. Chaifeng lit a cigarette and took a puff. He said, that expression is exactly like Captain Zhuge Wuhan's when he first started. Zhang Zhan stood up, opened the window to let out the smoke, and smiled. But now, after 7 or 8 years, isn't he just like us? Everyone has their youth. Young professionals think the abyss is just a way to level up, gain strength, and improve social status. But they never really think about why the government gives professionals such high status. Why do they allow factions to monopolize the abyss after stage 3? However, it's good that Zheng Yu is confident now. At least, it has some positive meaning at this stage. Zhang Zhan looked down from the window. Zheng Yu, Tao Qian, and others were leaving the deep abyss hall of the shrine, chatting happily. Behind them, a group of young professionals followed. I was actually quite popular back then too, Zhang Zhan sighed. Next to him, Chaifeng didn't hold back and exposed him. That was in Shangyu City. I remember when you trained in the Central District, you got beaten like a dog. Zhang Zhan snorted coldly. Haha, you're not much better. He ignored Chaifeng and said to himself, I wonder how those 2 people who trained in the Central District this year are doing now. Chaifeng smoked and said, it's been over half a year since they went. They haven't come back yet. Most likely, they passed the review exam. Don't worry too much. If you're worried about young people, think about yourself. Zhou Yun already booked a deep abyss for half a year later. Are you planning to stay at level 45 forever? When it came to leveling up, Zhang Zhan looked a bit troubled. There's nothing I can do. The 2 new stage 5 abyss openings are 1 5-star abyss, but I don't qualify to enter. Another is a 2-star abyss, but it's already full. Oh, and there's a 6-star abyss. They're looking for a main character. Do you think I should go? Zhang Zhan asked with a smile. Chai Fong rolled his eyes at him. You don't even qualify as a team member for the 5-star abyss, and you want to be the main character in the 6-star abyss? Hey, do you think there's a chance? Chai Fong suddenly remembered what Zheng Yu just said. Zheng Yu, based on the current speed of leveling up, give him another 6 months, and he might be able to help me clear a 6-star. Or even a 7-star abyss. Chai Fong was speechless for a moment. Are you serious? You're one of the strongest professionals from Shangyu City in the past 10 years. Do you really think a kid a year younger than you can lead you through the abyss? What about your face? Zhang Zhan said casually, it doesn't matter. If Zheng Yu can keep leveling up at this pace without hitting a bottleneck, it might actually be possible. Professionals aren't measured by years of experience. Who says older people are always stronger? Zhuge Wuhan is 2 years younger than us, and now he's a vice leader. What if? Exactly what if? Chai Fong replied with a smile. That what if is very unlikely, but it's still worth looking forward to. When Zheng Yu returned to the villa, it was already noon. Chai Yin wanted to show her gratitude, so she hired a professional chef team to hold a celebration feast inside the villa. She even asked the chefs how to roast kidneys properly. Although she knew she might only have 1 or 2 more chances to join Zheng Yu in clearing abyss levels, she still wanted to show her sincerity. Whether she could clear another nightmare-level abyss depended on Zheng Yu's mood and whether he was willing to take her along. After a satisfying meal, facing the hopeful Chai Yun, Zheng Yu didn't keep her waiting. He said, during Phase 2, I won't change teammates. You and Wenrin Qingyu and the others should prepare supplies for the next run. Oh, and the price for the next run has increased to 5 million. No problem. Chai Yin agreed quickly. She had no objections to Zheng Yu's price increase and agreed without hesitation. Besides, 5 million was a normal market price, especially since there was no market for it. No big shot could easily clear abyss levels with just soy sauce. Chai Yun, Wenrin Qingyu, and Ku Ying were responsible for procuring supplies. Tao Qian went to help Zheng Yu with various procedures. Collecting supplies was quite complicated, but luckily, Zheng Yu didn't have to handle everything himself. Zheng Yu stayed at the villa, beginning to count his gains. He received 2 rewards in total. Nightmare level clearance rewards, Ancestral Hall Abyss Treasure Chest, Nightmare level, and 100,000 experience points for the professional. Historical record rewards, Ancestral Hall Abyss Historical Record Treasure Chest, Nightmare level, and 100,000 experience points for the professional. Not to mention anything else. Just these 2 rewards give a total of 200,000 experience points, which is already quite impressive. Zheng Yu asked Tao Qian about their experience rewards for clearing, and they only received a total of 40,000 points. Zheng Yu first claimed all the experience points. Gained 100,000 experience. Gained 100,000 experience. Level. LV 15 LV point 17, 91,000. 32,400 points needed for next level. Health. 10, 61012, 670, 7,950 equipment attributes. Magic. 890930, Intelligence. 485527, Strength. 134141, Agility. 3133 remaining free attribute points. 28 with 200,000 experience points. He leveled up twice directly. His base health increased by over 2,000, and as the level rises, the maximum health increases more and more. Level is still the most important. At level 17, he is 3 levels away from reaching level 20 and entering the 3rd stage of the abyss. Zheng Yu calculated that he only needs about 200,000 to 250,000 experience points. 1 nightmare level abyss is enough to reach level 20. Fortunately, level 20 allows players to lock their level, so they can challenge the 2nd stage of the abyss and also enter the 3rd stage. Most professionals usually challenge at level 20, just like Zhang Zhan, who entered the Nightmare level Ancestral Hall at level 20. Zheng Yu plans to go into the Ancestral Hall Abyss again to complete the special task hinted at by the red-cloaked ghost girl. Then choose one of the blood-colored movie Factory or the Dark Valley to clear. Zheng Yu isn't obsessed with breaking all the records. The 2nd stage is just a transition, and there's no need to stay there. Of course, Zheng Yu could also give up on the hidden tasks in the Ancestral Hall, but considering the special nature of the red-cloaked ghost girl and the rumors online about hidden task rewards, He prefers to enter the ancestral hall abyss once more. After leveling up, Zhengyu focused on 2 treasure chests. One is a nightmare-level second stage abyss treasure chest, a 2-stage nightmare-level historical record gift pack. All are top-tier chests for the second stage. Zhengyu rubbed his hands together. Honestly, he was quite excited. Open the chest. Open the chest. As Zhengyu clicked on the chest in his inventory, a brilliant light filled the entire system interface. Ding! You have opened the nightmare-level passage chest from the ancestral hall abyss. Congratulations! You have received the armor boots, Spirit boots, LV20, diamond grade. Congratulations! You also received 25 enhancement stones, 25 forging stones, 50 soul beads materials, 10 blood replenishing potions, 10,000 health, a bunch of materials, and a piece of diamond grade armor. Zhengyu immediately checked the Holy Temple shop. 4 diamond level equipment at level 20. Only 3 deals have been made in decades, with the highest sale price at 65 million and the lowest at 41 million. Equipment worth 50 million. Zhengyu took a deep breath. Rich people really don't treat money as money, Zhengyu complained. The high prices are mainly due to the marginal effect. Few people can produce diamond-level equipment in the second stage, and even fewer sell it. Naturally, the prices keep rising. Professionals who can clear nightmare-level abyssal depths usually have factions that pull them in. If the diamond equipment they produce isn't useful for their faction, they usually sell it to the faction for a higher price, and can also exchange it for privileges or other things money can't buy. So, very few people sell top-tier equipment in the Holy Temple shop. In the second stage, diamond-level gear is considered top-tier. Zhengyu looked at the boots' attributes. Armor. Spirit boots, required level 20, no requirements to wear, grade. Diamond. Attributes. Agility 100, health 7,000, movement speed 20%, equipment effect. When worn, protected by the Spirit, the wearer can actively enter a ghostly state, reducing damage by 30%, lasting 30 seconds. Summoning class professionals can designate summoned creatures or themselves to enter the ghostly state. Forging. 0 enhancement, 0 refinement, 0 runes. Not embedded, good stuff. The health boost is even higher than a full set of spider skin armor with 3 pieces. Not to mention the 100 agility attribute and 20% movement speed, which match the level of diamond grade boots. But the most important thing is its active effect. Reduces damage taken by 30%. Just this one attribute alone is worth at least tens of millions. If there's no better equipment with higher attributes than these boots, I can keep wearing them. Unless there's gear above diamond rank. But above diamond is the glorious level, which only drops in the 4th stage of the Starry Abyss, much harder than nightmare level abyss. So, diamond level gear is considered top tier at level 40. Very good. The spider skin armor set includes a hat, top, and gloves. He just needed a pair of boots, and the Shadow Spirit boots fit perfectly. Wearing these boots, combined with basic health and gear health, can bring total health close to 20,000. The previous worry about being instantly killed is now somewhat alleviated. The gear's health is enough to prevent instant death. Plus, the Curse Ring's shield, the taunt from training and the protection from the giant winged butterfly. It's not easy to kill him instantly, but he still needs to reach level 20 to wear diamond grade boots. Zhengyu then opened the History Record Gift Pack. You have opened the History Record Gift Pack, Deep Abyss Nightmare level. Your class is Summoner. The prize pool is locked to Summoner-type gear. Congratulations! You received the Summon Beast Equipment Soul Calling Horn LV20 Diamond Grade. Congratulations! You received Enhancement Stones 25, Forging Stones 25, Soul Orbs Materials 50, Healing Potions 10,000 HP 10. Horn. Zhengyu paused. He remembered the sorrowful music of a ghost marriage. The horn is the most important instrument. When it sounds, ghosts retreat. He didn't expect to draw Summon Beast gear. The History Record Gift Pack is more user-friendly than Zhengyu expected. Summon Beast equipment is harder to drop than equipment for players, especially at the Diamond level. Summon Beast equipment. Death Whistle, equipment level. Level 20, equipment grade. Diamond, equipment attributes. Health 19,000. Attack 1,280. Equipment effect. Sound-based skill effect, 100%. When using the skill, there is a chance to play mournful music, reducing the enemy's defense by 15%. Awesome! This equipment is perfect for the giant winged spirit butterfly, and it can only be worn by the giant winged spirit butterfly, because only its butterfly song skill is a sound-based effect. A 100% increase means the original boost can be doubled. This is a qualitative upgrade. Most importantly, it also reduces the enemy's defense by 15%. No wonder it's a diamond-level equipment. Both diamond-level items make Zhengyu very happy. Also, Zhengyu remembers he still has 2 Hextech Tech items to claim. These are the biggest rewards for improving his strength. Claim Hextech runes. Buzz, a humming sound rings out. Zhengyu receives his 7th and 8th Hextech enhancement runes. Congratulations! You have obtained the 7th rune, Silver Grade Rune, Justice Arc-Eye. Congratulations! You have obtained the 8th rune, Silver Grade Rune, Heart of the Dragon Sovereign. Justice Arc, Silver Grade Enhancement Rune. Your summoned beast instantly recovers 10% of its energy when it kills an enemy. Heart of the Dragon Sovereign, Silver Grade Enhancement Rune. Your team is considered to have an extra Dragon Sovereign and gains a Dragon Sovereign badge. Zhengyu's eyes light up. What he needed, he got. He's never felt so lucky. Although these are just 2 Silver Grade Hextech Enhancement Runes, they are exactly what he needs most. Justice Arc. Recovers energy. Perfectly compensates for the high energy consumption of the dual Fire Dragon Jades. Kill 1 unit, recover 10% of energy. The twin fire demons are never short of monsters to defeat. In other words, if operated properly, the twin fire demons with the Arc of Justice can truly maintain continuous damage output. This is a huge boost for the twin fire demons. As for the Divine Dragon Sovereign, Zhengyu is missing a real main character. The bond with the Divine Dragon Sovereign can directly create a powerful main character. Divine Dragon Sovereign Bond 2/4/6/8. Use the Divine Dragon Sovereign Blessing item to select a summoned beast as a hero. The hero will gain overall boosts to size, health, health regeneration, attack, defense, speed, and agility. 2. Overall 50% boost. 4. Overall 100% boost. 6. Overall 150% boost. 8. Overall 300% boost. This is very powerful. As for who should become the hero, at this moment, Zhengyu received a call from Chai Fong. Your friend Tao Qian has already helped you complete all the procedures. The regional rewards will probably arrive tomorrow, including the rewards from phases 1 and 2. Also, Zhuge Wuhan, the vice leader of our faction, agreed to your previous request and found you 2 top-tier Summon Beast skill books. One is level 15, and the other is level 20. They're just right so you don't have to buy them at the Holy Temple shop. I'll send them to you from the Holy Temple mailbox. After saying this, Chai Fong hurriedly hung up. Ding! You have unread mail from the Holy Temple. Please remember to check it. Soon, Zhengyu received the Summon Beast skill books. Zhengyu was very curious. What exactly are these so-called top-tier Summon Beasts in their eyes? He opened his mailbox and took the 2 Summon Beast skill books. Chai Fong thoughtfully explained in the email. One is a level 15 third-tier talent Summon Beast, and the other is a level 24th-tier talent Summon Beast. Since our faction doesn't have summoners, most people aren't familiar with the significance of these talent levels. However, these are the highest talent tiers of Summon Beasts our faction could find. Take a look at the types and see if you like them. If you're not satisfied, the vice leader said he can find more for you. It's clear they're showing genuine sincerity. After all, neither Chai Fong nor the vice leader are summoners. Being able to do this much is far beyond what Zhou Yun from Jiangshui City can achieve. Zhengyu also searched the temple for a level 15 Summoner Beast skill book. The best one was a second-tier talent Skeleton Soldier. It sold for 1 million, but it was nowhere near as good as the Tier 3 talent Minotaur given to him by his faction. Yes, this level, 15 Tier 3 talent Summoner Beast, is an orc, a Minotaur. Truly top tier. The Minotaur is the most suitable orc for war. It can resist, fight, deal damage, defend, protect, and control. Truly a versatile warrior. As for its talent, Zhengyu isn't worried since he can upgrade it with a demon contract. The Minotaur is exactly the kind of summoner beast Zhengyu has always wanted. If Goblin General is ahead in combat experience and commanding presence, then the Minotaur is a pure strength monster. And with the Dragon Sovereign's bond effect, all bonuses are percentage-based. The higher the stats, the greater the bonus. As a tank warrior, the Minotaur is perfect to become the Dragon Sovereign's partner. The process was the same as before. Draw the contract formation. Use the Summoner Beast skill book. Sign the contract with the Minotaur to make it his 4th Summoner Beast. Moo. A clear cow moo sounded from the contract formation. Immediately, a large upright Minotaur, wielding a giant axe bigger than Zhengyu himself, stepped out. Its powerful aura made Zhengyu feel a bit breathless. Snort. The Minotaur exhaled a breath that sounded like a jet engine. Master. The Minotaur bowed respectfully when it saw Zhengyu, its voice deep and heavy. After calling him Master, it said no more. This was the second talking Summoner Beast. The Goblin General and him. The twin fire dragons never spoke. Whether they couldn't or just didn't want to, no one knew. The giant winged fairy was quite talkative and very clingy, but she only made ethereal ringing sounds, and no one could understand what she was saying. The Minotaur looked honest and sincere, with a kind and straightforward personality. Zhengyu didn't even check the bull-headed man's attributes and skills before starting the talent evolution. Because his level kept increasing steadily, he had already received his unexpected wealth. At level 14, he gained 1,400 points. At level 15, he gained 1,500 points. At level 16, he gained 1,600 points. This meant he had fully collected the rewards from his unexpected wealth. Zhengyu had also thought before, if he didn't get the unexpected wealth so early, maybe at level 70, he could get 7,000 points. But on second thought, gaining one level at level 70 increases his health limit by much more than 7,000 points. Moreover, upgrading from 5th to 6th tier talent requires 5,000 to 6,000 talent points. Would he have enough at level 70? Could he keep saving them? Most importantly, the effect of the unexpected wealth is that once drawn, it is automatically used. You can't really save it. Unexpected wealth is mainly for early game. For consecutive draws of unexpected wealth, with 5,000 to 6,000 talent points, greatly boosts early progress. Later on, for more draws might not even upgrade to the 1st tier. With the help of unexpected wealth, Zhengyu started to upgrade directly. He spent 250 talent points, evolving the Bull-Headed Man to 4th tier talent. Summon Beast, Bull-Headed Man, Tier 3, Summon Beast, Elite Bull-Headed Man, Tier 4. But Tier 4 wasn't enough. He continued to upgrade, spending 600 talent points. Summon Beast, Bull-Headed Man, Tier 4, Summon Beast, War Bull-Headed Man, Tier 5. Zhengyu looked at the progress. To upgrade the War Bull-Headed Man to Tier 6, he needs 4,000 talent points. That's 1,000 more than the Goblin General and 1,000 less than the Double Magic Fire Dragon. He still had 3,650 points from his unexpected wealth. Adding the remaining talent points from before, he converted all 28 attribute points gained from leveling up into health. He only needed to sacrifice 3,500 health points to gather the 4,000 talent points. Zhengyu calculated. His remaining base health was close to 5,000. Sacrificing 3,500 health through the demon contract, combined with his gear, wasn't low. So, he decided to do it, spending 4,000 talent points to evolve the War Bull-Headed Man. The Summoned Beast, War Bull, level 5, has evolved into the Savage Bloodline War Bull, level 6. Zhengyu's first level 6 Summoned Beast appears. He directly adds the Divine Dragon Honored mark to the War Bull, then removes the Steward mark from the Double Demon Fire Dragon and places it on the War Bull. The Steward mark increases health points, making it very suitable for the War Bull. Summoned beasts can wear multiple bond marks. Currently, the War Bull has 2 types of bonds. The Heroic Bond of the Divine Dragon Honored mark boosts all attributes by 50%. The VIP Steward Bond from the Steward mark increases health by 20% and transfers the VIP effect directly to the Minotaur. Boom! A loud thud echoes. A large, muscular War Bull steps out from the contract formation. Compared to the level 3 Minotaur, this Savage Bloodline War Bull is more powerful, exuding a strong aura of blood and death, with red patterns on its skin. These patterns are likely a sign of its savage bloodline. Summoned Beast, Savage Bloodline War Bull level 17. Increases with the summoner's level. Health. 60,500 attack, 6,324, calculated as 527 Summoner's Intelligence, 850% from Divine Dragon Honored Mark, Talent, Level 6. Needs 20,000 more points to level up. Skill I. War Stampede LV.17. The War Bull charges forward, trampling all obstacles in its path. Skill 2. Wild Bull Charge LV.17. The War Bull charges ahead. Unstoppable, reducing damage taken by 90% during the charge. Skill 3. War Roar LV.17. Roars fiercely, boosting allies' attack by 20% for 30 seconds and causing enemies to become dizzy. Skill 4. Savage Bloodline LV.17. Originating from the savage wilderness, the War Bull has an extraordinary physique, growing stronger with each battle. When in low health, its health recovery speed increases by 300%, and healing effects are also boosted by 300%. Summoned Beast Equipment. None. After seeing the War Bull's stats, Zheng Yu can only say one word: invincible. I wonder if the War Bull-headed man can win against the red-clad ghost girl. Health points, 60,000. Attack power, 6,000. He has control skills, damage output, and the endurance of the wild bloodline. Maybe he really has a chance. After obtaining equipment, contracting the 4th summoned beast, and upgrading the Minotaur to level 6, Zheng Yu finally had time to start writing a guide about the Shrine Abyss. People on the forum were going crazy waiting. They were curious about how Zheng Yu cleared the Shrine Abyss. They also wondered if an 8-hour completion time was even possible. Zheng Yu's guide directly gave them the answer. He posted around 1 a.m. Guide. Classic Abyss in Shanyu City. Stage 2 Shrine Abyss. Nightmare level strategy. Price: 300 gold coins. Once posted, it instantly topped the trending list in Shanyu City. Wow, there's actually a way to clear it like this? Unheard of? Genius. Truly a genius. Why didn't I think of this before? Looking at Shanyu Village from a different perspective, so-called fake ancestors are just confusing conditions. I see. This comment also became the most popular, because the commenter was none other than the mayor of Shanyu City and a former record holder, Zhang Zhan. Suddenly, Zheng Yu's guide was selling like crazy. More updates coming. Please send gifts. Moi Zheng Yu's guide became the hottest post on the forum, with hundreds of discussion threads analyzing it overnight. Even though the forum members aren't very strong, their analysis was surprisingly insightful. Especially a post titled, Rational Analysis. Will Zheng Yu's strength as a summoner really help him escape the sewer of the future? This post became the second most popular. And another titled, Is Zheng Yu's summoner skill stronger, or does he understand how to clear nightmare level abyss better than other professions? Ranked third in popularity. In short, one thing is clear. The question of whether summoners are truly powerful remains unresolved. I personally think Zheng Yu's strength can only be considered first-rate. He's not at the level of those SS-grade geniuses in the Central District. The reason he managed to clear the nightmare level abyss twice in a row is mainly because of his intelligence. To be honest, when I read the strategy for the Ancestral Hall Abyss, I was so excited. The logic behind it was amazing. He managed to piece together the whole story just from a few small clues. Actually, Zheng Yu's greatest strength isn't just reasoning, but his courage to completely overturn Zhang Zhan's strategy. If it were me, I'd definitely follow Mayor Zhang Zhan's guide step by step, not daring to make a single mistake. Isn't the courage to try a different approach a true sign of strength? I agree with that. Without real ability, who would dare to do that? Has no one carefully read the strategy? Zheng Yu clearly said the key item is the village chief's pipe. You have to defeat the ghostly village chief to get it. Has anyone ever done that after all these years? And in the Ancestral Hall, you have to defeat the red sedan chair, meaning you need the approval of the lady in red. Isn't that also proof of strength? A group of people discussed calmly. Another group argued about different topics. For example, who is Zheng Yu's real partner? Wenren Xingyu, Ku Ying, or Chai Yun? Post 1. Bro, you really have too much free time. Post 7. I vote for Wenren Xingyu. She's amazing. Post 19. Why do you even care who the real partner is? And another thread. The Goblin General looks so cool. I really like that design. Post 2. People shouldn't think that way. Post 8. I think the giant winged spirit butterfly is the most beautiful. If I had known summoners could call such elegant creatures, I would have chosen that class too. Post 9, don't dream. I've seen other summoners. They only summon ugly goblins or weak fire spirits, never a giant winged spirit butterfly. Post 10, you'd need an S-grade talent first. Post 16, but why is Zheng Yu's goblin so cool when others look terrible? There were also some serious analysis posts. In my opinion, Zheng Yu's nightmare level completion time could still be shortened. Strategy post. How to improve on Zheng Yu's guide and break the 8-hour, 44-minute record. Prediction post. The theoretical limit time for the deep abyss of the Ancestral Hall. Of course, most of these posts are from amused onlookers. Zhang Zhan was browsing the forum and said with a smile, "It's been a long time since the forum was this lively. I remember the last time it was so busy, I almost crashed the server, which was when I cleared the deep abyss of the Ancestral Hall." Zhang Zhan looked nostalgic. Then he asked Chai Fong, "Zheng Yu plans to go to which abyss next? The Film Factory or the Dark Valley?" Chai Fong replied, "The Ancestral Hall. Still the Ancestral Hall. Yes, he said there are some things he needs to handle there." Zhang Zhan frowned. "That doesn't make sense. Zheng Yu shouldn't forget that the record rewards can only be claimed once." "Did you try to persuade him?" Chai Fong shrugged. "I did, but he mentioned hidden missions and perfect clearance." Zhang Zhan's eyes lit up. Does he have confidence? Who knows? If he can truly clear the nightmare-level deep abyss of the Ancestral Hall perfectly, all new professionals in Shanyu City will benefit. This time, Chai Fong didn't directly say whether Zheng Yu could succeed, unlike last time. Having been proven wrong once, he didn't want to experience it again. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zheng Yu's strategy remained at the top of the popularity list. Not only professionals from Shanyu City, but Jiangshui City also contributed a lot, and nearby cities were curious too. In short, the buzz didn't fade. But on this morning, a message once again took the top spot. Latest news. Zheng Yu has entered the nightmare-level deep abyss of the Ancestral Hall once more. Floor 5. I don't understand. Zheng Yu's strength clearly allows him to clear the other 2 nightmare-level abysses. Why does he keep entering the Ancestral Hall? Floor 9. You really think nightmare-level abysses are easy to pass? He has to consider the danger level. Clearing a hall with a guide is different from going to a factory without one. Of course, the Ancestral Hall is easier. Floor 10. If it were me, I would also keep entering the hall. Having cleared it once, I'd be more familiar and confident. Floor 19. Disappointing, just disappointing. Floor 47. I thought Zheng Yu could bring more hope to Shanyu City with another nightmare-level guide. Floor 66. No, he already broke the record and shared his strategy at a low cost. Are you guys trying to moralize or something? 75th floor. It's their own business how deep they go into the abyss. Why are a bunch of fools who can't even pass a simple abyss still shouting nonstop? 101st floor. Haha, this is so funny. Even Zheng Yu gets into an abyss, and people start arguing. 164th floor. After all, these are just a group of people who can't pass the abyss, bored, and just messing around on the forum. News about Zheng Yu entering the nightmare-level Ancestral Hall abyss quickly became a hot topic. Few professionals truly hope Zheng Yu will get stronger. Some are jealous, some are just watching for fun, and others secretly hope Zheng Yu will have problems. There are also professionals from Jiangshui City stirring up trouble. Almost the entire forum is talking about Zheng Yu. But this discussion didn't last long and soon ended. Because information about Zheng Yu clearing the abyss was sent to all professionals in Shanyu City in less than 5 hours. Notice, congratulations to the professional team, Summoner Squad, for breaking the record for the fastest clear time in the Ancestral Hall Abyss, Nightmare level. Clear time, 5 hours, 21 minutes, and 11 seconds. Team Leader, Zheng Yu, Summoner. Members, Tao Qian, Martial Monk. Kuing, Assassin. Wenren Qingyu, Assassin. Chai Yun, Ranger. This team has already received the record-breaking gift pack. Suddenly, countless question marks appeared in the forum, expressing confusion and shock. Then, in the post titled, Prediction, Theoretical Limit Time for the Ancestral Hall Abyss, a silent comment appeared. Floor 1084, no need to guess. Tested personally, the limit time is 5 hours and 21 minutes. Of course, if you skip hidden tasks and don't require a perfect level clear, It could be done in about 4.5 hours. The person who posted this comment was Zhengyu. 6. I have nothing more to say. 5 hours. Wow, this is crazy. Do they really leave no hope for the younger generation? Just set the limit. Zhengyu. Forever a god. Come on, what's the point? Even if you beat the record, you don't get any reward. It would be better to leave some space for future professionals in Shangyu City. Exactly, always showing off, but never thinking about giving the next generation a way out. I estimate that in the future, professionals wanting to clear the ancestral hall abyss will hate Zhengyu. Wait, didn't you see Zhengyu mention the words hidden quest and perfect completion? What's the use? It has nothing to do with me. Among the messy comments, a verified user replied, "It matters, and it matters a lot. Honestly, you will feel guilty for what you said." Huh, impossible. Nothing could make me feel guilty. Just as this comment received many likes, a system message popped up. Notice, the Summoner Squad of Shangyu City professionals has completed the nightmare-level hidden quest in the Ancestral Hall Abyss. The red sedan and the red-clad ghost girl will no longer appear in the abyss. The Summoner Squad has perfectly cleared the nightmare-level Ancestral Hall Abyss. Nightmare level is the highest difficulty for this abyss. All difficulty levels are reduced by 20%, and rewards are increased by 20%. This is permanently effective. The 5 members of the Summoner Squad will be awarded the Perfect Ancestral Hall Abyss Achievement Badge. In the Shangyu City Temple, a limited-time exclusive gold card for Summoner Squad members will be sold. Purchasing this gold card will grant the professional a virtual shadow helper in the Ancestral Hall. Available for 48 hours only, after which it will be removed. Price set by team members. ... The silence on the forum was deafening. The system notification surprised everyone in Shangyu City, except for Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong. Apologize. Everyone who called Zhengyu selfish and mocked him, apologize now. You have 3 minutes. If you don't blame me for hunting you down and dumping manure on your house. Hurry up and apologize to my adoptive father. Apologize to my real father. Someone above, you're even more shameless. From now on, anyone who dares to insult my adoptive father again, I will skin them. Anyone who makes my adoptive father angry, I will visit them directly. I've never heard of such a reward for perfect completion before. The difficulty of the Ancestral Hall Abyss has been reduced by 20%, and this applies not only to Nightmare level Abyss, but also to easy, normal, and hard levels. Rewards have increased by 20%. This is simply unbelievable. Not to mention, this effect is permanent. I can't even imagine how many godchildren Zhengyu will have in the future. It's too crazy. The professionals in Shangyu City should support Zhengyu, right? It's so frustrating. Why does such a mechanism exist? Ha ha ha, I can't stop laughing. The person above must be from Jianshui City. Huh? You're laughing so loudly that you disturb my eyes, but it's really funny. I can't hold it in either. For a moment, the forum was filled with laughter and joy. But the happiness belongs to the professionals in Shangyu City. The professionals in Jianshui City are silently bearing the pain. Ha! Zheng Yu and his friends, who had already slipped out of the Ancestral Hall Abyss and returned to the villa, were laughing very loudly. Tao Qian's stomach hurt from laughing. Because the Jianshui City Forum was blasting Zhou Yun, the moderators couldn't keep up with the flood of posts. There were too many. The forum members were masters at roasting people, posting all kinds of ugly photos of Zhou Yun, sarcastic jokes, and teasing comments, all used to mock him. This made Tao Qian and the others very happy. Brother you don't know, this feeling is really awesome. When Ring Qinjiu also smiled and said, I was worried before that if you were targeted by the Li family faction later, you might regret standing up to Zhou Yun and Li Nan. But now I'm not worried anymore, because Tao Qian is right, this feeling is so good. When Ring Qinjiu also rarely swore, Zheng Yu shook his head and said, Actually, I didn't expect there to be such a mechanism for a perfect clearance. It was unrealistic to think Zhou Yun would regret it in a short time. All I can say is, the red-clothed female ghost is the real culprit behind this. When Zheng Yu entered the Ancestral Hall Abyss again, he finally understood why the red-clothed female ghost warned him about those 3 things. Because only by killing the green-eyed yellow skin and ensuring the flames in the copper basin don't go out, can they truly send away the red-clothed female ghost? This is the hidden task. Send away the red-clothed female ghost who doesn't belong to the ancestral hall abyss. This task can only be completed if the red-cloaked ghost girl personally hints at it. Guessing alone won't work. In other words, this hidden task requires entering the deep abyss of the ancestral hall twice, then carrying the village chief's coffin to the hall, and collecting 4 coffins in total. Only then can the perfect clearance condition be met. Zhengyu only knows about the hidden task and isn't aware that achieving perfect clearance has this special effect. Moreover, the items gained from the second entry into the hall's abyss are much more than what you'd get from just one Nightmare Abyss run. The hidden task rewards a dazzling treasure chest. Yes, a dazzling level chest. It guarantees dazzling equipment, which is very rare for level 40. It's not something that a simple historical record gift pack can compare to. Completing the perfect clearance grants 2 rewards. One is an achievement badge, Perfect Hall Abyss, achievement badge, complete 2 Nightmare level Abyss runs perfectly. Basic achievement attributes, 2% intelligence, 2% strength. Special achievement attributes, 10% defense against ghost-type creatures. This effect is quite good and considered a decent achievement badge. The other reward is the golden card privilege. Zhengyu opens the temple shop, and a notification pops up immediately. You have perfectly cleared the Hall Abyss and received the Hall Abyss gold card privilege. Within the next 48 hours, it will be placed at the top of the Xinyu Temple shop in Shangyu City. 50% of the benefits from purchasing the gold card will go to you. Set the price. Zhengyu notices that there are 5 gold cards at the top of the shop, each with a name. They are currently marked as undecided price, for sale. He clicks on his own gold card. Privilege gold card, Summoner Squad. Leader, Zhengyu. Class, Summoner. Price, undecided. Usage, can only be used within the Shangyu City Hall Abyss to summon the virtual image of the card's exclusive profession, assisting in 5-minute battles. Adjusts virtual image strength based on Abyss difficulty. P.S. Only usable by professionals in Shangyu City. P.S. Only for the purchaser, cannot transfer or sell. This thing is pretty good. Although it is only available for 48 hours, Zhengyu estimates it will sell out quickly. Professionals about to reach level 2 will definitely buy it. Young people who are not professionals but have money will also stock up. Ding, ding, ding. Zhengyu's email keeps ringing. He looks at it and sees messages from people calling him Godfather, some apologizing directly, and others asking him not to be angry. Next to him, when Ren Xingyu smiles and says, they probably want to get a better deal, Tao Qian asks, how much do you plan to set the price? Their gold cards don't matter much. No one will buy them because there are no privileges associated with a soy sauce gold card. But setting the right price is a big problem. However, Zhengyu isn't worried at all. Why set a price? He asks. Tao Qian looks confused. Aren't you going to sell it? Of course I will sell it, but the pricing should be handled by professionals. If I set it too high, people will say I'm asking for too much. If I set it too low, I'm not their parent, and I don't need to lose money to attract attention. So, someone else needs to take responsibility for this. He then calls Chai Fong. There will be more updates soon. Please wait a moment. In the office of Shangyu City, Chai Fong hangs up the phone and, smiling strangely, says to Zhang Zhan, I remember you said a few days ago that Zhengyu is a young man. Have you ever seen such a clever young person? Zhang Zhan asks with a smile. Did he leave the pricing decision to us? Chai Fong nods. He told me that his godfather is the most unfortunate person in history. He doesn't want to be that, so he asked me to handle it. Huh? Zhang Zhan laughs so hard he can't stop. This kid is really interesting. Chai Fong sighs helplessly. What can we do? A genius finally appears in Shangyu City. We have to take good care of him. I'll announce to the citizens that the price was decided by our mayor's office. Set it at 1 million. That's too expensive. How many professionals in Shangyu City can afford 1 million? Yeah, those who can pay that much probably don't need the privilege gold card anymore. Let's set it at 500,000. All right, that's a reasonable price, and it can also boost sales. Even so, someone will definitely criticize the price. Zhang Zhan waved his hand and said indifferently, lice don't bite when there are many, and you can't take care of everything. Anyway, Zhengyu's idea is just for us to take the blame. I'm used to it. If I get scolded, I get scolded. Zhang Zhan doesn't care. It's just a scolding, after all. Compared to the benefits Zheng Yu brings to Shangyu City, if he doesn't accept this, what's the difference between him and Zhou Yun? No one understands better than him how attractive the perfect clearance system is. It can greatly improve a city's strength. Zhang Zhan can already imagine how much the overall strength of Shangyu City will grow in the next few years. At noon, the professionals in Shangyu City received a message personally sent by Mayor Zhang Zhan. It clearly stated that Zheng Yu had delegated the pricing of the gold card to the city hall, showing his trust in Shangyu City and his respect for its professionals. The price was not set randomly or inflated wildly. Instead, they sought help from experts. The final price was set at 499,999 yuan. To Zhang Zhan's surprise, not only did no one criticize him, but they also thought the city's official price was reasonable. Honestly, it's a bit expensive, but I will buy it. I will buy it too. Not for anything else. But Zheng Yu knows many of us are jealous, sarcastic, and mocking him. Yet he responds with kindness, giving up a chance to break records, helping us complete the challenge perfectly, and gaining such great benefits. Yes, buy it all. Now I finally understand why the geniuses in Zhongzhou district level up faster than us. They must have a perfect clearance abyss, not entirely. I checked, and there are only a few perfect clearance abyss in all of 9 provinces. For professionals in Zhongzhou district, Stage 2 is just a transition. True geniuses probably won't enter the same Stage 2 abyss twice. The difficulty of Stage 3 abyss increases exponentially, making perfect clearance even harder. So only Stage 2 might be possible. So, we have to buy it. Zheng Yu really. He's kind. I want to cry. Buy it. We must buy it. But 500,000 is still expensive. Do what you can within your means. For professionals who can reach level 2, 500,000 isn't expensive. Other professionals will buy based on their family situation, as a way to thank Zheng Yu. Yes, we can't be like the professionals in Jiangxue City, who once disappointed Zheng Yu. We can't let him down again. Exactly. Once the gold cards were sold, more than 100 were sold in an instant. Remember, 500,000 is not a small amount. Only wealthy professionals, or those who are already successful, can afford to buy it. And the number is still growing. The unity among professionals in Shangyu City moved Zhang Zhan very much. All because I brought Zheng Yu here. Thanks a lot. You guys are really grateful. Amidst laughter and joy, with everyone united, Shangyu City was lively and warm. In contrast, Jiangxue City was very gloomy. Very gloomy. In the deep abyss hall of Han Street, the record with Zheng Yu's name was glaringly obvious. Everywhere, there were professionals who knew Zheng Yu. Some were Zheng Yu's classmates. Some were passers-by who almost joined Zheng Yu's team and once mocked him. Of course, Wu Zong and Li Feng were not there. They had avoided the spotlight. Almost all conversations among professionals centered on Zheng Yu. Imagine if Zheng Yu stayed here with us. Yeah, that perfect clearance mechanism. I envy it so much I could die. Lowering difficulty by 20%, increasing rewards by 20%, plus the gold card privileges. This guarantees level 2. It's hard to imagine how much the strength of Shangyu City will improve because of this dungeon in the future. Ah, stop talking. I'm so jealous. Shangyu City has Zhang Zhan first, then Zheng Yu. What do we have in Jiangxue City? Just Zhou the big loser. Don't mention him, so unlucky. If it weren't for him, Zheng Yu wouldn't have left. I heard Zheng Yu's grandfather died because the government didn't give timely aid and couldn't afford medicine. Really? People say that on the forum. Sigh. Zhou the big loser is really a beast. In the Jiangxue City office, Zhou Yun was resting with his eyes closed. But the secretary could see from the bulging veins on his forehead that he was not so calm. The secretary hesitated briefly, then said directly, "The administrator said the posts can't be deleted. If it's really impossible, we can temporarily close the forum. Resource Department Minister Li asked me to tell you that he has some matters to handle in the faction. Recently, the Resource Department needs your help managing things." Anything else? Yes. A vein on Zhou Yun's forehead twitched more. The faction rejected your request to enter the abyss. Next matter. Zhou Yun interrupted the secretary. The 14 experts who were expelled have appealed to the provincial authority. They need you to give them an answer. Enough? Zhou Yun suddenly opened his eyes, bloodshot and glaring, clearly having not slept well last night. None of them make me feel at ease. If a lousy programmer can't understand, just kick him out. Those stupid experts, should I reply to them? Who do they think they are to appeal? Li Nan really thinks he's got me figured out. If it weren't for his good father, what is he? Making a mess and then just walking away? And Zheng Yu, just a little summoner. Does he really think he's the chosen one? Daring to break with me, Zhou Yun shouted recklessly, venting his anger. Actually, it wasn't just because of Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu was just the trigger. He was level 45 but had never joined a faction. He finally got some help from Li Nan, only to encounter Zheng Yu, this troublemaker. He thought that using his reputation to get into a faction would help him form a team to enter the abyss. But he was still rejected. The faction never really valued him. Zhou Yun felt like he hadn't had a smooth day in years. All his feelings of frustration, anger, and sadness flooded out. Even a strong person like him lost control because of all these messy things. But luckily, it was only a short 1-minute outburst. He tidied his messy hair. Calming his emotions, he said, "It's okay. It's all okay. As long as I reach level 50, all these noisy voices will disappear. He's just a summoner. I am about to become a level 50 awakened hero, a pillar of strength in the land of Jiuzhou. Complete the mission perfectly? Huh. A 2-stage abyss, a small favor. And now you're complaining about needing the mayor's support? As long as I succeed in awakening, the harsher they criticize now, the more they will regret it in the future." Zhou Yun said this and looked at his secretary, questioning, "Don't you believe it?" The secretary remained calm. "I believe it." But his eyes showed a hint of helplessness. Here comes the extra update. In 2 days, 335 gold cards were sold. For a city like Shanyu, having 335 professionals willing to spend 500,000 on a gold card is quite impressive. Because professionals only make up about 10% of the population. Most professionals also know their limits and can't enter the 2-stage abyss, so buying Zheng Yu's gold card is useless for them. Some wealthy professionals who have already reached the 2nd stage don't need the gold card either. In other words, most of the professionals who can buy are those at the 2nd stage or hopeful to reach it. After all, fewer than 10 professionals leave Shanyu City each year to reach the 3rd stage. 335 cards sold at 500,000 each totals 167.5 million. Zheng Yu's share would be about 83.75 million. Seeing the huge number in his account, Zheng Yu felt a bit surprised. So, a small goal isn't really that hard. His account balance is more than 80 million. 2 days ago, the provincial resources were approved, providing a full set of level 10 gold equipment and a full set of level 20 gold grade gear. Zheng Yu applied to exchange his equipment for a bunch of enhancement stones and forging stones. Because the level 20 gear is also gold grade, worth about 1 million each, but Zheng Yu doesn't really need them. He has completed 2 Nightmare level Ancestral Hall Abyss runs, gathered the 4-piece yellow set, top, bottom, hat, and gloves. He also has a Ring of Resentment, and a ghostly bracelet gathered from the Gathering of Spirits. The bracelet is platinum level, and the 4-piece yellow skin set is gold level. Both are level 20 equipment, better than the level 20 scattered gear given by the province. In other words, Zheng Yu is not very short of resources found by the province. Its total value is even less than the 80 million dividend from the gold card. But what he wants is an attitude. Moreover, these resources are his to begin with. Even if he doesn't need them, he wouldn't give them to others. A strengthening stone costs about 200,000 yuan. A forging stone also costs about 200,000 yuan. After applying, he directly converted the equipment into 250 strengthening stones and 250 forging stones, based on the value of 50 million for Stage 1 and Stage 2 gear. He also received some 20 million yuan in cash as compensation. Zheng Yu just happened to have a small goal in mind, and a large stash of strengthening stones and forging stones. Materials are ready. Now let's see what the hidden treasure chest gives. Zheng Yu took out a dazzling level treasure chest from the Nightmare level Abyssal Shrine Hidden Quest, feeling a bit excited. In the temple auction house, the lowest level dazzling gear for auction is a level 30 Warrior's Pants, which was bought 4 years ago by a wealthy 2nd generation named. A level 20 dazzling gear has never appeared in the auction house. It's priceless and unavailable on the market. Strengthening stones and forging stones are prepared specifically for this level 20 dazzling gear. Zheng Yu rubbed his hands together. With a slight excitement, he opened the treasure chest. A dazzling light burst out from the chest. You have opened a dazzling level treasure chest and obtained the weapon, Ancient Illusion Spirit Staff LV. 20. Dazzling level. Weapon. Zhengyu was delighted. And it's a staff. Am I this lucky? He already has almost a full set of level 20 gear, including the 4-piece yellow skin set, Shadow God boots, Shadow God bracelet, and the cursed ring he can still wear. Only the necklace with the ice crystal pendant from the 3-piece jewelry set is missing, but it doesn't affect his combat power. The only thing missing is a level 10 staff. He didn't expect to get a weapon from a dazzling level treasure chest, and it's a staff. This also saved him the equipment forging tool. This staff has a mysterious appearance. At the top of the staff, there is a fist-sized crystal ball that contains a power that makes Zhengyu feel a sense of illusion. Weapon. Ancient Illusion Spirit Staff. Wearing level. Level 20. Wearing requirement. Staff Mastery Profession. Rank. Brilliant. Attributes. Intelligence 450. Casting Speed 50%. Elemental Damage 80%. Equipment Effect. The Illusion Spirit Staff can absorb elemental power. When the elemental power reaches 100%, it releases an active skill called Illusion Spirit. Illusion Spirit. The next skill cast will be copied and released as a duplicate, with 80% of the original skill strength. Forging. 0. Enhancement. 0. Refinement. 0. Runes. No runes embedded. Illusion Spirit. Copying skills. Zhengyu's smile gradually widened. For summoners, their summoned creatures are their skills. Does that mean he can copy a summoned creature? Although the copy is only 80% as strong, even an 80% strength war bullheaded creature would be enough to trouble opponents. Very good, very good. No wonder this is a brilliant level item. Zhengyu estimates that if he doesn't find better equipment in the 3rd stage, he will use this Illusion Spirit Staff for a long time. The strength is good. Time to make a batch. After confirming the power of the Illusion Spirit Staff, Zhengyu decided to craft some equipment. Because the materials used for forging and enhancement won't be wasted. When he gets replacement gear, he can sell it at the auction house, and the price will consider the crafting level. The current crafting will always be valuable in the future. Brilliant level equipment is always in demand. Zhengyu went straight to the Holy Temple in Shangyu City. The hall is a transfer station. Newcomers come here to change their profession. Now that the transfer season is over, there are fewer people here. The 2nd floor is the office of various guilds. Zhengyu has never been upstairs because there is no summoner guild. This time, Zhengyu is heading to the basement level. That is the exclusive forging area of the Holy Temple. He takes the elevator downstairs. Entering the basement, which is much warmer than outside, a staff member greeted Zhengyu politely and asked, "Are you here for forging equipment or enhancing equipment?" "Both," Zhengyu replied. "Do you have an appointment with a master?" Zhengyu shook his head. The staff looked at the computer and said, "Currently, 3 masters are available." Zhengyu asked, "How much do you charge? Could you tell me the level and quality of the equipment you want to make?" The price varies depending on the level and quality. Since Zhengyu didn't know much about equipment forging, he asked directly, "Is there a difference?" "Yes, a big difference. Whether it's enhancing, forging, refining, or embedding runes, there's always a chance of failure. But higher-level forging masters have better success rates. For example, if your equipment is level 10, a level 5 master will have a lower success rate than a level 10 master. Also, higher quality equipment requires more materials to craft. We hope craftsmen in Shangyu City can save as many forging materials as possible, so I need to choose a forging master based on your equipment's quality and level. A forging master is a special profession. It's a very unique job. They can earn a lot without needing to explore dangerous areas. The only similarity with other professions is that they are more limited by their talent. After hearing the staff's explanation, Zhengyu took out the Ancient Illusion Spirit Staff. "I want to craft this weapon. Level 20, dazzling quality, Ancient Illusion Spirit Staff." As Zhengyu explained, the staff was momentarily surprised, then confirmed, "Dazzling quality?" Zhengyu nodded. "Yes, dazzling quality. Are there any forging masters in Shangyu City who can craft this weapon?" The staff looked at the staff, confirmed it was indeed a dazzling quality equipment, and saw Zhengyu's name on the registration form, then immediately said, "Please wait a moment."